Wait. Yelyu. Since this man had stood against him, Yizi wouldn't be polite either. They turned to face each other, and Yi Xiao's eyes were so proud it would break anyone's heart. Since you've reminded your dad like this, let me offer you a kind reminder as well. If you want to align yourself with the Qiu family, or be in league with people like Liu Yujian, that's fine. But don't do anything to provoke me, otherwise, you will regret it. What an arrogant guy. Yi Yelyu was left speechless by Yi Xiao's audacious remark. His behavior, and the way he carried himself, were so different from their first meeting, when he seemed elegant and composed in front of Yizi. Yizi had initially thought Qiqi's father was a person of stature, but now, not so much. Even if he kept mentioning Yao, someone who was already dead, Yizi failed to understand why he still held on to Yao like that. As for the Qiu family, if they dared to make a move against him, they would have done so already. What were they waiting for? Did Hua Yelyu really believe they could eliminate him? He was unwilling to stand united with his father and daughter, and it disappointed Yizi. Humph. I'll enjoy watching how much longer you can be arrogant. I hope to see you repent before your death. Hua Yelyu still had some dignity left in him, showing a contemptuous expression before leaving a parting remark and making a quick exit. Only then did Hua Chanshu welcome Yizi into the house, sighing loudly. Young Master Yi, I'm truly sorry. Shishi has been moved to a different location by Hua Yelyu. And even, I don't know where she is now. I see, Yizi nodded. This was the reason he had come to see Hua Chanshu, as he wanted to check on Qiqi's condition, only to find out that she was no longer in Huacheng Hospital. Young Master Yi, if you want to see Shishi, you'll have to win the boxing championship first. Stomp the Qiu family underfoot. When that time comes, I'll make Hua Yelyu kneel before you, apologize, and harshly slap his face. Hua Chanshu was still quite witty, even at his age, sometimes speaking like a young person. Yizi nodded, but still didn't verbally agree. Since his visit to the Hua family didn't yield any information about Qiqi's whereabouts, he had no choice but to leave. Unexpectedly, as he left the Hua family villa, he unexpectedly noticed Mrs. Rong saying farewell to Guan Yingying, that silly and naive girl. Yingying, I entrust this matter to you. You are good friends with Shishi, and we trust only you. I believe that if you request it, that person will definitely agree. Really? Upon hearing Mrs. Rong's words, Yizi was surprised. Did Hua Yelyu not trust even his father, but let Guan Yingying, this naive girl, continue to care for Shishi? Thinking about how this silly girl had almost killed Shishi last time, Yizi shuddered. When Guan Yingying left the Hua family, he followed her discreetly, preparing to find out Qiqi's whereabouts. However, Guan Yingying didn't go to the hospital, but arrived in a somewhat dilapidated area and got out of the car. Clap. Guan Yingying had just walked to an intersection, when two boys about 10 years old suddenly rushed out from the corner and pounced on her. They even snatched the 2 bags from her hands. Really? Are children nowadays becoming so bold? Snatching in broad daylight at such a young age? Aren't they more impressive than some unruly youths in other areas? Yizi couldn't allow this, so he immediately caught up and, in a single move, lifted the 2 troublemakers off the ground. Oh! Guan Yingying reacted slowly, only realizing what had happened at that moment, screaming loudly. Yi Xiaozhen was speechless. Could this silly and sweet girl be a bit slow? The little ghost who tried to steal her things had already been subdued by herself, so why was she still making a fuss? Yi Xiaozhen turned around, intending to stop the silly and sweet girl in a heroic manner, but to his surprise, she casually picked up a small stone from the roadside and threw it towards him. I'll smash you to death. I'll smash you to death. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Guan Yingying was blindly throwing rocks with her eyes closed, obviously not recognizing Yi Xiaozhen. Hey, it's me. I am trying to help you. The silly and sweet girl was clueless, but Yi Xiaozhen was not. He couldn't understand why she was not grateful and even turned around to attack him. How could he not realize that this silly and sweet girl mistook him for a villain? Since she didn't see him as a hero, but a villain, could it be that the 2 little ghosts who tried to steal from her were? Yingying's sister, you go quickly. You can't beat him. Go call for help. Bastard. I'll fight you. The 2 little ghosts, who had just tried to steal from Guan Yingying, began to struggle, even though they knew they were no match for Yi Xiaozhen. Ow, sorry. There must be some misunderstanding. Yi Xiaozhen quickly released the 2 little ghosts. Yingying's sister, you go. We'll protect you. The two little ghosts still wanted to rush forward and fight with Yi Xiaozhen. Fortunately, Guan Yingying finally opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yi Xiaozhen, she exclaimed, "Huh, it's you?" Hearing her voice, the two little ghosts also paused. "Oh, I didn't know they were your friends. I thought they were trying to steal from you," Yi Xiaozhen explained awkwardly. "Yingying's sister, is he your friend?" The two little ghosts still looked hostile towards Yi Xiaozhen. "Humph, not really a friend, but he shouldn't be a bad person." Guan Yingying pouted, looking more like the silly and sweet girl she was. Their first two encounters had not been pleasant, and they even fought each time, so there was no good feeling between them. Yi Xiaozhen could only smile bitterly, not blaming Guan Yingying for her words. He had met this silly and sweet girl 3 times in total, and each time had resulted in a misunderstanding. He wondered if they had some unresolved enmity from a past life. How else could there be so many misunderstandings? "Kids, who are you?" Yi Xiaozhen picked up the 2 fallen bags and handed them back to the 2 little ghosts, only to discover they were filled with food. HMPH. The 2 little ghosts snatched the food but did not respond to him. Yi Xiaozhen felt even more awkward, but luckily, he noticed a somewhat rundown building a few hundred meters away with the words orphanage displayed prominently. He finally understood. He had wanted to follow the silly and sweet girl to find Shishi, but ended up at the orphanage. Combining this with what Shishi had mentioned before about visiting orphanages for charity, Yi Xiaozhen realized he might have misunderstood Mrs. Ran's request for Shishi to help with charity work. "Why are you here, Yi Xiaozhen?" Although Guan Yingying was silly and sweet, her intelligence was still intact. Seeing Yi Xiaozhen suddenly appear behind her, she became cautious. Was this man following her? Too sinister. "Oh." Yi Xiaozhen quickly came up with a beautiful lie. "My company is currently developing in the East China Sea. I am here on an inspection to buy land for a project." However, his seemingly beautiful lie only made Guan Yingying and the 2 little ghosts view him as a bad person. "Get lost, you despicable businessman. Stay away from us. Our orphanage is not for sale." "Pa." The 2 little ghosts were blunt with Yi Xiaozhen, cursing and kicking at him. Fortunately, Yi Xiaozhen was patient, otherwise, others might have already hit them. Just then, another person approached. Upon hearing the commotion, or Yi Xiaozhen wouldn't know what to do. "Hey, what's going on with you guys?" A cold voice rang out, and as Yi Xiaozhen looked up, he was slightly taken aback. How could she be here? It made sense, though, considering the circumstances. "Oh, Yi Xiaozhen, why are you here?" The voice belonged to Mei Yingzno. Seeing Yi Xiaozhen, she recalled his assistance when she was in trouble, and her eyes lit up. Oh no, this was awkward. Yi Xiaozhen had to come up with another lie, as following the silly and sweet girl here wasn't a flattering situation to explain. "Oh, I see. You must be here to deliver charity on behalf of Shishi, right? A big philanthropist like you surely needs to donate a few million to the orphanage." Mei Yingzno's words almost made Yi Xiaozhen cough up blood. Donating a few million just like that, and on top of being insulted and kicked by the children at the orphanage, wasn't that a huge loss? Nevertheless, with Mei Yingzno's statement, the eyes of the 2 little ghosts suddenly sparkled with anticipation as they looked at Yi Xiaozhen. "Out. Yes, I am here on behalf of Shishi for charity." Unable to resist the children's pleading eyes, Yi Xiaozhen had to say, "Where is your director? I will donate some money." "Great. Amazing. We'll have a big feast again soon." Just as Yi Xiaozhen said these words, a group of children ran towards them from behind Mei Yingzno. Even if he didn't want to donate to the 2 impolite little ghosts earlier, now seeing these children in tattered clothes, he felt that donating a few million might not be enough. "Why are there so many orphans here?" Yi Xiaozhen couldn't help but ask Mei Yingzno upon hearing the situation. "Since you are here for charity, let's go inside and talk." Mei Yingzno explained the orphanage situation to Yi Xiaozhen as they walked in. "What? There are private orphanages nowadays?" Yi Xiaozhen frowned upon hearing this. While it was a good thing someone had the heart to establish an orphanage, it seemed this one was not doing well. It looked neglected, and the number of orphan children seemed to be on the rise. This situation was not much better than being on the streets for these orphan children. The old director has been running this orphanage for over 20 years, nurturing many talents. Shishi, Kui, and I used to come here often for charity, but now, sigh." Mei Yingzno sighed as she spoke. Yi Xiaozhen understood her melancholy. What used to be a good relationship with her girlfriends had now dwindled down to just her. And from the looks of things, the relationship between Mei Yingzhou and Shishi seemed to be average at best. But Shishi didn't seem unfamiliar with the orphanage children, indicating she often visited the orphanage but rarely with Mei Yingzhou. Wow. Yingying's sister, you're here. Just as Yi Xiaozhen followed the two beauties into the orphanage, an 18 or 19-year-old girl came out and greeted them with excitement. Behind her were more ragged children, and she seemed to be the queen among the orphanage children. The young girl's appearance caused the surrounding children to become unusually excited, showing that she was the queen of the orphanage children. Little love, it's been a long time. Guan Yingying saw the young girl and embraced her warmly, like long-lost sisters. Little love, who is this brother? Little love saw Yi Xiaozhen and curiously asked. Just as the silly and sweet girl was about to introduce him, Mei Yingzhou preempted her and said, "This is Li Xiaozhen, a great philanthropist from our flower city. He is here to meet the director and donate a few million to the orphanage." Wow. As Mei Yingzhou's words landed, nearly 100 people cheered. Even some of the younger girls ran over to hug Yi Xiaozhen. Yi Xiaozhen knew he had no choice but to donate this time. As a man with a daughter now himself, he couldn't help but feel sorry for these children who were abandoned in this corner. He wondered where all these orphan children came from and made a mental note to learn more when he met the director. However, little love looked regretful as she said to Yi Xiaozhen, "I'm sorry. This brother, the director, is not at the orphanage right now. If you want to donate money, can you leave your contact information? And I will contact you when the director returns, okay?" Before Yi Xiaozhen could respond, the silly and sweet girl exclaimed, "Where did the director go?" The director went out a couple of days ago to adopt orphans from other cities, and he hasn't returned yet. Yingying's sister, are you looking for him too? Yad. Guan Yingying, the naive silly and sweet girl, spoke without thinking, "I'm here to ask for his help in saving Shishi." Not only little love and the children at the orphanage were shocked, but even Yi Xiaozhen was taken aback. Yi Xiaozhen had guessed wrong twice in a row. It turned out Mrs. Ron had sent the silly and sweet girl here not for charity work on behalf of her daughter, but to ask the director of the orphanage to save Shishi. So that's why Mrs. Ron's words seemed so strange. Now the question was, who was this director of the orphanage? If even Guan's director was powerless to help the patient, could he really wake her up? When the dean was not around, Yizi originally wanted to leave. However, looking at the gleaming eyes of these children, he decided to stay and volunteer at the orphanage, helping to repair some water and electrical facilities, as well as furniture. Wow, Big Brother is so amazing. Yes, not only can you fix faucets, you can also fix TVs. When I grow up, I want to be as awesome as Big Brother. The children at the orphanage were simple-minded. After seeing Yizi spend a long time fixing many things for them, they started to admire him. Mei Yingzhou was also amazed that Yizi, despite being a young master with extraordinary abilities, could also do these things. Being talented at both literary and martial arts was not frightening. What was frightening was that he could handle big and small matters so well. It seemed that Yanqi was infatuated with him not because of poor judgment, but because her discernment was too unique. Ha. Fixing these things is nothing. Your goals should not be set so low. Yizi patted the kids' heads and chatted with them. Later, at Mei Yingzhou's invitation, he played games with the children. Yizi also took the opportunity to learn some information about the dean from Mei Yingzhou and Yan Zation. He was surprised to find out that the dean was actually a woman, and even the head of the orphanage had learned medical skills from her. I also don't know what the dean used to do, because the dean never mentioned it to us. The dean used to be very wealthy, but as the number of orphans in the orphanage increased, she spent all her money. Because the orphanage staff had no income, they gradually left the orphanage. Why did the dean go to other cities to adopt orphans and bring them back? I'm not very clear. Maybe the dean was too kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see orphan children wandering the streets. The dean occasionally treated some dignitaries in exchange for money to support the orphanage, but for some reason, she stopped seeing patients in recent years. So, the orphanage lost its stable source of income and has been struggling more and more. Now many people have their eyes on this piece of land, and I don't know when it will be acquired. When that happens, the orphanage will be demolished, and these poor children will be homeless. While Yizi was getting information from Mei Yingsno, a Land Rover parked in front of the orphanage, followed by several commercial vehicles. The words Abyss Real Estate Company were written on the commercial vehicles. The door of the Land Rover opened, and a young man in black leather stepped out, took off his sunglasses, and looked at a group of children playing in front of the orphanage. "Oh, look, these people are here again. Sir, please don't buy our land. Get out, we won't sell the orphanage." The orphans were very young and straightforward. When they saw these unwelcome people, they blocked the entrance, not allowing them to enter. Many real estate developers had shown an interest in this piece of land before, but seeing the situation now, they turned their heads and left. However, this time, the orphans' tactics did not work. A cruel smile appeared on the man in leather's face. Soon, the two strong bodyguards behind him pushed the weak orphans aside. In an instant, the orphans began to scream. With the dean absent today, they were powerless to stop these people from entering. At that moment, a particularly frail boy threw himself at the feet of the man in leather, clinging to his leg, and pleaded tearfully, "Sir, please leave, stop surveying our land. We won't sell our land. If the orphanage is gone, we will truly be homeless. Please have mercy." The man in leather seemed to ignore his words, glancing down at him coldly with a twitch of his mouth, as if something disgusting had touched him. Behind him, two menacing bodyguards took steps forward like two hungry bears. "Orphan!" The other children at the orphanage, witnessing this scene, shouted in worrying at the thin boy, "You have 3 seconds, let go of my leg. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The man in leather removed his sunglasses and spoke, his icy demeanor almost freezing the surrounding children. The orphans looked at each other, realizing that they had never seen such a look before. This man looked like a cold-blooded demon. Despite trembling all over, the frail boy kept mustering courage within himself. He couldn't back down. For the orphanage, for everyone, he had to stand firm. After mustering his courage, he shouted, "No, please go back. The orphanage's land won't be sold." The man in leather frowned, showing veins on his face. "Orphan, let go of him." Xiaoxin walked out just in time, seeing the man in leather's gaze, and subconsciously screamed. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Then go die." The man in leather viciously roared and kicked the orphan in the air. "Orphan!" Xiaoxin's heart asterisk as she saw the scene, her cold sweat instantly dampening her clothes. Everyone in the orphanage knew that the orphan had been frail since childhood. How could he withstand such a brutal kick? "Orphan! Orphan!" Xiaoxin ran to the boy's side and found the poor child with a mouth full of blood, unconscious. "Woo woo!" The other children at the orphanage cried at the sight, some wailing loudly. "Zhao Hao, you are heartless. You will pay for this." Xiaoxin wiped the blood from the orphan's mouth, her eyes glaring angrily at the man in leather, wishing she could slap him hard. However, she knew the dean was not present, and she and the orphans were no match for these menacing people. "Oh, you're the beloved one. You've grown quite charming." Zhao Hao attempted to lift Xiaoxin's chin, which she swiftly slapped away. "Forget it. Let's focus on important matters." Zhao Hao put aside his interest in Xiaoxin and continued with his mission. "Let's go in and quickly survey the land. This orphanage is deeply in debt, and we can easily force them to sell their land to us anytime." "Ha ha." Zhao Hao waved his hand carelessly, leading a group of men to forcibly enter the orphanage. To the children's surprise, the orphans linked hands, teeth clenched, as they watched these villains. They were not fearless but understood that if the orphanage was gone, they would have nothing. So, despite their fear, they united to block these people. Just as a conflict seemed imminent again, the voice of Zhang Ai sounded in resignation. "Don't block them, let them in." Zai. The children looked at Zhang Ai in sync, puzzled. Zhang Ai, being older and wiser, sighed deeply. "Blocking them like this won't stop them. It will only hurt you." Such helpless words. However, in this world, the poor don't contend with the rich, and the commoners don't fight with the officials. These poor people, like these parentless children, not to mention power, didn't even have basic self-defense skills. The children still gritted their teeth, showing unwillingness on their faces as they reluctantly dispersed. "Ha ha, that's better." Zhao Hao pinched the cheek of a child in front of him and sneered. Seeing the dirty faces of the orphans, he used a tissue to wipe his fingers repeatedly, showing disgust. You scoundrels, you will get your comeuppance." Some of the children were furious, others cried aloud, creating a chaotic scene. As the man in leather walked inside, Yi heard the commotion, rushed out from inside, followed by Mei Ying's-no and Guan Yingying. Ha! What's happening? Why is the orphan in this condition? Guan Yingying, a nurse, came over to inspect the orphan and immediately pleaded with Yi. The orphan's condition is severe. You came by car, right? Please take him to the hospital first. All right. Saving a life was paramount, so Yi immediately picked up the orphan and pulled Guan Yingying with him. Xiaoxin, come with me and tell me about the orphan's condition. Ah, okay. Guan Yingying knew that saving a life was crucial, so she didn't refuse Yi. I'll stay here and help out. Mei Ying's-no probably knew what had happened, so she volunteered to stay. Yi nodded and carried the orphan away. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao and his men had begun to survey the orphanage's land, even destroying some of the amenities that Yi had just fixed. The orphanage children could only helplessly cry, and some shouted, Dean, where are you? If you don't come back soon, the orphanage will be lost. Ha ha, congratulations in advance to Mr. Zhao. The land has been surveyed now, just waiting to go back and utilize the connections to forcibly acquire the land and sell it to us. Although the orphanage site is not in the bustling city center, it's not far from the downtown area. According to the development plan of Donghai City, this place is soon going to be developed extensively. Buying the land at this time is just in time. Before long, the value of this land will definitely skyrocket. After the land survey was completed, the people around Zhao Hao complimented him. Of course, Zhao Hao is currently the agent for the family, responsible for making money for them in Donghai City. If they acquire this land, the person from that family will definitely receive their protection. Hey, acquiring this land will definitely make big money, but the biggest advantage is that it can ruin Mrs. Ai. That is what the family really wants to do. Thinking of this, the man in the leather jacket couldn't help but smile. In the eyes of the children at the door, he was a complete scoundrel. Zhao Hao didn't pay attention to these children. Rarely, he was able to make a contribution to that family. Could these redundant and dirty children stop him? Getting into the Land Rover, Zhao Hao flicked his cigarette but carelessly. Instead of immediately instructing the driver to drive, he rolled down the window, looked at the dilapidated orphanage, and then smugly laughed at Zai and the children behind her. Ha ha, you should thank me. I will soon build high-rise buildings on this land. Even though it has nothing to do with you, at least it will look good to others, right? Ha ha. The children glared at this jerk, seething with anger, some even picking up stones to throw at him. Suddenly, Zhao Hao felt a bit bored with himself. What was he trying to prove in front of these children? Was he really that despicable? Well, being despicable was not a bad thing. What mattered most was his good mood. Zhao Hao slowly closed the car window, ready to instruct the driver to drive, when a BMW suddenly blocked the Land Rover's path. Zhao Hao was unaware of what was happening in front of the car, and someone knocked on the car window. Zhao Hao furrowed his brow, thinking which uncivilized orphan lacked manners this time. It seemed necessary to give these children a good education. Just as he was about to roll down the window, he saw a striking face, wearing a smile that was both pleasant and eerie. Who are you? Zhao Hao never expected to encounter an adult man at the orphanage, especially judging from his attire and demeanor. He didn't seem like a common person. I'm Yi. You don't need to worry about my background. I just want to ask you something. Yi seemed to be meeting an old friend, and his smile became more charming. But Zhao Hao, feeling anxious, couldn't shake off the feeling that this man had ill intentions. What is it? Zhao Hao forced himself to remain calm, and adopted an authoritative attitude. Oh, it's like this. I recently took a child named Kuer to the nearby hospital. He was knocked unconscious by someone and still hasn't woken up. I came here to pay my respects to the person who kicked him. Could that be you? Although the way Yi spoke was polite and he maintained a smile throughout, Zhao Hao felt a sense of unease. Hey, so what if it was me? Zhao Hao felt that Yi Zhao's smile didn't match his aura, but he arrogantly responded nevertheless. As Yi started flexing his muscles and appearing ready to fight, Zhao Hao sensed a dangerous vibe and couldn't help but ask, what do you want? Nothing much. I said I wanted to pay my respects to you. Of course, I wanted to emulate your methods, too. I wanted to see if I could knock you unconscious with a single kick. Yi continued to smile. Zhao Hao couldn't believe his ears. Was this man planning to fight him? Did he forget his medication, or was he truly a madman? Ha ha, so you want to fight me? Perhaps you didn't have enough sleep. Zhao Hao sneered, treating it as a big joke. At the same time, he snapped his fingers. Several burly men immediately got out of the business car and rushed towards Yizi. "Oh, watch out!" Dumb man naive Guan Yingying was the first to scream, and everyone's faces turned pale. Zai and the orphans from the orphanage were worried. They knew Yizi wanted to teach Zhao Hao a lesson. Naturally, they hoped Yizi would succeed, but they also knew it was impossible. He was outnumbered, not a superhero, and didn't wear his underwear outside his pants. How could he win against these muscular men? However, bang. With Yi Zhao's 6th level of internal strength, teaching these ordinary people a lesson was a piece of cake. Wow, big brother, you're so strong. Yeah, he's as amazing as the head of the orphanage. Big brother, beat him, beat that jerk. The orphans, who were previously worried about Yizi, now cheer and celebrated. They knew Yizi wanted to teach that jerk Zhao Hao lesson. They certainly hoped Yizi would prevail, but they also knew it was impossible. Zhao Hao, who had been smug just moments ago, now had a smile on his face that seemed like crying but not quite, laughing but not really. His facial expression was quite comical. Now he realized that Yizi was a martial artist. That smile that was so terrifying before was actually the aura of a martial artist. Zhao Hao quickly glanced ahead and saw the narrow road blocked by a illegally parked BMW and a group of muscular men lying on the ground behind his car. Damn it! What should he do now? Zhao Hao grew increasingly anxious. He always hated those who parked their cars haphazardly. Don't they have any sense of morality? You got the beginning of your guessing game right, but not the ending, Yizi said with a brilliant smile. Gradually, he approached Zhao Hao. Because of your lack of cooperation, I have to get tough. I usually advocate for winning people over with virtue. Sigh. This lamenting act from Yizi, as witnessed by Mei Yingxue and Little Ai, was really cool. Doom. Yizi stopped talking and swiftly kicked the car door together with Zhao Hao to the other side, causing the other door to deform. Wow, such incredible strength. The children, who had been gritting their teeth moments ago, exclaimed in excitement. They were now in awe of Yi Zhao's strength. Hot. That jerk who kicked her so ruthlessly and arrogantly, and now he tasted how it feels to be knocked around. So satisfying, so exhilarating. The children, who had been holding their breath, were ecstatic and loudly exclaimed, "You see, because of your non-cooperation, you forced me to resort to violence. You should apologize to me." Yizi dragged Zhao Hao, who was struggling to breathe after being kicked, out and threw him on the ground, sighing. Zhao Hao was about to spit blood from anger. Damn it, so I'm the one who got hit by you, or did I do something wrong? However, he now understood. This guy's skills are even more impressive than he had imagined. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Regardless of who he is, he blatantly beat me up. Well, I kicked you too. Do you want to apologize to the kid and compensate for his medical expenses, be his friend, or do you want me to cripple you so you can be the kid's companion? Zhao Hao was still speechless, unable to speak. Since you're not talking, I'll take it as you agree to be friends with me. Yizi generously waved his hand. Since you want to be friends with me, I'll be generous about the fact that you forced my hand earlier and let it go. The children burst into laughter, seeing Yizi beat up Zhao Hao, who was about to explode with anger. They felt completely relieved. They had been bullied by Zhao Hao just now, and were holding in a lot of anger. They never thought that because of this big brother, the situation would be instantly reversed. Zhao Hao also knew that the situation was not in his favor. He reluctantly handed over 3 million as compensation for the medical expenses of the kid and the losses of the orphanage. After Yizi sent them away, he casually transferred the money to Zai. Thank you, thank you. Come on, everyone. Thank this big brother. With Zai's shout, all the children in the orphanage shouted their thanks to Yizi. The naive ones who had misunderstood Yizi multiple times before now realized that Yizi was actually very kind, like an angel with wings. Oh, the headmistress is back. Just as Yizi was about to leave, he heard the children exclaiming in surprise. Yizi looked over and saw a woman in her 50s leading several ragged children back. Well, no wonder this orphanage is so lively. Is the headmistress trying to raise all the orphans in Lan Kingdom? Headmistress, you're back just in time. When you were absent earlier, that scoundrel Zhao Hao came with people to cause trouble. What? That guy came back? Yes, he kicked the kid and made him spit blood. Luckily, that big brother Kane man drove them away, making him compensate 3 million. What? The old headmistress immediately looked towards Yizi. Yizi nodded and smiled politely, carefully observing the woman. Her face was bruised, and if it weren't for her charitable appearance, she would probably scare the children. The headmistress was ill, and her condition seemed to be worsening prematurely. "Thank you, young man." The old headmistress thanked Yizi, but her eyes couldn't hide her deep concern. Yizi could sense her thoughts and comforted her. "Old headmistress, I'm Yizi. I only dealt with Zhao Hao because he was bullying the children. If Zhao Hao and his people dare to seek revenge, let them come after me." "Hey, young man, that's not what I mean." The old headmistress was also understanding and responded, "If Zhao Hao dares to come, I'll deal with him. I'm more worried about you. He's not easy to deal with." "Thanks for the reminder." Yizi also recalled when that guy tried to threaten him earlier as a representative of his family. However, Yizi guessed that the family behind him was probably one of the 7 major families. Could they really be stronger than the Yi family? So, he didn't plan to worrying about it. Later, the old headmistress went to the hospital to visit the kid, and Yizi volunteered to be her driver. It was fortunate, as he witnessed the amazing medical skills of the old headmistress. "Headmistress, the kid's condition is not optimistic. He has congenital cardiovascular stenosis and suffered a severe impact, causing severe vessel constriction and blockage. If this continues, I understand." The headmistress politely interrupted the detailed explanation from the doctor and walked slowly to the kid's bedside. Yizi and the naive ones watched from outside the door. In the next moment, the headmistress unexpectedly displayed extremely sophisticated finger techniques. Her fingers seemed to vibrate, as if burning, as she forcefully jabbed into the kid's chest area. Unbelievable. Even Yizi, who had a good understanding, couldn't help but be amazed at the scene. The headmistress's fingers indeed penetrated the kid's heart, miraculously without piercing his flesh, as if they had merged with the kid's body. It was an invisible surgical knife. How did she do it? Hey, Naif, did Madame Yun ask you to invite the headmistress to wake up Shishi? Yizi stood outside the door, unable to contain his speculation. How? Naif, relatively clueless about her nickname, Naif was still looking around. When she realized she was alone, she foolishly pointed to herself and asked, "Yizi, are you talking to me?" Yizi didn't say a word but expressed this question with his eyes. Fortunately, Naif was not unintelligent and quickly understood, nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "It's difficult. Madame Young retired several years ago, saying she wouldn't treat anyone outside the orphanage except for the children. Even Shishi." Yizi heard Shishi coughing inside the ward. Unexpectedly, after the headmistress used her technique, the deeply comatose child woke up. Naif answered Yizhao's question. "I don't know if it will work. That's why we're here to ask her." "Shall we go in together to ask her?" Yizi immediately walked in lightly, feeling extremely excited at that moment. He was truly impressed. This headmistress's medical skill was incredibly profound, and her martial arts skill must be exceptional as well. Befriending such a person would be immensely beneficial. Ahem. Upon hearing Yizi and Naif's request, the old headmistress first had a severe coughing session, then apologetically smiled. "Naif, Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't want to, but I'm powerless." Cough. After saying this, the old headmistress began to cough frantically. Although Yi Zhao's medical skills were far inferior to the old headmistress's, during his time in the Long Kingdom Legion, he had also delved deep into medical practice. Seeing her extremely pale complexion, he knew she had depleted a considerable amount of internal energy while treating Shishi, exacerbating her internal injuries. Yizi could only do his best by applying some acupressure on her, followed by gently pressing her temples to make her feel a bit better. "Mr. Yi, have you also studied the Long Kingdom medical arts?" After indicating to Yizi to pause, the old headmistress's eyes brightened slightly as she asked. She could feel that this man's fingers were very warm indeed. "Well, I've dabbled in some basic knowledge." Yizi nodded. He wasn't being falsely modest. Compared to an ordinary person, his medical skills were indeed quite impressive, but they were not worth mentioning in front of the old headmistress. "Then I have a solution." The old headmistress smiled and said, "In fact, I have some understanding of Chi-Chi's condition. She has nerve damage from a bullet, causing her to be in a coma. From a Western medical perspective, she's considered a vegetable. However, from a long medical viewpoint, her brain just lacks sufficient energy. If my body were better, I would definitely be able to cure her." Cough. Yi quickly massaged her, waiting for her to continue. Unexpectedly, the old headmistress changed the topic and said, "Mr. Yi, would you be willing to become my disciple and learn the arts of long medicine from me?" Yi was surprised at her proactive suggestion. Shouldn't it be difficult to become a disciple of such a high-level expert, perhaps requiring some sort of test or experience as seen in novels? "You're not interested in learning long medicine with me and Naif?" How? Hearing the old headmistress's words, Yi was even more astonished, glancing at Naif. Could it be? They say a great master produces great disciples. Naif had actually become a disciple of such a great master, yet her medical skills were this dismal. She didn't even know basic medical knowledge. With such a disciple, the master's reputation is truly at stake. Forget it. If you're not interested, then forget it. The old headmistress slightly disappointedly waved her hand, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. In fact, she knew her time was running out, and she wanted to pass on her medical skills to future generations, but there was no one to succeed her. From the moment she saw Yi, she knew he was not an ordinary person and must be prideful, so he wouldn't be willing to become her disciple. However, no. Yi immediately waved his hands and said, "Old headmistress, I'm so surprised. If you're willing to accept me as your disciple and teach me the arts of long medicine, I'm not just willing, I'm overjoyed. How could I not want to? Really?" Of course. The two were having a heartfelt moment, and the naive one, suddenly smiled proudly and said, "That's great. From now on, you're my junior brother. You have to listen to your senior sister." Got it, huh? Yi Xiao's eyes widened suddenly. Originally, studying medicine under a great master was a joyful event, so why couldn't he feel happy all of a sudden? Dragon Country, in a certain manner. News of Zhao Hao had already spread to this secluded family. What? Someone dared to attack our representatives in the EC? Who has the courage to do so? Send someone out to assassinate him. A young man with his hair standing on end raged at the servants. "Young master, we must not act recklessly." A steward with a squared beard hurriedly advised, "That person is named Yi Xiaoyao, and his martial arts skills are not weak. He might be the young master of the Yi family from Yanjing." The Yi family of Yanjing. How infuriating. The young master clenched his fist angrily upon hearing the steward's words, shouting loudly, "Are we, the distinguished Ying family, supposed to fear the Yi family? Young master, given the current situation, we should indeed be cautious of the Yi family. If we accidentally offend their people, the master will likely punish you. Darn it! Darn it!" The young master kicked a chair hard, sending it flying. The chair hit the wall, shattering into pieces upon impact. Zhao Hao is truly unreliable. He was supposed to establish a base outside for our family's future operations, but even such a small matter he couldn't handle properly. "Young master, there's something I should tell you." The steward realized the young master was not aware of something, so he leaned in and whispered softly, "Actually, the master sent Zhao Hao to acquire the land of the orphanage as a decoy, but the main goal was to steal back the ancient manual 9 Palace Flame Needle." What? 9 Palace Flame Needle? The young master trembled upon hearing this. As the young master of the Ying family, he was shocked to discover that the ancient manual that had been coveted by the entire martial arts world for centuries was supposedly in the orphanage. Legend had it that this book had been passed down for thousands of years, and it was once said, in the martial arts world, to cultivate martial arts, learn the art of heavenly seizing, in medicine, master the flame needle. Centuries ago, someone had mastered the 9 Palace Flame Needle, able to bring back the dead and create myths. However, over the years with the disappearance of this medical art, such legends had gradually been forgotten. Young master, if you wish to become the head of the family, you may consider personally seizing that book. By doing so, the master would definitely look upon you with favor and reward you generously. The steward reminded almost inaudibly. In a family full of internal strife and power struggles, every young master was a force to be reckoned with, and of course, he hoped this young master would become the head of the family, elevating his own status in the process. Ha ha. Good. I have plans to venture out. The young master's eyes glittered as he decided to risk leaving the manor and exploring the outside world. EC. Orphanage. Since Yi Xiaoyao decided to learn medicine from the old principal, she naturally had to assist in managing the orphanage. Early that morning, she had Zhao Yunshan come over and bring some people to help renovate the orphanage. In an instant, there was hope for the orphanage's revival. Seeing the orphans lively and cheerful, the old principal's dim eyes gradually brightened. She had long seen Yi Xiaoyao as a wealthy young man, taking him as her apprentice not only to pass down her medical skills, but also with a hint of cunningness. The orphanage, relying on her half-dead old woman alone, could only move slowly towards decline. Only by recruiting capable individuals could there be hope of survival. Otherwise, it would sooner or later fall prey to unscrupulous businessmen purchasing the land and demolishing the buildings. Thank the heavens for sending such a young person at this time. The old principal couldn't help but make a devout gesture of thanks. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao, who had just finished repairing the dining hall with the children, was passing by the health room. "Hey, junior brother, come over here. Come help me with something." To be called junior brother like that, Yi Xiaoyao couldn't help but furrow his brows. A reputation like his was being likened to a foolish apprentice. The humiliation. What's worse, she was even younger than he was. But yesterday the old principal had told him that in order to cure a particular sickness, only he could learn her medical skills, as her own weak body was unable to bring the woman back to consciousness. "What's the matter?" Yi Xiaoyao walked in, his tone slightly impatient. Despite the good looks of the naive senior sister, her recklessness was unappealing to him. Come and see how to interpret this statement. Guan Yingying, straightforward in nature, held a strange book in her hands. Yi Xiaoyao thought she might be asking about some basic medical knowledge but was surprised when he took a closer look. What book is this?" Yi Xiaoyao picked up the medical book held by Guan Yingying, his eyes lighting up with excitement. With his keen eye, he could tell it was an ancient book, possibly centuries old judging by its material and age. Glancing inside, Yi Xiaoyao was astonished. It was an ancient medical book. 9 Talus Flame Needle? Yi Xiaoyao repeated the title in shock, recognizing the difficult classical characters on the cover. Having practiced ancient martial arts from the Kingdom of Dragons, he could read them. "Oh, junior brother, you understand these characters?" Guan Yingying was extremely surprised. As a descendant of a medical family who had learned some ancient characters, she could barely understand a third of them. Never did she expect that Yi Xiaoyao, not a medical student and known as a bad person, could comprehend these characters. Yi Xiaoyao was too engrossed in reading the book to be bothered by her. Fully absorbed in its contents, he turned a page and came across a technique called resurrecting deadwu, a method of acupuncture. Yi Xiaoyao became more fascinated as he read further, amazed by the medical principles in the book. Given his experience of killing on the battlefield, he recognized that this skill could not only be used to save lives, but also to take them. "Hey, junior brother, don't hog my book." Guan Yingying, seeing Yi Xiaoyao engrossed in the book for over 10 minutes, finally snatched it back. Yi Xiaoyao then smiled and said, "Who gave you this book? Can you lend it to me to look at?" "No way." Guan Yingying flatly refused, protectively holding the book to her chest and turning away. "The principal gave me this book and instructed me to keep it to myself. No one is allowed to see it, including my father." Yi Xiaoyao was slightly startled, realizing the importance of the book may lie in the principal's secrecy. He couldn't believe the invaluable book had been openly carried around by a naive junior like her. Yi Xiaoyao and Guan Yingying arrived at the reception hall of the orphanage, where the old principal and Zai were already present. A middle-aged man in a white suit, accompanied by 2 oddly-looking men, entered. There was a harmless smile on his face. "Principal Liang, are you well?" Upon hearing the gentle tone of the man in the suit, Yi Xiaoyao and Guan Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xiaoyao even gently pulled Guan Yingying back, not intending to leave but wanting to observe the purpose of their visit. Guan Yingying didn't know what Yi Xiaoyao was up to, feeling his hand holding hers and blushing slightly, yet not resisting. Upon witnessing Yi Xiaoyao teach Xiao Hao lesson for the orphans the day before, she had developed a favorable impression of him. At least, she knew his intentions were just. "Mr. Yu, I hope everything is well." The old principal was polite to the middle-aged man. "Ha ha. Miss Liang, I am here today to thank you for saving my life 4 years ago. You are unmatched in your medical skills, and now I hear the orphanage is struggling. I wish to offer a high price to buy your orphanage." "Heh. Mr. Yu is thoughtful." The old dean still greeted with a smile, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Then he changed the subject. "But the orphanage is my lifeblood. I will not sell it." Mr. Yu, who had just been all smiles, immediately furrowed his brows, his eyes now frosty. However, his expression quickly softened, and he said directly, Dean Iang, you opened the orphanage because you wanted to find your son and have someone inherit your medical skills, right? But so many years have passed. Have you found your son? Your methods are extremely foolish. As long as you agree to sell me the medical skills of 9 palaces Yan Huangzhen, no matter the price, I can afford it. By then, you not only can continue to run your orphanage, but you can also mobilize more people and resources to search for your son. As soon as he finished speaking, Yizi suddenly realized, so, the purpose of the old dean opening the orphanage was actually this. Could it be that her frequent outings to search for orphans were actually to find her lost son? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yu. The old dean remained calm and politely ushered him out. If you came for this, then please leave. The orphanage is not for sale, and the 9 palaces Yan Huang needle has already been passed on to someone else and is no longer with me. Humph. As the old dean's voice fell, a man with a sharp nose stepped forward behind Mr. Yu. Old lady, don't be ungrateful. Mr. Yu is grateful to you for saving his life back then, so he wants to help you. Aren't you looking for someone to inherit your medical skills? As long as you sell the medical skills to Mr. Yu, he will help you find that person, and you won't have to worry about it anymore. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Guan Yingying got angry and wanted to leave. However, Yizi still held her tightly, not wanting to interrupt further dialogue by them leaving. Even a fool could see that Mr. Yu was here to repay an old favor. How could the old dean not see it? However, the old dean endured his emotions and continued politely, don't bother worrying about me, Mr. Yu. The person who can inherit these medical skills must be like me, possessing a special physique, not something that anyone can easily learn. In other words, even if you get your hands on this book, you are not suitable to practice it. Mr. Yu remained silent, as he was here today to repay a favor. He couldn't make it too obvious. Sorry, I need to use the restroom first. Finally, he left the scene, sending a clear signal to his subordinates that they could take action. Later, if today's events were exposed, he could blame it on his subordinates' unruly behavior, thus preserving his reputation. Sure enough, as soon as he turned to leave, the man with the sharp nose showed a sinister expression, coldly threatening, Old lady, if you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for not being polite. In order to prevent the 9 palaces Yan Huan needle from being lost, we are capable of doing anything. Bah. Finally, Shaoli couldn't bear it anymore and scolded loudly. Can you people be any more shameless? The dean was kind enough to use the 9 palaces Yan Huan needle to treat your master back then, and now you're repaying kindness with enmity. If she had known this earlier, she should have let your master die of illness. Ha ha ha. Being berated by a young girl, the man with the sharp nose and his partner, the big-faced man, not only felt no shame but laughed triumphantly. Little sister, I remember you. You are the little girl who came to the Yu family with your dean 4 years ago, right? Achen, didn't expect you to be so lovely now. Come, let uncle touch and see if your skin's still tender. Get lost. With a slap, Shaoli pushed away the dirty hand of the man with the sharp nose. Damn it, you want to start a fight, huh? Then don't blame us for being impolite. Although the man with the sharp nose was ugly, he wasn't a brute. He even played a little trick, falsely accusing Shaoli of attacking first before he struck back. Seeing this, Guan Yingying couldn't stand it anymore and tried to run out. However, Yizi rushed before her, wanting to save Shaoli, but he didn't expect the man with the sharp nose to attack Shaoli so dishonorably, and he was unable to catch up in time. Just then, swoosh, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of Shaoli and intercepted the blow from the man with the sharp nose. Dean. Guan Yingying was shocked because although she held the title of apprentice to the old dean, she had never seen her display such skills. On the other hand, Yizi wasn't as surprised as everyone else. He already knew that the old dean's medical skills were profound, indicating formidable martial arts prowess. However, he didn't expect her to be this powerful. If not for her debilitating illness, her strength might be even more formidable. Moreover, her skills were similar to Tang King's, different from ordinary martial artists. Cough. With great effort, the old dean threw the man with the sharp nose out, who landed in a sorry state, and coughed twice before saying, "Don't lay a hand on people from my orphanage." Despite her illness, her aura was still powerful. Yizi could feel the strength of the old dean even from the sidelines, indicating she was likely a formidable individual in her prime. It was unbelievable that such a master existed in an orphanage. Hey, Di Naang, if you wish to strike, don't blame us for not being kind. The man with the sharp nose stood up, and the big-faced man clenched his fists, seeming prepared to face off against an elderly woman burdened with illness. Despicable. Do you have no shame? Guan Yingying couldn't hold back any longer and ran out, standing in front of the old dean with outstretched arms, sternly rebuking, repaying kindness with enmity, collaborating to bully the elderly and weak. You are absolute scum. Ha ha. Since you've called us scum, then we might as well act like scum. The two men weren't ashamed at all. In fact, they were shameless to the core, ready to strike against Guan Yingying directly. When Guan Yingying realized it, the man's fist was already heading towards her. The old dean, with no choice but to protect the two women, had no room to retreat and had to face the attack head-on. However, just as she gathered her inner strength, her body suddenly gave out, and she coughed up blood. Disaster! Disaster! Yi and Shaoli were already scared to the point of forgetting to breathe. If the old dean were to fall, the orphanage would be doomed. Just then, a dark shadow streaked through the air. Clap! Clap! It was a man who, amazingly, intercepted the attacks of the 6th-level martial artists with his open hands. Easy. Guan Yingying was the first to cry out, her eyes wide with surprise. The others' expressions mirrored her astonishment, especially the old dean, who had never imagined that Yi possessed such skills. It seemed she had chosen the right disciple. The two men were also utterly shocked. When had an elite martial artist materialized within the orphanage, and how could he manage to block their assaults simultaneously with only 6th-level inner strength? You scoundrels, not sparing even the elderly and weak. Yi couldn't bear it anymore and, exploding the men's astonishment, launched a counterattack. With 2 punches, he struck at the men's vital points. Though the two men were slightly flustered, they couldn't be underestimated. They managed to defend themselves, then retreated repeatedly, crashing into the tables and chairs in the hall. All right, big brother, let's beat them. Teach these scoundrels a lesson. Teach them a lesson like we did with Zhao Hao. Show them who's boss. The children who had rushed in from outside all cheered. They didn't understand the world of martial arts, nor could they discern each side's strength. Seeing Yi gaining the upper hand, they believed he could handle these two men. Yi, thank you. You saved us. Even Shaoli, usually oblivious, expressed her gratitude towards Yi, her eyes filled with admiration, unaware that the danger hadn't yet passed. All right, take the children and leave. Don't hinder me. Yi, with a wry smile, quickly pushed Shaoli towards the door to prevent the children from rushing in, lest he become hesitant to fight back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Stinky kid, take this punch of mine. The sharp-nosed man and the big-faced man blocked Yi Zhao's punches and kicks, crashing through tables and chairs, yet they didn't sustain any injuries. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, they immediately launched attacks at Yi from both sides. Big brother, be careful. Let's not interfere, it might hinder big brother. You must win. Shai and Guan Yingying opened their arms and tried to push the children away, but they couldn't stop their mouths, nor could they move them out. Seeing Yi being surrounded, they were all so tense that it felt like the air in the entire space was being sucked out. Just then, a gust of wind arose. Chinese martial arts, Bagua rotating palm. Facing two adversaries of the same level, although Yi was struggling, he maintained composure. After deflecting their attacks, he unleashed his signature technique, Chinese martial arts, Great Seizing Palm. Astonishingly, Yi grabbed both of their arms by twisting them. Of course, since they were evenly matched in strength, he couldn't seize both of them alone. However, he managed to push them aside with his palms. Well done, big brother. Big brother is invincible. Keep it up. The children began to cheer as they saw Yi gain the upper hand against the two opponents. But in the next moment, their excited expressions gradually faded, replaced by looks of worrying. Yi, they practice Iron Qigong. Your techniques may not be effective against them. The old headmistress noticed this and anxiously offered advice. Without her saying, Yi also knew he was in trouble this time, and a bitter smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Although he had the upper hand initially because the opponents were not familiar with his moves, he couldn't inflict any damage on them. Continuing the fight would definitely not end well. However, with a group of defenseless people behind him, Yi knew he had no retreat option. Hey, kid, your moves are not bad, but too bad you met us. No matter how powerful your moves are, they are useless against us. Ha ha. We practice the golden armor technique. We're not playing tricks, we rely on sheer strength. The sharp-nosed man and the big-faced man began to taunt Yi Zi. Despite maintaining the upper hand, they couldn't defeat Yi Zi as he managed to dodge their attacks skillfully. So, they resorted to verbal provocation, hoping to provoke him. Guan Yingying and the children were unaware of their tactics, but upon hearing their words, they became anxious, not knowing what to do. Yi Zi. Target their pressure points. Tanzhong, Dajui, Jiaju ... The old headmistress pointed out urgently. Although she knew Yi Zi was a martial arts prodigy, he lacked expertise in targeting pressure points. In the heat of the battle, guiding him at that moment might be too late, and there was a risk of him not knowing where these pressure points were located. The two men burst into laughter upon hearing her words. Old lady, you're only teaching now on the spot, isn't it a bit too late? Ha ha, can he counterattack now? Let alone precisely target our small pressure points. Little did they know, before they could finish their words, they heard a dragon's roar. Roar. Chinese martial arts. Crane-controlled dragon capture. Yi Zi seized the opportunity, and they were least expecting it. With a swift move, he struck the sharp-nosed man, hitting a pressure point known as Dajui. Ah! Ah! The once arrogant sharp-nosed man immediately screamed in agony. Let me go. Ah! Release me. His face turned red in an instant, indicating the intense pain he was experiencing. Pressure point attacks were known to cause internal damage, especially potent against practitioners of Iron Qigong. Seeing his comrade in agony, the big-faced man rushed to rescue him. However, when Yi Zi dodged the big-faced man's attack, he swiftly grasped the opportunity and applied pressure to the sharp-nosed man's neck, hitting the pressure point. Senior brother! Senior brother! Yi Zi evaded the big-faced man's attack and left him clutching the sharp-nosed man tightly. The once resilient sharp-nosed man, who had appeared tough as a rock just moments ago, now seemed as soft as a sponge, his eyes vacant. Well done, big brother. Ha ha. Look at him boasting earlier, unaware that protagonists typically reveal their true strength later in the fight. How embarrassing. Both of them can't defeat a single person. Why don't you leave? Do you want Big Brother to deal with you too? The children began to mock the defeated duo. Enraged, the big-faced man slammed the ground, causing a brick to dislodge, and took the opportunity to flee with the sharp-nosed man in tow. Kid, you've disabled my junior brother. We'll settle this debt with blood sooner or later. Before leaving, the big-faced man left a threatening remark. Yi Zi didn't pursue them further, fearing they might resort to using the children as hostages. Instead, with a smile, he reminded them, don't forget about the owner of the restroom, it's been a while, who knows if he has fallen into the toilet by now. Ha ha ha, he now looks more like a big bad Wolf, even copying lines from others, laughing. So ridiculous. Humph, dare to come back next time, and we'll finish you off. Shai and the children laughed and felt relieved, not dwelling too much on the situation. However, the old headmistress looked grave, understanding that today's altercation with the Rain family meant more challenges ahead for the orphanage. Master, don't worry, I'm here. As Yi Zi finished his sentence, Zhao Yunshan arrived with a group of people. Yi, what's going on? Why is it so lively here? They had been helping with the repairs at the orphanage and were unaware of the recent battle. However, upon witnessing the aftermath, Zhao Yunshan was taken aback. Wow, what happened? We just finished repairing our place, and it's a mess here again. Yi? Are you kidding us? Alright, hold off on the repairs for now, Yi Zi instructed Zhao Yunshan. Arrange for these children to be temporarily moved to Huacheng, find a place to accommodate them, and once matters here are settled, bring them back. Zhao Yunshan was puzzled by Yi Xiao's sudden change of plans. Did he suddenly become generous and embark on charity initiatives for his public image? Without explaining further to Zhao Yunshan, Yi Zi instructed him to carry out the task. Subsequently, he turned to the old headmistress and asked, Master, I hope you don't blame me for taking charge without consulting you. Sigh. The old headmistress let out a sigh. For the current situation, we are relying on you. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, otherwise, I and the children wouldn't know what to do. The children also expressed their gratitude. Yi Zi didn't have time to bask in their gratitude. Instead, he and Guan Yingying assisted the old headmistress to a room to rest and gather information. Yi Zi, you have offended to formidable adversaries in order to help us. The old headmistress voiced her concerns not only for the orphanage children, but also for Yizi. Jia Hao is a lackey of a mysterious family. Their strength may be formidable, but there are limitations. They may not cause you trouble immediately, but from this moment onward, you need to be cautious of this Rain family. Oh, what's their background? Yizi felt a bit worried. Just casually bringing to subordinates to cause trouble at the orphanage resulted in top-tier martial arts experts coming after him, especially those who specialized in unique martial arts techniques. They are from the #1 family in Yuncheng of the Dragon Country, known as the Rain Mountain. Don't underestimate this family. They are one of the 7 major families in the Dragon Country, located in the southwest, controlling a region of land. No one knows how many extraordinary individuals serve under them. I had once been invited to visit them for medical treatment, and I've witnessed their martial arts master. If they seek revenge on you, with your current strength, it will be challenging to handle. The old headmistress conveyed the information with concern. Yizi realized he shouldn't underestimate the Rain family, but if they were to come after him, he wasn't exactly afraid. His concern was their potential threats to the people around him. Guarding against these despicable individuals required extra caution. Well, let's temporarily move the children to ensure they aren't harmed, the old headmistress continued. If you have time, Yizi, I want to teach you how to enhance your martial arts through medical skills. When the time comes, you'll at least have enough self-defense capabilities. Enhance martial arts through medical skills? Yi Xiao's eyes light up upon hearing this, instantly rejuvenated. The old dean spent half a day explaining acupoints, acupuncture, and the core knowledge of how to use medical methods to stimulate or suppress martial arts power to Yizi. Yizi had an exceptional ability to absorb information, and even under the guidance of the dean, he mastered techniques like using acupoints to unleash power and to kill. However, despite mastering these techniques, he lacked real combat experience, so he wasn't sure if they would be useful. Alright, let's stop here for today. I want to go check on Kur. Old Dean, let me take you there. Yizi stood up to help the old dean, but she suddenly coughed. Guan Yingying immediately walked over, expressing concern. Old Dean, you are not feeling well. You should rest. Kur should be fine. Let me and Yizi go check on him. The old dean sighed. Alright, just be safe. This wasn't just a casual remark, she was genuinely worried about their safety. Knowing the person at the orphanage was not likely to give up after taking a loss. Alright. Yizi didn't like beating around the bush, so he promptly set off with Guan Yingying. He was grateful for the old dean's guidance on medical and martial knowledge, but it seemed the old dean still didn't fully trust this man she had only met 2 days ago, as she hadn't mentioned the 9 palaces Yan Huang needle at all. However, Yizi wasn't greedy. Since the old dean had already passed the book to the naive and innocent person, he didn't have any improper thoughts about it, even though the book was now in that unremarkable bag. As the BMW drove out of the orphanage, night had fallen. The orphanage was in a remote location with deserted alleys becoming even colder at night. After coming out, Yizi had no intention of chatting with Guan Yingying. He focused on observing the surroundings in the darkness. Suddenly, 2 old unlicensed business stands blocked the road ahead, and he instinctively knew trouble was brewing. Hearing Guan Yingying's naive voice, Yizi couldn't help but chuckle. The naive and innocent stupid sweet lived up to her name. Walking the streets at night, only to be blocked, yet having no sense of danger, Yizi didn't waste time explaining and quickly reversed the car, only to realize another business van was coming from behind. Damn. Yizi realized he had fallen into an ambush and didn't expect the enemies. It's time to be so determined. They wanted to silence them. Strange. Why are there so many cars at this late hour? Guan Yingying was still naive, even urging Yizi to honk and hurry the car ahead. Get down. Yizi didn't pay attention to Guan Yingying's innocent words and pressed her down with one hand. Hey! What are you doing? Startled, Guan Yingying wondered why he was so bossy. Was he thinking of doing something inappropriate to her on this late-night walk? Yizi didn't have time to explain. He shouted, "Don't move. Lie down. The car is about to explode." Explosion. Guan Yingying was stunned, her mind blank. Before she could even wonder if Yizi was joking or not, the dark night suddenly lit up. Doom. The deafening sound shattered the tranquility of the night. As Yizi predicted, the explosion happened at the street corner. Fortunately, Yizi quickly acted decisively and managed to escape the blast zone by forcibly pushing through the cars blocking the way. However, due to the explosion's force and the vehicle's speed, They were sent flying. Yi Xiao's reflexes were swift, and he found a gap to jump out of the car while it was airborne. But there was still someone inside the vehicle. Stupid sweet. Yi Zi yelled, deeply concerned. Guan Yingying was just an ordinary girl. How could she withstand the impact of the car falling to the ground? Damn it, who wanted to kill me? Yi Zi, you will pay a heavy price. Whoosh. Just when Yi Zi was about to rush over to catch the falling car and prevent Guan Yingying from getting seriously injured, a figure in the darkness rapidly approached him. Yi Zi immediately sensed the strong scent of death, sending chills down his spine. The figure moved swiftly, and a flash of white light struck towards him, forcing Yi Zi to change his course abruptly. The white light turned out to be a sword. Yi Zi didn't expect his assailant to be so skilled, likely at the level of a grandmother in ancient martial arts. Recalling the old dean's words, he speculated, were they martial artists from the Yu family? Stupid sweet. Saving her was crucial, and Yi Zi couldn't afford to focus on the formidable enemy. Springing towards the car again, he realized he was too late to catch it this time. To make matters worse, the assailant continued to target him for a fatal blow. Whoosh! The sword light struck again, leaving a bloody wound on Yi Xiao's chest. The searing pain brought Yi Zi back to his senses. With the car crashing to the ground inevitable, he had no way to turn back time. Defeating the enemy was the only way to quickly rescue Guan Yingying. However, could he contend with a grandmother-level opponent? Luckily, at that moment, siren sounds could be heard in the distance. Being a developed city, the EC's police force was robust. Following the explosion at night, patrolling police officers quickly rushed to the scene. Kid, you got lucky tonight. But mark my words, if you dare meddle in the orphanage's affairs, you're as good as dead. The grandmother warned Yi Zi coldly under the cover of night. Then, he made a thumbs-down gesture several times towards Yi Zi, eyes full of contempt, as if saying, I will kill you as easily as crushing an egg. Damn it. Even though the man's face was obscured, Yi Zi felt the disdain in his gaze through the dark mask. Nevertheless, Yi Zi now felt powerless. If it weren't for the police arriving, even in a fight against the opponent, he didn't stand a chance. The humiliation and helplessness overwhelmed Yi Zi. What happened just now? What's going on? The arrogant black-clothed man had just left when several police officers arrived on the scene. One even drew their gun. Rescuing Guan Yingying was urgent, and Yi Zi didn't have time to bother with them. He flipped the car back to the right side up with his bare hands, shocking the police officers. Was this kid a superhuman? Did this hero just save the Earth during that explosion earlier? This was too unbelievable. Ignoring the officers, Yi Zi opened the door and, upon seeing Guan Yingying's condition inside, his expression turned visibly alarmed. She had suffered a severe head injury, and blood was gushing out profusely. Guan Yingying, still conscious to an extent, weakly opened her eyes and asked with a trembling voice, Yi Zi? What about my legs? Why can't I feel my legs? Yi Zi immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. His hands covered in blood. Despite being a seasoned soldier used to bloodshed on the battlefield, he too felt a chilling sensation, his heart sinking. The image of his past encounter with Tang Qingyan flashed through his mind. However, the next moment, he wiped the blood on his clothes, offering a reassuring smile as he said, It's okay. It's not a big issue. Yi Zi had rarely felt such fear in his life. The last time he had experienced such fear was when he saw someone love-struck and covered in blood before him. This time, he vowed not to let stupid sweet come to harm in his presence again. Fortunately, having recently learned acupoint techniques from the old dean, Yi Zi swiftly activated some acupoints on Guan Yingying's legs to slow down the bleeding, tore his own clothes, and bandaged her wounds. Despite his efforts, Guan Yingying had lost too much blood and passed out. Hey, stupid sweet, stupid sweet. Yi Zi was frantically worried, the earlier anger now burning intensely within him. Who dares to kill us? I, Yi Zi, swear to make them pay a heavy price. His roar seemed to shake the world, and even the arriving policemen couldn't help but cover their ears. Don Hai, St. Mary's Hospital. Guan Yingying was just brought into the blood transfusion room. Yi Zi turned around and saw a middle-aged couple hurrying towards him. It's you. My daughter had the accident with you. The middle-aged woman scanned Yi Xiao's attire and his untidy appearance after staying up all night, her eyes showing disgust and anger. Seeing the resemblance between the middle-aged woman and the naive sweetness, Yi Zi guessed that she must be the mother of naive sweetness. All right, Meekin. Stop it. This is a hospital. The middle-aged man looked particularly like Director Guan, with the same shy demeanor as naive sweetness, so he must be her father. He quickly held back his wife, who was glaring at Yizi, and smiled apologetically at Yizi. Then he persuaded his wife, "Our daughter is in the hospital not because of this man. If it weren't for his timely rescue, our daughter might have died on the spot." Obviously, he already knew the general picture of what happened last night from the police. Yizi immediately understood. So, naive sweetness inherited her mother's beauty and her father's temperament. It really was a perfect genetic combination, taking the good and discarding the bad. Compared to fierce women, Yizi found naive sweetness quite cute. HMPH. Let me tell you, for the harm my daughter suffered, you must compensate. It must be because you wanted to deceive my daughter and take her somewhere at night that this accident happened midway. Mrs. Sun continued to accuse Yizi. She only knew that her daughter had an accident near the orphanage, so she assumed Yizi was pursuing her daughter, perhaps a volunteer at the orphanage. What a person! What kind of future could they have? Yizi did not argue because he knew naive sweetness had this accident because of him. She was just an innocent victim. Thinking of those despicable people from the Yu family, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Sun thought he was agitated, more so infuriated. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Who are you to deserve my daughter? Can you match my daughter? My daughter isn't like those inappropriate grassroots women. She is from a medical family and also the beauty of the medical university. How could a shameless person like you go to such lengths to approach my daughter, even deceive her at night? If it weren't for your greedy intentions, would my daughter be in this situation? If anything happens to her, I won't let you off. Auntie. Seeing her getting more and more agitated, Yizi couldn't help but interrupt. Don't get worked up. Whatever happens to Yingying, I will take full responsibility. He had no choice but to say this, as naive sweetness had this accident. Indeed, because of him. Just as he was about to leave, Mr. Guan was heard coming, causing Mrs. Sun to momentarily close her mouth. Director Guan had hurried to Don Hai and had seen his daughter-in-law constantly blaming Yizi, furrowing his brows as he noticed the situation. Director Guan, sorry about this. Your granddaughter had an accident with me last night, Yizi explained. But rest assured, no matter how much it costs, I will save her. He rushed to make his position clear because the situation had left him guilty and shadowed. Seeing naive sweetness' mother seemingly biased against him, he didn't want the girl, who had been injured because of him, to be separated from him. Mrs. Sun scoffed, speaking eloquently and gesturing as someone wealthy. This guy must think so highly of himself. However, just as she wanted to taunt Yizi, Director Guan sighed. Young Yi, you're being too hard on yourself. I believe this incident is not what you wanted, and you shouldn't bear the blame. Young Yi, Mrs. Sun was startled, looking at Yizi with surprise. She, too, had been a campus beauty, marrying into the Guan family because Director Guan was well respected in Flower City, and, of course, wealthy. She had just scorned Yizi because her daughter had an accident with him, and because she thought he was a nobody wanting to seize an opportunity. But when she realized that her father-in-law was calling him Young Yi, did he turn out to be a rich young man in Don Hai? At that moment, nurses from the hospital approached, taking out a stack of documents and saying, "Are you related to Guan Yingying? Here are the medical bills. Can someone come with me to settle the payment?" Mrs. Sun was furious when she saw the amount. What kind of joke is this? Over 5 million? Is this hospital a scam? Madam, our hospital is private. When you rent out the entire hospital and refuse other patients from coming in, 5 million a day is reasonable, isn't it? What? Rented out the whole hospital? Mrs. Sun was astonished. Then, she suddenly realized when she walked in, the hospital seemed empty, and she thought it was because business was bad. Now she understood the hospital was rented out. That's why it was so strictly controlled, their identities rigorously checked, and the special treatment given when she visited Guan Yingying. Oh my, this was an eye-opener. But, who could have rented the hospital? Thinking about this, Mrs. Sun looked back at Yizi, and her expression changed from disdain to shock. Had he rented this hospital for her daughter's safety? How rich was he? It couldn't be. It absolutely couldn't be him. Perhaps the nurse had made a mistake. Over 5 million, Yizi frowned upon looking at the bills. Seeing his expression, Mrs. Sun felt relieved that it might not have been him, and that he might have spoken out of turn. Realizing the consequences now, he probably thought if she explained like that, Mrs. Sun thought she could laugh for a year. Just as Mrs. Sun thought about how he might end up in prison for not being able to afford the expenses, Yizi then pulled out a shiny gold card. Mrs. Sun's body trembled upon seeing it. As a materialist, how could she not recognize the top VIP card from the Noble Bank? This man had assets of over 1 billion. Please use the card and extend the rental for another 2 days. During this period, absolutely no outsiders are allowed. All right, Mr. Yi. Our hospital's security system is the most advanced. You can rest assured. The nurse took the card, happily going to process the payment. Mrs. Sun felt as if lightning had struck her. When she looked at Yizi again, her expression turned fearful, unable to resist asking, Who are you really? How come I never knew my daughter had a friend like you? Friend? Yes, she used the word friend. Now that Yizi wanted to distance himself from Guan Yingying, she wouldn't allow it. This tycoon, she must make sure her daughter befriended him properly. Mekin, did you not know who he is? Director Guan finally understood. He knew his daughter-in-law's temperament well, so why did she just berate young Yi? This young rich man. That was why. Dad, who exactly is this young Yi? When did Yingying start dating him? Mrs. Sun was also shrewd, using the word dating. He was such a tycoon. Why shouldn't he date her daughter? He is Yizi. Director Guan didn't beat around the bush, quickly informing her. So you're Yizi. Mrs. Sun jumped upon hearing Yi Zhao's name, realizing how ignorant she was about not recognizing him in person despite his reputation in Flower City. It was embarrassing. She then carefully assessed Yizi again, finding this big shot to have a quirky sense of humor. People with proper wealth typically flaunted designer brands, but he was casually dressed, even covered in dirt. But what did his taste matter? He had money and power. So her attitude did a complete 180, warmly shaking Yi Zhao's hand. Young Yi, as you said earlier, you must take responsibility for Yingying until she recovers. It implied, you better marry her. Seeing her look, Yizi couldn't help but look down on her. How could someone with such a cute daughter have such a materialistic mother? 100% genetic inheritance from her father, right? Rest assured, I will take responsibility until her recovery, and those who hurt her will not be let off. Despite her being naive sweetness mother, after Yizi made a promise, he turned to Director Guan. Due to many people causing troubles for me recently, I've rented out this private hospital for 3 days to ensure no one sneaks in to harm Yingying. Once she's out of the critical phase, I'll bring her back to Flower City. With that, Mrs. Sun almost kneeled. She had initially looked down on him, but who would have known he had rented the hospital to ensure her daughter's safety? Yizi was the best choice for a future son-in-law. Back in Flower Town, Yizi immediately found Hua Changshu. Yi Xiao, the person who attacked you that night, was it him? Based on Yi Zhao's description, Hua Changshu took out a portrait. Seeing the portrait, Yizi was secretly shocked. He had wanted to find out the background of the person who attacked him before seeking out Hua Changshu. After all, masters of this level were like giants in the city, and he believed Hua Changshu would definitely know. It was just unexpected that Hua Changshu actually had his portrait. Yes, it's him. Once confirmed, Hua Changshu's face changed dramatically. After nervously examining Yizi, Hua Changshu said with lingering fear, Yi Xiao, you're really lucky to come back alive in front of him. Who is he? Yizi knew the person's background must be significant, otherwise, Hua Changshu, who had seen a lot, wouldn't have been so frightened. Hua Changshu's speech remained tense, as if he had experienced the life and death situation. No one knows his real name. Everyone just calls him by Diane. It's because he's skilled with a sword, strikes as fast as lightning, like a thunderbolt. Moreover, he was also the previous Southern champion of the Tiger League, known as one of the strongest in the South. What? Yizi was slightly surprised. It seemed that the guy had quite a background, as being a boxing champion wasn't something trivial. Yes. Yi Xiao, for you to escape in front of the champion, it seems your strength has indeed reached another level. Hua Changshu looked at Yizi with even more anticipation. Although he didn't know that Yi Zhao's strength had reached the 6th layer of internal strength, being able to exchange a few moves with a master, especially when the opponent was armed, highlighted Yi Zhao's formidable abilities. If he represented the Hua family in the upcoming Southern Tiger League Boxing Championship, even if they couldn't win the championship outright, they would surely gain much recognition and status in the southern region of Longguo, Ha, Yi Zi just gave a disdainful smile. He wouldn't be complacent just because he managed to survive a close encounter with a master. His goal was to kill the other person, seeking vengeance for Guan Yingying. If his strength couldn't significantly improve in the short term, participating in the boxing competition would only result in being humiliated and killed by his enemies. Flower Master, are you certain he will participate in this year's final competition? He will definitely participate, because the champion receives not only money and fame, but also a family status. Hua Chanshu confirmed. The Yu family's status was originally far below the enemy family among the 7 major families. But by recruiting such a skilled individual, they even won the championship in the last Southern Tiger League, elevating their position significantly and almost on par with the enemy family now. And of course, the enemy family won't stay still, they are also pulling in allies everywhere. For example, the people from the Liu family came to our arena before. It's possible that the Liu family's people might show up at the final competition. I see. Yi Zi nodded, not continuing to speak, but instead left the Hua family with a serious expression. Understanding the information about his enemies and how to take revenge was one thing, but how would he elevate his own strength? In a few days, the final boxing competition would take place. Just after leaving the Hua family, his phone rang, and it was his sister Yaofu calling. Yi Zi thought she would talk about Ning Yuxi and Chu Qingwu, but she started with, Xiao Xiao, the inheritor position is now in jeopardy. What do you mean? Yi Zi furrowed his eyebrows. Yesterday, in the annual Northern Boxing League of the Tiger League, Yihu took the first place, and grandfather praised him highly. Now he's become the most promising successor. Really? Yi Zi felt even more pressure. Although inheriting the Yi family was not mandatory for him, it was a direct dialogue with Yi Fan, an opportunity to confess to his mother. If he couldn't even become the Yi family's successor, then subverting the Yi family in the future or protecting Chu Qingwu would become even more challenging. So, your aunt hopes that you could also win the championship in the Southern League. It will put you on the same starting line as Yihu. With your direct bloodline, the hope of inheriting the Yi family multiplies. Ah, aunt thinks I can win the Southern League championship. Yi Zi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He lacked confidence in himself right now, so where did his aunt's confidence come from? Xiao Xiao, you better make it happen, otherwise, if you can't become the successor, our whole family will be in trouble. Yaofu's tone became very worried. Even though their family had made the worst assumption when deciding to support Yi Zi, as the days were approaching, the pressure was increasing. Okay, I understand. Yi Zi hung up the phone, feeling even more pressure and a more serious expression. Returning to the villa, he locked himself in a practice room. Only 3 days left, I can only give it my all. Yi Zi took out the book Nine Palaces Flames Yellow Needle and started reading it carefully. He felt it was fate that he obtained the ancient book, as many people had sought it out desperately. Little did he know that after unexpectedly going to an orphanage, he had obtained this ancient book. Since the naive Baichia hadn't woken up yet, he quickly finished reading the book to find if there were methods to enhance his martial arts through medical knowledge. Reading through the night, the contents of the book were so astonishingly profound that Yi Zi didn't feel sleepy, and became more energetic the more he read. This book is truly the essence of Longbo's medical arts. After finishing the book, Yi Zi believed his understanding of medical arts had advanced significantly. What's this? Yi Zi flipped to the last page and saw a set of cultivation techniques. Nine Palaces Flames Yellow Art. Seeing this cultivation technique, Yi Xiao's expression was truly amazed. He had always thought that martial arts focused on internal strength, but after reading this cultivation technique, he realized that there was another type of martial arts called cultivating true energy. The two were vastly different. Internal strength focused on physical vigor and the body, an external path, while cultivating true energy was the true essence of internal martial arts. In an instant, Yi Zi felt his thoughts being overturned, and after reading the entire cultivation technique, he felt as if a blindfold had been lifted. It's happening. It's really happening. Yi Zi was instantly excited, staying locked in the practice room for a whole day, studying the cultivation technique. 2 days later, in Donghai, Chu Qingwu sat in the temporary office, listening to Shen Yu's report, and couldn't help but stand up angrily. What? You say the office building we're supposed to rent is suddenly increasing the price? Yes, Qingwu, those people are too much. Shen Yu also seemed very upset. We signed the leasing contract and even prepaid a year's rent, but today the landlord of the commercial building informed us that it had been directly acquired by someone else. They want to increase our rent from 30 million a year to 60 million. What do we do? Chu Qingwu felt extremely anxious. Previously, without the experience of handling such major affairs, and with the launching of their branch company just 3 days away, they had invited clients and partners from Flower Town and Donghai for the unveiling ceremony. Due to the venue issues being encountered, the event had to be postponed, which would affect the renown of Weiyu Group. Knock knock. At that moment, another loud knock was heard at the office door. Chu Jianjun walked in. Qingwu, it's bad. Someone's here to reclaim our temporary office. What? Chu Qingwu's expression turned even more grave. If they couldn't secure the official office, and even the temporary office was to be taken back, their plans to expand in Donghai would come to a halt due to venue problems. Leaving aside the economic loss, if the news got out, Weiyu Company would become a laughingstock in the industry. Ha ha. At this moment, another arrogant laughter came from outside the door. A young man, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, entered. Jin Qianu, is that you? Seeing the man who seemed to be fond of worldly pleasures, Chu Qingwu, who was already troubled, became even more nervous. Could this guy be causing trouble behind the scenes? Just then, a few security guards approached the chairman's office doorstep, looking swollen-faced and defeated. Miss Chu, it's not that we didn't try to stop them, but we couldn't. It's fine. You guys go take care of your injuries first. Seeing the guards also being handled like this, Chu Qingwu had a strong foreboding sense. It appeared that Jin Qianu had come looking for trouble. Heh. Miss Chu. Long time no see. Wow, you seem even more charming and graceful than before. Jin Qianu approached complacently, his gaze inappropriate towards Chu Qingwu. Although Chu Qingwu's attire showed no skin, being gazed upon by this man was uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but fold her arms across her chest. Jin Qianu, why are you here? Heh. Of course I'm here to continue the fate with the beautiful you. Money Gook steps closer to Chu Qingwu step by step, his gaze full of malicious desire. Don't you dare. Chu Jianjun could not fail to see the lecherous look in Money Goo's eyes and quickly opened his arms, protecting his niece. To Chu Qingwu, she was not just an employee but also the pride of the Chu family. He would not allow anyone to harm her or disrespect her. Humph. You want to stop me? Can you? Money Gook sneered disdainfully, and with a glance, the bald middle-aged bodyguard behind him arrogantly stepped forward. Chu Jianjun suddenly felt extremely uneasy. This bald man gave off a suffocating aura. Although Chu Jianjun didn't understand martial arts, he could sense that the man was undoubtedly powerful. As expected, crack, the middle-aged man moved as fast as lightning, and a slap sent Chu Jianjun spinning in the air, crashing through the office desk behind him. Second uncle, Boss Chu. Chu Qingwu and Shneen quickly rushed over, squatting down to check Chu Jianzhen's injuries. It was a shocking sight. Not only was his head bleeding, but his face was also swollen beyond recognition. You will pay for what you've done. This is a society under the rule of law, and your actions will not be tolerated. Shneen had never encountered someone so arrogant and couldn't help but angrily rebuke Money Gook and his accomplice. To her surprise, Money Gook not only showed no signs of panic but also pulled her up, his eyes full of lechery. Oh, this goddess is quite unique, isn't she? Such a lovely fragrance. I like it. Money Gook leaned closer to Shneen, sniffing at her neck with a lascivious expression. Shneen felt nauseated and instinctively tried to slap him, but her hand was intercepted in midair. It was so fast. Shneen experienced firsthand the skill of the bald man, realizing he was as fast as lightning, perhaps even more formidable than Wei Zhao. Hey, I've taken money from the Jian family to protect their young master. He's not someone you women can just slap around as you please, the bald man said coldly as he held Shnyu's hand, lifting her up. Shneen, Chu Qingwu, disregarding Chu Jianzhen's condition, stood up firmly and declared, release Shneen immediately, or I won't let you off the hook. Her words further enraged Money Gook. Heh, won't let me off the hook. I'd like to see how you won't let me off. With a cold laugh, Money Gook delivered a swift slap to Shnyu's face, who was defenseless. Shneen screamed as she felt her whole face go numb, her eyes glaring fiercely at Money Gook. The humiliation, hatred, and disgust she felt all gathered into a wave of anger, wanting to tear this despicable man apart. Heh, it feels so good to hit a beauty. Like striking on tender tofu, a sense of unparalleled destruction and desecration. Ha ha. Money Gu's expression twisted as he maniacally laughed. Chu Kunyu felt utterly helpless. Even if Wei Zhao were here, she wasn't sure if he could match up to this bald man. What should she do now? Luckily, sirens were heard downstairs, indicating that someone had called the police. Hehe, the police are quick to arrive. I almost forgot to mention the main event. Money Gu, feeling slightly unfulfilled, patted Shunyu's cheek and then turned to Chu Kunyu, saying with a smile, I've acquired your office building. You should move there on time for the company restructuring. Come to Huangjin tomorrow to have some fun with me. Money Gu handed a card to Shanine, trying to take advantage of her but was interrupted by Shanine spitting in his face. Hehe, so sweet. I like it. Seeing the police approaching, Money Gu laughed with the bald man, leaving behind a parting remark. Remember to bring that bastard Wei Zhao. If that beauty wants to come, she's welcome to join. Ha ha. Damn it. After the two men left, Chu Kunyu quickly went to check on Shunyu's injuries. Kunyu, I'm fine. Let's get your uncle to the hospital. 3 hours later, at a hospital in Donghai. Miss Chu, how are your uncle and Shanine? Qin Ruhan, now Tang Kongjian's manager, came to visit after hearing about the incident in Donghai. Ah, Miss Qin, you're here? While Chu Kunyu and Qin Ruhan weren't close, Chu Kunyu still respected her as a senior due to the 2 times she had helped her in the past. Shanine is fine, just a bit swollen on her face, but my uncle is in a more serious condition. He has a concussion and hasn't regained consciousness yet. Where is Wei Zhao? Why isn't he here with you? Qin Ruhan furrowed her brows, finding it strange that Wei Zhao wasn't by his wife's side during such a critical situation. Within the company, there were already rumors questioning Chu Kunyu's capabilities, as the setbacks with launching a subsidiary company had been continuous. So Qin Ruhan found it odd that Wei Zhao wasn't with his wife at a time like this. Wei Zhao, he's in seclusion. Chu Kunyu also learned this information from Zhao Yantan. She didn't have much insight into the current situation, but knew that Wei Zhao was focused on improving his skills to seek revenge in combat. Moreover, he had enemies not just from one but multiple factions, including the Fy family, Yu family, and Lu family. Now, they had added Money Gu to the list. Well, since he's not answering his phone and Tang Qinch prohibits anyone from disturbing him, I don't know the details or when he will come out. Even though Chu Kunyu knew that following Wei Zhao would bring numerous enemies and troubles, she never expected them to arrive so soon. Seeing Chu Kunyu looking weary, Qin Ruhan couldn't help but offer comfort. Chu miss, don't worry. I'll stay by your side these days to help you. Once Wei Zhao comes out, everything will be resolved effortlessly. Trust him. With a simple sentence, Chu Kunyu gained immense confidence and nodded in agreement. The 3 of them couldn't stay by Chu Jianzhen's side continuously, so they instructed others to take care of him and returned to the company to handle affairs. 3 people, 2 cars, with Qin Ruhan's Porsche following behind Chu Kunyu and Shunyu's car. When passing through a suburban area, several cars without license plates suddenly surrounded Chu Kunyu and Shunyu's Mercedes business car. Not good. Seeing the situation, Qin Ruhan didn't immediately opt to call the police, but turned the car around to flee. She knew that it was too late to call the police. They had to escape to relay the information. 5. The Porsche has escaped. After ensuring Chu Kunyu and Shanine were controlled, at a remote location away from the scene, a man approached the Lamborghini, reporting to the man inside, "It's settled, let's go. All I want is Wei Zhao's wife." 5. If the elders in the family find out about your actions, won't they blame you? Humph, who would dare blame me? I am W. Hao, the best fighter in the Fy family. Out. Yes. After being scolded by W. Hao, his subordinate hurriedly left, and his eyes turned increasingly bloodshot. Remembering his humiliating defeat on Domingming Mountain, he regarded it as the biggest disgrace of his life. Now, everyone in Donghai's young wealthy class knew he was Wei Zhao's defeated subordinate. He couldn't bear it and was determined to lure Wei Zhao out, using his absolute martial arts strength to defeat him. When I become the champion of the Tiger League Southern Division, I'll be the Southern Supreme. Even if the family elders find out, no one can blame me. Hun Cheng, Huhaiwan Villa area. After 3 days of seclusion, Wei Zhao finally emerged and saw Zhao Yantan and others looking anxious. Tang Qingxi's eyes lit up upon seeing the transformation in Wei Zhao. Oh, Wei Zhao, you finally came out. If you hadn't, I would have stormed in. Zhao Yontan was the first to approach in a hurry. What's wrong? What happened these days? Wu Zhao had been in seclusion, needing intense focus for his training and cut off from the outside world. Your wife and Shenin have been kidnapped by enemies to Huangjin. It's the same old story. The organizers likely want your wife as a prize. Zhao Yontan directly stated the most critical issue. What? Wu Zhao's expression turned frantic and filled with rage. His clenched fists made the air around him seem to boil. He never expected the enemies to lay hands on his wife. Did they have a death wish? How could they dare to do such a thing? Such a formidable force. Zhao Yontan noticed that Wu Zhao's body now seemed like a source of heat, exuding an aura that was incomparable to before. Wu Zhao, let's go to Huangjin first. We can talk on the way. Report to me on your mobile. Wu Zhao rushed out and drove off in his sports car, headed towards Huangjin. His wife had been kidnapped, and the urgency was eating him up more than anyone else. The enemies dared to lay hands on my wife. I will make them pay a heavy price. Wu Zhao's eyes blazed with fury, and he vowed retribution with absolute determination. Yi Zi never expected that as soon as he reached the venue of the boxing match, he would hear a clear call. Ruo Han, why are you here too? Yi Zi was surprised to see Qin Ruo Han here. Tang Qingyun's debut plan had been successful, indicating signs of success under Qin Yanren's halo. Qin Ruo Han should be accompanying her, taking care of things for her. But why? Qin Ruo Han didn't even have time to respond when three people approached from behind. Ruo Han, who is he? One of the men walked to Qin Ruo Han's side, and, as he spoke, his gaze kept shifting to Yi Zi. Then, gradually, disdain and hostility began to show. Flower old man. Yi Zi didn't bother to pay attention to this guy who looked down on him, and instead turned his gaze to Flower Changshu. What happened when he was in seclusion for 3 days? Why was Qin Ruo Han with this old man? And who were the old and young men behind Qin Ruo Han? Yi Xiao. This is Zhu Yao, and the one behind is Uncle Zhu Li. He was the former old friend of the Flower old man and was once the king of fighting in the Marine Corps. Qin Ruo Han, understanding and considerate, saw the doubt in Yi Xiao's eyes and quickly introduced him. At that time, Chu Qingyu was taken away halfway, and Qin Ruo Han couldn't find Yi Zi, so she had to ask Tang Qingsh for help to rescue Chu Qingyu. Tang Qingsh didn't have a good solution, and also, due to personal reasons, he was not eager to leave the Flower City. So she guessed that when Chu Qingyu was kidnapped by the enemy and sent to the desolate town, she should go to the Flower old man for help. Unexpectedly, things turned out this way. When Qin Ruo Han went to the Flower family and found Flower old man, he was also troubled by Yi Xiao's sudden seclusion and brought over his old friend Zhu Li. Zhu Li's son happened to be her elementary school classmate Zhu Yao, who had even written her a love letter back then. However, being young and ignorant at the time, Qin Ruo Han never took it seriously. She did not expect that when Zhu Yao saw her, he fell in love with her again and has been pestering her since. Yi Zi, of course, did not know the relationship between Qin Ruo Han and Zhu Yao, but he guessed why Flower old man was with this father and son. These two men could easily be recognized as martial artists, and the old one seemed to have profound internal strength. Yi Xiao, you finally made it. I thought you weren't coming to participate in the boxing match. So, Flower Changshu was about to explain to Yi Zi. However, laughter interrupted them. Ha ha, Zhu Yao, not knowing Yi Xiao's identity, naturally filled with hostility, he saw Qin Ruo Han treating him well. Hey, did you come here to participate in the boxing match too? With that physique of yours, you probably won't last more than a few hits. Ha ha, definitely won't last more than a few hits. I came here to fight, not to be beaten. What about you? Are you here just to get beaten in the boxing match? PLP, you. Zhu Yao's intelligence seems lacking, as Yi Xiao's words made him feel like spitting blood. Well, Zhu Yao, calm down. Let your anger out in the ring, not on your companions. Flower Changshu quickly intervened, his tone clearly directed towards Yi Zi, but he also didn't want to offend Zhu's father and son duo, as he had specifically invited them to assist in the boxing match. Although Zhu Li had served the Flower family 20 years ago and was once his protege, he had since left the Flower family and was no longer under his command. He naturally needed to be respectful. Little Yao, stop bickering, let's go in. Zhu Li also gave Flower Changshu some face and stopped his son. HMPH, remember this. Yi Xiao, Zhu Yao, feeling the tone in Flower Changshu's words, assumed Yizi was just a martial artist from the Flower family. Therefore, his gaze was filled with disdain. However, as his father spoke, he had no choice but to relent, knowing there would be another chance later. Yi Xiao, I'm really sorry. I was worried you wouldn't make it to the boxing match, so After the two left, Flower Changshu apologized to Yizi. It's okay. Yizi waved his hand, seemingly indifferent, and then walked in with the Flower old man and Qin Ruohan. The Desolate Town was a small town on the outskirts of the East Sea City. It used to be quite barren and had weak law enforcement related to it, but it had flourished due to the popularity of the boxing matches. Yizi had heard about the Desolate Town, but never imagined the grandeur of the underground boxing arena there. The area almost rivaled the Bird's Nest in size, fully equipped with modern management facilities, making it a paradise for boxing enthusiasts. The Flower old man and Ju's father and son duo had seen large-scale events before, but even for people like them, it was their first time entering such a grand boxing arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was truly a moment of awe for everyone. The boxing match hadn't even started yet, and it was already crowded. The competition was divided into 2 days, with tonight being just the preliminary rounds. The experts who had already won the championships in their respective regions would not be participating, and tonight's preliminary rounds would determine the top 2 contenders for tomorrow's final. So, tonight's preliminary rounds were given a nickname, the Wild Card Boxes Challenge. Flower Changshu was worried that Yizi wouldn't make it in time. If the Flower family didn't qualify for the final round tomorrow, they would be ousted from the Tiger League. Therefore, he had specially invited the father and son from the Ju family to participate in the Wild Card Boxes Challenge. Otherwise, he could have skipped appearing tonight. Likewise, Yizi came tonight to understand the situation. He knew that the enemies from the Yu and Yu families wouldn't show up today, so his main goal was to search for Jin Qiangui. Having decided, he sat down and started discussing the day's events with Qin Ruohan while searching for Jin Qiangui's figure. Unfortunately, with so many people around, he didn't know where Jin Qiangui was or why his wife and himself were brought here in the first place to find him. With Zhu Yao's laughter, the conversation between Yizi and Qin Ruohan was interrupted again. This self-proclaimed confident guy considered Yizi his rival and sat in the middle of them without hesitation. Ruohan, we're lucky. My dad and I just drew the numbers for tonight's boxing match. We're in the upper and lower sections, so we won't face each other tonight. We can join forces to charge into the finals tomorrow. Qin Ruohan was slightly stunned and then responded coldly with a simple, "Oh." Now that Yizi was here, he really didn't care about the performances of these two father and son. If this guy wasn't her elementary school classmate, she wouldn't even bother paying attention to him. But Zhu Yao, unaware of the goddess's indifference towards him, continued to assure her, "Ruohan, don't worry. When my dad and I win the championship tomorrow night and become the Southern Honors, no matter whom you want to save, I'll help you take care of it. Who would dare not give me face then?" Laughing at Zhu Yao's words, Yizi couldn't help but laugh. "You? Laughing at what?" Zhu Yao, already looking down on Yizi, had been thinking about the right time to beat him up. Hearing him laugh so easily made him furious, and he immediately raised his fist. "Zhu Yao, you've gone too far." Qin Ruohan finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly, "Who I talk to is none of your business. Do you not think you're being a bit too much? You're not my boyfriend." Ruohan. Zhu Yao suddenly felt a pang of heartache, feeling that Qin Ruohan was perfect in every way except her judgment. How could she be attracted to this weakling and be so cold towards himself? Thinking this, he couldn't help but shout, "What's wrong with me being your boyfriend? I'm about to win the championship and become the Southern Honored One. If you were my woman, you'd be above everyone else too." "Ow. Excuse me. Just a reminder." Yizi couldn't bear it and interrupted, "Your strength is absolutely not enough to win the championship. In my opinion, you won't even make it to the finals tomorrow. I can't stand people like him the most." Zhu Yao completely lost his temper, pointing at Yi Xiao's nose and scolding, "If I can't qualify for the finals tomorrow, I'll leave this town standing on my head. But if I do qualify, what about you? Are you sure you want to play like this?" Yizi couldn't bear this guy's blind arrogance and tried to reason with him. "The 4 players who made it to the semifinals clearly surpass you in cultivation. As for the bald guy, he's a master of inner power at the 3rd level and can beat you easily. and the one who practices ancient Thai boxing. Defeating you would be a piece of cake. As Zhu Yao refused to listen, his father Zhu Li's eyes lit up, realizing that this kid actually had insight. Could it be that he was also a martial artist? You don't have the ability to enter the boxing match, and you're a coward when it comes to gambling. I look down on wastrels like you. Get lost and sit somewhere else. You're not qualified to sit with me. Zhu Yao was fully ready to confront Yi Zi, but to his surprise, Yi Zi stood up. All right, then I'll leave first. Yi Zi chose to leave, leaving Zhu Yao fuming but with a clear mind. Tonight he didn't come to teach these short-sighted brats a lesson, but to find Chu Qingyu and Shen Yu. While the boxing match was still ongoing, he could check if they were at the boxing arena. If the enemy intended to use his wife to force him to compete, they would definitely bring her here. HMPH. Worthless. Scoundrel. Seeing Yi Zi leave, Zhu Yao looked down on him even more, thinking he didn't dare bet with him. Little did he know that Yi Zi suddenly turned back, just when Hua Chanshu thought he had finally had enough and was about to deal with Zhu Yao's ignorance. Yi Zi remained indifferent and unbothered. Zhu Yao, if you encounter the bold guy, absolutely do not confront him head-on. Your best bet is to attack his weaknesses. As for the one who practices Thai boxing, just give up. You're not his match. Hey, you brat, are you still looking down on me and mocking me? If you don't leave now, I'll beat you. Zhu Yao was furious, but he didn't listen to Yi Zhao's advice. Zhu Li heard Yi Zhao's words and couldn't help but also advise Zhu Yao. At the same time, he gave Yi Zi a second look, realizing his martial arts skills might surpass his own. Dad, do you really believe what that idiot said? PFF, I'll prove to you that I'm much stronger than those two guys. Ruhan, when we get back, help me slap that guy's face hard. Zhu Yao issued a stern warning and then went up on stage to find out that his opponent was indeed the one who practiced Thai boxing. Yi Zi, standing in the background as a spectator, never expected that his initial warning to Zhu Yao would harm him instead. With a single-minded belief that his fists were more powerful than Thai boxing, Zhu Yao engaged in a direct confrontation, which led to predictable results. When his bone was broken and he was carried off on a stretcher, Zhu Yao cried and regretted not listening to advice. Qin Ruhan found amusement in seeing such a person, unable to learn from his mistakes and stubbornly persisting. So, Zhu Yao, do you still want me to go tell Yi Zi now? Qin Ruhan teased, causing Zhu Yao's already distressed face to turn to pig liver color. Could it be true that the guy named Yi Zi was truly stronger than him? Impossible. All right, stop crying. Dad will avenge you. Zhu Li felt embarrassed by his son's behavior, who had always been arrogant and overly confident, reminiscent of his younger self. Zhu Li, don't worry, your son will be fine. Be stronger. Hua Chanshu tried to comfort his old friend out of friendship, but deep down, he had no sympathy for Zhu Yao. He didn't listen to Yi Zhao's advice, so who was to blame now? Yi Zi no longer paid attention to Hua old man's matters. Quietly, he roamed around the boxing arena, inside and out. He noticed several small houses around, many of which were empty. He wondered if the enemy planned to bring Chu Qingyu here and imprison her. Therefore, Yi Zi decided to leave for now and come back tomorrow if he couldn't find his wife's whereabouts tonight. If the enemy touches my wife, it's like poking my reverse scale. I absolutely won't let you get away with it. If a single hair on my wife is harmed, I'll kill you. If she's hurt, I'll kill your entire family. If anyone dares to touch my wife, I'll scatter your bones. After a few hours of the preliminaries, Zhu Li also advanced to the finals tomorrow. As the audience exited through the front gate, a conspicuous pink Bentley, escorted by two Range Rovers, left through the back gate of the arena. Ooh, it's so boring. How could anyone enjoy watching such fighting stuff? Yi Hanmo sat in the back of the Bentley, yawning repeatedly. HMPH. If it's so boring, why did you bring me here? Ning Yuxi, seated beside her, murmured in dissatisfaction. She didn't like fighting or such places. If her aunt hadn't said her bodyguard brother would be here, she wouldn't have come anyway. Unexpectedly, amidst the crowd at the boxing match, they spent the entire evening in a VIP room and didn't see her brother in action. Hey, who would have thought the rules were so complicated, with preliminaries and finals? The regional champions will only compete tomorrow, Yi Hanmo said, almost causing Ning Yuxi to spit blood. Old lady, is your IQ so low? Or are you too preoccupied with dressing up and flirting with young men? Can't you understand the rules before dragging me here? Ning Yuxi teased, despite the circumstances. Heh, forget it. Let's consider it the cost of helping my dear little sister chase handsome guys. Yi Hanmo chuckled. As the dream goddess of countless men in the country of Long, Ning Yuxi, at this moment, looked exasperated but seemed like she might be the guardian of Yi Hanmo if you didn't look closely. Ning Yuxi could never resist Yi Hanmo's whims, so she sighed and complied. Hey, miss, you can't speak nonsense. My place has excellent hygiene and is certified by ISO international standards. If there's any problem with the food, feel free to talk to me. The boss heard Ning Yuxi's remark and immediately guaranteed the cleanliness of his establishment. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuxi couldn't help but feel like laughing. Come on, a small stall is ISO internationally certified. Is it that you are uncultured, or do you think I am? Nevertheless, the place was indeed tidy, so Ning Yuxi didn't object anymore and reluctantly joined Yi Hanmo. At that moment, Yi Zi, having not found Chu Qingyu's whereabouts, came out from behind, feeling a bit down, coincidentally walking towards their location. Auntie, are you really going to invest in a movie? And you're even casting Qin Yanren, a singer like her, as the female lead. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Yi Xiaohao hadn't even reached the small stall when he heard this familiar voice. Oh, it's her again? Looking at Ning Yuxi's figure from afar, Yi Xiaohao felt a strange sensation. He loved Chu Qingyu without a doubt, but seeing this woman, he had an inexplicable fondness, even feeling the urge to greet her. Tehe. Little sister, what do you know? Yi Hanmo poked Ning Yuxi's slender waist with her fingers and chuckled. It's the era of traffic now. Some traffic stars can film TV shows just by touching up photos. Besides, Qin Yanren is a genuine graduate from the Performing Arts School, and her acting skills are excellent. I'm investing in her movie to earn money to buy cosmetics. Tisk, your father gives you so much money every month. Can't you spend it all? Heh. Little sister, you don't understand. Women shouldn't just be decorative vases, that way they won't be attractive in a man's eyes. Men prefer independent and intelligent women. Yi Hanmo's words struck a chord with Yi Xiaohao. Although he was wealthy now and could support his wife for a lifetime, he enjoyed seeing his wife working hard and felt that she was most attractive when she was serious. Yi Xiaohao couldn't help but want to go over and say hello to see who wanted to invest in a movie starring Qin Yanren, and if they could also bring Tang Qingyan along. However, at this moment, a cold wind suddenly picked up around them. In the early winter night in the south, the strong wind made the sign of the small stall sway. Why did the wind suddenly pick up? Miss, if you get dusty from the wind, it's not because of the environment in my store. The boss was quite scared and quickly held the sign with his hand, not forgetting to explain to Ning Yuxi. Ning Yuxi and Yi Hanmo didn't pay attention to him, feeling that the wind was somewhat strange. As the strong wind subsided, Yi Hanmo raised her eyes slightly and saw 3 men had blocked the entrance of the small stall. Who are you? The boss was taken aback when he saw the 3 men. Why did they appear like they were in a movie scene? Yi Xiaohao was also startled but didn't continue walking over. When he saw the 3 men, his eyes gradually heated up. Unexpectedly, it was Jin Qianwo. He couldn't find him at the boxing ring but encountered him here. However, why was he with those 2 beautiful women? It's none of your business. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Jin Qianwo casually pushed the boss aside, and his gaze fell on Yi Hanmo's graceful figure, drool dripping. When he saw Ning Yuxi next to her, his eyes lit up even more, revealing a lecherous look. Heh, I didn't expect Miss Yi Hanmo, the once popular star who was in the limelight, now the Dragon Entertainment's lady, to be eating at a roadside stall. If you get a stomachache from the food, or get drunk outside, and get taken advantage of, what will happen? Jin Qianwo cracked his knuckles, implying that he had intentions towards the 2 goddesses. The previously extremely frightened boss suddenly became excited when he heard his words. Hey, I told you, my stall is operated hygienically. There's no way you get sick from it. You guys better. Before he could finish, Jin Qianwo kicked him into the small stall and threatened loudly, Old man, don't steal the show. If you don't want to die, stay quiet inside. Tonight is not your scene. The boss, who was very focused on the hygiene of his stall, suddenly realized, oh my. No wonder earlier he overheard the sisters talking about filming. Were they really filming here now? Where was the camera hidden? Could he have accidentally appeared on the screen? Jin Qianwo, are you feeling bold today? Dare to pick on me? Yi Hanmo didn't even spare a glance at Jin Qianwu. In her eyes, this guy was just a rich playboy and not a significant figure. He wasn't worthy of her attention. However, when she glanced at the bold man behind Jin Qianwu, Yi Hanmo was shocked. "Gong Lao, it's you." Hearing the surprise in Yi Hanmo's voice, Ning Yuxi, who had been calm until now, was also surprised. She was very aware of her aunt's connections. Although her aunt seemed nonchalant on the surface, she was very calm and composed in her actions. Now that she was shocked to see this bald man, it indicated that this old man had quite a background. "Hehe, entertainment lady knows me. Old Gong, it's really my honor." The bald man's mouth curved up high in humility, but his gaze showed extreme arrogance. "Hehe, I can't believe someone like you, Old Gong, has turned into Jin Qianwu's lackey. It's truly eye-opening." Yi Hanmo's remarks made Ning Yuxi unable to hold back her question. "Auntie, who is he exactly?" As the daughter of Dragon Country's richest man, the Telecom King, Ning Yuxi had come into contact with many large organizations and VIPs, but she had never heard of this person before. He used to be a famous leader of a notorious assassination organization. The number of powerful and wealthy individuals who died at his hands is countless. Even international law enforcement agencies had a hard time dealing with them. There's a rumor that once he sets his sights on someone, that person has no chance of survival. He is also a well-known martial arts expert in the top ranks. However, he disappeared 3 years ago, and there were rumors that he had died. I didn't expect to see him now. Yi Hanmo recounted Gong Lao's history, making Ning Yuxi's expression change. She had some knowledge of the martial arts world rankings, and anyone who could make it to the top ranks must be a formidable figure, capable of dominating in urban settings. Even Su Zhaoshan at the time was said to be just in existence in the top 100 of the earthly rankings, which was enough to be tyrannical in Yanjing City. Since Gong Lao was one of the top experts, how terrifying was his actual strength? "Ha ha, entertainment lady. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. Even I, Old Gong, like to enjoy life, have fun with the ladies. I found that in the city, sometimes money is more practical than force. I like the feeling of knocking women down with money, so I'm helping Mr. Jin here." Gong Lao heard Yi Hanmo call him a lackey, but he was not embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he felt proud and burst into loud laughter. Jin Qianwu chuckled. "Old Gong, tonight, these two beautiful ladies might not be easily conquered with money. We might have to rely on your martial prowess. Let's take them backhand and Zhou alternately." "Ha ha. I initially wanted to go after Chu Qingyu's two women. Who knew they were captured by the enemies? Now we have two high-quality goods here. It's true what they say. There are beautiful women everywhere." Jin Qianwu's words made the previously terrified boss excited. Hey, I told you. My stall is managed hygienically. They won't get a stomachache, you guys." However, before he could finish, Jin Qianwu pushed him into the stall and threatened loudly, "Old man, don't steal the scene. If you don't want to die, stay quiet inside. Tonight doesn't involve you." Scene. The boss, who was obsessed with his stall's hygiene, suddenly realized the situation. Oh my goodness, no wonder he overheard the sisters talking about making a film. They were filming here now. But where was the camera hidden? Had he accidentally appeared in the shot? "Let's go. Little sister." Yi Hanmo decided to leave and stood up, pulling Ning Yuxi along. At the same time, the 2 cars of bodyguards they brought rushed over to protect them. "Oh mom." The small stall boss, who had barely managed to stand up, saw the situation and quickly hid inside again. No matter if others were filming or not, what if he accidentally got hurt as well? That wouldn't be good. Yi Hanmo wanted to take the opportunity while the bodyguards were protecting them to escape with Ning Yuxi. However, to her surprise, another bodyguard brought by Jin Qianwu blocked her bodyguards on their way out. Gong Lao's massive figure stood in their way. Ning Yuxi made a small noise of surprise. Things seemed dire tonight. This place was not where they should be stopped. Why did Auntie have to come here and make trouble? Ha ha, entertainment lady, come with us obediently. I don't want to hurt you two beautiful ladies tonight, ruining the fun. Gong Lao and Jin Qianwu were of the same ilk. Otherwise, with his strength, Gong Lao would have disregarded following such a spoiled young master. Now he felt he had chosen the right person. If he did not follow Jin Qianwu, how could he have the chance to enjoy such stunning beauties tonight? Yi Xiaohao prepared to step in to rescue Ning Yuxi when he saw her in danger. However, he saw Yi Hanmo suddenly rip her lawn skirt, tie it tightly, showing her prowess. Humph. Gong Lao, don't underestimate me. Yanmo, although I'm just a woman, I won't allow myself to be bullied by others. Yanmo knew that words were useless, so she promptly picked up the knife used to slice beef from the booth and shielded Ning Yuxi behind her. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaohao couldn't help but pause to watch. Oh, that demeanor, those movements, so bold and formidable. This kind of woman was truly charismatic. It's no wonder why Jing Qianwo and Gong Lao were drawn to her. Auntie, are you really going to fight him? Ning Yuxi saw Yi Hanmo preparing to face their enemies, and her beautiful eyes showed panic. She knew her aunt's strength, as she came from a martial arts family, excelling in various forms of combat despite her fairy-like appearance. That's how she had risen to stardom in the entertainment industry, amassing numerous fans. But even with all that, she couldn't possibly be a match for a formidable figure like Gong Lao. Subconsciously, Ning Yuxi looked around, hoping that someone could come and save her and her cousin. But at this moment, in this place, who would be here? Just as she was feeling discouraged and naturally thinking of her bodyguard brother, she lifted her head and actually saw that familiar figure she had been dreaming about. Ah, is it him? Ning Yuxi's body trembled, thinking she might be seeing things. But after blinking and looking again, her bodyguard brother was indeed standing not far away in the night, looking at her. Ning Yuxi almost shouted for Yi Xiaoshu to come and save them, but after a second thought, she shook her head, signaling Yi Xiaoshu not to come over. She knew Yi Xiaoshu was skilled, but how could he possibly be a match for a well-trained leader of an organization of assassins? Yi Xiaoshu could sense something from her expression. Could he not understand the meaning behind her eyes? Did he once again feel underestimated? In this moment, Gong Lao had already gathered his momentum, and a strong wind blew again. 7 layers of internal strength. This bald man was unexpectedly a grandmother-level expert. Ha! Is it a grandmother expert clearance sale? Yi Xiaoshu couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, finding a grandmother-level expert would have required searches and special inquiries, but here in the Eastern Sea, encounters seemed to happen one after the other. But Yi Xiaoshu finally understood that there was no need for money to lure him here. It seemed they wanted to use this grandmother expert to get rid of him and avenge the past. Heh, Madam Yu, I advise you not to struggle. You're no match for my boss. In fact, I could take care of you by myself. The man who had effortlessly defeated all of Yan Hanmo's bodyguards laughed coldly, now revealing his internal strength of 5 layers, making him a martial arts elite. With this level of strength, he could easily wreak havoc in the city. Yan Hanmo couldn't help but smile when he saw Yi Xiaoshu. Gong Lao, he's my archenemy. I was regretting being interrupted by him earlier, but tonight he actually came to me. Yan Hanmo noticed Yi Xiaoshu, and he was also very surprised, because she knew more than Ning Yuxi, even investigating all the details about Yi Xiaoshu, including his strength, blood type, constellation, hobbies, and habits. This man, at most, was a martial arts expert with 6 layers of internal strength, so how could he not know that he was no match for Gong Lao? Now that he's here, saying such things, could he be deliberately provoking Gong Lao to create an opportunity for himself and Yuxi to escape? Thinking of this, Yan Hanmo felt unexpectedly happy. So Yi Xiaoshu also likes Yuxi. As long as the 3 of them can escape tonight, she wouldn't worry about their unwillingness to marry each other in the future. Heh. HMPH. Foolish beau, you don't know your place. After you die, I will feast on your skewers in hell. Gong Lao snorted angrily, then moved to Yan Hanmo to deal with Yi Xiaoshu. Unexpectedly, the boss hadn't figured out the situation yet when he heard someone ordering, and he quickly ran over from inside. Here, 50 lamb skewers, right? I have freshly grilled ones here. The boss enthusiastically placed a plate of lamb skewers in front of Yi Xiaoshu and scrutinized Gong Lao while looking around, unsure if they were filming now, and just started acting without notice. Despite not understanding the situation, as the owner of this place, he had to do business first, even if it meant interrupting their filming. Not to mention, he looked disdainfully at Gong Lao, trying to chase him away. Gentlemen, can you step further away? My stall can't withstand a fight. If you break something notices. Gong Lao usually fought very seriously. Okay, you guys broke my momentum one after another, making me feel very embarrassed. Gong Lao was really angry. With a flick of his hand, he knocked the boss to the ground and knocked over Yi Xiaoshu's table. Ah, my lamb skewers. Even though the boss was injured, all he cared about was his lamb skewers. Yi Xiaoshu saw that the innocent boss was her and his delicious food was ruined. He couldn't help but glare at Gan Lao fiercely. Damn it, I'll kill this ignorant fool first. I'm a grandmother level super master. Gan Lao couldn't take it anymore. For the first time in so many years, he was being so ignored. If it was just one person, that would be one thing. Who would have thought that two people in a row wouldn't take him seriously? He was exuding such a strong presence, even a normal person could feel it. So why were they not afraid at all? Wasn't this a slap in the face to his grandmother level? With a punch, like a spring thunder and river sunset, Gan Lao's momentum was overwhelming. The grandmother level power and speed were indeed extraordinary. Yi Xiaoshu felt like the air in front of him was being driven away, and he was enveloped in a hot wind. Ning Yuxi wanted to shout a warning, but before the words could come out, Gan Lao's fist was already in front of Yi Xiaoshu. Doom! In the nick of time, Yi Xiaoshu dodged, but because it was his first time using the Nine Palaces Flame Yellow secret, he wasn't very familiar with it and was half a beat slower, causing him to be hit by the opponent's fist and sent flying. Ah, bodyguard brother! Ning Yuxi's heart was in her throat, her eyes wide, unable to blink. Zixi! Let's get out of here now. Yan Hanmo had already predicted that Yi Xiaoshu was no match for Gan Lao and thought that Yi Xiaoshu was bait to create an escape opportunity for them. So at this moment, she quickly grabbed Ning Yuxi and tried to rush out. However, no. I'm not leaving. I want to face the difficulties with my bodyguard brother. Ning Yuxi pushed away her hand and even ran towards Yi Xiaoshu, disregarding everything. The grandmother level force was truly formidable. And even though Yi Xiaoshu wasn't directly hit by Gan Lao, he had broken the tables and chairs in the stall and looked quite disheveled. Ha ha! Lousy kid! You're weak. Yan Hanmo reacted and burst out laughing upon realizing that even Gan Lao's fiercest punch hadn't caused any harm to Yi Xiaoshu. When you beat me before, weren't you very arrogant? You think you're great just because you took out a few useless bodyguards? Ha! Today, both Gan Lao and I will show you what's what. Offending me, Yan Hanmo, I will make sure you die without a resting place. Gan Lao, disable him. Upon hearing Yan Hanmo's orders, Gan Lao didn't make a move. Instead, he disdainfully looked down at Yi Xiaoshu who was lying on the ground. HMPH. Yan, you said he's weak, so no need for me, Gan Lao, a grandmother, to make a move. Just dispose of him and save me the trouble. I don't want to dirty my hands. At this moment, Gan Lao was feeling so pleased. Look at you, punk, all grandstanding just now, thinking you're so tough. Now do you know how awesome I am? Do you regret it now? Ha ha. Even Hanmo and Ning Yuxi thought Yi Xiaoshu would either die or be disabled, and they rushed over. Ning Yuxi even had tears in her eyes, thinking that if anything happened to her bodyguard brother, she would make these guys pay at all costs. However, just as she crouched down and was about to touch Yi Xiaoshu, a figure suddenly sat up from the pile of debris, shocking her and Yan Hanmo. Bodyguard brother, are you okay? Ha ha. How could I be injured by such soft fists? Let's stop joking around. Yi Xiaoshu stood up as if nothing had happened, which was the biggest consolation for Ning Yuxi and a huge provocation to Gan Lao. Yan Hanmo's and Gan Lao's men also looked dumbfounded. Gan Lao had exerted all his strength in that punch, and Yan Hanmo was afraid that Gan Lao might have killed Yi Xiaoshu without any purpose, yet surprisingly, he didn't cause any harm to the guy. Even Yan Hanmo flashed a flirtatious look, realizing that he had underestimated Yi Xiaoshu. This young master of the Yi family was clearly not as simple as she had investigated. Heh. Things just got interesting. HMPH, you brat, I admit you have some skills, but you should never have provoked me. Hey. Gan Lao was completely annoyed. With a shout, his entire body had swirling vortexes surrounding him. This was the true power of a grandmother level. He was able to manifest inner strength outwardly, stirring up a vortex of energy within a certain range. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuxi once again paled. Her dream shattered, as she never imagined that there would be such a character in the world. Zixi, let's not get in the way of your bodyguard brother. Yi Hanmo saw that Yi Xiaoxia had no intention of backing down, so he quickly pulled Ning Yuxi away. It seemed that this young Master Yi's strength far exceeded his own imagination, far beyond what the Yi family had anticipated. Ha ha, you brat, your time is up. Jin Qian, returning to see Gan Lao in this state, was also shocked, becoming arrogant once again. Gong Lao didn't use his full power just now, letting you off the hook, but now Gong Lao is truly unleashing all his power. You won't be able to handle it, ha. Gong Lao, however, looked serious because he knew more than Jin Qian did. He had just used all his strength and amazingly did not harm Yi Xiao, estimating that another attempt wouldn't give him much advantage, so he already had a despicable plan in mind. Just when everyone thought he was going to make a move on Yi Xiao, he suddenly punched towards Ning Yuxi. Doom. As the fist wind rose, Yi Hanmo had a foreboding feeling and shouted despicable, but Gong Lao showed no shame. Instead revealing a smug curve, he was trying to lure Yi Xiao to come to the rescue of Ning Yuxi so he could launch a sneak attack. All's fair in love and war. What did a little bit of deceit matter compared to losing to a young man like this? Ah, save me. Ning Yuxi had just been preparing to follow Yi Hanmo away, but suddenly turned around to find a huge fist rushing towards her, her face turning pale in shock. Just when Ning Yuxi thought her fate was sealed, a gust of wind swept by. Yi Xiao's figure was like a hurricane as he swept past her, already holding her in his arms and at the same time slapping away Gong Lao's fist. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The night wind lifted Ning Yuxi's waterfall like black hair, her bangs also flying up, highlighting the three-dimensional delicacy of her features, as if she had been sculpted by the best artist. In that moment, Yi Xiao was also amazed by her beauty. One had to admit, this woman was truly stunning, with skin like jade, full of vitality. Definitely the result of meticulous care, coupled with long-term aerobic exercise. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao had no time to admire, as Gong Lao took the opportunity to launch a series of punches at his back. Hey, kid. You're finished. Up to that point, the battle was completely in Gong Lao's control. This kid had, indeed, exposed his flaws in order to save the beauty. He had already thought of the scene of Yi Xiao being split like a watermelon by his fist. However, Yi Xiao suddenly exploded with a powerful momentum, his whole body surrounded by intense vortexes. He unleashed the 9 palaces Yan Huan art. Now that he had acquired true Qi in his meridians, manifesting inner strength outwardly was as simple as breathing. Ghosts. Jin Qian, who had been waiting to see Yi Xiao's demise just like Gong Lao, had his arrogant smile frozen on his face, now showing an expression of shock. Gong Lao and his men were even more astonished. They had practiced martial arts for decades and had never seen such strange ancient martial power. This was completely different from inner strength. Yi Xiao paid no attention to their expressions, quickly seizing Gong Lao's wrist and delivering 2 kicks, instantly overturning Gong Lao, who had inner strength of 7 layers, leaving him unable to get up. Jin Qian was trembling all over, having already anticipated that this battle wouldn't last more than a move, but who could tell him why the formidable Gong Lao, the giant presence, was knocked out in one move by this kid. Dragon Pool leg technique? That's Dragon Country martial arts. Yi Hanmo also exclaimed. Coming from a family of ancient martial practitioners, she could definitely recognize Yi Xiao's technique, rumored to be the specialty of the Dragon Breath Special Forces. She had seen others use the Dragon Pool leg technique before, but never seen anyone as aggressive and swift as Yi Xiao, with such immense power. This military technique, displayed by him, was truly inexhaustible strength. After Gong Lao spat out blood and trembled, pointing at Yi Xiao in shock, What power is this, kid? Initially, Yi Xiao had seemed careless, making Gong Lao think he was foolish, but he was truly a master surpassing his peak. Why should I tell you? Do you think we're close? Yi Xiao's words made Gong Lao even more red-faced. However, he couldn't suppress the arrogance in his heart and continued to ask, Kid, just who are you? I'm already renowned master on the inner martial arts ranking list, and yet you're completely not my match. What list? There's actually a ranking list among inner martial artists, but the so-called masters on the list are so pathetic, it's really boring. Jin Qian, who had managed to hold back earlier, was on the verge of getting angry now, spitting out blood and finally falling to the ground. His subordinates watched Yi Xiao, also taking in a deep breath of cold air. What the heck? While they were proud to enter the heaven and earth ranking, Gong Lao had actually called the masters on the list pathetic. It was beyond arrogant. Golden money return. Suddenly, Yi Xiao's call made Jin Qian, who had been trying to escape, kneel down with a thump. At this moment, he no longer dared to be arrogant, behaving like a cowardly dog, knocking his head tirelessly for forgiveness, as if he would knock a hole in the floor. Ning Yuxi, on the other hand, looked at Yi Xiao with gleaming eyes. She knew very well that she and her aunt were able to escape danger tonight, all thanks to her bodyguard brother. She didn't expect her bodyguard brother to be even more powerful than she had imagined. Truly unbeatable and incredibly cool. Yi Xiao had no time to pay attention to the admiration of the beautiful women, waiting for Jin Qian to crawl up to him. Then, he kicked him down, stepping on his head, and asked, "Golden money return. Do you know where my wife is?" I don't know. Your wife's disappearance has nothing to do with me. I haven't even caught her attention yet." Before Jin Qian could finish his words, Yi Xiao exerted a little pressure, making him dizzy and causing his nose to bleed. "I warned you last time, yet you dared to have ideas about my wife, and even came a second time. Tonight, I will make you pay a heavy price." With those words, he delivered 3 consecutive kicks. With each scream from Jin Qian, all 3 of his legs were crippled, and he would never be able to make advances on women again. Oh, bodyguard brother. Ning Yuxi thought that after dealing with Jin Qian, Yi Xiao would stay and exchange a few words with her, but unexpectedly, he walked away directly. Hehe. Truly worthy of my Zixi, with such good taste. Yi Hanmo walked over to her, gazing at Yi Xiao's departing figure together. Hair flying, cold and ruthless, he seemed like a war god. However, Yi Hanmo sighed afterward. How could Ning Yuxi rise up when Yi Xiao was deeply in love with his wife? Yi Xiao wasn't being cool. He just didn't have the mood to chat with Ning Yuxi. His wife was still missing, and if people like Xuan Jin Qian were similar, she might have already been exploded. With that possibility, flames of determination burned in his heart, his clenched fist seeming to hold infinite power. The 9 Palaces Yan Huang art is truly unbelievable. With this reborn strength, I'm fearless against any grandmother expert. However, it's a pity that I'm not yet very proficient in using it, sometimes effective, sometimes not, without 100% assurance. Nevertheless, Shu, if I don't see light dancing tomorrow, even if it's a fight to the death, I will infiltrate your Shu family and annihilate you. The battle continued. On the second night, the main event was about to begin. Zhu Li was actually a top-tier ancient martial elite, with inner strength of 6 layers, never having revealed his true strength before. Yi Xiao saw him ultimately secure a top-2 spot and reach the finals, feeling a bit rueful as it seemed that Hua Lao's connections were indeed quite deep. The Southern Tiger League was organized by the Shu family, with participating families being the leading families of various large cities in the south. Tonight, there would definitely be fierce battles taking place here. For the finals, the host of the boxing match took the microphone and shouted to the audience below, according to the rules of the grand competition, each boxer participating tonight must represent a family power and at least 3 million must be bet on each boxer representing the family. Wow. With just that sentence, the audience below erupted with excitement. These fans, who were mostly poor, usually made small bets of hundreds or thousands, wealthy enough if they bet tens to hundreds of thousands on a single match. Now with this rule, it meant that each boxer tonight had at least 3 million in bets on them, making every match worth its weight in gold. So everyone, feel free to place your bets and support your favorite boxer. Support your favorite family. I guarantee you, tonight's boxing match will be pure intensity. No tricks, no holding back. I promise every match will be a display of pure strength. With these words from the host, the atmosphere in the audience ignited completely. With such a rule in place, it indeed greatly reduced the chances of any trickery. Also, tonight's final championship boxer will not only win a prize of 1 billion yuan, but will also receive a beautiful woman from the organizers, an absolute top goddess. Wow, that's amazing. The audience below cheered once again. Money and beauty. Winning the championship would instantly elevate one to the peak of life. The atmosphere of the boxing match was immediately pushed to a climax. As a boxing enthusiast, most people coming here knew that these matches often involved the prize of a beautiful woman to attract attention. However, who would be the beautiful woman for the final championship this year? Yizi sat in the crowd, looking very nervous, his fists even clenched. Sitting beside him, Qin Ruhan knew his feelings and also felt that the adversaries had made a big move this time. If they really kidnapped Chu Qingyu to use as a prize, then Yizi, the crazy husband who doted on his wife, would certainly go to great lengths to seek vengeance. She is Miss Shen Yu, the daughter of the Shen family from the EC. As the host's voice landed, the screams continued at the venue. As expected, this year's beauty is also from a prestigious family. Yes, the Shen family from the EC, although not a top-tier family, is quite powerful indeed. I can't wait to see what the daughter from their family looks like. While others were anxious, Yizi was suddenly taken aback, not understanding what the adversaries were up to and why Shen Yu was the prize. When did she become the daughter of the EC family? However, since Shen Yu had disappeared along with his wife, and now seeing Shen Yu brought to the venue, it was highly likely that his wife was also present. Thinking this, Yizi couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to search for his wife. Qin Ruhan and Hua Changshu, sitting beside him, knew what Yizi was going to do and didn't try to stop him. At that moment, Shen Yu was escorted onto the stage, and as soon as Yizi saw this stunning beauty, he was dumbfounded. Shen Yu didn't call for help or scream, but silently cooperated with the organizers' actions, which was truly puzzling. Moreover, with her meticulous dressing tonight, she exuded an aura of a wealthy family's daughter, resembling a celestial being straying into the mortal world. Why was this happening? Where could King Yu be now? Yizi felt lost for a moment. After Shen Yu made her appearance and greeted the audience, she left the stage and was then taken to a room backstage, guarded by 12 professional bodyguards. Yizi hurried to follow her direction and track her. However, to avoid attracting attention, he fell behind for a moment. Luckily, he found a piece of fabric on the ground, which matched what Shen Yu had been wearing. Haha, truly a talented woman. Yizi couldn't help but smile as he followed the fabric pieces and easily found himself outside Shen Yu's room. With his current skills, subduing 12 ordinary bodyguards instantly was a simple task, not making any noise in the process. Who's there? Only when she sensed someone behind her, did Shen Yu, locked in the small room, suddenly turn around. She then revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Young master, you really came. Shen Yu, I'm here to rescue you. What about King Yu? Yizi walked decisively towards Shen Yu. However, Shen Yu didn't know how powerful Yizi had become. She walked towards him, lightly pressing a jade finger onto his lips, gesturing for him to speak softly. Then, she pulled him and intentionally moved to a blind spot where they couldn't be seen on surveillance, and softly said, I don't know where King Yu is, but I know she must be among the audience, planning this with the adversaries. They brought us here together. Upon hearing this, Yizi nervously asked, have the adversaries done anything to you? They haven't harmed us. Shen Yu knew Yizi was worried about his wife and tried to reassure him. I brought you here intentionally to tell you that the adversaries wanted to use us to force you to participate in the boxing match. They knew she's your wife and instead of causing us trouble, treated us as important guests. So don't act recklessly, and don't make any sudden moves. Oh, Yizi was relieved to hear this. Although he didn't understand the inner workings of the adversaries, seeing that the people in Tower were wary of him, he refrained from offending them directly. No wonder they made you the prize tonight and didn't dare to use my wife. Otherwise, I would have uprooted them all. Angered by the thought of his wife being used as a pawn, Yishao's fury grew. Shen Yu, seeing Yishao's anger towards protecting his beloved, couldn't help but feel envious of King Yu, hoping to have a man who loved her deeply. All right, Shen Yu, I'll take you out. Yizi was determined, although unsure of his wife's whereabouts. He decided to first rescue Shen Yu and then act accordingly to save his wife. Unexpectedly, Shen Yu gently pushed him back, her lips showing a painful smile. Forget it, I can't leave. What do you mean? Yizi furrowed his brows, looking at Shen Yu, wondering if she thought he wasn't capable of taking her away or if she was afraid of being a burden. It's my uncle's request. He has sold me to the organizers as a prize to earn money, Shen Yu explained. What? In this day and age, how can they treat you like that? Yizi was incensed to hear this revelation, wondering how a woman like Shen Yu could succumb to such a situation. Ah, young master, you don't understand. I'm an unloved woman, raised by my uncle and his family since childhood. Despite repaying them, after graduating university, they found it insufficient. Since they are a subordinate family of our adversaries, they saw this opportunity to please them. This is unacceptable. Yishao's anger surged, grabbing Shen Yu's hand firmly, declaring, let's go. If your uncle wants money, I'll give it to him. You don't have to repay them in this manner. Shen Yu, on the verge of tears, felt touched by Yi Xiao's determination. She realized the difference between how loved King Yu was compared to her situation. Yi Zi, enraged by the dark scheme behind the scenes, felt helpless without his Dragon Breath Battalion support. Otherwise he would have used military force to eradicate the forces behind this dark boxing match. Ha ha, how presumptuous. So you're Yi Zi, right? I want to see how you're going to take my niece away. Before Yi Zi could take Shen Yu, a boisterous laughter echoed outside the door. Yi Zi had to pause, seeing a flamboyant man entering with a group of bodyguards. Accompanying the man was a fashionable and gaudy middle-aged woman, clearly older, dressed in youthful attire, their appearance unsettling. The man was Shen Yu's uncle, Liang Qingshan. The gaudy woman was Shen Yu's aunt, Wang Yadi. Uncle, Shen Yu saw Liang Qingshan and instinctively stood in front of Yi Zi, questioning with open arms. What do you want? Yi Zi felt touched, realizing that Shen Yu knew her capabilities, was worried for her safety, showing her protection instinct. What do we want? Of course, we want to deal with the presumptuous scoundrel like you, who wants to ruin the happiness of my niece for life. Wang Yade hugged Liang Qingshan tightly, disdainfully looking at Yi Zi. Yi Zi couldn't help but smirk. How did he become the one ruining Shen Yu's happiness? Did she really have the audacity to say such a thing? Before Yi Zi could speak, Liang Qingshan sneered. Bo, I know you're Yi Zi, and I know your reputation in Huacheng. But how can Huacheng be compared to the East Sea? No matter how prominent you are there, in the East Sea, you'll have to bow down to us. You, a man who used to live off your wife's family's wealth, aren't worthy of standing beside my daughter, let alone holding her hand. Be sensible and leave, or I'll make sure you regret it. Yi Zi found this amusing. Liang Qingshan seemed to know him to a certain extent, but was ignorant of his identity as the young master of the Yan Jingyi family. What? Feeling indignant, Liang Qingshan frowned upon seeing Yi Xiao's expression. Don't you know your own worth? You, a husband with a wife, still aiming to covet my niece. My niece is a fascinating beauty, extraordinarily intelligent. She's destined to marry a high-ranking individual or a wealthy family's son. Tonight, letting her be the champion's prize is something we as a couple fought for. Only a champion, a nobleman from the south, is worthy of standing beside my niece. As for you, Hod, you're not worthy. Liang Qingshan's words really angered Yi Xiaochen. Shen Yu, such a goddess, actually has such a morally corrupt uncle. It's simply her misfortune, selling his niece to the boxing event organizers as a prize, and speaking with such righteousness. How thick-skinned can he be? This scum of a person, if not dealt with, Yi Xiaochen would feel guilty. Young Master Yi, don't act impulsively. Shen Yu saw Yi Xiaochen wanting to start a fight here and quickly held him back. You alone can't handle them. I appreciate your good intentions, but I, Shen Yu, do not want to owe anyone. After today's events, I will have no further connections with them. Her words were sharp, her gaze piercing. Yi Xiaochen liked Shen Yu's prying. Fine. Since it was her decision, he would respect her choice. Hey. Did you hear that? My niece also tells you to leave. She doesn't want to owe a man like you any favors. Wang Yadi also looked smug, intentionally twisting Shen Yu's words to provoke Yi Xiaochen. Liang Qingshan even laughed out loud. Ha ha. If you don't leave, you will be beaten to death here by us. By then, Master Shu should be very happy. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Originally prepared to leave, Yi Xiaochen frowned upon hearing these words and raised his fist. Don't, Yi Xiaochen, don't act. Shen Yu immediately hugged him tightly. You can't fight here. This is the enemy's home ground. My uncle can mobilize many people. I don't want you to get hurt because of me. Save your strength to rescue King Yu. She is the most important to you. Yi Xiaochen tightened his fist, reluctantly putting it down. Shen Yu, wait for me. Tonight, I will dominate the boxing match and rescue you. Yi Xiaochen confidently left a word, preparing to leave towards the door. Liang Qingshan heard him say this. Could he bear it? He immediately started mocking. Tonight's boxing match has countless masters, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With you, a soft rice man, wanting to dominate the boxing match, it's really a joke. I can't take it. I'm laughing so hard. Ha ha. Yi Xiaochen could no longer bear it, suddenly turned around with a murderous look. Liang Qingshan was shocked. Before he could even yell, Yi Xiaochen grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. His bodyguards reacted, pouncing at once. Yi Xiaochen paid no attention. his martial arts swift and powerful, kicking the bodyguards like fallen leaves swept away by the cold wind. Wailing continuously, the last bodyguard swung a machete at Yi Xiaochen. With a single-hand gesture, Yi Xiaochen instantly snatched the machete. A quick twist and the back of the knife directly crushed the bodyguard's skull, leaving him unconscious on the ground. In just a few seconds, the group of bodyguards who had been standing tall a moment ago now lay scattered on the ground. Shocked and stunned, Liang Qingshen and Wang Yadi now understood what kind of a person they had provoked. No wonder this guy was so confident in saying he would dominate the boxing match. Turns out he was a top-notch expert. Liang Qingshan thought to grab a gun to deal with Yi Xiaochen, but before he could draw it, Yi Xiaochen gestured, and in the next moment, the dark end of the gun pointed directly at his head. I'm gonna die. Someone help. Wang Yadi was scared out of her wits. Even her husband wouldn't help. She stumbled and tried to run out, accidentally tripping over the bodyguard lying on the ground and falling flat on her face. As for Liang Qingshan, his pants were soaked with fear, cold sweat pouring down, begging for mercy. Young Master Yi, don't shoot. In the end, it was Shen Yu who intervened. Her eyes sparkled, not only because Liang Qingshan had nurtured her, but also because she didn't want Yi Xiaochen to further incite hatred. HMPH, I don't need this kind of thing to deal with a waste like you. Yi Xiaochen forcefully squeezed, and the gun snapped into pieces of scrap metal with a loud crack. Oh my! What strength! Liang Qingshan and Wang Yadi now knew their mistake. Mocking such a ruthless person earlier was simply courting disaster. Shen Yu, you wait. Tonight I will completely rescue you. I trust young Master Yi. Shen Yu was now even more confident and full of trust in Yi Xiaochen. Regardless of the outcome of tonight's boxing match, she no longer had any connection with them. Yi Xiaochen's eyes were as dark as the night as he left the room. The highly anticipated final showdown of the Southern Boxing Tournament organized by the Tiger Alliance had officially begun. In order to win the high prize money, the ultimate glory, and the reputation for their family, each boxer gave their all, even risking their lives. The intensity of the boxing matches was gripping, with some fighters refusing to surrender, ending up with their heads smashed open and blood splattered all over the ring, thrilling the audience. In yesterday's matches, the Thai boxing champion dominated, defeating his opponents within 5 moves. Even Zhu Yao, with his second-level internal strength, was defeated in 3 moves, still nursing his injuries, watching with a face full of resentment. This guy is too strong. Besides my father, I wonder who can beat his match. With the Thai boxing champion winning yet another match, Zhu Yao hurriedly boasted about the Thai boxer's prowess next to Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan completely dismissed him, knowing full well that Zhu Yao was trying to save face after his own failure. By intentionally praising his opponent, wasn't he implying his own incompetence? However, in the next match, Zhu Yao was brutally defeated again. Hey, Zhu Yao, luckily you lost to him yesterday. Otherwise, if you were taken down in 1 move today, it would be unpredictable for you. This. Upon hearing Qin Ruhan's sarcastic remarks, Zhu Yao's face turned as red as a beet. Remembering his boastful words about winning the championship yesterday, he finally realized how overly confident and lacking in self-awareness he was, and now had no face to speak in front of Qin Ruhan. Meanwhile, Zhu Li, like the rest of the audience, was stunned. The strength of the Thai boxing champion had reached the 4th level of internal strength, and nobody expected that even at the final showdown, a fighter of Zhu Li's caliber would play such a minor role. It seemed the boxing matches at the Tiger Alliance were indeed a showcase of hidden talents. Oh no, the Zhao family truly lives up to being an ancient martial arts family in the Eastern City. Their strength is formidable. Indeed, their warriors are terrifyingly powerful. They have won 3 consecutive matches already. His fists seem capable of destroying the heavens and splitting the earth. I wonder who could be his match. At this moment, with the solid boxing arena being shattered, the audience was in shock, gazing at the Zhao family with admiration, marveling at their might. Zhu Li, it's your turn. Seeing high-ranking fighters from various major families taking the stage one after another, Flower Changshu couldn't sit still any longer. He believed Zhu Li didn't stand a chance at winning the championship, so he wanted him to represent the Flower family, secure some victories, and boost the family's reputation. All right. Zhu Li immediately stood up, walked to the edge of the stage, exuding a powerful aura. His entrance elicited Another round of astonishment from the spectators. Even at the VIP seats reserved for the Flower family, a wealthy tycoon whispered in Flower Chanshu's ear, praising him repeatedly. "Ha ha, your old man is truly a seasoned player, full of courage." Not only did he wait until Julie came out to bet, but he also raised the stakes to 8 million. How impressive! Flower Chanshu remained silent, knowing that the more impressive his father was, the more the audience would ignore his own existence as the son. Until now, everyone still believed that the Flower family was held up by his father alone, never acknowledging his own abilities. Therefore, when he heard others praising Flower Chanshu, he could only feel a sense of irritation. Strange. Why isn't Yi Xiaochen the representative of the Flower family in this match? At the most prestigious VIP section of the venue, the enemies of the Zhao family were surprised and discussing seeing Julie's entrance. It looks like Yi Xiaochen chickened out. He doesn't even want his wife. Since he's not here, we won't be able to use the boxing match to settle the score with him for the humiliation of our descendant. Forget it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Dealing with a coward like him is not worth the trouble. As they discussed, Julie leapt high from 5 meters away and landed on the stage, causing another round of gasps from the audience. Heaven! The Zhao family's representative on stage now has already overshadowed the whole venue. Does the Flower family's fighter have the confidence to defeat him? I know Flower Chanshu. He is a calm old fox. He wouldn't bet recklessly unless he was absolutely sure he could win. Exactly. The Flower family's fighter exudes an imposing presence. Even from a distance, I can feel his formidable aura. With such a master overseeing, the Flower family is set to establish its dominance in the Southern Dragon Kingdom. Listening to the cheers, even Qin Ruhan in the Flower family's exclusive viewing stand couldn't hide her pride. She casually glanced at Flower Chanshu, only to realize that the old man was as calm as ever, beyond what she had imagined, explaining how the Flower family had maintained its position as the top family in Flower City for so long. The match on stage had begun. Zhu Li, the former #1 Marine Corps fighter, demonstrated his vast combat experience by overwhelming his Zhao family opponent within 10 moves, leaving the latter with no choice but to concede defeat. Wow. The crowd erupted into cheers once again. No one expected the low-key Flower family to win 8 million in one go, becoming the favorite to win the championship and surprising everyone. Yi Xiaoyou was quite surprised. It seemed that Master Hua also had something to sell. What's even more unexpected was that Julie had been hiding his true strength all along. He turned out to be a top ancient martial arts master with 6 layers of inner strength. If he had faced him before cultivating the 9 Talisyan Huanju, it would have been hard to say who would win. Then I'll accept the Zhao family's 80 million bet on behalf of Master Hua. Unexpectedly, Julie defeated the consecutive champions, enjoyed the cheers of the crowd, and swelled up. Then, he looked at the other major families and laughed out loud. I wonder if any of you experts are willing to con-man spar with me, Julie. If not, I'll also accept your 30 million bet. Arrogant and conceited. My dad is awesome. Our Zhu family is the strongest. All of you here are just rubbish. Yue Han, do you see? My dad is really amazing. I'll catch up with him sooner or later. Don't underestimate me. Don't you dare. Underneath, Zhu Yao, who had been quiet, now seeing that no one dared to challenge his dad, arrogantly and self-satisfiedly shouted. At the same time, he tightly grasped Qin Ruhan's fragrant shoulder, as if trying to use these words to save face. Qin Ruhan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Julie's strength was undeniable, but he was getting a bit too arrogant. The boxing match wasn't over yet. His behavior would only bring hatred upon himself, and if he ended up losing, it would be hard for him to face. As for Zhu Yao, he was even more contemptible, a chip off the old block, arrogant and conceited, exceeding his father's arrogance. Winning just one match and acting like you've won the whole world. How ridiculous. Indeed, after several families remained silent and dared not to challenge, a more arrogant voice burst out. It's the Yu family. Is the previous champion coming out? Oh, it's White Lightning. The White Lightning is about to appear. My idol. Finally, the strongest one. The climax of the final championship match is coming. As the arrogant voice fell, almost everyone in the arena stood up. The fans in the audience shouted with all their might. In this arena, or martial arts, or highly respected, The previous champion was undoubtedly their god. As soon as White Lightning's voice fell, he leapt directly from the sky, soaring like an eagle. The ground where he had just stood cracked with a sound, showing just how profound his skill was. Doom. After White Lightning landed on the platform, the entire arena trembled suddenly, astonishing the audience. What kind of power was this? Even the other martial artists turned tail. A grandmother was truly well-deserved. Strong, incredibly strong. They were not even worthy to be compared to him. Even Yi Xiaoyou, who had just returned to the arena, narrowed his eyes. This guy's strength was probably on par with the bald man from last night. It seemed that his previous championship title was well-deserved. Zhu Li, who had just been arrogant, immediately fell silent. The man in front of him turned out to be a 7 layers inner strength master, completely suppressing him in terms of momentum and strength. He was no match for him at all. Ha ha. Look at that coward. His legs are shaking. Ah, that's right. Ha ha. Look at how arrogant he was just now. Why isn't he continuing to boast? Why don't you keep being arrogant? Ha ha ha. Seeing the sky as a frog in a well, encountering the eagle, getting intimidated. In my opinion, he won't even be able to handle a single move from him. Zhu Li was already in panic, and hearing so much mockery, his face looked awful. White here, red there, lips trembling, legs shaking. Where is the demeanor of a master? He looked like a child on the verge of bursting into tears. AI. It's embarrassing. Master Hua couldn't help but comment. He had originally thought that Zhu Li would come down after winning one match, make some money, and gain some reputation. Who would have thought that this guy would suddenly provoke the entire arena? It was something he hadn't anticipated. Now the face of the Hua family was almost ruined. Forget it. I surrender. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Zhu Li was frightened. And while the other party hadn't made a move yet, he quickly surrendered, even spitting out all the money he had won in the previous match, and then hurriedly left the stage. There was another round of mocking voices in the audience. Ha ha. Pretending to be grand only to get struck by lightning. If he had fought a few moves and couldn't win, I would have respected him, but he turned out to be a coward. I really despise people like him. This kind of person, no matter how powerful he is just garbage. Zhu Li hadn't paid attention to these voices before, but couldn't bear it after stepping down the stage. He then publicly scolded the audience. Hey, I'm not a boxer from the Hua family. It was out of friendship that I came to help the Hua family. Now that you know you can't beat the opponent, why go all out and risk your life? Isn't that stupid? Besides, I'm old. How can I still match the prime of my life? If I accidentally get seriously injured, I might die. You people cheer so happily, you will not be the one losing and getting hurt. You guys are so great, so courageous, then go up. Seeing this scene, Zhu Ya felt embarrassed, utterly speechless, and even thought of quietly leaving, not wanting to acknowledge this person as his father. Ha ha. Hearing Zhu Li's words, White Lightning burst into arrogant laughter. In a moment of recklessness, he even boasted loudly. You people of the Dragon Kingdom, this is your nature. How can you compare to the warrior spirit of our Dao Kingdom? No wonder with tens of billions of people, your martial arts level is so low, your inferior race will soon disappear from the earth. Ha ha. What? He's from the Dao Kingdom. No wonder his accent is so strange. I just found out too. I heard that people from the Dao Kingdom like to use swords. So that's why. Damn. I used to admire him so much, I didn't realize he's a foreigner. The audience responded with indignant voices, and White Lightning's gloating laughter stung everyone's heart. Regardless of any conflict, they could only support their own country. As members of the Dragon Kingdom, they really wished someone could step up and give this little devil a slap in the face. But they also knew very well, with his strength, they might not even be able to find someone in the entire Southern Dragon Kingdom who could match him. Many also looked towards the enemy, hoping that as the leaders of Southern martial arts families, someone would stand up and defeat this Dao Kingdom warrior. However, no one from the enemy's side spoke up, leaving everyone disappointed. Even the arrogant martial arts fan, Wu Wu, instantly became silent, because he did not have the confidence to defeat White Lightning directly, only wanting to battle to rounds with someone else and take advantage of their weakened state. HMPH, Yi Xiaoyou, why aren't you representing the Hua family stepping up? After waiting for a long time without anyone daring to challenge him, White Lightning coldly snorted and suddenly pointed to Yi Xiaoyou, standing alone in the spectator aisle. challenging him by name. Yi Xiaoyou, who had always been low-key, now became the focus of the entire arena. Oh my, who is that kid? Why is this Dao Kingdom warrior challenging him instead of the enemy family? Is he standing there for so long? I thought he was just a spectator. He's so young. How high can his cultivation be? He's definitely no match for the Dao Kingdom. Hearing everyone's discussions, Qin Ruhan's heart also hung in the air. Would Yi Xiaoyou agree to the challenge? Even if he did, would he be a match for this southern master? Even Master Hua Sai, not wanting Yi Xiaoyou to represent the Hua family, and even less wanting him to get hurt and lose face by stepping onto the stage. How is this possible? Zhu Yao's face turned purple with shock. The guy he had despised as a loser and coward just yesterday. Could he be an expert after all? Another feeling of being slapped in the face arose. At that moment, White Lightning deliberately shouted loudly again. Ha ha, you coward! Getting the champion of the Huacheng district was just an empty fame. A few days ago, if my sword hadn't missed you, consider yourself lucky. Today, if you dare to come up, I will take your life for sure. What? He's the champion of the Huacheng district. The people at the venue once again exclaimed in surprise. And Yi Xiaoyou, listening to the voices of the crowd, looked serious, silent. He was now contemplating, even closing his eyes, feeling the sensation of being defeated with one move by Gong Lao last night, because he knew that if he went up now, and couldn't unleash the power of the 9 Palace Yan Huanju, he might be killed with one move by the opponent. How can this be? At this moment, sitting on a VIP platform, Ning Yuxi was so shocked she forgot to breathe. Her heart was beating rapidly, as if it was about to jump out. And, what's going on? How did the bodyguard brother become Yi Xiaoyou? How is he the man I'm going to marry and the man I love, with the same name? Wasn't Yi Xiaoyou a fat man? How? Oh, I understand now. So that's it. No wonder. I should have known. Ning Yuxi, being so perceptive, recalled the scenes of her meetings with Yi Xiaoyou, finally understanding how all those coincidences came together. He was indeed Yi Xiaoyou. Finding out that the man she had fallen in love with was the man she was going to marry, even the Dragon Kingdoms for beauties or momentarily too excited to speak. Hehe. Yi Hanmo saw the current appearance of Ning Yuxi and burst into laughter, bending over from laughter. Yuxi, you look so funny right now. I've already taken a picture. I will definitely replay it over and over in the future. Hehe. You used to say that you would never marry someone. And now, what about now? Hemph, old lady, you actually fooled me. I will challenge you. Ning Yuxi was so angry. It turned out that her aunt had known all along that he was Yi Xiaozi, but never told her. She was being played all along. At this moment, she didn't care about her goddess image anymore. She hugged her aunt and started shaking her frantically. Hehe. Yi Hanmo let her shake, her voluptuous body trembling like waves, but her mouth couldn't stop laughing. If it were before, many men would have been staring at them as goddesses, but now, everyone was too focused on Yi Xiaozi. Yi Xiaozi, go for it. Fight for the honor of our dragon nation. Yes, if you dare to go up, in the next round, even if it bankrupts my entire family, I will bet on you winning. Don't be afraid, just do it. We are all people of the dragon nation. If we win, we celebrate together. If we lose, we support each other. With national righteousness at stake, everyone could still distinguish right from wrong. And listening to the encouragement of the audience, Yi Xiaozi remained with his eyes closed, taking a deep breath. In the instant the Dagu person hindered him from saving Shabitie, he and this Dagu person had already become sworn enemies. In fact, there was no need for anyone to encourage him to fight. He would not let this arrogant Dagu person go today. But now is not the time for him to take the stage. He was still preparing the 9 Palaces Flame Yellow technique. He needed to ensure that when he made a move, he would be in his peak state, to defeat his opponent in one move. Otherwise, due to the unpredictability of his martial arts, he might be worn down by his opponent instead. Not enough. My power is still not enough. Yi Xiaozi's expression turned fierce, the internal turmoil like a raging flood bursting forth. Bai Dian had nearly killed Shabitie. This hatred had to be repaid 100-fold. Moreover, this scum was also a Dagu person, publicly humiliating the Dragon Nation's martial arts. He had to prove himself for the Dragon Nation's martial arts and reputation. For Shabitie, for the children in the orphanage, for the martial arts of the Dragon Nation. Channel this power in my meridians. Give me an even stronger outburst. Roar. Until the audience began to grow restless, angry, some even cursing out loud. Yishazi suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the burning fire of hatred in his body, scorching every inch of his skin, stimulating every nerve. Painful, but Yishazi felt exhilarated. Yishazi, go up. Regardless of how much is at stake in the next round, I will support you in the name of the Hua family. Hua Chanshu also anxiously stood up, shouting at Yishazi. Amid the eyes of the whole audience, Yishazi finally responded to the Dagu person. How much is at stake for the next round? Haha, the previous rounds already had baits of 80 million. And for the next one, which will likely determine the champion tonight, let's make it 3 billion. How about that? At this moment, Yushin stood up, laughing loudly, looking at Yishazi and Hua Chanshu with a provocative look. Yushin understood Yishazi's strength very well. At most he had the internal strength of the 6th layer, and Bai Dian had fought him before, almost taking his life with a single sword strike. Just a few days had passed. How could he be a match for Bai Dian now? This was a sure win for the Rain family. Bai Dian was also worried that Yishazi would shrink from the challenge, and he jeered on stage. Hey, Yishazi, isn't Sheni your wife's best friend? If you don't come up, after I win the championship tonight, I will defile her 100 times and publish the video for all to see. How about that? And I heard your wife has also gone missing. You are so useless, I will easily violate her 100 times later. What will you do then? Listening to the shameless and derogatory words of the Dagu person, not just Yishazi, even the audience who didn't know the details were furious. Qin Ruhan was trembling all over. She had never wanted to kill someone so much in her life. In her heart, she prayed silently, Yishazi, please don't chicken out. Dad, don't be a fool. Just as everyone was waiting for Yishazi to take the stage, Hua also stood out, shouting at Hua Chanshu from a distance. Yishazi, such a rookie, how could he possibly be a match for the Dagu master? We must not agree. Dan traitor. Hua's act of belittling the Dagu people and belittling the spirit of the Dragon Nation provoked a wave of curses. But he didn't care and believed that outstanding people were always not understood by the public. He stood alone amongst a crowd, intoxicated. Hua Chanshu hesitated, unable to respond for a moment, because even he hadn't expected the Rain family to raise the stakes so high. 1 billion had been his limit. For the Hua family, 3 billion was not a significant sum, but Hua Chanshu also knew Yishazi's strength and didn't think he was a match at the level of a grandmother, so asking him to put up 3 billion to take a gamble was indeed worth considering. Haha. Yushin saw Hua Chanshu's hesitance and taunted him loudly. Hua Chanshu, feeling timid now? Or is the Hua family out of money? If you are broke, you might as well have your precious granddaughter marry Jingui instead, right? Oh, I forgot your granddaughter is currently in limbo. No one will marry her. Damn you. You bastard. The moment Yushin uttered those words, someone in the boxing arena disapproved. Bai Tu was the passionate young master of the East Sea Bai family, and had a close relationship with his enemy Qi Jianshu. He had also liked Wuqiqi very much for a long time. It was precisely because Wuqiqi was already Qi Jianshu's fiancé that he chose to withdraw. Now that Qi Jianshu was dead and Wuqiqi was unconscious and could not wake up, he was already deeply saddened. How could he tolerate this Yushin speaking rudely here? Bai Tu, don't be impulsive. The White family members tried to stop Bai Tu, but it was too late. Just as Bai Tu was prepared to rush to beat up Yushin, Bai Dian suddenly jumped off the platform and with his hand as a sword, swiftly slashed towards Bai Tu's throat. Bai Tu was shocked. Only then did he realize that this Dagu master's level far surpassed his own. Even as a high-level master with internal strength of the 5th layer, he couldn't take a single blow from him. Seeing this scene, the once lively boxing arena suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Phew. Luckily, at this moment, a soft cushion flew in, pushing Bai Tu aside, saving him a disaster in front of the Dagu person. He broke out in a cold sweat from the fright. After narrowly escaping, Bai Tu looked towards Yishazi's direction with gratitude in his eyes. Had it not been for his intervention, he might have been a dead man by now. And at that moment, all 10,000 pairs of eyes in the audience once again fell on Yishazi. Unexpectedly, he actually had the ability to save someone in front of a Dagu person. his strength indeed unmatched. Bai Dian was also secretly shocked, not expecting this boat to have improved greatly in just a few days. Hemph! In order to eliminate the root cause, today it was necessary to kill this boat. With this thought in mind, Bai Dian mocked Yi Shaozi disdainfully. Hehe, Yi Shaozi. The Hua family has no confidence in you at all. I'm afraid they won't waste 3 billion to let you take the stage, so you can temporarily save your sorry life, and continue to live as a coward. Ha ha. The arrogant laughter filled the arena. The audience, one by one, gnashed their teeth, thinking that the Dagu people were too arrogant. What kind of rules did the Tiger League set? A boxer was required to have financial support to take the stage. Could it be that Yi Shaozi would be unable to take the stage because he lacked financial support? Yi Shaozi didn't care about these broken rules. All he knew was that he had to take the stage today to kill this Dagu scum. Breaking the rules didn't matter. If I, Yi Shaozi, want to kill someone, not even the gods can stop me. Just as Yi Shaozi was about to take the stage no matter what, Ning Yuxi's voice suddenly rang out. 10 billion. I support Yi Shaozi with 10 billion. This one of the four beauties of the Dragon Nation actually shouted out loud, willingly sacrificing her image to support her beloved man. Wow. What? 10 billion. Is this real? That goddess is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Who is she? Did a heavenly fairy come down to earth? I know. She is Ning Yuxi, the precious daughter of the Telecom King, one of the four beauties of the Dragon Nation. Oh, she even came to watch the boxing match. We are so lucky. Never thought that in this lifetime, we could see such unparalleled beauty in person. The audience, with Ning Yuxi's appearance, couldn't help but scream out loud. The atmosphere of the boxing match continued to heat up, reaching a new peak at this moment. The final showdown had already ignited the passion, and everyone had seen the most real combat. The extravagant gambling of 30 million as the base for each match involved everyone's nerves in every victory and defeat. But unexpectedly, the baits were raised again, reaching a height of 10 billion now. Who could not go crazy for it? Hehe. The Rain family's arrogant goods. We from the Ning family are now willing to place a bet of 10 billion on Yi Shaozi. Dare you to take the challenge? Yi Hanmo also stood up, angled a mocking smile towards Yushin, her beautiful eyes exuding a mysterious confidence. Oh my goodness, the Ning family dares to bet 1 billion against the grandmother expert. Oh my, for the Ning family, 1 billion may just be a small goal, but for our ancestors' generations, it's a big goal. Ah, are they crazy, or am I crazy? Or is this world crazy? Anyway, the audience on site is going crazy. A boxing match with a 1 billion stake, how could it not drive people crazy? To prevent powerful forces from using money to influence, 1 billion is also the maximum, at limit set by the Tiger Alliance. Otherwise, with the Ning family's wealth and power, they might come up with an even more outrageous number to drive the crowd wild. The situation has just reversed in an instant. The people from the Yu family are getting restless. Yushan never imagined that at the last minute, someone else would turn the tables on him, truly reversing the situation. What's wrong? Are you guys scared now? Weren't you just showing off a moment ago? Weren't you planning to use money to overpower us? Didn't you think you had already won? Then come on. Ning Yuxi smirked provocatively, gaining even more supporters. She is different from Yi Hanmo. She doesn't understand the high-level martial arts skills, but she worships Yi blindly. So, forget about 1 billion. If the rules allowed, Ning Yuxi and Yi Hanmo, the two women, could bet the entire Ning family's fortune on Yi. Qing Shan, what's going on? Why is the Ning family supporting Yi like this? Wang Yadi, seeing this situation, panicked and shook Liang Qingshan desperately. How the heck would I know? Liang Qingshan is still in a state of chaos, so he ruthlessly pushes the annoying woman aside. He was mocking Yi just a while ago, even using a gun on someone. But now, with Yi Zhao's overwhelming momentum, if he ends up losing, and owes Yi a favor, that would be amusing. Damn it, if I knew this guy was so tough, I should have just sent my niece to his bed earlier to please him. Now I've offended him. How am I going to have a good life in the future? Liang Qingshan is regretful to the point of breaking his heart. Now, all he can do is hope that the national representative can take down Yi later. Otherwise, he will be in big trouble. The Yu family, weren't you being arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? Exactly, you dared to bet 3 billion. So why are you backing down from 10 billion? Aren't you supposed to be rich and bold? Right? Do you mean to tell us you can win at 3 billion but not at 10 billion? Ha ha ha, isn't that ridiculous? The audience burst into laughter. Look at these little guys who were just showing off. Are they regretting now? By Diane, who was being overly arrogant just now, is starting to panic as well. He never considered Yeezy to be his match and wasn't willing to fight him. But now, he's starting to doubt his own abilities. Truly a slap in the face. Yushan couldn't help but glance in the direction of their enemies, asking Mr. Shu and Mr. Shu Fulu, Shu family, is it appropriate for them to switch families and raise the stakes like this suddenly? The Yu family has always been the Shu family's biggest rival, and since Yeezy is their enemy, they can only dream of these two sides fighting. So of course, Mr. Shu says it's within the rules. Ha ha, this is hilarious. The Yu family doesn't have money. Don't they have to borrow money to compete? Exactly. So bold just now, betting 3 billion, and thinking they were wealthy and powerful. Turns out they were just showing off. Ha ha. Clearly just a paper tiger trying to scare people. Let's all bet on Yeezy to win. The audience laughed and teased the Yu family. Yushan's face was pale and red, his lips murmuring, showing no trace of his usual elegant demeanor. You better make a quick decision. Are all the members of the Yu family eunuchs? Hua Chanshu also has a temper. Since the Yu family was mocking him just now, he should take revenge while he has the chance, otherwise, he would be a fool. Okay, 10 billion it is. You raise the stakes yourselves, so don't cry later if you lose. Yushan had no choice but to agree. Oh my, 10 billion. I never imagined that scumbag would have someone betting 10 billion on him. Zhu Yao was also shocked and couldn't believe what was happening. He had never seen Yi Zhao's abilities, and Bai Dian was the champion, seemingly invincible in his eyes. He refused to believe that Yeezy was as strong as the champion and was just a waste of space. He thinks the two women from the Hua family and Ning family must be out of their minds. Shut up, Zhu Yao. Unexpectedly, when Qin Ruhan heard his words, she immediately turned cold. I won't allow you to say a single bad word about Yeezy. Get out of here. Ow. Zhu Yao felt so embarrassed. In his mind, Qin Ruhan was a goddess, extremely elegant and gentle. He never expected her to scold someone, showing just how annoying the person she was scolding must be. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to Yeezy. Even Shen Yu was under the spotlight. Knowing that Yeezy was about to battle such a fierce opponent, she was anxious, even hoping that Yeezy wouldn't go up on stage. Yeezy, come up and meet your death. Otherwise, your wife's best friend will have to serve me every night from now on. Ha ha. In order to provoke Yeezy, Bai Dian intensified his taunts, showing no signs of a grandmother, but more like a shameless rascal. Yeezy finally strode towards the ring. Although Qin Ruhan believed in Yeezy, she couldn't help but stand up, her eyes filled with anxiety. This was not just a bet, the match was now a matter of life and death. Yeezy, don't be foolish. You are not his opponent. Just a moment ago, Zhu Li, who had declared defeat without even fighting, stood in front of Yeezy and scolded him with an elder's tone. He's a grandmother expert even I can't defeat. With your level, you shouldn't be dreaming of getting rich. Listen to my advice. Go back now. Zhu Li was not doing this out of kindness. He had just publicly declared defeat without even starting the fight. Losing face. Now, he wanted to drag someone down to accompany him. Yeezy, who had just become the center of attention without even stepping onto the stage, was not pleased with Zhu Li's actions, wanting to see him embarrass himself along with his son. Just because your skills are too low, you can't understand our level. Is that it? How many years have you trained in martial arts? Do you think you can keep up with me? Do you really think because someone foolishly bet 10 billion on you, you can become a superhero? If you go up without knowing your limits, you'll turn into a corpse. His words were self-righteous to the extreme. Despite appearing to be advocating for the other party, he was actually indirectly showing how great he thought he was, and providing excuses for his failures. Just as Zhu Li expected Yeezy to slink away after his speech, Yeezy unexpectedly pushed him aside without mercy. Get lost, kid. You. Although Zhu Li was angry, he felt the tremendous power of Yeezy in that moment. He is so powerful. It turns out he underestimated him. After so much build-up, Bai Dian's fighting spirit was also burning fiercely. Ha ha. Yeezy, coming up here was the right decision. How can you be a coward? Come on. Let me defeat you with one move. HMPH, you underestimate me. Yi Xiao's eyes finally sharpened, the flames of anger burning, seeking vengeance for the innocent and orphanage were set ablaze. He did not need to release internal energy or make a show of it like Bai Dian or Zhu Li. With a light step, he flew into the air like a soaring bird. Wow, so elegant. There was a collective gasp from the audience. Just when everyone thought Yi Zi was an agile player, there was a loud bang. Doom. When Yi Zi landed on both feet, the entire ring was covered in dust. The hard floor directly cracked under his step, a terrifying crack that caught everyone's attention. Wow. Another gasp from the crowd. As everyone finally settled back in their seats, they saw the scene on the stage and couldn't help but be startled, hardly able to believe that there is such overpowering strength in the world. What level of strength is this? Hua Lao thought he didn't underestimate Yi Zi, but now he realized he had miscalculated. HMPH. You said you'd defeat me in one move, but now that I'm here, you don't even have the courage to strike first. Yi Zi provocatively challenged Bai Dian coldly. Arrogant, domineering. Qin Ruhan had covered her mouth, having witnessed Yi Xiao's dominance at the Morong family before, but she didn't expect him to be even more overpowering today. The feeling was indescribable. She just felt fortunate to be his little fangirl, a great happiness in itself. Zhu Li and his son were completely stunned. They never imagined that they had mocked such individuals as trash and worthless. They were at a loss for words, their cheeks burning, feeling a mixture of emotions, but mostly anxious and uncomfortable. Arrogant kid, then receive my North Star Reflection Moon Sword move. At this point, Bai Dian finally realized that Yi Zi was infinitely more powerful than him, and he couldn't even bring his sword onto the stage. Unfortunately, he had no way out, so Bai Dian chose to burn his bridges, using his hand as a sword, delivering a full-force blow towards Yi Zi. Oh my! I'm so lucky I didn't foolishly engage in a battle with this kind of person just now. Zhu Li exclaimed loudly in joy as he saw Bai Dian make a move. If I had really fought him foolishly, I wouldn't even be able to handle one move from him. Luckily, everyone's attention was focused on the boxing match, otherwise, they would have surely rolled their eyes at him. Even though surrendering without a fight sounded nice, how thick-skinned could this person be? However, Bai Dian's current opponent was not his former over-the-hill marine combat instructor, but Yi Zi, who had mastered the ancient martial arts secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. HMPH. Petty tricks. Let this clown from Dao Nation witness the profoundness of our Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Yi Zi suddenly roared, immediately executing a martial arts move. Dragon's Capture Crane. Roar. A dragon's roar filled the arena as Yi Xiao's hands turned into dragon claws, intercepting the opponent's attack and grabbing their neck. Wow, this is the rhythm of the Azure Dragon biting the Dao Nation ghost. Excited cries erupted once again. However, they soon felt a chill down their spines. Snap. Yi Zi didn't hesitate one bit, and directly snapped Bai Dian's neck on the spot. Bai Dian, who had once dominated the southern martial arts scene, revered as a southern martial arts master, had just been arrogant up to a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he became a ghost in someone else's hands. At that moment, it was as if time had frozen. Despite the thousands of prominent figures from the south gathered in the boxing arena, not a single person could make a sound. It wasn't until they heard the thunderous shout from the man on the stage. Who else? Yi Zi stood alone, his dark hair waving, his eyes proudly gazing around. His voice resonated like thunder, shaking souls. Countless people stared at Yi Xiao's aloof figure in admiration, viewing him as if they were gazing at a deity. They had thought the Thai boxing expert from last night was impressive enough, only to witness him fail in the final match. Zhao's family had won several matches in a row, making everyone think they were the hot favorites for the championship, only to be easily defeated by Zhu Li. Zhu Li, the former marine combat instructor with a daunting title and impressive skills, had been defeated by someone from the Dao Nation. Just when everyone thought that the champion would be this powerful Dao Nation individual, Yi Zi was provoked to fight, and with one move, he killed him. TSK. They lacked the imagination to fathom just how powerful Yi Zi truly was. What kind of power is this? The enemies of Yi Zi muttered the same question. As the host of the event, they had yet to appear. And as for Ku Wuhu, the family's hope, he was regarded by the clan as a nuclear deterrent posed to make a grand entrance. But now, witnessing Yi Xiao's supernatural strength, they had lost their courage to enter the stage. I'll ask once more, who else? Yi Zi stood on the stage, looking towards the direction of his enemies, asking again. No one dared to respond. Even the powerful family, hailed as the Lords of the South, were dumbfounded. The other clan's fighters, who had yet to compete, all hurried to find a place to hide. Who would dare to battle against such a person? With just a stomp of his foot on the stage, and a single move that immediately finished off the grandmother, he was someone you could be doomed by just a touch. Very well. Since no one is stepping up, I am the champion tonight. Yi Zi gave the entire audience a disdainful look before turning towards the VIP area where Shen Yu was standing. Yi Zi. Shen Yu was overcome with excitement, knowing full well that Yi Zi was not inclined towards her, but at that moment, as the prize, she belonged to him. Unable to control her emotions, she let go of everything and rushed towards Yi Zi, her beautiful figure reminiscent of a peony swaying in the wind. Only when she tightly embraced Yi Zi did the applause beneath the stage gradually converge into a resounding ocean. Although Qin Ruohan was envious, she couldn't help but join in the applause with everyone else. Zhu Li and Zhu Yao, the father and son, were completely convinced and too embarrassed to remain at the scene, so they quickly slipped away. Yi Zi didn't indulge in the embrace of the beautiful woman, nor did he care about the applause from the audience. He gently pushed Shen Yu away and leapt to stand in front of the enemies. "Where is my wife?" For simple words that immediately terrified Ku Wuhu, causing him to turn and flee. As Yi Zi prepared to chase after him, Ku's elder quickly called out, "Madame Yi is in the VIP lounge. We just wanted to invite her to watch tonight's boxing match, treating her as an esteemed guest, ensuring her safety." "Yi Zi, please don't misunderstand. Is that so?" Yi Xiao's expression turned cold, causing Ku's people to tremble in fear. "Absolutely no deceit. I will have her brought out immediately." The normally composed elderly Ku was now flustered. Everyone watching him in this state was as if witnessing a rare spectacle that the elder himself didn't feel. He was losing his authority. Faced with such a high-level opponent, it was only natural to show reverence. Moreover, the man in question was the young master of the Yi family. Any negligence might lead his family into a perilous situation. Yi Zi. Soon, there was a change backstage, with Chu Qingwu's excited scream being heard. She had seen it all, her husband being the unparalleled hero, defeating the Dao Nation ghost, and awing the audience. He was now the undisputed ruler of the arena. Qingwu, seeing his wife unharmed, Yi Zi sighed in relief and quickly ran over to her, embracing her tightly without caring about the gazes of others. Wow! A legendary hero and his beautiful lady. What a romantic tale. Indeed, a warrior god and his charming goddess. Enviable. It's a shame that photography or filming is not allowed in the arena. If this scene were captured and posted online tonight, it would become a new fairy tale in the Dragon Kingdom. The boxing arena was once again engulfed in bowling excitement. Having found Chu Qingwu safe and sound, Yi Zi could temporarily put aside the vendetta against his enemies. However, he would not forget about the orphanage and the naive girl. After releasing Chu Qingwu, Yi Zi suddenly stepped towards Yu Shan, who was planning to sneak away unnoticed. The once arrogant head of the Yu family was now pale-faced, his legs trembling. Despite being a leader, he was still respected. Furthermore, even though the Yu family managed to defeat a Dao Nation grandmother, he had a group of capable fighters behind him and didn't need to beg for mercy in front of Yi Zi. But after regaining his composure, a smirk appeared on his face. "Ha ha, Yi Zi, you may be formidable. I admit I miscalculated today, but how dare you block me? What else do you want by doing so? Do you dare kill me?" The buzzing boxing arena fell silent once again. Yu Shan was convinced that Yi Zi would not act, growing more self-assured by the moment. "Ha ha ha, Yi Zi, you've got lucky. Practicing the 9 palaces of Yanhuan technique has allowed you to defeat even master-level opponents. However, killing someone in the boxing arena, while understandable, Tiger Alliance can cover for you. But if you dare to challenge me outside the ring, that's vigilantism, a provocation to my Yu family. What do you think you can do? In this world, power rules. Even if you are strong, can you stand up against the entire Yun city? A single abandoned youth like you, can you oppress our entire Yu family? If you're truly ruthless, what benefit can you gain?" These words hinted that a suppression of Yi Zi once again. The tension in the venue was palpable. Although Hua Chanshu sighed, Yu Shan's brash words were undeniably true. While Yi Zi was powerful, his abilities were limited. If he openly killed someone from the Yu family, it would lead to an irreconcilable blood feud. Yi Zi already had enough enemies. Engaging with another formidable adversary would only lead to endless troubles. Just when everyone thought Yi Zi would back down, a cold and icy voice was heard. "That's your last words. Surname you." "What?" Yushan was taken aback, his body trembling once again, as he felt Yishao's killing intent intensify. As a prominent figure, he felt disoriented. "Yi Zi, you wouldn't dare kill me. I am the leader of Yun City. Killing me would make you an enemy of the entire Yun City." Yi Zi suddenly punched Yushan in the chest. The horrifying sound left the audience breathless, but what they inhaled seemed to be the crimson blood that spattered around. They witnessed Yushan's death. The head of the first family in Yun City fell to the ground without a chance to react, his chest torn open, staining the floor with blood. "HMPH, if you weren't the leader of Yun City, you wouldn't have the privilege of dying in my hands." Yishao's arrogant words frightened those present. At that moment, he was the only ruler in the arena. "Sister, did you see that? This is a true man, an invincible god of war." In an instant, formidable enemies turned to dust. "He's so manly and charismatic." Yihan seemed to be swooning over Yi Zi, like smitten with a crush. However, Newton did not pay her any mind, as she had lost her voice. At that moment, her mind, body, and soul were all deeply captured by Yi Zi. I really like this man." Newton knew she had encountered the most significant obstacle in her life, falling completely for a married man, something societal norms wouldn't allow. "Next, I would like to invite our elder Shu of the Shu family to present the awards to the champion boxer and crown the new Southern Elder." After resolving the Yushan issue, the host of the boxing match took the stage again, holding a microphone and shouting to the entire venue, "Southern Elder! Southern Elder! Southern Elder!" At this moment, thousands of people in the boxing arena stood up, cheering loudly. The focus at this moment was only on one person, and that was Yi Zi. Elder Shu, with a pleasing smile, walked up to the already dilapidated ring, waiting for the Southern Elder to come receive the award. "Oh my! After so many years, this is the first time I've seen such a scene." Indeed, looking at Elder Shu's attitude, it seems he is determined to please this new champion. Of course, even the master-level experts were defeated by him with just one move. Elder Shu wouldn't miss this opportunity. As everyone discussed fervently, the Shu family internally split into two factions instantly. Shu Fulu, the head of the family, gritted his teeth. "HMPH, what father is doing is simply embarrassing our Shu family. Has he forgotten that Shiju was killed by this kid?" "Exactly. He's actually turning around to please our enemy. If this spreads, our Shu family will surely be ridiculed by the other families in the Tiger Alliance. HMPH, I won't agree with father's actions. We must kill Yi Zi to avenge Shiju." However, these opposing voices could only resound within the family. Elder Shu couldn't hear them at all, being resolute in pleasing Yi Zi. By now, he had handed over a large check of 1 billion yuan to Yi Zi, praising him with words of admiration. Yi Zi casually handed the check to his assistant Qin Ruhan and then shifted his gaze to Hua Yaokai not far away. Swish! Yi Zi leapt down and stood in front of Hua Yaokai. Hua Yaokai, feeling embarrassed, dared not meet his gaze, still remembering the contempt she showed towards this southern elder in the past. "In the South Province, you are nothing. Compared to the young talents of the 7 great families, you are far behind. You can't even stand at the top of the pyramid, let alone climb the pyramid in the South Province. And now? What about now?" Although Yi Zi had not spoken a word, just standing in front of her made her feel like the past words were now turning into slap after slap, ruthlessly hitting her face. "I really have no eyes." Hua Yaokai wanted to sigh deeply, but no sound came out of her throat. Instead, Yi Zi casually said, "Hua Yaokai, I want to be friends with your daughter. Do you have any objections?" "Oh." Hua Yaokai finally reacted, trembling all over as if in excitement or fear, and shaking her hands vigorously. "No objections, no objections. It's an honor for the Hua family that the Southern Elder thinks highly of my daughter." Wow, this is the first time Madame Ron, sitting next to him, has seen her husband speak to a junior in such a manner. Yes, he is trembling. It shows how shaken he is inside, completely losing the usual sense of well-being. Where is she now? She is at the EC Noble Hospital. Having learned the whereabouts of Hua Shishi from Hua Yaokai, Yi Zi immediately left, not wasting any more time on him. The two people's status had completely reversed at this moment. The heads of the other southern families also came to congratulate. The families that could join the Tiger Alliance were not to be underestimated, and the heads of these families were all sharp-minded individuals. How could they not know that pleasing the southern elder meant holding on to a big Thailand would benefit in the future? Unfortunately, Yizi did not pay much attention and walked straight towards Ning Yuxi. Hey, little sister, your Prince Charming is walking over. Compared to Ning Yuxi, who was slow to react, Yi Hemo was more excited and thrilled, as Yizi was the type of man she liked. Hey, little sister, don't be silly. The southern elder is very busy. When Ning Yuxi finally reacted, Yizi was already standing in front of her, smiling charmingly and extending a hand towards her. In that instant, Ning Yuxi felt like she was seeing a myriad of blossoms, summer sunshine, autumn moonlight, spring snow. Her heart was filled with sweetness in anticipation. Could it be that he wants to hold her hand? But in the next moment, she was disappointed, as Yizi only wanted to shake hands with her. Thank you for helping me once again. Can you tell me your name? Yizi shook the delicate hand Ning Yuxi handed over and asked once again for her name. Immediately, Yi Hemo raised her eyebrows, indicating to her to quickly tell the Prince Charming her name and loudly declare herself as his fiancée. Ning Yuxi felt a flutter in her heart, almost blurting out her name, but at that moment, she saw Chu Qingwu not far away and felt a surge of complex emotions. In the end, Ning Yuxi forced a smile. Didn't we agree not to ask each other's names? All right, next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. After thanking her, Yizi bid farewell to Ning Yuxi and went on to hold Chu Qingwu's hand, gracefully leaving the boxing arena under the gaze of the crowd. Yi Hemo watched Ning Yuxi's eyes, shimmering with heartbreak and sadness, and sighed deeply. This silly girl, her heart is too kind. With her qualities and resources, why couldn't she outshine Yi Zhao's future wife and succeed in her stead? Southern Elder! Yizi left, but the cheers of countless fans still echoed behind him. Yanying, Yi Family Manor. The news of Yizi winning the championship in the Tiger Alliance Southern League had reached the ears of the elderly lord. Is that so? Yizi actually coincidentally practiced the oldest martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. After hearing Yanao's report, the old lord's lips curled up slightly. After a moment of reflection, he slowly said, perhaps he will be even more outstanding than Yi Fan. I hope he can shoulder the heavy burden of the Yi family. Lord, Yanao was shocked to hear this. Do you already have a plan to pass on the Yi family to Yizi? If I didn't have that plan, why would I let him return to the Yi family? The old lord's words startled Yanao even more. However, now is not the time. Although Yi Zhao's talent is gradually showing, it is not enough to support the Yi family, and Yi Zhao and Yi Hu are also excellent. Choosing a successor is something I must consider carefully. The old lord's expression grew deeper, and his deep eyes seemed to see the stormy and tumultuous scenes of the past. Everyone envies the endless wealth and supreme power of the Yi family, but behind the wealth and power lies a heavy responsibility. Martial arts alone. My grandsons, you will soon understand the meaning of these four words. The old lord murmured with an almost imperceptible voice. Meanwhile, Yizi had just left the boxing arena. In his car on the way back home with Chu Qingwu, he received a call from Yeofu. Fantastic, ZZ, you did it. We have great hope now. Mother is overjoyed now. With you having the position equal to Yi Hu and Yi Zhao, you surely have the qualification to succeed. Yizi didn't show much emotion to his sister's excitement. Instead, Chu Qingwu suddenly felt an invisible pressure, as her husband became more outstanding and great, making her feel even more insignificant and incapable. ZZ. The Lunar New Year is less than 2 months away. How about you come back to Yanjing? This is where the fate of the Dragon Kingdom is controlled. Mon, and I will help you take control of the situation in Yanjing. Hearing her sister's suggestion, Yizi glanced at Chu Qingwu sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing the worrying in her eyes, he tightly held her small hand, giving her a warm smile. Later, he responded to his sister's words. No. We'll stay in the south. We don't like the power struggle and scheming there. ZZ. You must adapt. Yeofu wasn't holding back either. To be a monarch, you must climb the throne by stepping on the enemy's corpses, or else you will be stepped on by others to rise to power. Alright, sister, don't talk using such obscure words. I just want to stay in the south for now. Well, Eastern Sea, is the power center of the south. If you can control Eastern Sea and then return to Yanjing, you will wield significant influence. We'll see. I have my own boundaries. Yi Zi neither refused nor accepted, and after hanging up the phone, he headed to the Eastern Sea Noble Hospital. It took a while for Chu Qingwu to sort out her emotions and speak up. ZZ, there are 2 women you must not let down. Oh, 2 of them? Yes. One is the infatuated Hua Shishi willing to give her life for you, and the other, who saved me and has helped your angel miss multiple times. Yi Zi looked at Chu Qingwu's somber expression, squeezed her hand, and said with a smile, you missed one, and she is the most important one. That is the wife of Yi Zi, Miss Chu Qingwu. Chu Qingwu smiled, with an extremely complicated smile. Yi Zi, if Ning Yuxi had become your wife, would the path of your life have become smoother? And would you have been happier? Donghai Noble Hospital. When Yi Zi and Chu Qingwu arrived here, Zhao Yunshan had already instructed Chief Aying to be brought here. Following closely behind was Hua Chanshu. Chief, how is it? Can you wake her up? Yi Zi couldn't wait to ask as soon as Chief Aying checked on Hua Qiqi's condition. Chief Aying sighed slightly. If my body was not in this condition, I could use acupuncture to stimulate her nerves and try to wake her up. Unfortunately, now, I am truly powerless. It was the same answer as last time. Just when Hua Chanshu was about to despair, Chief Aying suddenly asked, Yi Zi, did you take the book I gave to Yingying? Huh? Yi Zi was slightly startled, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Chief, I'm sorry. I was in a car accident that night, so I kept the book with me. After saying that, he quickly took out the book 9 Taluses Yanhuang Needle and handed it over to the chief. This book. Despite being the former head of a martial arts family, Hua Chanshu had seen many things, but his eyes lit up when he saw the book. Isn't this the most precious ancient medical book in Longguo? Could it be? Could it be that you are the great master of the Aying family back then? Great master? Yi Xiao's eyes brightened, his tone full of curiosity. He had long known that the chief had an extraordinary background, but he refrained from prying directly. So now, seeing that Hua Chanshu seemed to have some inside knowledge about the chief, he naturally hoped to learn more about the chief from him. Hua Chanshu did not disappoint him, and immediately said, Yi Zi, you are still young. There are some things you may not know. In fact, there has been a legend that has been circulating in the Longguo martial world for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Yi Zi couldn't help but softly murmur, his expression gradually becoming odd. Indeed, thousands of years ago, Longguo had 4 true gods, namely the god of medicine, the god of war, the god of music, and the god of painting. It is rumored that the 4 great gods each passed down their lineage, and each generation took on numerous disciples, but only designated one person to inherit their name and pass on all their lifelong knowledge. The name of Chief Aying had been circulating in Longguo 30 years ago. At that time, you weren't even born, yet she was already revered divine physician in the upper echelons of Longguo. There are even rumors that she is the sole heir of the previous generation's god of medicine. So that's how it is. Yi Zi couldn't help but look at the chief with awe. Even though he was mentally prepared, he had never expected the chief to have such a grand background. No wonder the techniques he learned from her book propelled him to become a respected figure in the southern region. It turned out to be something passed down from the god of medicine. No wonder so many influential figures were willing to fight for it at any cost. Hehe, I dare not call myself a great master. I am not a disciple of the god of medicine, but this book is indeed mine. The chief was modest and did not boast about her former reputation as a divine healer, but after taking the book, she handed it back to Yi Zi and said, Since you have now become my disciple and my student, I will entrust this book to you for safekeeping. Master. Yi Xiao's eyes also became excited. He now deeply understood the significance of the book. After practicing the techniques only for 3 days, his skills had progressed rapidly. Given time, if he were to fully master the medical arts from the entire book, how powerful would he become? Compared to Yingying's talent, you are more suited to inherit my medical skills. I hope that after you learn my medical arts, you can benefit Longguo. Master, I will. Yi Zi earnestly took the book back, nodding firmly to the chief. Afterwards, the chief sighed again. If I had passed on this medical book to you earlier, and you had studied for 3 years, perhaps you could have awakened Shishi now. Master, can you tell me which technique to use to heal Shishi? I can learn it right away. can't I? Yi confidently said. Learning the technique in just 3 days had given him a tremendous boost in confidence, even though he occasionally struggled with its application. No, the chief saw through Yi Zhao's state and promptly cautioned. Using the 9 palaces Yanhuang needle requires a very high level of cultivation. The same needle technique can produce completely different results depending on the practitioner's cultivation level. And with your current cultivation, you would likely struggle to use the profound needle techniques of the 9 palaces Yanhuang needle. Yi felt slightly embarrassed, for the first time off feeling the need to retaliate after being underestimated. Oh, Chief Liang, what should we do now? Do we have to wait for my granddaughter to be unconscious for 3 years, until Yi Zhao's cultivation is sufficient to wake her up? Hua Chanshu was anxious, waiting for 3 years. The state his beloved granddaughter was in might not last, and he might not even last that long. Yi and Chu Kingwu also nervously looked at the chief, both husband and wife eager to awaken Wachichi. There is another way, but... The chief hesitated, swallowing his words, apparently reluctant to say it. Master, please just say it. Are you trying to rush old Flowerhead to his death? Yi was also anxious, but used a teasing tone to urge him on. All right then. The chief bit his lip. To save Shishi, Yi must learn the true 9 palaces Yanhuan secret technique. Yi was even more shocked. Master, what do you mean? Did I actually learn a fake technique? If a fake technique was already so powerful, then mastering the true 9 palaces Yanhuan secret technique could make him almost invincible, right? No, your technique isn't complete. This medical book of mine is actually only the first volume. The chief revealed. My master passed on all his medical skills to me, at only half of his martial cultivation. That's why as I aged, my body deteriorated because I have essentially fallen into a demonic cultivation. Old chief, please explain more clearly. Chu Kingwu was worried. If the chief had fallen into demonic cultivation, what about Yi? Yi just tightly held his wife's hand, waiting for the chief's explanation. Well, since Yi accepted me as his master, it was fate, so I will make it clear. The chief decided to explain in more detail, and asked everyone else besides Yi to leave the room, so Hua Chanshu and Chu Kingwu had to temporarily step out to let Yi hear the chief's secret alone. Yi, I have said before that I am willing to take you as my disciple, but there is also some selfishness. I hope that in the future you can take over the orphanage from me. Besides that, I discovered that you have the Inferno Constitution. Inferno Constitution? Yi furrowed his brows. He had long known that he had a Yang attribute constitution, but he didn't know he had this particular innate talent. That's right, it is an extreme constitution, with a very violent fire attribute within the body. Normally, individuals with this constitution have a 99.9% chance of dying prematurely. Yet, you have survived to this age unscathed. So when I saw you for the first time, I found it very surprising. The chief's words left Yi stunned. It made him think about many things. Since he had such a constitution, why couldn't the Ya family, the top family in Longguo, recognize it? Furthermore, the chief mentioned that individuals with this constitution had a 99.9% chance of dying prematurely, so why was he able to survive up to now? Unaware of what Yi was pondering, the chief continued, the Inferno Constitution is present from birth, but it doesn't manifest itself until around the age of 6. When it awakens, due to the excessive fire element, one might experience continuous high fevers, even reaching a terrifying 50 degrees Celsius. So for children with this constitution, if born into an ordinary family, they might die early due to the inability to handle it, but being born into the top family of Longguo, I believe they would find a way to keep you alive. Listening to the chief's words, Yi Zhao's expression was one of extreme shock. It made him recollect how he had frequently suffered from high fevers that would not abate when he was young, earning him the nickname of a waste, as he spent years bedridden. It was all because he had the Inferno Constitution. Then, who was responsible for keeping him alive? Could it be his mother's necklace? Yi Zhao's eyes widened suddenly. If it weren't for the efforts of those divine healers who had treated him at the time, it must be related to that mysterious necklace. Yi, I won't delve too much into your background secrets. The chief didn't pay much mind to Yi Zhao's current expression. Instead, she calmly stated, your constitution is the most suited for cultivating the 9 palaces Yanhuang needle technique, which is why I accepted you as my disciple, intending to pass on a lifetime of knowledge to you. That's it. Yi finally understood. So, Chief, does that mean I learned the 9 palaces Yan Huan technique in 3 days not because of exceptional talent but simply because my constitution happens to be the most suitable for learning this technique? Hehe, it's a bit of both. The chief laughed, but this may not necessarily be a good thing. If you never learn the second volume of the technique, you will eventually die from demonic cultivation. What? Seeing the expression on Yi Zhao's face, the old dean hurriedly explained. This is also one of the reasons why I hadn't planned to give you that book before. Who would have thought? Sigh. With a meaningful sigh, Yi Zi couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's all my fault. Master forbade me from practicing this technique, but I insisted on practicing it myself. However, I actually don't really want to die, so Master, can you tell me where the next volume of the technique is? Yi Zi, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid that if I do, you will go recklessly to your death. Instead of that, it might be better for you to completely give up continuing your cultivation. Perhaps it won't affect your lifespan. Go to my death. Yes, the next volume of the technique is called 9 Palaces and 5 Elements Instructions, and it should be inside the Tower of Contradiction. The Tower of Contradiction. Yi Zi was suddenly taken aback. This name, why did it sound familiar and awkward? Isn't this a person's name? Well, it's a kingdom of wine and snow, isolated from the world. Outsiders cannot enter unless. Just as the old dean was about to say unless, he stopped talking. Unless what? Yi Zi had already tasted the sweet rewards of this technique, and he was determined to overturn the Yi family, making Yi Fan repent for his mother's death. How could he give up cultivation? Moreover, he had made many enemies now. Giving up cultivation was akin to suicide. So, in any case, he wanted to clarify things. Finally, unable to resist Yi Zhao's eager and pleading eyes, the old dean continued, unless you can disguise yourself to look like the people of that kingdom. Otherwise, if you go in, you will be executed on sight, let alone finding that technique. Disguise myself as well. Yi Zi frowned deeply. Although in this day and age, plastic surgery was not a difficult task, transforming oneself into a foreigner just to obtain a technique didn't seem right. Thinking he was worried about not being able to disguise himself, the old dean recommended, I know someone who is very good at disguising. If she is willing to teach you, it might not be difficult for you to learn. That would be great. Master, please tell me who that person is, and the location of Begida. Yi Zi pleaded again. Looking at his expression, the old dean finally sighed slightly and nodded. The conversation didn't end until half an hour later. When Yi Zi left with Chu Qingwu, he encountered Hui Yekai in the hospital corridor. This once elegant and proud man, upon seeing Yi Zi, immediately lowered his head in respect. Uncle Hui, A call from Yi Zi made him startle, then he promptly replied, Yes, what orders does young Master Yi have? Seeing Hui Yekai's attitude, even Chu Qingwu couldn't help but smile. This kind of person always carried his status and identity in his heart, having a strict hierarchy in his mind. In a few days, I will take Shishi to a place for treatment. Do you have any objections, second uncle? Yi Zi asked casually. No. Hui Yekai quickly lowered his head, not daring to have any opinions. On the other hand, Madame Ran immediately asked, Young Master Yi, may I ask where you are taking Shishi for treatment? Yi Zi sighed slightly, still enjoying conversing with Chi-Chi's mother. Whenever they spoke, she maintained a respectful and gentle manner. Western medicine has already defined Shishi as being in a vegetative state. I want to take him to see a secluded dragon doctor, and it may take some time to bring him back. Yi Zi couldn't reveal everything to Madame Rong, so he spoke vaguely. Fortunately, Madame Rong was understanding and nodded before refraining from further questions, only adding, I hope young Master Yi can wake Shishi up. Yes, I will do my best. Yi Zi nodded firmly, his gaze determined. Shishi became like this because of him, and the old dean mentioned that her master might be in Begida. Therefore, no matter what, he had to take her to that place to ask the master to wake her up. The next day, while Yi Zi was preparing to go to Begida, Chu Qingwu arrived early at the EC commercial district. She saw her injured brother, Xu Jianjun, waiting in front of a building with Shen Yu. Chu Qingwu hurried over. Second brother, why have you been discharged from the hospital? Your body still needs rest. Our subsidiary dancing company will have its grand opening tomorrow. Today, we must finalize the leasing of the company building. At such a critical moment, how can I lie in bed? Chu Jianjun's resolute words moved Chu Qingwu. As family, she truly hoped that her father and eldest brother could work together with her, building the glory of the Chu family. Let's go up. Today, we must sign the lease agreement. Chu Jianjun's determination motivated Chu Qingwu, making her more resolute in her goals. On the 10th floor of the building, a young man in a burgundy suit was handling matters with annoyance. Young Master Lu, the person in charge of Weiwu Company has already arrived. Once we sign the contract and lease the building to them, it will be done. A female secretary in a high-waist skirt suddenly walked up to Lu, trying to soothe his emotions. Of course, I know. It's just signing a contract. My dad made me wait here in advance for them to come. It's really annoying to think that he's giving me this kind of task. Lu Chuanyun grumbled impatiently. Seeing Lu Chuanyun's impatience, the secretary was exasperated. Lu Chuanyun was living blissfully unaware of his fortunate circumstances. His father had enemies, but in the East Sea business arena, he was like a fish in water. He was grooming him to take over some business matters, a privilege that others would envy. However, Lu Chuanyun, instead of signing the lease contract for their building, was being impatient. It seemed that the evaluation of him by others was accurate. He excelled in pleasure, at struggle, when handling serious matters. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. The secretary opened it, and Lu Chuanyun saw two beautiful women, Chu Qingwu and Shen Yu, standing there. His eyes lit up immediately. These looks are quite something. Although not as charming as Gong Ruona, they exuded a different kind of elegance. These women, if played with, might not be as alluring as Gong Ruona, but they would still be enjoyable. However, seeing another man with them, Lu Chuanyun immediately shouted, "Hey, what's the point of so many people coming just to sign a contract? The one with bandages, get out of here. It's unlucky to have someone like that in the office after leaving the hospital." His words startled the secretary, who promptly turned pale and hurriedly called out loudly. She had warned him that today's guests were of high status and told him not to offend them, but he met them with this attitude right away. Chu Qingwu and the others felt somewhat embarrassed. However, the contract today was crucial for Weiwu, so after exchanging a glance, Chu Qingwu gestured for her second brother to leave. "All right, I'll wait downstairs for you. If you need anything, just let me know." Chu Jianjun relented, his words subtly hinting that the men inside seemed unpleasant, and the two beautiful women needed to be cautious. "Second brother, don't worry." Chu Qingwu also gave him a confident look. After experiencing so much, she believed she was no longer the fragile woman she used to be. "Hello, I'm Shen Yu, the project manager of Weiwu Company, and this is our chairman Chu." Shen Yu introduced herself since Lu Chuanyun didn't have the courtesy to do so as the host. "Ha, I'm Lu Chuanyun. Hello, ladies." Only then did Lu Chuanyun extend his hand towards Chu Qingwu, not even mentioning his own position. "Hello." To get things done, Chu Qingwu lightly shook his hand. Unexpectedly, he suddenly tightened his grip on her hand and wouldn't let go, even excessively caressing the back of her hand. "Young Master Lu. Hey, young Master Lu." Seeing this, the secretary turned pale, calling out loudly in shock. Lu, last name Lu, didn't know her background, but she was well aware of his. She heard Chu was the wife of a super big shot, and even the enemy's lord had to please her husband. Lu dared to try something with her. If her husband found out, Lu might not be able to walk away safely. Lu shouted, "Shall we get to the point?" Even though Chu Qingyu was eager to secure the contract, she wasn't one to let others take advantage of her. She promptly shook off the other person's hand. Lu Chuanyun was naturally displeased. He had just started handling commercial matters and lacked a solid business sense. Moreover, he was used to being bold and overbearing, surrounded by a group of followers. How could a woman not give him face and dare to brush off his hand? "Lu Xiao, let's bring out the contract." The female secretary, seeing Lu Chuanyun's expression, was afraid he might offend someone further and hurried to his side to remind him. She even raised her eyebrows in an attempt to urge him to quickly finish the matter and avoid complications. "Damn it! Get lost. Does this young master need a secretary like you to gossip on the side?" Unexpectedly, Lu Chuanyun forcefully pushed her away, causing her to fall to the ground. This action not only frightened the female secretary, but also made Chu Qingyu and Shen Yu unable to stand by and watch, hastening to help the secretary up. "Hey, what kind of person are you?" Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Chu Qingyu stared coldly at Lu Chuanyun. We are here to discuss the contract. If you don't want to cooperate, just say so openly. There's no need for these petty actions. Lu Qianyan, a proud young man, suddenly felt a chill and trembled slightly. Shen Yu, watching Chu Qingyu, her best friend, with her mouth slightly open, sensed a change in her demeanor. The assertiveness was completely different from before. In the past, she would never meddle in other people's affairs so easily. Moreover, who are you exactly? What position do you hold at Chanlu Group? Is your signature on this contract valid? Chu Qingyu's series of questions turned the tables, making her the dominant figure in the situation. The female secretary even rushed to apologize repeatedly to Chu Qingyu, treating her like a cold and aloof executive. Miss Chu, I'm sorry. Let me introduce you. This is young Master Lu Qianyan, the only son of Director Lu from Chanlu Group. Moreover, this building originally belonged to the Lu family, but after a series of acquisitions, the Bai family sold the building back for reasons unknown. Director Lu has now entrusted the operation rights to Lu Xiao, and his signature is absolutely valid. After the secretary finished explaining, she couldn't help but lean towards Lu Qianyan, softly advising, Lu Xiao, please sign the contract quickly. We can't afford to offend this woman. Despite her repeated urging, instead of reminding Lu Qianyan, she inadvertently angered him, and was harshly kicked to the ground. Are you still talking back? Lu Qianyan's repeated refusal not only failed to remind Lu Qianyan, but also infuriated him completely, leading him to kick the secretary heavily to the ground. Are you still gossiping? Am I, Lu Qianyan, supposed to fear a woman? The arrogant young master loved to show off and detested being overshadowed by others. The secretary's words undoubtedly ignited the powder keg in his mind. Shen Yu, let's go. Chu Qingyu's mood had soured completely. She had come to discuss the contract, but the other party had sent over a second-generation rich kid to negotiate with her. It was clear they didn't want to cooperate. Chu Qingyu was not one to bow down or compromise. If the other party lacked sincerity, she turned and left. Shen Yu sighed helplessly. She knew the contract was crucial for the establishment of the Wei Wu subsidiary, but she also supported Chu Qingyu's decision. However, they were stopped before leaving by Lu Qianyan. Damn it! Dare to disrespect me. Lu Qianyan, put these women in place. Lu Qianyan quickly made a phone call, instructing the security downstairs to block the two women, before rushing downstairs himself. After the three of them left the scene, the poor female secretary stood up alone. Out of duty, she had initially wanted to follow and dissuade Lu Qianyan, but after a couple of steps, she decided to play dead on the ground. After all, she was also a person and had her pride. Lu's father had appointed her as his son's personal secretary, and she had prepared to please this young master in hopes of achieving success. However, it seemed her efforts were in vain, as Lu Qianyan chose to act arrogantly and make things difficult for others. Go ahead, continue pretending. Can't wait for you to stir up trouble and see how you pay for offending this woman. Meanwhile, outside the building, Lu Renbing, the chairman of the Chanlu Group, also arrived. He stepped out of the car with a smiling face. As a subordinate family of their enemy, their specialty was to grasp the enemy's moves. After seeing the enemy's patriarch trying to please Yi Zhao and receiving a request from the Jin family to sell the building back to them, Lu Renbing had trouble sleeping that night. Thinking about the opportunity to collaborate with the revered South Elder, he was thrilled beyond belief and had made the contract extremely favorable, even letting his son sign the agreement. Lu Renbing knew his son was not suited for business, but hoped to gain an influential support in the EC. Little did he expect the chaos that ensued. As he entered the building, the security guards from their family had surrounded the chairman of Wei Wu Corporation and his two companions. Even Lu Jianjun was lying on the ground. What is going on here? Lu Renbing was dumbfounded as he saw the scene before him, his mind blank, with a sudden bad feeling creeping in. Ha ha. Dad, you arrived just in time. Lu Qianyan, unaware of his father's predicament, walked over triumphantly, saying, these people from Hua City simply don't know their place. I waited here for them to sign the contract for half an hour, and just as I hadn't presented the contract, they wanted to leave. Isn't this a waste of my time? Lu Renbing was taken aback, asking, what? You didn't show them the contract. Why would they want to leave then? Humph. I'm really angry about this. Lu Qianyan continued, exclaiming loudly, I was just teaching my secretary a lesson. Those two women just can't stand me. They even questioned my identity and the validity of my signature. Huh, why would they doubt you? Lu Renbing asked anxiously. Didn't you tell them about your identity when you met them? What have you been doing all this time? I'm even more upset about this. Lu Qianyan still seemed wroth, shouting, I just shook this woman's hand, and she dared to push me away. He then pointed at Chu Qingyu aggressively. You. Why haven't you asked around, Din Donghai? When did a woman dare to disrespect me like this? I've been ruling in Huacheng for so long. When has a woman challenged my authority like this? What? You were still holding on to her hand. Hearing this, Lu Renbing almost collapsed. Who didn't know that the South Elder cherished his wife and had even sent an enemy son to the hospital for crossing a line with her? Lu Qianyan, who did he think he was? Daring to hold on to a woman's hand and make such arrogant remarks. Yes, Dad. You must also feel this woman doesn't give face to our Lu family, right? Lu Qianyan, oblivious to his father's changed expression, continued to speak fervently. As he started to insult Chu Qingyu, Lu Renbing's face grew graver. Lu Qianyan's words made him feel uneasy. What if you provoked this woman? Do you know how you would end up? As Lu Renbing pondered the situation, Lu Qianyan was kicked suddenly in the back and flew into the air. The Lu family's security guards were stunned by this turn of events. Even Chu Qingyu and Chen Yu, who were just calming down, were shocked to see this unfold. Lu Qianyan, who had been so unruly, was thought to have a father as arrogant as him to back him up. No one expected him to kick his own son. Only the secretary, who had recently escaped from the scene, chuckled to herself. I told you, Lu Qianyan, you jerk, your luck won't last forever. What is there to be proud of except for being born with good fortune? You are always so high and mighty, never listening to others. Now you've learned your lesson, right? But it seems like this isn't over yet. Let's see how you handle the next steps. The female secretary's malicious anticipation is based on some solid ground, because she witnessed Chu Jianjun being knocked down just now, shouting fiercely, Don't think the people from Huacheng are easy to bully. We have people too. She even saw Chu Jianjun making a phone call. Now, the female secretary leisurely sits on the front desk chair, eagerly anticipating further developments, thinking it will surely be more exciting. Sure enough, after Lu Qianyan got up, he exploded furiously. Who kicked me? WHO dares to kick me? Had he enough of life? Huh. His eyes were fierce, his expression arrogant. He firmly believed that the bastard who kicked him would be doomed. Who would have thought? A familiar voice swore angrily. I kicked you. Seeing Lu Qianyan's thunderous reaction, his expression instantly changed. Completely changed, from a king to a grandson. Seeing him in this state, Chu Qingyu and Chen Yu inexplicably felt relieved. Even Chu Jianjun, who was just planning to retaliate against the building, suddenly relaxed, even finding it not a bad idea to cooperate with this Lu Renbing. Dad. What's wrong? Why did you hit me? Aren't you supposed to love me the most? What did I do wrong? Seeing Lu Qianyan's current state, Chu Qingyu couldn't help but smile wryly, but she had seen many such people before. Angels in front of others, but mama's boys in front of parents. In the end, these are typical mama's boys, spoiled by their parents. Quickly apologize to Miss Chu. Mr. Chu. Lu Renbing bellowed. In order to please Chu Qingyu, he had to give his son another hard slap. Lu Qianyan's expression was one of agony, unable to make a sound in front of his father. Ha ha. The female secretary watched the scene unfold, secretly pleased. See what happens when you don't listen to me and bully me. Do you regret it now? Not listening to the person in question causes embarrassment in front of others. After a long time, Lu Qianyan finally accepted reality. Reluctant as he was, he had to do as his father said, because he was well aware that he could be a prince because he had a king, so he could disobey anyone's words except his father's. In his eyes, that would be an act of great disrespect. Fine. Let's apologize, Miss Chu. Mr. Chu. I'm sorry. Just now, Chu Qingyu and the others, who were still resentful, now found themselves in an uncertain mood. Although being embarrassed and bullied wasn't a good thing, they didn't want to argue with an overgrown child. All right, go play by yourself. You almost ruined more than you achieved. Lu Renbing, seeing that Chu Qingyu was not going to argue further, quickly pushed his son out of the building, not wanting his presence to affect the collaboration between the two families. Miss Chu, I'm really sorry. It's my poor parenting that caused this unpleasant incident, but I really do want to collaborate with you. I have even drafted the contract. Please review it. As one of the most valued henchmen for the Chu family, Lu Renbing's emotional intelligence and handling skills were undoubtedly remarkable. At this moment, he hadn't even wiped his sweat and personally welcomed Chu Qingyu and the others into the VIP room, quickly having the prepared contract brought before Chu Qingyu. "Ah, how come the rent is 1 million per year? Mr. Lu, have you made a mistake?" Chu Qingyu exclaimed upon seeing the figure. They had budgeted to pay over 3 million in rent, and were concerned the other party might ask for 6 million, but now only 1 million was mentioned. Unexpectedly, Lu Renbing thought Chu Qingyu found it too expensive, and quickly tried to please her, saying, "Miss Chu, our building has 10 floors, this price is very cheap. If you still find it expensive, I can further reduce it." "What? It could be further reduced. Further reduction would be equivalent to free rent. Director Lu, is there any quality issue with your building?" Because the price was too low, Shen Yu couldn't help but doubt. Lu Renbing quickly waved his hand. "Absolutely not. If there are any issues, we will take full responsibility. If you're still concerned, we can sign additional contracts." Seeing such a good attitude from the other party, Chu Jianjun began to doubt. In contrast, Chu Qingyu had a realization. Having experienced many sudden changes in circumstances, she couldn't help but ask, "Director Lu, are you being so generous to us because you know who my husband is?" "Ow." Lu Renbing hadn't expected Chu Qingyu to be so direct, and simply admitted, "Yes, I just hope Miss Chu can forgive my son. If you could say a few good words about him in front of Mr. Yi, I would be very grateful." Because he was injured and unaware of the boxing match, Chu Jianjun was shocked to learn that Mr. Yi had such a prestigious reputation in the Eastern Sea as well. Thank you, Director Lu." With the contract settled, Chu Qingyu wasted no time and quickly arranged other matters on the spot. After all, the branch office would have to proceed with the downsizing ceremony as planned the next day. Time was of the essence. At that moment, Yizi arrived with Zhao Yunshan and others. Zhao Yunshan even had the entire building surrounded familiarly, thinking that Madame Yi had been bullied again. "Yizi, I'm fine. The contract has been secure." Chu Qingyu quickly explained what happened and even persuaded Zhao Yunshan and the others to help out. "Wife, as long as you're fine, that's good. But I can't stay here to help you. I have to go find someone." Go ahead." Chu Qingyu didn't inquire about Yi Zhao's matters, mainly because she was too busy, but also because she wanted to give him absolute freedom. Sometimes, she even wished Yizi would spend more time with Hua Qiqi and Ning Yuxi, rather than constantly revolving around her, so she could feel a bit more at ease. So after straightening Yi Zhao's collar, she turned and went to attend to her tasks. Shen Yu, watching from the side, felt that her best friend had changed, becoming more magnanimous, exuding an aura of a distinguished lady. She wondered if Yizi would pick up the pace and set up a harem. Yizi, unaware of Shen Yu's thoughts, watched Chu Qingyu's figure disappear from his sight and set off alone to find the expert disguiser recommended by the former dean. A half-hour's drive later, Yizi arrived at a beauty shop called Fairy Beauties. It really is here. Yizi remembered this place. The first time he came to the Eastern Sea in search of Chu Qingyu, he extinguished the love candle meant for someone else at the intersection, in front of this beauty shop. Unexpectedly, fate was indeed mysterious, and more surprisingly, the disguiser he sought was actually here. "Excuse me, is Miss Gong Wona here?" Yizi walked into a beauty salon decorated entirely in white and asked the lady inside. Although he, as a man, didn't have much expertise in beauty salons, upon entering, he couldn't help but marvel at the taste of this salon. Whether it was the walls, the tables and chairs, or the other decorations, everything was pure white, arranged with a lot of layers, giving a sense of the entire world being cleansed. It was clear that the proprietress of this beauty salon must have an incredible sense of cleanliness to manage the beauty salon so immaculately. "Wow, handsome guy is here. Hehe. Is the handsome guy here to ask our proprietress out on a date again? You might have to take a number and wait patiently. Who knows, it might take 3 years to get your turn. Hehe." The women inside the beauty salon, be it employees or customers, spoke very openly and humorously. Yizi didn't mind this teasing, but could someone please give him a useful answer as to whether the proprietress was there or not? In the end, Yizi had to ask again, "If the proprietress doesn't mind, I would like to meet her. Can someone tell me how I can see her?" "Hehe. Young man, your courage is commendable, isn't it? Do you not know that men who pursue our proprietress are all over the Eastern Sea, and they are all quite domineering? And our proprietress can be difficult to deal with. If you can't handle it, you may end up being hurt at any time. Easy was speechless. After so much chatter, none of the women had actually given him any useful information. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Wait a minute, this man seems very familiar." Familiar? Oh, now that you mention it, I also feel like I've seen him somewhere. Where is he from? He doesn't look like one of our local rich guys, but I also feel like I've seen him before. I remembered. He's the hero who extinguished the candle for that surname Liu. Ah, it's really him. The group of women discussed excitedly and then approached Yi. Yi instantly felt uncomfortable, feeling as though he was being washed like a monkey in a zoo. What's worse, some bold women even pinched his arm and exclaimed, "Oh, sisters, feel this. His muscles feel really good when touched, not too hard. Really? Let me try. Wow, it's my favorite type. This kind of man must be someone who works out regularly, but isn't a gym fanatic. Just the right muscle tone." Yi was even more speechless. What should he do in this situation? Resist bravely or passively accept it? Hehe, you guys don't scare the handsome guy. Luckily, at this moment, a short-haired woman walked out and intervened on behalf of Yi, telling him, "Pallas Luone is not here today. If you want to find her, go to the White Guest Hotel. You might be surprised." "All right. Thanks." After hearing this information, Yi turned and left. The name Beauty Fairy was indeed not misnamed. Inside were indeed fairies. It was just unknown what kind of big fairy Pallas Luone, the landlady, would be. Curious, Yi left the beauty salon and drove towards the White Guest Hotel. After he left, the women in the beauty salon started discussing amongst themselves. "Hey, Baijuan, why are you so mean? You actually let the young man go to that 5-star hotel to find someone." "Exactly. Doesn't everyone know that it's the Bai family's hotel? And today is the birthday banquet of Master Bai. How can random people go in? The people attending today are all famous figures of the EC. If he rashly breaks in, that would be interesting. In my opinion, this domineering warrior might actually be willing to go through fire and water for Pallas Luone, that fairy. Yes, he dared to extinguish Mr. Liu's candle last time. This time, to meet our big fairy, sneaking into the hotel is nothing. I really look forward to seeing him make a scene at the hotel. Why don't we go and watch too?" Hehe, if you think the Bai family and the Liu family are of the same level, you're gravely mistaken. The Bai family is a well-known military aristocratic family in the East Sea. Exactly. That's why we have to go see. Let's go. Listening to the discussions, Baijuan did not respond. Her mouth kept showing a strange smile, as if she had ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Yi had no idea what the women in the beauty salon were discussing. After parking, he walked towards the hotel entrance, only to realize that there was an event happening there today. "Sir, please show your invitation." There were 8 uniformed security guards at the entrance, looking quite imposing. "Ow, I need an invitation to enter." Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. Why didn't the women at the salon tell him earlier? How was he supposed to get in now? Hearing this, some of the guards impatiently said, "If you don't have an invitation, then leave." The guards had been bowing respectfully to the guests all day, and encountering someone trying to enter without an invitation was a rare challenge for them to show their authority. Yi tried to reason with them, saying, "I'm just here to find someone. It's urgent. Can you make an exception?" However, before he could even take out money to tip them, the guard said disdainfully, "Do you think this is some random inn? Do you think we are undignified guards? Rules are rules. If everyone could just come in looking for someone, then anyone off the street could come in. Get lost. If you continue to disrupt our work, be prepared to get beaten up." With fists raised, the guards were ready to act aggressively. Inside the beauty salon, the gossipy women were eagerly anticipating a confrontation. "Hit him. Let's start a fight. That young man has a temper. He will surely fight back, right? Hehe, if he starts a conflict with the Bai family, that little tyrant is in trouble." Even Baijuan thought so. The Bai family was known for being domineering, collaborating with their enemies in the EC. If the young man started a fight, it wouldn't end well. However, the guards were just trying to intimidate and hadn't actually thrown a punch. Yi, though short-tempered, was still reasonable. The guards were just following orders. He couldn't blame them for not having an invitation. Suddenly, a voice behind him exclaimed, "Odd, benefactor, why are you here?" Hearing the voice, the women waiting for a scene to unfold were startled. "Oh my! What's going on? Isn't that second young master Baitu from the Bai family? How come he is calling that young man a benefactor? It looks like the unlucky ones aren't that young man, but those ignorant guards." How unexpected. Yi turned around and saw Baitu, looking a bit surprised. Back at the arena, he had intervened to save Baitu from a fight, but he never expected the young master to call him a benefactor. Looking embarrassed, the guards who had just acted tough suddenly felt uneasy. Second young master Baitu was now a key figure in the Bai family, a position that commanded respect. If he was calling this man a benefactor, perhaps they had inadvertently offended someone important. "What were you trying to do just now? Do you know how powerful my benefactor is? If he wanted to kill you, you'd be dead by now." Baitu reprimanded them, leaving the guards pale-faced. If it had been anyone else making those threats, the guards would have dismissed it as a joke. But coming from the second young master, it carried weight. He was a formidable martial artist, capable of easily dispatching all 8 guards alone. So, when even he praised someone, it spoke volumes about that person's strength. With the guards kneeling in submission, the scene was quite spectacular. The women who had expected Yi to have a tough time were dumbfounded, realizing the sudden turn of events. Bai Xuan was also shocked. She had suspected that Yi had a significant background, considering his previous display of dominance. But to think that even Baitu had to sweet-talk him, it revealed a different level of power. "Sorry, we didn't know you were the benefactor of the second young master. Please forgive us." "Yeah, we didn't know. Sorry." Yi didn't dwell on the incident. He waved them off and walked confidently into the hotel. "Benefactor, I'll accompany you." Baitu, unsure of Yi Zhao's intentions, felt the need to stick by him. After all, the man was known as a renowned figure in the southern region, capable of defeating grandmasters with a single move. Yi didn't refuse. With the second young master of the Bai family's help, finding Palace Luonia inside should be a breeze. As they were about to enter, several elegantly dressed women emerged from the hotel. Leading the group was a woman in a golden yellow gown who immediately scolded Baitu. "Baitu, what are you doing? Why are you only coming now? Mother, what's wrong?" Baitu, noticing the lead woman, couldn't greet Yi and frowned as he asked her. "It's a big deal. Follow me quickly." Without hesitation, the woman in the golden gown ordered Baitu to follow her as she briskly headed towards the staircase, skipping the elevator. "Benefactor, I'm sorry. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll entertain you later." Baitu apologized to Yi, then quickly followed his mother towards the staircase. Left on his own, Yi tried to gather information on Palace Luona's whereabouts from the hotel staff, but to no avail. He decided to follow the direction Baitu had taken, hoping for some assistance. As he walked towards a large room, he overheard a commotion inside. "Oh no! Why did Master suddenly collapse? Today is his 75th birthday. All the dignitaries from the EC are here, and they've all brought valuable gifts. If he dies now, we will become a laughingstock. Enough with the crying. We're part of a military family. If word gets out, it'll tarnish our reputation." The woman in the yellow gown entered with Baitu and immediately took charge of the situation. After calming the others down, Baitu approached a Western doctor who was examining his grandfather and inquired about his condition. If you were a resident of Donghai City, you would know who this doctor was. Dr. Li Tieti was the most prominent medical authority in Donghai City and treated only the elite. If even he declared a patient beyond help, it was akin to preparing for the afterlife. Professor Li stood up immediately, with the indifferent expression exuding a hint of arrogance. "There's no way out. Mr. Bai's liver failure due to old age. There is no medicine to cure him now. Really no hope. Even if we can extend his life for a couple more days." The once strong-willed lady Bai now showed a pleading expression. The Bai family had long known that Mr. Bai was in critical condition, but they still insisted on throwing a 75th birthday celebration for him to show others that their patriarch was still alive. The current status and connections of the Bai family were all built by the patriarch, and if he passed away, the position of the Bai family would definitely plummet. As long as they could get past today's birthday celebration, even if the patriarch passed away at home later, they could keep the news hidden, delay as long as possible, and consolidate the power of the Bai family. But if Mr. Bai were to pass today, the whole world would know, leaving the Bai family with no way out. "Lady, Don't you understand what I'm saying? Even facing the distinguished Lady Bai, Professor Lee remained proud and coldly spoke. I am a leading Western medical authority. My diagnosis is final. Mr. Bai's current condition, even its deities came. They couldn't save him. Upon hearing this, the women of the Bai family began to cry. Lady Bai frowned and immediately instructed Bai Tu, as the only grandson of the patriarch, if Western medicine fails, go find a renowned Eastern healer to try. I heard that Dina Liang had. Before she could finish her sentence, an assistant brought by Professor Lee suddenly shouted, Lady, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that you don't trust Professor Lee's diagnosis? You are humiliating Professor Lee. Mr. Wang, I didn't mean that. Unexpectedly, even the dignified lady, I dared not offend Professor Lee, hastily explaining, but Mr. Bai is very important to our Bai family. As his daughter-in-law, we cannot simply give up, right? HMPH, even if you find someone else, the result will be the same. Mr. Wang's assistant spoke more arrogantly, and Professor Lee, even as an assistant, he dared to be overbearing, but by doing this, you are essentially doubting Professor Lee's authority. Once this spreads, I wonder how the Bai family will survive. This speech actually frightened the Bai family women. Even Bai Tu, a young man, didn't know what to do in this situation. Despite the Bai family's esteemed reputation in the Eastern Sea, the fame of Professor Lee was too great. Even some officials in the capital had strong connections with him. Therefore, even the Bai family had to serve him well and refrain from offending him easily. Furthermore, what Mr. Wang's assistant said was true. Once Professor Lee claimed he couldn't save someone who in the Eastern Sea would dare say otherwise. Just then, an extremely disdainful voice came from outside the door. Who's there? The situation was sensitive at the moment, so this voice sounded particularly harsh, prompting Mr. Wang's assistant to angrily react. Everyone turned around to see Yizi, whose face carried a disdainful expression and a faint smile. Was that you just now? Mr. Wang's assistant pointed at Yizi, his face cold with anger. Yes. What about it? Yizi met his gaze, his eyes suddenly sharp as swords. The women inside the Bai family were in panic. They had no interest in boxing matches, and they had no idea who Yizi was or why he appeared there. Lady Bai even gestured to Bai Tu to drive him away, but Bai Tu remained indifferent, leaving her at a loss for what to do. What do you mean by that voice? Professor Lee is a renowned physician in the Dragon Country. Many affluent people have knocked on his door seeking help. If not for his previous acquaintance with Mr. Bai, the Bai family wouldn't have been able to invite him today. By doubting his diagnosis, are you aiming to insult him? Mr. Wang's assistant angrily questioned. He wasn't just Professor Lee's assistant. He was also his good friend and publicist, responsible for promoting Professor Lee's reputation. In this day and age, not only celebrities needed fame, but doctors as well. With a prominent name and reputation, wealthy families were willing to pay large sums to have you treat them. Therefore, when someone dared to ridicule Professor Lee's diagnosis, he naturally exploded with rage. Unexpectedly, Yizi showed no interest in arguing with him, and just walked in. Moreover, he unabashedly pushed aside Professor Lee and Mr. Wang's assistants, who were standing by the bed, and looked at Mr. Bai lying on it. Goodness! The sight of his actions stunned the Bai family women, who couldn't believe there was such a domineering person. Not only did Yizi treat Professor Lee and Mr. Wang's assistants as insignificant, he also treated the people of the Bai family as if they were invisible. Bai Tu, since your father is not here, as the only man of the Bai family, why haven't you quickly thrown this strange man out? Lady Bai was also flustered. Although she also found Professor Lee and Mr. Wang's assistant too arrogant, they were still eminent figures, and as women, they couldn't easily offend such people. Moreover, since Yizi came uninvited, how could they allow him to act recklessly? Just as everyone thought Bai Tu would easily throw out this strange man, he exclaimed excitedly, Mom, he is the southern revered one who saved my life. How can I not show him respect? What? Bai Tu's words left the Bai family women shocked and dumbfounded. Although they were not interested in boxing, they all knew the esteemed status of the southern revered one. In their minds, such a figure, even if he wasn't an old man with a flowing beard, was definitely a muscular middle-aged man. They never expected him to be such a young man. I am confident in curing him. Yizi disregarded the expressions and comments of those around him, and, after a simple examination of Mr. Bai's condition, calmly said these words. Although spoken casually, his words almost scare everyone present. What? Are you sure you can cure the patriarch? You're not joking, right? Lady Bai's eyes flickered with doubt, still filled with suspicion. I don't like to joke with strangers, Yizi replied nonchalantly. He then instructed Bai Tu, get me a silver needle. All right, I'll have someone fetch it right away. Bai Tu was the most excited person present because he knew exactly how skilled Yizi was. He knew that Yizi could even defeat grandmasters with a single move. His medical skills were equally extraordinary. However, when the needle was brought over, Professor Li intervened, his face dark, and reprimanded Yizi. Kid, if even I can't cure him, who are you to treat him? In the past, upon hearing Professor Li say such words, other doctors would have immediately backed off or even scurried away in panic. Questioning someone's ability was one thing, but Professor Li had such a distinguished reputation that no one dared to challenge him. However, Yizi coldly chuckled. Please don't compare your medical skills with mine. Thank you. Damn. The hearts of the Bai family members present were struck hard, especially Bai Tu. How satisfying it was to hear those words. Initially, Professor Li's arrogance, when he arrogantly declared he couldn't treat someone they earnestly wished to criticize him, but due to their lack of medical knowledge and of his reputation, they had kept silent. Now, Yizi had spoken the words they had wanted to say, and they couldn't have been happier. You. Professor Li was momentarily speechless. After practicing medicine for so many years and gaining fame, he had never been so humiliated before. Despite his reputation being partly propelled by Mr. Wang's assistant's extensive promotion, he had real skills. While he couldn't say they compared to Yi Xiao's abilities, he had around 80 to 90% certainty when it came to diagnosing a person's condition. All right, let's see if you can cure Mr. Bai. Your failure will be the end of your career. Unable to stop Yizi, Professor Li simply stood aside with folded arms, watching to see what Yizi was capable of and how he dared to speak so boldly. Yizi wasn't a licensed doctor, but he had recently studied the 9 palaces and the flame needle, which incidentally contained information on liver failure. This illness was extremely challenging to treat. In modern medicine, it was a walk in the park for a martial artist proficient in acupuncture. In any case, it was much simpler than dealing with neurological issues like epilepsy. Yizi wanted to practice his skills, and being more skilled than others, his practice opponent happened to be the patriarch of the Bai family. This unprecedented situation would surely shock the people of the Eastern Sea to the core once word got out. After disinfecting the silver needle, Yizi casually inserted it near Mr. Bai's liver. Mr. Wang's assistant sneered, I don't see anything extraordinary. Though the Bai family women were not doctors, they were knowledgeable. They had witnessed some acupuncture masters perform treatments with grace and skill. But Yi Xiao's technique seemed clumsy. However, the scenes that followed left everyone present dumbfounded. As Yizi infused the silver needle with his true Che, white smoke began to emanate from it. Could this be the legendary technique of controlling needles with Che in the Dragon Country? Professor Li's face drained of color. Though proud, he could recognize true talent and skill when he saw it, realizing that this young man truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Having been a doctor for decades, he had once seen a skilled dragon doctor who used this miraculous technique to reverse decaying conditions. However, he was astounded that this young man had mastered such a magical healing skill. It was apparent that Yi Xiao's medical skills indeed surpassed his own, which explained his disdain for Professor Li's earlier conclusion. Receive. Using the true energy generated by the yin-yang technique, Yizi injected enough energy into Bai Lao Kui's exhausted liver, then raised both hands. The silver needles seemed to come to life, astonishing everyone in the room, causing them to fall silent. Grandfather, you look much better now. How do you feel? Bai Tu saw that his grandfather had opened his eyes and excitedly rushed to his side. The others were shocked beyond belief. Just moments ago, Grandfather Bai had been pale and lifeless, resembling a corpse aside from the faint breath. Who could have predicted that in just a few minutes, his face would flush with vitality, as if he had turned younger? What happened exactly? I feel the strength returning to my body. Bai Lao Kui was also unable to contain his excitement, sitting up directly from the bed. His sudden movement not only frightened the younger generation of the Bai family, but even himself couldn't believe it was real, suspecting he was dreaming. Your kidneys now have the energy to continue functioning, so your body's other abilities will naturally recover. No need to make a big deal out of it, Yizi explained the principle to Bai Lao Kui. Even though he spoke casually, those around still considered it a miracle. Professor Li and Assistant Wang, who were waiting to see Yi fail to deliver on his promises, now wore expressive faces, eyes wide, breaths held, bodies tense. The more they understood, the more shocked they became, because according to Western medical theory, injecting energy into internal organs was nothing short of a fantasy. Yet, unexpectedly, it happened right before their eyes, leaving them unsure of whether to accept it or dismiss it as nonsense. HMPH. At this point, Madame Dai snorted at Professor Li and Assistant Wang, her expression filled with anger. Luckily, I didn't listen to your self-proclaimed renowned doctor's nonsense. You just tried to kill Grandpa. What? Murder? Upon hearing this word, Professor Li became unsettled. Grandfather Bai was furious. How could he not be? If his wife and grandson had truly followed the quack's diagnosis and abandoned the urgent treatment he needed, he might have already reported to the King of Hell by now. This is outrageous. Guards! Grandfather Bai, once a military general, naturally had a fiery temper. Upon understanding what had just transpired, he roared angrily. Grandfather, what are your orders? Outside the door, a group of well-trained bodyguards quickly barged in, each with an imposing aura and bodies as strong as iron. Professor Li, who just had an authoritative air, was now extremely unsettled. With his authority stripped away, he knew he had turned into a deceiver seeking fame at the cost of lives, lacking confidence to even speak a word. Assistant Wang, on the other hand, continued to cry out, Grandfather Bai, Professor Li is an authority in Western medicine. Don't misunderstand him because of some quack's tricks, or... Oh, how should I continue? Halfway through, Assistant Wang felt embarrassed to continue his spiel because he realized his usual tactics weren't working. Ha ha. Is someone considered an authority when they advocate for giving up treatment and letting someone die, and a fraud when they bring someone back from the brink of death? How thick-skinned must these people be? What's detestable is the number of people they've fooled. Grandfather Bai laughed bitterly, wasting no more words. He immediately ordered the two scoundrels to be tied up, determined to expose what happened that day and ruin the reputation of these two despicable charlatans. When Assistant Wang was being taken away, he cursed, Li, I'm severing ties with you. From today onwards, we're finished. I was driven to death by your incompetent medical skills. Why mock others? Still wanted to see them fail. But now who really failed? Upon hearing these words, Yi was left speechless. Among the two, Assistant Wang was even more despicable. However, both deserved to die, so he didn't defend them. Instead, he spoke to the Bai family members. Grandfather Bai, my medical skills are only mediocre. The acupuncture I just performed can only extend your life by 1 year at most. If you have any issues after a year, I can take a look then. Ah, it's you, Southern Venerable. Grandfather Bai, who had been too emotional at first, didn't pay attention to Yi. Now, seeing the person who saved him, he realized it was Southern Venerable. Call me whatever you like. I'm here to find someone. Saving you was just a coincidence. Whether you want to expose those two charlatans, I don't care. Just don't expose my medical skills, Yi said before turning away to leave. Hey, Miracle Doctor, hold on. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Grandfather Bai, feeling grateful for being saved, wanted to express his gratitude. Unfortunately, Yi was not interested in rewards and had no intention of taking credit for his actions. Seeing his aloof figure, the Bai family women couldn't help but sigh. Ah, this man is so low-key. Indeed, that's why his medical skills are so exceptional without much fame. He doesn't seek recognition. Remaining hidden truly is powerful. Those who boast and make a spectacle of themselves are usually lacking in talent. Yi didn't care about how the Bai family perceived him. What intrigued him was whether they knew he was responsible for Bai Haoguang's demise, or perhaps they knew but didn't seek revenge due to his title as Southern Venerable. Regardless, finding the person he was looking for was more urgent. Benefactor, Yi had just stepped out when Bai Tu caught up to him with a pleasing expression on his face. Benefactor, you mentioned you were here to find someone. Who are you looking for? I can help. A woman named Gong Ruona, Yi replied honestly without rejecting Bai Tu's offer. Bai Tu seemed surprised. Gong Ruona, you're looking for that woman. What's the matter? Is she a terrifying woman? Yi, upon mentioning her name, noticed a slight change in Bai Tu's expression and became more curious about her. Ha ha, It depends on how you understand it. If you ignore her temperament, that woman's figure is every man's dream. By the way, benefactor, don't you know her? Bai Tu asked. I truly don't, so I don't know how to find her. Yi Zi shrugged. Ha ha. Once you get to know her, you might regret it. Bai Tu chuckled. Yi Zi suddenly had a bad feeling upon hearing this remark. Bai Tu didn't say much further. Benefactor, I'll instruct my people to help you locate her. Please wait for me in the VIP lounge. I'll inform you once we find her. Okay. Yi Zi nodded before following the people. Bai Tu assigned to him to the VIP lounge. The birthday banquet hosted by the Bai family was shining with bright lights. In his youth, Grandfather Bai was a general with absolute prestige and status in the East China Sea region. The attendees were either wealthy businessmen or prominent figures, with many even being celebrities from the entertainment industry. Though the scale was smaller than Yi San's birthday banquet, it was still an event that ordinary people could only admire. Sitting in the VIP lounge, Yi Zi naturally attracted many envious looks. However, he paid no attention to these glances and instead curiously glanced at a beautiful woman sitting in a corner. If he was not mistaken, she should be a member of the Beauty Fairy, as he had seen similar wrist accessories worn by the women from the Beauty Fairy Pavilion. Could she be Gan Ruona? But she didn't quite match the temperament. Also, if she was indeed Gan Ruona, Bai Tu's people should have already informed him. The woman, different from the other cheerful guests, sat alone in a corner. After finishing glass after glass of red wine, she forcefully tapped the cup on the table. Sensing her heavy thoughts, Yi Zi decided to approach her, curious to see if she knew Gan Ruona's whereabouts. However, as he stood up, he noticed 3 men entering the VIP lounge. Damn it! Seeing these 3 men, Yi Zi was frozen in place as if struck by lightning, unable to blink. Leading the group was none other than Yao, the man he had previously taken down with his own hands. And behind him were Chu Jiangwo and Chu King. What was going on? Had Yao been resurrected? Even though Yi Zi was a staunch materialist, he couldn't help but feel confused at that moment. The expressions on the 3 men's faces were far from calm compared to Yi Zi. Seeing him, Yao seemed to be trembling, almost losing his balance, but Chu Jiangwo and Chu King managed to support him. Yi Zi, what are you doing here? Hey, shouldn't I be asking you that? Aren't you back from the dead? Yi Zi kept his eyes fixed on Yao, closing in step by step. The 3 men were visibly sweating, stepping back cautiously. If Yao's legs weren't still somewhat numb, they might have turned and fled. Stop, stop, stop. In the end, Yao still stood up, tilting his head back and staring at Yi Zi, forcing himself to adopt a proud posture. Hey, Yi Zi, today I didn't come for you. We don't interfere with each other's business. Please don't use violence. Otherwise what? Yi Zi smirked, moving closer to Yao until he had no more room to retreat. The 3 of them ended up pressed against the wall. Though they looked nearly identical and even had similar voices, the attitude and demeanor of this guy were completely different from the real Yao. It was obvious he was a fake. Oh, otherwise, I won't play with you anymore. And we won't be brothers. Humph. Yao finished speaking and quickly scurried away. Chu Jiangwo and his son also glared at Yi Zi before turning to leave. Their mix of hatred and fear appeared quite comical. Yi Zi was also exasperated. As a further test, he casually grabbed a longevity bun from the table and flicked it towards Yao. Yao's back leg was hit, causing him to fall to the ground in a humiliating manner. Yi Zi, you jerk. Do you have to bully me? If you bully me again, I'll... Yao turned over, lying on the ground, looking tamed. Ha. I just love seeing you frustrated and unable to take me down. I do want to bully you. How about it? Want to spar with me? Yi Xiao's arrogant words made the 3 of them red-faced. Eventually, they crawled away from the VIP box, feeling embarrassed. Wow, it's rare to see Yao being so humiliated. Indeed, I've heard how proud this man is and how distinguished his status is in the Dragon Kingdom. Today I see it's just a rumor. Shh, don't talk nonsense. Do you think everyone can bully him? Do you know that the one bullying him is the Southern Venerable? Southern Venerable. The people in the VIP box whispered to each other, careful not to make too much noise due to the identities of Yao and Yi Zi. Yi Zi paid no attention to the whispers and sat back in his original place. He could imitate appearances and voices, but he couldn't replicate fighting skills. With just that move, Yizi was 100% sure that the guy was a fake, and it might even be Chu King who pretending. Ha. I don't know what you guys are up to, but go ahead and play. Yizi didn't intend to eliminate Chu's father and sons as long as they stopped causing trouble and provoking him. Let them play to whatever heights they wanted. Damn it. Yao and Chijianwo, father and son, had just left the VIP section and retreated to a secluded corner outside the banquet hall. Yao was furiously tugging at his hair in frustration. King, we've got to think of something. Chijianwo, feeling helpless after yet another humiliation at Yi Zhao's hands, was nearly driven to madness. The pent-up rage and frustration were unbearable, and there was no end in sight. Chu King stood silently in a corner, smoking. Today was supposed to be the grand return of Chu King who had undergone plastic surgery to look like Yao. They had planned to use old Master Bai's birthday banquet as an opportunity to establish connections and lay the groundwork for dealing with Yizi. Who would have thought things would go so badly right from the start? Seeing Yizi there had turned their plans into a fiasco, leaving them utterly humiliated. The incident would undoubtedly spread through Yizi's upper-class circles, making it even harder for them to rally others against Yizi. Forget it. At that moment, Liu Yejian approached alongside Qiu Wuqi. Qiu Wuqi had initially intended to use brute force to crush Yizi. However, after witnessing Yi Zhao's formidable strength in the finals, he was left without any solid plan, so he turned to Liu Yejian, their strategist, for advice. What do you mean by that, Liu? Chijianwo was the first to react with agitation. Yizi is our mortal enemy. He's the reason we're like homeless dogs, and you're the one who's been constantly avoiding him. Don't tell me you don't want revenge anymore. It's not that I don't want to, it's that we can't. Liu Yejian, always the calmest among them, reply. The fact that Yizi was in the VIP section shows that the Bai family is trying to curry favor with him, and old Master Kai's attitude is even clearer. He wants to be on good terms with Yizi. In East Sea, the Bai and Qiu families are the leading clans. If even their heads are aligning with Yizi, who else can we count on to join us against him? As for assassinating him, that's even more impossible. His strength has grown ridiculously high. If we're not careful, we could be the ones getting killed instead. Liu Yejian's rational analysis left the others disheartened. Qiu Wuqi, in particular, was visibly annoyed. Damn it, I should have killed him outright back then. Who could have guessed that guy would have some fortuitous encounter, boosting his strength to this level? Now even I'm no match for him. So what do we do? Just sit back and watch Yizi rise to power in East Sea while we scurry around like rats avoiding a cat. Chu King, whose words only fueled Qiu Wuqi's frustration, his fists clenching tightly. Ridiculous. This is my Qiu family's turf. I, Qiu Wuqi, am the pride of my family. Am I really powerless to take down one man? Seeing their emotions sufficiently riled up, Liu Yejian offered a calculated suggestion. Qiu, Yi, don't rush. You both hold significant resources. Our resources? The two men paused. Exactly, Liu Yejian continued, turning to Chu King who, you've had surgery to look like Yao, not to confront Yizi head-on. Your role is to leverage Yao's identity to mobilize the Yi family's resources. That's the only way to stand a chance against Yizi. But I don't know what resources Yao has, let alone how to use them. What if I mess up and the Yi family figures out I'm an imposter? Chu King, who was flustered, clearly lacking Liu Yejian's cunning. Don't worry, just say you want to train in martial arts and ask Yi Sanye where you should go. That'll be a good starting point. Liu Yejian coached him step by step. Although Chu King, who still looked troubled, Qiu Wuqi suddenly seemed enlightened. I remember, Yi Sanye has connections with a highly skilled martial arts sect. I've always dreamed of training there. If I get a recommendation from Yi Sanye, I could train for a while and return strong enough to crush Yizi. Predictably, Qiu Wuqi's plans revolved entirely around martial arts. Liu Yejian seized the moment. Qiu, with your talent, I'm confident you'll surpass Yizi in no time. But while you're away training, we can't just sit idle. We'll need to keep Yizi preoccupied. That's easy, Qiu Wuqi offered without hesitation. While I'm gone, I'll instruct my people to fully support your efforts against Yizi. You'll also have access to my resources. Very well. Liu Yejian pretended to hesitate before finally nodding. This seems like the best course of action. While you two train, we'll ensure Yizi doesn't get to rise uncontested. Teal. They agreed, and Qiu Wuqi urged Chu Qinghu to quickly secure Yi Sanye's recommendation. Meanwhile, Chu King remained silent, but as he observed Liu Yejian's expression, a sense of fear and suspicion crept in. This guy seemed to be playing everyone like pawns. At one of the ordinary tables in the banquet hall, Yin Qian sat drinking alone, unaware that Yi had noticed her from the VIP section. She didn't want to drink so much, but she had no choice. Tonight, she would have to give her pure, untouched body to a despicable man. That man, Liang Qingshan, was sitting across the room, grinning as he flattered Bai Jinan, the Bai family patriarch. Liang's greasy face, protruding nose hairs, and yellowed teeth made Yin Qian feel nauseous. She knew that if she didn't get herself drunk now, she might mentally break down later when this repulsive man violated her. For many models and entertainers, sleeping with wealthy and powerful men for contracts and opportunities was par for the course. Refusing such advances was often seen as career suicide. But Yin Qian wasn't after money or resources. She had been deceived, and that was what pained her most, as she thought of her peers who had made a name for themselves while she had fallen to such depths. A bitter smile spread across her face, and tears welled up in her eyes. Liang Qingshan didn't have time to care about Yin Kellen's feelings. After all, as the boss of an advertising investment company, using loopholes in contracts to force female artists to take some revealing photos had been going on for quite some time. For those who didn't want to take these photos and couldn't afford the hefty breach of contract fines, in the end, who wouldn't end up giving in to him, seeking a no-strings-attached breach. And after he enjoyed himself, those women would let go of their inhibitions, and then accept to take such photos again in exchange for money. This trick was truly killing two birds with one stone, gaining money and pleasure at the same time, and it never failed, becoming a common occurrence. Liang Qingshan, don't mention this kind of thing in public in the future, Bai Jinren said, in a low voice to Liang Qingshan. He had a wary look, as if afraid of others overhearing their conversation. Yes, brother Bai, I understand. Liang Qingshan had just buttered up Bai Jinren, hoping to find someone to protect him. After all, it was an undeniable fact that he had offended Yi Xiaoyi, and these past few days he had been on edge, fearing retaliation at any moment, so he had been dreaming of someone taking care of Yi Xiaoyi for him. Obviously, Bai Haobuang's father, Bai Jinren, was a very good candidate. Liang Qingshan had heard that his son died at the hands of Yi Xiaoyi. However, he didn't expect this man to be so cowardly. As a prominent figure in a military family, he actually feared Yi Xiaoyi. Even mentioning avenging his son needed careful consideration. Never mind, if the big matters can't be sorted out, let's enjoy the good things first. Hehe. Liang Qingshan, as always, lecherous, noticing that Bai Jinren was preoccupied and didn't acknowledge him, he tactfully walked away. Next, he would conveniently book a room at this 5-star hotel and have his way with the exceptional model Yin Kellen. Thinking about this, he felt delighted, shifting the focus back to Yi Xiaoyi. After dealing with the fake Yaoji, Bai Tu informed him that Gong Guano was not among the guests that day. Yi Xiaoyi was disappointed and didn't understand why the short-haired beauty at the enchanting pavilion had misled him to come here. Then a factor, if you want to find Gong Guano, I will send someone to invite her to the banquet. Bai Tu was eager to repay Yi Xiaoyi's kindness, hence he spared no effort to please him. All right, if you find her, please inform me immediately. Yi Xiaoyi didn't refuse. His influence had not yet penetrated to Donghai. Having a local snake to do his bidding was undoubtedly the best scenario. As Bai Tu left, Yi Xiaoyi also strolled out of the banquet hall alone, intending to smoke a cigarette, but suddenly heard loud noises coming from downstairs. Damn it, who dares to touch my Kellen? I'll have to cut them. Great sister, calm down. Today is the White Master's birthday banquet. If you storm in with a knife like this, you'll be apprehended. Who dares to touch my sister? Let them try. Hearing the voices of two women, Yi Xiaoyi couldn't help but shiver, wondering which auntie or big sister was causing a scene here seeking revenge. But as he watched the two women coming up from the stairs, he couldn't help but feel fascinated. Listening to their tone, he thought they were older women, but the two who arrived were actually absolute stunners. Tall, long-legged, fair-skinned, wearing outfits that were suggestive but not revealing, with a very alluring vibe. Especially the one holding a watermelon knife, her icy and flawless face was like a bewitching fairy. Yi Xiaoyi cast an eye over her from above, and instantly felt his breath quicken. He could swear on his wife's reputation that this woman was wearing a fiery red lingerie underneath, a white coat with flames of red showing, and white tight elastic pants. At first glance, Yi Xiaoyi only thought of her as a femme fatale. Even if she wasn't more beautiful than his wife, it couldn't be denied that 9 out of 10 ordinary men would be infatuated with this type. After the two women approached, they also noticed Yi Xiaoyi. "Hey, little brother, what a coincidence. Oh, it's you." It was only at this moment that Yi Xiaoyi shifted his gaze to the short-haired beauty, the one he was misled into coming here to find Gong Guona. Seeing her here, Yi Xiaoyi probably understood why she had intentionally misled him to come, and what her purpose was. Additionally, the identity of the white-clad sexy woman also became apparent. Well, no wonder Bai Tu said he would never forget seeing Gong Guona. It seemed his words weren't baseless. "Hey, little brother, have you seen that scoundrel Liang Qingshan? I'm going to castrate him." Gong Guona didn't think that brandishing a knife would scare people. Instead, she waved it a few times in front of Yi Xiaoyi. "Who are you calling? Come on, shout your heart out. Let's see if anyone will come to your rescue. You disrespectful piece of paper." In the banquet hall's back door, Liang Qingshan pointed and berated the fallen Yin Kellen. He had originally wanted to take the drunk model upstairs joyfully, and then proceed to have her photo taken. Little did he expect that after drinking, this woman would have a change of heart and refuse to let him have his way. Unbelievable. You've signed the contract. If you can't afford the money, you should use your body to settle the debt. The White family and I have a good relationship as well. I'd like to see who dares to oppose me here today. Liang Qingshan arrogantly stated as he tried to drag Yin Kellen upstairs forcibly. Due to excessive force, Liang Qingshan not only tore Yin Kellen's clothes, but also caused her, who was already unsteady, to lose her balance and fall heavily to the ground. "Ah!" The beautiful model let out a piercing scream, very ear-piercing. It's uncertain if anyone in the lively banquet hall heard, but just then, Yi Xiaoyi, who had followed the two alluring women over, saw this scene from a distance and instantly felt a surge of anger. Who the hell is that jerk of a big uncle? He specializes in these lewd and despicable acts. How could there be such shameless relatives to Shen Yu, a wise goddess? Yin Kellen lay on the ground, one shoulder exposed, her fair thighs still bleeding from being cut by her high heels, bloodstains appearing all over. Damn it! Liang Qingshan not only lacked sympathy for this model who made a living off her looks, but seeing her bleed ruined his mood, so he raised his hand and slapped her cheek. Ouch! Yin Kellen winced in pain, covering her cheek with her hand. Her long hair fell loose, mixing with the tears sticking to her face. She knew she must look terrible now and felt utterly humiliated. If she could start life over, she would never choose to become an artist again. Not everyone could succeed. Beautiful and talented artists who lacked connections, resources, and a backing ended up in the dust, living like dogs. Many people were like that. Ha ha. What I love most is ruining pretentious pieces of paper like you. I'll smack you to death. Liang Qingshan was a real scoundrel. Having slapped the beauty, he raised his hand again to continue. However, this time, his chubby palm hovered without striking the woman's face. When Yin Kellen opened her eyes again, a handsome man had firmly grasped Liang Qingshan's wrist. Who the heck butted in? Dare to grab my hand? Liang Qingshan hadn't yet realized who was preventing him from hitting someone. He continued to curse arrogantly. Only when he looked up did his expression undergo a complete reversal, from arrogance to horror. Yi Xiaoyi, how is it you again? Because I remembered, I haven't beaten you up since last time. Yi Xiaoyi had a violent temper, and with no hesitation, he mercilessly threw a punch at Liang Qingshan's greasy face. A spray of blood bloomed in the corridor's air. Wow, handsome! Bai Zhuan exclaimed loudly, instantly becoming a fan of Yi Zi. Meanwhile, Gong Guona, the knife-wielding competitor, had not yet arrived at the scene. She looked at Yi Zhao's eyes with surprise, then her red lips curved into a charming smile. Unexpectedly, this handsome young man was still as domineering as ever. Doom! Liang Qingshan's bulky body burst open the back door of the banquet hall and fell heavily inside amidst the lively atmosphere. Many people were dumbfounded for a while before expressing their surprise. What's going on? How could someone dare to cause a scene at Lord Bai's birthday banquet? No way! Who has the guts to stir up trouble at Lord Bai's birthday banquet? Ha ha! I remember the last time someone made a scene at the Bai family banquet and was thrown out by Bai family's soldiers. Today is Lord Bai's birthday. If anyone starts a fight at his banquet, that person might not only die but also lose some skin. After the initial shock, everyone got excited, eager to witness the drama unfold. "Miss, are you okay?" Yi Zi, indifferent to the situation inside, took off his own coat and put it on Yin Kellen with grace. However, unintentionally, he looked down at her body and skin from a high vantage point, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Indeed, she was truly a beauty, with impeccable features all over her body. No wonder Liang Qingshan couldn't resist having ideas about her earlier. "Dastard, who dares to bully my Kellen? I'll castrate him." Just as Yi Zi was helping Yin Kellen put on the coat and assist her to stand up, a fierce foe suddenly came from behind, belonging to Gong Ruona. Thinking of her fierce demeanor and the sharp watermelon knife in her hand, even Yi Zi couldn't help but sweat nervously. Maybe it was best not to get involved. What if that fierce beauty misunderstood? And how would he deal with a knife coming down? It was too frightening to think about. "Hey, handsome, it's not like you're bullying my Kellen. Why are you running away?" Hearing Bai Zhuan's teasing voice, Yi Zi stopped slightly and humorously patted his chest. "Miss, someone is coming at me with a knife from behind. Would I be foolish not to run? Heh. Big sister, look how fierce you are, scaring even such a domineering handsome guy." Bai Zhuan teased Gong Ruona before going to help Yin Kellen. Thank you. After Yin Kellen stood up, she thanked Yi Zi. Before Yi Zi could say anything, Gong Ruona sneered. "Humph, why thank him? When a man saves a woman, it's just to expect something in return, right? Not only winning her heart but also her body. It's all a trick, otherwise, do you really think he is a righteous hero?" Out. Yi Zi suddenly felt uncomfortable with the accusation. Was he being perceived as a scheming villain for helping out? At that moment, a pair of uniformed security guards rushed out of the banquet hall and quickly surrounded Yi Zi and the three beautiful women. Their well-trained movements were not typical of regular hotel security, but more like soldiers trained through strict military training. The people in the banquet hall also came out to watch the commotion with interest. Heh. The White family's security team is here. These people are in trouble now. From the looks of it, could it be two men fighting over some wild model, causing jealousy? I recognize that woman in white. Isn't she the most famous socialite Gong Ruona in the East China Sea? Many upscale men are obsessed with her. With such women around, what else could it be other than worldly and scandalous affairs? Ah, I despise such women. They lower our standards. People who love to watch drama are mostly not significant figures, mostly women, so no one recognizes who Yi Zi is. They are just envious of Gong Ruona's devilish appearance. What's going on? The captain of the soldiers had dealt with such situations before and his expression was cold, even when faced with three fiery women. "Oh, Captain. Perfect timing. This woman here tried to violate me. I refused her advances, and she started shouting for help, resulting in me getting beaten." Liang Qingshan dared not confront Yi Zi, but that didn't stop him from falsely accusing Yin Kellen. He quickly portrayed himself as the victim, twisting the truth. You. Yin Kellen was suddenly enraged and couldn't find the words to respond. Fortunately, Gong Ruona was quick to retort. "Bah, how shameless can a man be? Look in the mirror. Would my Kellen be interested in a wretch like you? It's laughable that you dare to say such things. Humph, although I may not look as good as the men you flaunt, at least I am the boss of an advertising investment company. This wild model, only covets my money and resources. Is that surprising?" Liang Qingshan confidently defended himself, creating confusion among the spectators. "Ah, these wild models will do anything to gain attention, truly without dignity. Even at Lord Bai's birthday banquet, how could such women be allowed in? Ha, you are all uninformed. During banquets hosted by prominent families, they often invite beautiful models to enhance the event's glamour. I bet the Bai family didn't anticipate these models acting so outrageously." The public opinion was one-sided, indicating that those who love drama aren't necessarily the brightest and are easily swayed by who reports first. Yin Kellen was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Disregarding her injured foot, she wanted to rush forward and confront Liang Qingshan. However, her actions only made her seem more agitated to onlookers. "Seize them and throw them out." The captain of the soldiers wasted no time in taking harsh measures to maintain the dignity of the White family. Yi Zi was disappointed with the soldiers' actions and was about to step in to protect the three women, when suddenly someone pulled him back. "Humph, let's see who dares to act." Gong Ruona, unaware of Yi Zhao's fighting skills, pulled him behind her. using her body to shield him and the other two women. Her resilient buttocks accidentally brushed against Yixiao's body as she moved anxiously, and even with Yixiao's strong composure, he couldn't resist this comfort. Gong Ruona's body emitted a strong feminine fragrance that stimulated his nerves, making his breathing slightly constrained. Indeed, Bai Tu was a prophet. Such women were extremely provocative, fierce in character, and very loyal. Gong Ruona waved a watermelon knife, causing the well-trained soldiers to hesitate and not act recklessly. Humph, it's that surnamed Liang scoundrel who wanted to. Mike Helen. He even wanted to take compromising pictures, so if you're going to arrest someone, it should be him. Gong Ruona not only demonstrated bold actions, but also spoke boldly, representing Yin Kellen. She didn't mention that Liang Qingshan had intentions of more sinister acts. What's happening? The commotion finally caught the attention of the White family members, and White Jingren arrived with his bodyguards to handle the situation. Heh. This is getting interesting. If those models had accepted expulsion obediently, maybe they would have faced less humiliation. Now that Master Jin of the White family has arrived, their fate is sure to be miserable. Exactly. Everyone knows that Master Jin serves in the active East China Sea military district. It's no secret that he's ruthless. If they disrupted his father's birthday banquet, he won't go easy on them. Seeing the arrival of the White family's head, the spectators were filled with excitement and speculation. Ah, White brother, you came just in time. This smelly kid came out of nowhere and dared to hit me just now. Look, my nose is bleeding. Upon seeing White Jingren, Liang Qingshan quickly ran to him, pretending not to recognize Yizi, trying to play things out. Yizi noticed Liang Qingshan's reactions and gestures towards White Jingren, apparently trying to signal something. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Gong Ruona, thinking that Yizi had never witnessed such a scene before, tried to reassure him. After pulling him back, Yizi couldn't help but chuckle. Miss, with so many people there, how will you protect me? Gong Ruona, in her fierce manner, declared, I have a knife. Anyone comes near, I'll cut off their progeny. Yizi couldn't help but shake his head as he walked out from behind her and met eyes with her. Ah, it's you. White Jingren momentarily froze as he finally realized that the man standing behind the three beautiful women was Yizi, causing him to be taken aback. Fortunately, he had not immediately ordered his bodyguards to act. Otherwise, if a conflict occurred between them and Yizi, White Jingren might not have walked away unscathed. Mr. Bai, I saw Liang Qingshan plotting against this woman with my own eyes. That's why I punched him. How you handle it is up to you to decide. Yizi suddenly took control of the situation, surprising everyone, especially Yin Kellen, who had initially thought Yizi was a kind-hearted loser and had worried about him standing up to the unscrupulous Liang Qingshan. Unexpectedly, it turns out Yizi also has a powerful background. Oh, look, Mr. Bai seems to be trembling. Yeah, it's quite a sight. What's going on? Is he afraid of this man in front of him? Surely not. He hasn't offended anyone. Even if this man is a king, he shouldn't react this way. Everyone couldn't understand Bai Jingren's behavior, but gradually quieted down. Mr. Bai, don't listen to his one-sided words. Liang Qingshan became nervous, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He had just hinted to Bai Jingren, hoping to leverage the Bai family's power to deal with Yizi today. After all, this is the Bai family's territory, and in certain respects, the Bai family's strength is greater than that of the enemy, because their people are armed. No matter how powerful Yizi is, even if he can fly over walls and crush rocks, he is not invulnerable. Bai Jingren now understood Liang Qingshan's intentions. That's why he was sweating profusely and trembling, because he knew that once he acted against Yizi, it would be a complete enemy, and there would be no turning back. Ha. Mr. Bai, why are you trembling? Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the laughter of Liu Yidian came. Yizi followed the sound, and as the crowd dispersed, Liu Yidian and the Chu family father and son stood 50 meters away from him and stopped advancing. Around them, besides Xu Wuhu, there were also many martial arts masters, showing that they were well prepared. Seeing the enemy who killed your son, so you can't contain your inner hatred? Good lad. Liu Yidian deliberately provoked with these words, directly putting Bai Jingren in a difficult position. Yizi clenched his fist, even considering forcefully taking action to defeat Liu Yidian, the number one enemy. However, the people around him began to panic, spreading out and discussing in a fluster. What? This man actually killed someone from the Bai family. Could it be that he is the one who killed Bai Hao Guan not long ago? No wonder Mr. Bai is trembling all over. If it were me, seeing someone who killed my son, I would tremble all over too. Killing a member of the Bai family and daring to come to Mr. Bai's birthday party, an obvious provocation. Listening to the discussions, Bai Jingren also knew that he had been manipulated by Liu Yidian and Liang Qingshan. He now had no retreat. Either endure humiliation, follow Yi Zhao's instructions to deal with Liang Qingshan, to show his goodwill, or take advantage of being the host and confront Yi Zi directly. Mr. Bai, I don't lie. Bai Hao Guan did indeed bring people to Wat Cheng to assassinate me, and I ended up killing him. Yi Zhao's straightforward words caused an uproar in the crowd. Even Bai Aonan, the queen of violence, was shocked by Yi Zhao's bold statement. It takes courage to boldly claim to have killed someone in front of Mr. Bai, showing that this man is even more daring than herself. Ha ha, that's why I think if there's a man in this world who can conquer you, it's definitely him. Bai Zhuan whispered this to Bai Aonan. Bai Aonan gave her a meaningful glance, but did not speak. What's going on? Why are a group of people gathered at the door in such disarray? At this critical moment, the stern voice of Mr. Bai came. Once again, the people dispersed as Bai's old grandfather, who had needed assistance from others, astonishingly strode over with Bai Tu and a group of Bai family women. Oh my, am I seeing things? Has Mr. Bai rejuvenated? Indeed, I thought this banquet was to celebrate him, but who would have thought he's still so strong? Things are becoming more and more lively now. Will this arrogant man die? And how he will die will depend on Mr. Bai's attitude. After the old patriarch arrived, almost all the guests in the banquet hall came out. The spacious corridor quickly became congested, and the expressions on everyone's faces became more intense. Dad, he killed Hao Guan. I will avenge Hao Guan. At the moment the old patriarch appeared, Bai Jingren finally made a decision. Revenge. Yes, he wanted revenge. As soon as the statement was made, a pair of soldiers, a few close bodyguards, quickly surrounded Yi Zi, even taking out their guns. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Yin Kellen quickly held her breath, and even Bai Aonan, the fierce woman, hesitated and did not speak. Someone was going to die. In that moment, countless people had the thought. The Bai family is a military family, and although using guns casually might cause some trouble, compared to killing an enemy, the cost was inconsequential. Yi Zi also became nervous, his mind highly focused. He was not worried that the other party's gunshots would be fatal to him, but he had 3 women standing next to him, one of them being the disguise artist he was looking for. He couldn't let them get hurt or mistakenly killed. Stop. Luckily, at this moment, a loud shout caused the soldiers and bodyguards to stop. How dare you? The previously frail old patriarch suddenly strode over and slapped his son hard on the face. Slap. The sudden reversal left everyone stunned. The atmosphere once again froze. Bai Jingren's expression was blank. He was more shocked than anyone else. Because he had been outside greeting guests and had not been serving the old patriarch, he still didn't understand what had happened exactly. Why his father, who was on death's door, had suddenly become so energetic. But in the next moment, he understood. Mr. Yi has saved my life. Do you want me to repay kindness with enmity? The old patriarch's words once again shocked everyone. It turned out that the man who revitalized the old patriarch and showed great strength was the man who killed their young master Bai. Well, now it's unclear how these debts will be settled. An eye for an eye, though it's not ideal to exchange an old life for a young one. The old patriarch's status is prominent, and the Bai family's business is not at a loss. Just worried that someone may not see it that way. Ha ha. After someone said this, many people immediately looked at Bai Jingren. Today's guests at the old patriarch's birthday party had some understanding of the Bai family. While others may not wish for the old patriarch's demise, Bai Jingren was an exception. As the heir of the Bai family, if the old patriarch die, the Bai family's power would undoubtedly suffer greatly, but it would fall to Bai Jingren, who would inherit more assets and power. There were even rumors that he had already eagerly taken over various matters of the Bai family while the old patriarch was gravely ill. Dad, things shouldn't be settled this way. Bai Jingren immediately counter, an eye for an eye, payment for treatment. He treated your illness, we pay him. But he killed Hao Guan. Can our Bai family let it go like this? His argument was solid, and even Yi Zi thought his words were justified. Okay, if you want to avenge Bai Hao Guan, Come at me then. Yi also didn't want to delay, taking on a fighting stance. Everyone wanted to settle scores quickly. Stop. Stop. At this moment, Baitu stepped forward, even standing next to Yi, and loudly declared to Bai Jinren, "Dad, Mr. Yi also saved my life. If you think blood must be repaid with blood, then let these people kill me." Coming to this scene, the crowd discussed fervently. Nobody expected the complexities between the Bai family and Yi. Yi admired Baitu even more, realizing he had inadvertently saved a man's life. Furthermore, Baitu stood up in a righteous and solemn manner, saying, "I know the situation. Big brother went to Huacheng originally for Huaqiqi. His help to the enemy was for personal grudges. Since ancient times, a gentleman pursues the woman he loves according to his abilities, and feelings should be mutual. She likes Yi. Big brother failed to win her by force and was killed. It's his lack of skill. How can we, the noble sons of the Bai family, escalate such a personal grudge into a family feud?" His words were logical and convincing, even more so than his father's. Even the onlookers supported Baitu and Yi. Yes, feelings can't be forced. Trying to win love by force and being killed, who's to blame? In my opinion, if this Mr. Yi were killed, that would be a real injustice. Exactly. Mr. Yi didn't bear any grudges against the Bai family because of Bai Hao Guang's incident. He repaid kindness with grace. If the Bai family repays kindness with enmity, it would truly be despicable. Bai Jinren was left speechless. Both his father and son stood against him, leaving him feeling completely isolated. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Dang. Everyone was caught off guard. Ah. Someone fired a gun. Quick, run. As the saying goes, with many people comes diverse opinions, and it's true indeed. Upon hearing the gunshot, a group of cowards immediately started shouting. However, although most people were startled, they did not panic. It was because at the moment the gunshot rang out, Yi casually broke off a piece of railing to block and deflect the bullet aimed at him. Damn. Unbelievable. Lurking in the crowd, Liu Yejian, who secretly fired at Yi, dare not linger any longer and turned to flee. He couldn't have imagined that Yi Zhao's skills had reached such a level that even a sudden attack couldn't harm him. Yi was thoroughly angry and swung the railing back like a cannonball to counterattack Liu Yejian. The crowd was thoroughly shocked, especially those ordinary people who had never seen Yi Zhao's abilities. They only knew about martial arts novels experts who could hurt people with plucked flowers and flying leaves. Today, seeing the railing used to block bullets and even attacking someone with hidden weapons, it was the first time they had witnessed such skills. Doom. The broken railing hit someone, making a terrifying splintering sound. A leg was broken, but it wasn't Liu Yejian's. This cunning man, even though he couldn't take Yi Zhao's life with one shot, knew that Yi would surely counterattack, so he casually pushed Chu Jiangwo, who was still dumbfounded, forward. Poor old uncle, sweating profusely at the moment, gazed at Yi with resentment. "How dare you attack young Master Yi? Quickly catch that person." After Mr. Bai's reaction, he immediately ordered Bai's people to catch the culprit. This one detail completely revealed his position. He wanted to please Yi. Seeing this scene, Qiu Wuhu also immediately dragged Chu Qinghu, who was still standing foolishly, away. With this move, both the Qiu and Bai family's patriarchs were pleasing Yi. They imagined relying on their influence in the EC to deal with Yi, but now it seemed impossible. "Good Samaritan, are you all right?" After instructing Bai's staff to evacuate the guests, Baitu finally approached Yi with concern. "I really didn't expect someone would mix in with the guests and shoot at you. It's nothing. That was a personal grudge between me and someone else. It has nothing to do with you." Yi didn't have time to pursue Liu Yejian. He waved his hand to interrupt Baitu. After that, he continued to deal with Liang Qingshen and Yin Kellen's matters. Yi Zhao's kingly status was firmly established by now. Liang Qingshen also knew that his attempt to use the Bai family to kill Yi had failed, and now he was in a difficult situation. Plunk. So he didn't wait for Baitu to speak to please Yi. He immediately knelt before Yi and Yin Kellen, begging for mercy in a frenzy. "Young Master Yi, it was my moment of folly. Please spare me. I promise not to have any improper thoughts about Miss Yin again in the future." Seeing this scene, Yin Kellen couldn't believe it. She had always thought she was the weaker side, at Liang Qingshen's mercy, but now he was kneeling before her, begging for forgiveness. However, she knew full well that it was the man beside her, Yi, who had instantly changed her and Liang Qingshan's positions, so she looked at him with gratitude. Humph, refraining from improper thoughts about Miss Yin means you would still dare to act against other female artists, right? I'll punish you. Gong Nenai was fierce and ferocious. She had been holding back at the moment, but now, with the situation stabilizing, how could she let this scoundrel go? She swiftly grabbed a watermelon knife and made a fatal slash. The whole room was shocked, even including Yi. They were stunned. Would this woman actually be so ruthless as to kill him on the spot? However, even though Gong Nenai appeared fierce, she was actually a thoughtful woman. She didn't have the Bai family's background. How could she openly commit murder? She simply struck Liang Qingshan's head with the back of the knife, making him cry and scream. Trample you! Trample you! 3 sexy women raised their 42-inch legs and viciously stomped on Liang Qingshan. For a moment, the men in the room were dumbfounded, not knowing what it would be like to be beaten up by sexy beauties. Stop! Stop! I'll terminate the contract unilaterally. Pay Miss Yin's 100,000 yuan mental damages. Just spare my life. Liang Qingshan knew he was powerless in this situation and had to offer a settlement to save his life. Mr. Bai didn't care about these small characters' affairs. Instead, in front of all the Bai family members, he declared loudly, Bai Jinren, you infilial son, I've been seriously ill for so long, you didn't even spare a glance at me, and now you want to kill my savior. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Bai family. Get out, father. Bai Jinren had not expected Mr. Bai to be so harsh. He immediately wanted to expel him from the Bai family. His look of surprise and resentment was evident. If he had known this, he should have dealt a fatal blow to his father when he was seriously ill. Who would have thought that such a seriously ill old man still had a last hurrah? And all of this was thanks to Yi. This guy not only killed his eldest son but also got him exiled by his father. This hatred was insurmountable. Get him out. Mr. Bai disregarded the pleas of the madam and other Bai women, and with his decisive actions, his trusted men immediately expelled his own son. The 3 women assaulting Liang Qingshan, shocked by this scene, especially Bai Zhuan, who planned to use Yi to help Yin Kellen deal with Liang Qingshan, didn't expect that this warrior's power and background were beyond imagination. Even her uncle was expelled because of him. Those guests who thought Yi was finished causing trouble in the Bai family were even more speechless. They thought Yi would be tossed out by the Bai family, but who would have expected that not only Yi wasn't punished but he was thinking of punishing Bai Jinren, who was then kicked out of the Bai family. There was no doubt, today's events would surely cause a stir among the elites of the Yi. Zhuaner. After Bai Jinren was expelled, Mr. Bai then called out to Bai Zhuan. Seeing the lively and sexy Bai Zhuan walking to Mr. Bai with her head down like a little girl, Yi instantly understood what had happened. This girl had used him, along with Gong Nenai, unwittingly to deal with Liang Qingshan. Hence why he couldn't find Gong Nenai when he arrived at the hotel and met them on the stairs with knives drawn. It was all a setup. Father, what is it? The once mature and confident Bai Zhuan now spoke like a little kitten. Even the other men hearing her soft voice couldn't help but feel a desire to cherish her. Previously you had a falling out with your eldest uncle, and you left the Bai family in anger. Now that your eldest uncle has been expelled, you should come back, right? With these words, Yi was surprised again. This woman was still a Bai family member. Heh, Grandpa. Why do you want me to come back so badly? Could it be because you think I have a good relationship with this handsome man here? Bai Zhuan actually took the initiative to hold Yi Zhao's hand while speaking. Before Yi could react, she intentionally pushed him away, smiling and saying, I am interested in Miss Gong Nenai, the great female demon, not in me. Damn. Yi was dumbfounded realizing he was unknowingly used by these 2 cunning women. Ha ha. If Zhuaner is your friend, she is also Bai's friend. And Miss Gong is our friend too. Mr. Bai was astute. He knew very well that his survival now depended on someone's abilities. In the face of life, everything else was trivial. Even expelling his biological son from the Bai family was to firmly align with Yi. Yi naturally understood his intentions. Since the Bai family had decided not to hold Bai Guanhui accountable, he was happy to make amends with the Bai family. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Bai Tu suddenly knelt in front of him. This action not only shocked everyone present, but even Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Samaritan, please accept me as your disciple. As long as you can guide me in martial arts, I, Bai Tu, will definitely serve you faithfully and without question in the future. Damn it. Many present gasped in shock. Bai Tu was the second young master of the Bai family, proud and arrogant. Who could make him bow his head in the entire East Sea? Yet today, he publicly knelt to seek guidance, causing a chill down the spine of many spectators. If you wish to learn martial arts, find me in the future. Yi Zi neither accepted nor rejected him, leaving these words before preparing to leave with Yin Kellen. However, Bai Tu was ecstatic, nodding repeatedly. Yes, master. Bai Zhuan watched Yi Xiao's retreating figure, her heart beating rapidly. She hadn't expected that to deal with the scoundrel Liang Qingshan, she had inadvertently used such a prominent figure. Le Xiao, are you really going to invite that woman, Gong Ruona? On the way to Donghai, several luxury cars were heading to the Beauty Elf Club. In the luxury cars, several second-generation rich kids from Donghai were driving recklessly, all chatting in a voice group. The group leader was Lu Qianyan. This young master who had just graduated from Donghai University was also the leader of their small circle. Le Xiao, I'm not sure if I should say this, but Gong Ruona is already 28 years old. In our circle, she's considered an old woman, and her personality is too strong, like a wild horse. A man named Jobin laughed loudly, and the others followed suit. Damn, I don't know if I should say it, but you just blurted it out. Do you dare me to smash your BMW with my Hummer? Lu Qianyan cursed and said, and do you guys understand women? At that age, she's a ripe fruit. Do you think the title of Donghai socialite is just for show? It's only you yellow-haired youngsters who don't understand her taste. Ha ha. Le Xiao, you talk like you understand her. We all remember how you expressed your love to her multiple times, but she never paid attention to you. Last time you tried to confess with candles, someone even put out your candle. How embarrassing. Ha ha. Exactly. Le Xiao, do you know her taste? Ha ha. The group burst into laughter, making Lu Qianyan feel embarrassed. Damn it. What are you laughing at? That guy who put out my candle. Don't let me find out who he is, or I'll make sure to kill him. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. It's not just that. Le Xiao. Jobin laughed again. I just heard that you're about to take over your family business and accidentally offended a big shot's wife, and your father publicly kicked you. Isn't that even more embarrassing? Everyone laughed again, until there was a loud noise. These second-generation young masters quickly fell silent. Then, one by one, they got out of their cars. Oh shit! Le Xiao, are you crazy? Did you just hit Jobin? Hey, Jobin, are you okay? Lu Qianyan saw everyone getting out of the car and shouted, listen here, I may not be able to handle the big shots in business right now, but that guy who put out my candle, I'll get him eventually. None of you are allowed to mention that incident, let alone mock me about it, or I'll kill you all. Oh, Le Xiao is losing it. Let's not laugh at him. Alright, let's see how he conquers the Queen of the Beauty Elves this time. Let's go. Le Xiao, let's invite her to the party. If she doesn't give face, we'll tear down her beauty salon together. The group of rich second-generation kids drove away one after another. As for Jobin, he was naturally not happy. Just when he finally managed to persuade his mom to buy him a BMW 6, he hadn't even shown off or flirted with girls at the party yet, and he got hit by another car. This Lu Qianyan is a bastard. If it weren't for my dad needing to please your dad for dinner, I would definitely kill you. Jobin turned off the group voice chat, feeling frustrated while driving alone. Since you also have someone you can't afford to offend, I'll take the opportunity to use their influence to get rid of you. You arrogant bastard thinks you're so great. Meanwhile, at the Beauty Elf Club, Yi Xiao's finally understood the difference between women and beauty elves. Ever since she returned with Yin Kellen, a large group of women hadn't stopped flirting with him, and their words were provocative and open. Anyway, if Chu Qingwen knew she had been to such a place, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Yi Xiao's finally waited for Gong Ruona and Bai Zhuan to give Yin Kellen the medicine, helping her out of the lounge. The other women in the beauty salon, seeing the boss coming out, quickly dispersed with laughter, making the sofa Yi Xiao was sitting on empty. Hey, handsome, you're not leaving yet? Gong Ruona saw Yi Xiao, knowingly asked, and walked over while supporting Yin Kellen, sitting next to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao used to not believe in a woman's charm that he couldn't resist himself, but now, he believed it. Gong Ruona sitting next to him, smelling her strong fragrance, seeing her fiery red lips, he couldn't help but look away. Just as he was about to reveal his intentions, the women around him intervened. Boss, This handsome guy came specially to see you. He hasn't succeeded in asking you out yet. Why are you leaving? Yes, to please you. He even went to the White Hotel. Saved Kellen under the notorious boss's hand. Kellen, should you offer yourself in gratitude? Come on. Don't be shy. Give the handsome guy a kiss first. Heh. Oh no. Looks like they're in a love triangle. Do you think the boss and the two pitiful best friends will turn against each other for a man? Yi Xiaos was already familiar with the temperament of these women. Their words were not serious, and in order not to let them stray too far off topic, he directly stated his purpose. Miss Gong, I came to learn a skill from you. Being a grown man, Yi Xiaos was embarrassed to publicly say he wanted to learn disguise, so he used the term skill instead. But who would have thought? Hey, boss, you're so awesome. This handsome guy came specially to learn from you. Don't you think so? I heard that Miss Gong is Dong Hai's #1 socialite. Her experience in that area must be very rich, and her skills must be fabulous. Handsome guy, you're in the right place. Do you want us to take you to the bridal chamber now? Heh. What about Kellen? He saved her and she hasn't offered herself yet. What's the problem? Share the bed together? Ha. Oh, Yi Xiaos knew that this was not the place to discuss serious matters, so he stood up and said, Miss Gong, how about I treat you to dinner and we can talk in private? So soon? You want to invite me to dinner? As the queen of the beauty elves, Gong Rorona displayed her prowess. Hearing Yi Xiaos invite her to dinner, she immediately raised her lips and said coquettishly, Heh. In response to her words, Yin Kellen also smiled. Since this handsome guy saved my life, I can treat you to dinner as a token of gratitude. Speaking, she deliberately flipped her hair, emanating a strong fragrance from her recent shower. Yi Xiaos felt it was enough. What's more, he wasn't a man with no discernment. He could see that Gong Rorona and Yin Kellen, despite their open words, weren't just casual women. If one carefully pondered their words, it was clear they had no intention of sacrificing themselves, but rather it was a form of artistic communication. If some man naively got carried away, he would fall into their enchanting trap and be led by them. Just as Yi Xiaos was about to reveal his hand, a woman in a staff uniform hurriedly walked in. Ah, Boss Gong, it's bad. Those irritating rich second generations are trying to barge in again. Who? Upon hearing this, Gong Rorona didn't react much, as she owned a beauty salon where young men and women swarmed in almost every day. It's Lu Changyan. Oh, it's those spoiled brats again. Gong Rorona seemed a bit speechless, her eyes showing disdain towards Lu Changyan. These men were already 24 years old but had no manly aura. In her eyes, they were giant babies raised in a greenhouse. Yet, they acted arrogantly and believed they were the best, which she found revolting. Gong Rorona looked down on him, but since his father had influence in Dong Hai and she couldn't afford to offend him, she sighed. Yi Xiaos understood her sigh, and immediately offered, Miss Gong, if I can handle this annoying big shot on your behalf and make sure he never bothers you again, will you teach me a technique? Gong Rorona already guessed what Yi Xiaos wanted to learn but deliberately flirted with him, raising her red lips, touching the buttons on his collar, and teasingly said, Oh, you want to learn from me that badly? It depends on your performance. Yi Xiaos laughed. These types of women were top tier. They could ignite a flame with just a word. He also knew that these women were usually intelligent because they knew how to spark a fire without letting the flame scorch them. For example, they had easily dealt with Liang Qingshan before. Perhaps now, they were also using him. Get out of here. Nobody will stop me from inviting your boss today. At this moment, Lu Changyan, accompanied by his friends, pushed past the female security guard at the beauty salon and entered aggressively. Seeing other men in the beauty salon and Gong Rorona making ambiguous gestures with him, they were all surprised. Then, Jobin deliberately provoked, Ha, Le Xiao, didn't expect you to have a rival today. Boss, who is he? Lu Changyan still doesn't recognize EZ until now. His first reaction is to think that he is also a rich second generation from Dong Hai, pursuing Gong Wanner. So, his eyes are full of hostility, looking like he wants to duel with the other party. Him? Gong Wanner intentionally straightened Yi Xiao's collar and then said slowly, He is my boyfriend today. Wow. The women immediately started screaming, Wow, handsome guy. You are the luckiest man in the world. This is the first time I've heard the boss admit someone else as her boyfriend. Well, compared to young Master Lu, I think your chances are slim. It's strange. From the way you both look, you should be around the same age, right? Why do I feel like young Master Lu? You are like a child while Yizi seems like a real man. I also have this feeling. If I were the boss, I would make the same choice today. These women's words are like one slap after another, hitting Lu Chuanyun's cheeks. There's a saying. How does it go? People die for fame, birds die for food. At first sight, he has been completely overshadowed by Yizi. Who can stand this? Damn it, kid. I don't care what methods you used on my boss, but I, Lu Chuanyun, do not yield. Lu Chuanyun indeed shows his true colors, kicking over a table in the beauty salon, causing various skincare products to fall to the ground. The women in the salon all show looks of disgust, scolding Lu Chuanyun, angry and helpless. Lu Chuanyun is used to being overbearing and rude, paying no attention to these women. He then points at Yizi and roars, "What these women are saying doesn't count. If you have the guts, compare yourself to me." Yizi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where did this troublemaker come from? What era is this that you still need to resort to such methods to pick up girls? Moreover, listening to the way he talks, this guy's IQ probably doesn't exceed 80. Unfortunately, Bai Zhuan and a group of women are just enjoying the show and, to make Lu Chuanyun retreat, deliberately stir up trouble from the side. Okay. Then let's compare. The one who loses will forever give up and not pursue our boss anymore. Okay, yes. Society is very practical now. The old trick of being persistent and annoying is outdated. Our boss is a stunning beauty, not someone anyone can pursue. If rejected, just leave. Clearly, all these remarks are aimed at Lu Chuanyun. Yizi also understands Bai Zhuan's intentions, making him leverage the competition to help Gong Wanner completely get rid of Lu Chuanyun's pursuit. However, Lu Chuanyun and his group of clueless followers misunderstand the women's intentions and think they're giving him a chance. Lu Chuanyun, always having the attitude of being the best, doesn't think he will lose. Rather, looking at Yizi, decides his superficial good looks, this guy doesn't seem to have anything more than him. Just his clothes could be bought for less than 1,000. There's no era of a wealthy person. He's clearly a loser. Alright, how do you want to compete? Yizi doesn't want to waste any more time. Initially embarrassed to be compared to this troublemaker, he still has to fight Sensei's Gong Wanner a favor. Of course, we'll compare looks, background, taste, and even strength. In short, we'll compare everything. Lu Chuanyun rambled on, and Yizi couldn't help but show a disdainful look, thinking he could easily handle this idiot in a few seconds. To his surprise, although Lu Chuanyun's intelligence is lacking, he is quite shrewd and quickly brings up a turning point. However, the judges for the vote cannot be these women here. Then who will judge? Gong Wanner also wants to see what tricks this annoying guy is playing. Haha. Perfect timing. Lu Chuanyun smiled, then continued, I happen to have a gathering at my villa today. Young rich second generations will be there, both men and women, who are trendsetters. Their taste guarantees a fair judgment. That would be the most impartial way. Oh, smart move. Not only the women from the salon are impressed, but even Yizi can't help but look at Lu Chuanyun differently. Looks like this troublemaker is quite cunning. The people attending his gathering are his friends, right? Even if he wants to compete in terms of looks with Wu Yifan, would they still vote for him? Just didn't expect that before Yizi could consider. Gong Wanner hugged his arm and said, Darling, let's go together. Huh. Seeing this scene, Yizi was shocked. What is this enchanting queen planning? Other women were stunned because they know Gong Wanner well. She always keeps herself aloof, not getting involved with anyone. Is she really going to act this time? Only Yin Kellen and Bai Zhuan, her true best friends, understand that this woman must have set her sights on Yi Zhao's power and wants to use him. As for those arrogant big shots from Dawn Height, they thought highly of themselves. The so-called young masters, she had no interest in them and kept them at arm's length. Lu Chuanyun, seeing Gong Wanner getting close to Yizi, felt his gums ache with anger. He had been pursuing Gong Wanner for almost a year, giving her gifts every birthday and Valentine's Day. Unfortunately, it was like throwing money into the water, with her only showing gratitude. She didn't even give him the treatment of blowing a kiss. Yet now, this jerk, by what means could he make the #1 beauty of Dawn Hai hold his hand tightly? The other rich second generations following Nalong couldn't help but envy. Despite calling Gong Wanner an old woman, they all dreamt at night of being with this top beauty of Dawn Hai. Seeing her stunning figure clinging to another man, how could they not feel jealous? Humph. I'll bear with you for now, kid, but when we get to my turf later, I'll slowly teach you a lesson. Let the whole world know that messing with me, Lu Chuanyan, when it comes to women, will never end well. Thinking this, Lu Chuanyan, with everyone in tow, drives to his new villa. On the way, a group of rich second generations chat enthusiastically in their group chat. Ha ha. Lu, didn't expect you to get intercepted yet. I thought that social butterfly would only play with men. Didn't expect her to have a boyfriend. A man who can get her to take the initiative is definitely not simple. Exactly. Don't you all know White Haoshan, the former young master of the White family, with his prominent status, even he couldn't win that enchanting queen. Hey, who can check and see what's the story with that guy? Easy, did Lu accidentally hit an iron plate this time? I'll check right away. Upon hearing that these people want to dig into Yi Zhao's background, Zhou Bin, who had been silent all this time, finally springs into action. When Lu Chuanyan accidentally crashed into his BMW earlier, he had harbored a grudge, thinking of using someone's influence to teach this self-important jerk a lesson. Now, isn't this the perfect opportunity? Zhou Bin also somewhat understands Gong Wanner. High-minded and picky, whoever she acknowledges as a boyfriend must be extraordinary. So earlier, he discreetly took a photo of Yi Zi and now quickly searches for related information online, using image searching. Waiting for him to see Yi Zhao's details, he suddenly exclaims to himself, what the heck, Weiwu Group's boss, Flower City's top business tycoon. No wonder, Zhou Bin takes quite a while to come back to his senses. Thankfully, the information online is quite superficial, not mentioning Yi Zhao's identities, like the Dance King, Yanjingyi family young master, or Southern respectable. Otherwise, he would have been shocked right then and there. Ha ha, he's a multi-billionaire magnate. What's Lu Chuanyan compared to him? I can't wait to see how Lu embarrasses himself. Originally, Zhou Bin thought like this, but when the group asked him about Yi Zhao's background, he changed his mind. It's not just enough for Lu Chuanyan to embarrass himself. I want to provoke his enmity with this multi-billionaire and let the latter humiliate and crush this arrogant guy so that I can find some relief. And if he gets ruined by others, I can be the big shot in this circle. With this in mind, Zhou Bin deliberately lies and tells the group, ha ha, that guy has no background. Just a wage earner. Ha ha. I said he's just a wage earner. Look at how he dresses. Doesn't he look like a rich man? His car seems to be a Mercedes business van. Maybe he owns a company. Lu, later we'll help you shame him thoroughly and teach him a lesson. Hearing the words of his group of friends, Lu Chuanyan's confidence increases even more. Ha ha, he's just a wage earner. How can he compare to the son of a company's chairman like himself? Not only that, Gong Wanner, you seductive beauty, since you're here at my new villa today, don't think you'll leave unscathed. No matter what, I have to taste your perfect body today. Lu Chuanyan thinks like this, unable to resist licking his lips. Gong Wanner's body is truly enticing, making him dream countless times of experiencing it. In contrast, Yi Zi has no idea what Gong Wanner is up to, just to go along with her and finish the matter. Then he can mention his own requirements. Unexpectedly, in his car, Gong Wanner suddenly asks, hey handsome, did you want to learn the art of disguise from me? Ha, Yi Zi is taken aback, then smiles. How did you know? Oh, sister, I can do mind reading, you know, so are you afraid of being seen through by me? Gong Wanner playfully licks her red lips. The seductive gesture both alluring and intimidating, making Yi Zi a little apprehensive, feeling that this woman is hard to read. Lu Chuanyan used to be a celebrity at Donghai University because of his dominant and high-profile personality. Now, when people heard that he was going to have a face-off with another man, many Donghai University students didn't know what they were competing for, but it still caused a commotion. Hey! Hurry! Go to our live streaming room. Lu Chuanyan is going to have a PK with some mysterious big shot. Let's go vote. No way! Hasn't Lu Chuanyan pursued the socialite of Donghai City yet? Ha ha! This playboy seems to be quite devoted to the socialite. Don't underestimate him. Although Lu Chuanyan is not that good-looking, he's quite famous at our school. He used to be the leader of the school. Maybe he will win. Go check it out. The man who snatched the fairy queen from him probably isn't simple. The news spread quickly at Donghai University, reaching many people. The Who Has More Charm PK vote had not even begun yet, but the Donghai University exclusive live streaming room had already gathered thousands of people. Many non-Donghai University students also joined in to watch the fun. At that moment, Jobin took advantage of others not paying attention and quietly approached Yizia and Gong Arona to speak privately. What? You say if I invest 500,000, you're confident that Yizia will win? Gong Arona didn't expect this guy was actually trying to help Yizia. A hint of suspicion appeared in her eyes. Who knows if he was trying to scam money? After all, 500,000 was a significant amount for an average person. Although Gong Arona knew Yizia was influential and even had to please the Bai family, she was unsure how wealthy he really was and whether he was a wealthy man. Who would have thought? Is 500,000 enough? I can give you 5 million directly, as long as you can make Lu Chuanyun stop bothering Miss Gong in the future. Damn. As soon as Yizia spoke, Jobin was stunned. Initially, he was worried he had mistaken the person, but who would have thought that for a boring game, he would offer 5 million right away. Don't be fooled by Lu Chuanyun saying his family's villa costs 80 million. That's all his father's achievement, and he had no connection to that money. Even if Lu Chuanyun could throw out 5 million casually, he'd probably choke on it. Yizia, why do you trust me so much? Jobin almost teared up. 5 million. Even though his family was a small middle-class family, his parents wouldn't trust him that much to hand over 5 million just like that. I noticed your brand new BMW was hit, and the look Lu Chuanyun gave you held resentment. I just trust my judgment. Yizia wouldn't misinterpret such a glance. Someone with resentful eyes could be trusted to turn against you for revenge. Yizia confidently handed Jobin 5 million and asked him to help arrange things, considering the fee for befriending Gong Arona, the makeup artist. Another scene played out, with Jobin stunned and Gong Arona finding it hard to believe. If I knew you were this lavish, I would have just taken 5 million from you and kicked Lu Chuanyun out. Thank you for your trust, Yizia. I will definitely help you complete the task. Jobin received the money, almost in tears, and hurriedly made arrangements. Hehe. Didn't expect you to be so attentive and confident. I was worried you might leave if you thought you were losing earlier, but now I appreciate you even more. The actions of Gong Arona became bolder with Yizia, as she used a finger to draw circles on Yizia's chest. Yizia immediately grabbed her wrist and moved her hand away, saying, "It's just a foolish game between a tiger and a mouse. It's not about confidence." With a simple sentence and action, Gong Arona seemed to be electrified. She finally understood why this man was so confident against her manipulative tactics, maintaining composure when the odds were against him, and being able to turn the tables at crucial moments. Just as he said, the strength difference between a tiger and a mouse was significant. Even if the mouse used tricks, it would be effortless for the tiger to win. Hehe, you're such a domineering yet innocent man. I really want to see what kind of woman you're into that even my charm cannot resist. Gong Arona was pushed away by Yizia and laughed with a mockingly resentful tone. Yizia just smiled casually and walked away. He knew that by pushing her away in a rush, he was in fact worried about not being able to resist her physical charm. Meanwhile, Jobin, who had just left the building, ran into Lu Chuanyun. Hey, why are you whispering with those two, huh? I was just trying to persuade that kid to admit defeat and leave. Jobin quickly responded, slightly surprised before adding some incitement. Who would have thought the kid actually said he was guaranteed to win and even joked about how funny it'd be to watch you embarrass after losing. What? Is that kid really that arrogant? Lu Chuanyun was instantly furious. That's right, so we can't lose. Think about it, this is your turf now, and the voting is all Donghai University people. If you lose here, you'd truly be a loser. Jobin continued to stimulate Lu Chuanyun's competitive spirit. Damn it! How could I lose? Today. Whoever dares not to vote for me, just wait and see how Lu Chuanyun deals with them. You're right, but those voters haven't felt threatened by you yet. You're right. I'll gather the women from my villa now and give them a good warning. No, don't. Jobin stopped Lu Chuanyun, who was about to play the tyrant, and advised, Lu Chuanyun, if you do that so obviously, that kid might accuse you of cheating if you win, right? So what should we do? Lu Chuanyun, being quite dense, seemed to lack intelligence in strategy. I'll secretly warn them on your behalf, and then you can approach them and say nice words. Can't you win over the viewers watching the live stream? Oh, you are smart, haha. You are really my good brother. Thank you for doing this. Lu Chuanyun gave Jobin a warm hug, considering him a close confidant. After Lu Chuanyun left, Jobin laughed at his back, realizing Lu Chuanyun was the kind of person who would pay up even after being sold out. He couldn't understand where Lu Chuanyun's unwarranted confidence came from. Jobin quickly gathered all the women from the villa, except for Liu Kuikui, and informed them of some news as if casually. What? That man turns out to be the big brother of Hua Cheng. A billionaire? Oh my gosh. What? There's a friendship fund? The 7 of us could potentially get 500,000 each. Oh my god. A few women received the 50,000 on the spot from Jobin and immediately forgot their surnames. Despite their upscale appearance, they were pseudo-rich second generations. Even though some of them had family money, 50,000 was still a significant sum for them. Remember who you're going to vote for and what to say. Are you all clear? Of course, Bro Bin. After this, you have to introduce us to him and let us be friends with that tycoon. That's right. See if he needs any mistresses or something. Wow, Xiao Mei, you are being too blunt, sheep. Ha ha, ha ha. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You all just want to beat me to it. The group of women was spontaneously excited, as a billionaire like that wasn't common, especially one so young. Missing the chance meant waiting for another lifetime. Jobin instructed the women to keep a low profile and not leak any information. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he found Lu Chuanyun waiting outside. Jobin was worried he had overheard, but Lu Chuanyun didn't seem to know, assuming the group of women were his ardent supporters. After all, in this day and age, there weren't many rich kids like him who could afford to live in an 80 million villa. Ladies, after I win this PK later and bring the beauty home, I won't forget your contributions. I will make sure to reward each of you with 10,000 as a token of appreciation. Lu Chuanyun waved generously, thinking these women were surely mesmerized by him. Of course, they would be excited. After all, how could they not be thrilled about becoming friends with a wealthy playboy? Little did Lu Chuanyun know, several women were rolling their eyes in secret. Yizia had already promised 50,000 per person before it even started, while Lu Chuanyun wanted to give them each 10,000 after everything was over. With such a small amount, they might as well burn it for their ancestors during the Qingming and Chonyang festivals. Although the women couldn't stand Lu Chuanyun's arrogant and self-satisfied demeanor, they maintained their morals. Since Jobin had instructed them to keep things under wraps and low-key, they pretended to be happy. Lu Chuanyun, you are so generous. I haven't burned this much money even when worshipping my ancestors. A woman who never honored her ancestors chimed in. That's right. To be honest, the 10,000 you're giving each of us is entirely saved, and whether we receive money or not, we will still vote fairly. Another woman spoke up, thinking Yizia was 100 times superior to Lu Chuanyun. Unfortunately, Lu Chuanyun couldn't hear the underlying messages in their words, and his self-assurance rose even higher. At the same time, Yizia and Gong Rona happened to pass by, witnessing the scene. With Lu Chuanyun's lack of wit, Yizia understood the situation, realizing that Jobin had already handled matters properly. Hehe, my last name is Yi. We were just talking. Don't think for a moment that I'm bribing voters for the competition. Haha, a talented person like me will win against you no matter what. Lu Chuanyun explained at this moment, with a fearless smile on his face. Yi Xiaoxiao just smiled disdainfully, never even considering comparing herself to such a person. Gong Rona intentionally held on to Yi Xiaoxiao's arm tightly, mocking in return, don't speak big words up front, or else you will lose miserably. You, who bribed voters with 10,000 yuan, will become a joke, hehe. Lu Chuanyun didn't expect his words to be overheard. Feeling at a loss for an explanation, he could only become angrily embarrassed. HNPH. How could I possibly lose to this bumpkin? Just wait and see. I'll humiliate him thoroughly later. With that, he turned and left in a huff. Jobin also followed Lu Chuanyun. It was the women left behind who knew of Yi Xiaoxiao's wealth of billions and found him more appealing by the minute. Gong Rona, being a perceptive woman, could see the intentions in their eyes towards Yi Xiaoxiao. To avoid revealing anything, she quickly linked arms with Yi Xiaoxiao and left. On the other hand, Jobin, shrewdly seizing the opportunity before the PK competition began, continued to provoke animosity. Lu, just look at how arrogant that guy is. Look at his expression. He's clearly looking down on you. What does a bumpkin like him have that warrants this? I think, Lu, you're being too kind to him. I know you want a fair competition for your girlfriend, but But after defeating him, you need to teach him a lesson thoroughly to relieve your resentment, isn't that right? Doesn't your dad have a few professional bodyguards, military veterans, right? Quickly call them over. All right, I know what to do now. Lu Qianyan was reminded by Zhou Bin and quickly made a call to his father. Lu Renbing, upon hearing that his son was competing with someone for Gong Ruona's affection, naturally offered his support. He had long hoped for his son to settle down sooner and mature, understanding how desirable Gong Ruona was to men from Donghai. Therefore, without hesitation, he agreed. However, he was curious in the end. Son, who are you competing against? It must not be easy to earn Gong Ruona's recognition, right? Hey, that man is quite simple, just a bumpkin. Lu Qianyan was now filled with intense animosity towards Yi Xiao, stating directly, it must be that woman Gong Ruona decided to use as a shield to fend off other suitors, hiring him deliberately to make a fool of me. After I humiliate him, that female devil won't have anything to say. All right. Lu Renbing had other matters to attend to and didn't dwell on it. Lu, is it settled? How many people is your dad sending over to teach that guy a lesson? Once Lu Qianyan hung up the phone, Zhou Bin approached him again, determined to make Lu Qianyan offend the prominent person in Huacheng, hoping for retaliation to make for good entertainment. Haha, it's settled. I instructed them, when that guy leaves after getting physically beaten by me, they should pounce on him, regardless of reason, and give him a good beating. Let him face continuous blows and question his life choices. That will be quite the spectacle. Lu Qianyan, still oblivious, felt triumphant and even thought about Yi Xiao being thoroughly beaten by him, then getting another beating while leaving in regret, doubting his life choices, which made him burst into laughter. Zhou Bin, not fully grasping Lu Qianyan's thoughts, guessed vaguely and thought, enjoy your daydreams now, let's see if you'll have doubts about life later. The PK competition is officially beginning. When the time came for Yi Xiao and Lu Qianyan to return to the Villa Lounge, Zhou Bin swiftly initiated the PK competition, even aiming the camera at the two contestants. As soon as the two main participants appeared, the live broadcasting platform erupted with excitement. However, Lu Qianyan ignored all that, believing that humiliating Yi Xiao on site was the priority. A most charming man PK contest, divided into two parts. The first part, involving the on-site beauties votes, with a total of 8 people. Each vote counts as 100 online votes. The second part involves online platform voting, where each vote by a person counts as 1. Let's begin. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Kuokui stood up. The feud between her and Yi Xiao required no more words. Upon going on stage, she pasted her vote directly onto Lu Qianyan, even glancing contemptuously at Yi Xiao. Hehe, Yi Xiao, where did your bumpkin courage come from? You actually have the audacity to compete for the title of the most charming man. Yi Xiao didn't retort, simply smiling wryly. He found this game quite boring, but these rich and childish individuals insisted on playing this way. What could he do? He felt quite helpless, as well because he was only helping Gong Ruona deal with an annoying fly. Hey! Wait! Unexpectedly, Lu Qianyan stepped in at this moment, stopping Liu Kuokui and instructing, haha, as the host, I should show some grace. What if this bumpkin ends up not receiving even one vote and has a breakdown on the spot? Out of humanitarianism, you should give him a vote first. TSK. Isn't he pretending to be noble? The other rich second-generation individuals at the scene hadn't anticipated this move by Lu Qianyan, and quickly began to heap praises on him. Wow! Lu, you're so noble. Exactly. I've never seen someone offer people votes before. If he still loses after this, then it truly means he was overpowered by your strength. Haha. Yi Xiao didn't pay attention to these words. Since even Liu Kuokui wanted to vote for him, he accepted it with a smile. For him, it was just a tedious game. Liu Kuokui cut a disdainful glance, directly dropping the vote on the ground and leaving. Giving him a vote. Might as well just kill her. The second woman then took the stage. Lu Qianyan grew more confident, tilting his head up, chest puffed out, even raising his clothes to indicate where they could paste votes on him. He thought his body would soon be filled with votes. However, hey! What are you? Lu Qianyan was so surprised to see Xiaomei casually sticking her vote onto Yi Xiao. Wasn't the agreement that she would vote for him in return for 10,000? Was she short-sighted? Or did she despise money? Xiao Mei found his expression amusing and quit. Lu, didn't you say you didn't want to see someone lose so miserably? So, my vote for him shouldn't bother you, right? Lu Qianyun couldn't hold back, but still, with aplomb, waved his hand. After voting, get lost, myopic woman. Afterward, he glanced at Gong Ruona, wondering if she was moved by his grace. Gong Ruona just gave a disdainful smile, feeling insulted by the attention of such a person. The voting continued, with the third woman unexpectedly also voting for Yi Zhaoxia. What the heck is going on here? Those who were friends of Lu Qianyun in the audience couldn't remain calm. It was one thing if people online were voting for Yi Zhaoxiao, but who at Donghai University didn't know that Lu Qianyun was a notorious rogue. And now at his VIA's PK event, these women dared to consecutively vote for other men. Were they under the impression that Lu Qianyun wouldn't dare to hit women? Lu, it's only 3 votes. You're so gracious, you shouldn't mind, right? The woman who had voted, somewhat apprehensive of Lu Qianyun, tried to appeal to him with a smile. Get lost, you blind woman. If Lu Qianyun didn't want to maintain composure in front of Gong Ruona, he would have struck the woman there and then. With all 3 votes cast for Yi Zhaoxiao, he also started to lose his composure. However, to everyone's surprise, the next 5 women dared not go up individually. Instead, they all went up together and pasted their votes all over Yi Zhaoxiao. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qianyun was petrified on the spot. How did this happen? Wasn't the plan for Yi Zhaoxiao to not receive a single vote? How was it that he didn't receive a single one himself now? Yi Zhaoxiao, seeing his current state, couldn't help but find it amusing, feeling like capturing the moment and hanging it on the wall to ward off evil. In this situation, Lu Qianyun pointed to the vote on the ground emanated by Liu Kuqui. You can actually pick that back up and paste it on yourself. You little brat, are you daring to boast? Watch how I'll beat you. Lu Qianyun couldn't hold back and raised his fist in anger. Hey, Lu, calm down. Zhou Bin quickly pulled Lu Qianyun back. If you start a fight now, the PK will be interrupted, meaning you've lost. On the surface, Zhou Bin might seem caring, but he was only thinking about Lu Qianyun holding in his anger, so that when Yi Zhaoxia subsequently humiliated him, he could explode fully, making it a sight to behold. Humph, rent my new BMW and I can't deal with you. Okay, fine. There are over 10,000 people voting online now, giving you just 800 votes. It's not a big deal, I'm not bragging. At Donghai University, I'm a widely known figure, easily swaying thousands with a poll of 8,000 votes. Child's play. Lu Qianyun, indeed controlling his anger, flicked his sleeve dramatically. The women at the scene were ignorant and blind, as surely all those online couldn't all be blinded, right? Up to this moment, Lu Qianyun, who always felt he was well respected and the center of attention, the little tyrant who thought the world could not turn without him, still hadn't come to his senses. Alright, let's officially start the online voting. Zhou Bin intentionally activated the interaction in the live broadcast at this moment. Lu Qianyun looked smug, thinking that most of the voters were students from Donghai University. And how could these junior students not know how amazing he was? His friends at the scene also rallied behind him. Haha. I bet this round is definitely going to be a landslide victory for Lu Young Master over that country bumpkin. Of course, I remember, whether it was in school elections for student council president or participating in singing competitions for votes, Lu Young Master always came out on top. This time, there's no suspense. After all, that K and Lu Young Master are not in the same league. Looking at their expressions, it didn't seem like flattery, but rather genuine admiration. Zhou Bin, on the other hand, just smiled without saying anything. Having been with Lu Qianyun for so long, how could he not know that during the last student council election, he had coerced and bribed student voters? As for the singing competition votes, that was even more outrageous, as he had directly hired water armies to vote. Where was the real talent in that? But this time, these voters were genuinely neutral participants. Sure enough, as Lu Qianyun stared at Yi Zhaoxia, his eyes seemed to be saying, just wait and see how I turn the tables. Those wealthy second-generation heirs who had confidently predicted his victory suddenly panicked. Hey, what's going on? Why is everyone voting for that little kid? Is this a joke? Aren't you all supposed to support our school's top guy? Lu Qianyun felt uneasy upon hearing this. He quickly grabbed a phone to check and found that there weren't many voters at all. What was even more infuriating was that she had received dozens of votes, while he hadn't received a single one. What's going on? Where are my people? Where are those who support me? Lu Qianyan was dumbfounded. He used to be respected wherever he went in school, with everyone calling him Master Lu with reverence. He should have had many fans, right? How could this be happening now? Meanwhile, Zhou Bin was secretly amused. He had always thought that Lu Qianyan was intellectually challenged, believing that the students at Donghai University admired him. In reality, they were just fearful of his domineering behavior and would only greet him in passing. Now that he had graduated and they rarely saw him, they probably couldn't wait to get rid of him. Ha ha. Look at him acting all surprised, when in fact, even Liu Kuqui was no longer on his side, finding Lu's behavior quite laughable and couldn't help but smirk. Hey, Lu young master, you really thought you were popular at Donghai University. Little did you know that people actually dislike you. What? What do you mean? Lu Qianyan's eyes turned red with anger as he asked, Liu Junior's sister, how do others evaluate me? Haha, as the school's top guy, you always acted high and mighty, full of arrogance. People were only nice to you when you were around, but in reality, they thought you were a joke, a big child who couldn't wait to graduate and leave. How is that possible? I've treated many people to meals and drinks. Weren't they all respectfully calling me big brother? Lu Qianyan still couldn't believe it, questioning whether his past experiences or all a facade. Were the people and the world around him all fake? Liu Kuqui, being from the Liu family as well, with similar standing to Lu Qianyan's, and even attracting the attention of a wealthy heir, had no fear of offending Lu Qianyan. She mocked him openly. Ha ha. Lu young master, you really thought you were famous at Donghai University. Little did you know people actually find you contemptible. It's not possible, not possible. Lu Qianyan was on the brink of losing his mind, threatening the online viewers, quickly vote for me, or I'll come after you and make you regret it. But as soon as he said this, the number of viewers dropped again, far from the thousands he had imagined. Instead, just 100 or so remained. The display data on the screen was clearly misleading. Seeing the voting numbers, thought they were reasonable. A boring competition like this attracting 100 viewers was already considered good, while tens of thousands would require a celebrity. Unexpectedly, a woman watching the live broadcast suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I recognize that guy. Isn't he the mysterious handsome guy who won the race against Prince Mahesu on Dongming Mountain that night? Ah, it's him. Quick, look it up. Yes, it's really him. Someone took a photo that night, and this man is the one. Oh my god. No wonder I thought this man had such a unique aura. Ah, I'm going crazy. I have to call my sisters to vote for him. Me too. Let me show my sisters. He's the racing god of our entire dorm." The sudden outburst from the 7 women who voted for Yi, upon discovering that he was the racing god, drove them crazy. Ignoring Guanwana next to Yi Xiao, they rushed over and hugged him as if he were a precious gift. Some wanted his autograph, or a piece of cloth from his outfit as a keepsake. Bolder ones wanted to flirt with him, even attempting to steal a kiss. He had underestimated the power of such fanatical fans and quickly distanced himself. Luckily, Guanwana stepped in, smashing a half bottle of wine in front of Yi to fend off the approaching women who wanted to swarm him. Who dares to try and rush over again? I'll kill her. Daring to snatch my man. I've had enough. That tone, that gaze, that demeanor, was extraordinary. The other men on the scene were left dumbfounded, not making a sound for a long time. They had always considered Yi Xiao a country bumpkin, but who would have thought that he had such a significant background? No wonder Guanwana was his girlfriend. He turned out to be a godlike popular figure. Lu Qianyan was struck by a severe blow, staring at Yi Xiao's increasing votes, while his remained at 0, starting to seriously question his life and even doubting the authenticity of the world. He had always believed he was the protagonist of this world, only to realize he was seen as a fool by others. Crack! At that moment, the Via's door burst open. Lu Renbing had returned with his bodyguards, seemingly in a hurry to rush back. "Dad, you're back just in time." Lu Qianyan saw his father returning with his bodyguards and instantly regained his spirit, pointing at Yi Xiao and ordering loudly, "You all, go beat the kid for me. Beat him until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. How dare he steal my woman and my spotlight? Can't I make him regret it?" Lu Renbing couldn't take it anymore. Jumping up in anger, he flu kicked his son for the second time in public. Doom. Lu Renbing's kick was so ruthless, completely not treating Lu Chuanyan as his beloved son, but treating him as a father-killing enemy. He directly kicked him, knocking down the high-end tables and chairs in the villa, along with the expensive decorations falling to the ground. Dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded, those who were present and knew Lu Chuanyan all knew how much his father cherished him. So, witnessing this scene, they felt the same as Lu Chuanyan. Is this world perhaps fake? You damn jackass, didn't I just warn you? Don't mess with Yi Shao, he's the honorable Southern Venerable One. Can our small family provoke him? What? Southern Venerable One? The noble Lu family is actually considered a small family. Just when everyone was still in shock, at this moment, Lu Chuanyan's little buddies were truly dumbfounded, including Zhou Bin. He had just learned that Yi was the #1 big shot in Huamei City. Who would have thought he had such a prestigious reputation? Even the Lu family was considered a small family in front of him. How immense is his power exactly? Thinking about this, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, Lu Chuanyan, can you still be so arrogant? It's one thing to bully others, but even colliding with my father's BMW, you finally meet misfortune today, right? Even Liu quickly tightly bit her lower lip. She had also heard of the legend of the Southern Venerable One, the top player in the Tiger League tournament. She never expected Yi, that bastard, to be so powerful. Can't even get revenge on his enemies. How is she supposed to compete with him? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lu Renbing continued to kick his son fiercely, directly making Lu Chuanyan dizzy. Alright, Lu Chuanyan's father, a few more kicks and that's enough. At this moment, Gong Wana giggled and persuaded Lu Renbing, then wanted to walk over to Yi. You are Yi? I remember now, you were the one who drove to disperse the onlookers, and Lu Shao was courting the candles, right? Finally, someone in the crowd remembered. Subsequently, looking at Lu Chuanyan, their eyes were filled with mockery. Zhou Bin sneered even more. He had already known that Yi was the brave warrior who extinguished the candles and deliberately mentioned it now, just to deliver a hit to Lu Chuanyan. Look at this guy. How did he say it before? Didn't he vow to take down whoever messed with the candle? And now, the person was standing right in front of him. Can he actually do anything to him? Alright, now that you all know I'm Yi, let me make it clear. Yi finally released Gong Wana, who was clinging to him, and loudly clarify, I'm not Miss Gong's boyfriend, but if she doesn't like you, don't bother her. I'm done with this boring game. Speaking as a big shot, the atmosphere had shifted completely now, and Lu Chuanyan's little buddies were truly dumbfounded, including Zhou Bin. He had just learned that Yi was the #1 big shot in Huamei City. Who would have thought he had such a prestigious reputation? Even the Lu family was considered a small family in front of him. How immense is his power exactly? Thinking about this, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, Lu Chuanyan, can you still be so arrogant? It's one thing to bully others, but even colliding with my father's BMW, you finally meet misfortune today, right? Even Liu quickly tightly bit her lower lip. She had also heard of the legend of the Southern Venerable One, the top player in the Tiger League tournament. She never expected Yi, that bastard, to be so powerful. Can't even get revenge on his enemies. How is she supposed to compete with him? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lu Renbing continued to kick his son fiercely, directly making Lu Chuanyan dizzy. Alright, Lu Chuanyan's father, a few more kicks and that's enough. At this moment, Gong Wana giggled and persuaded Lu Renbing, then wanted to walk over to Yi. You are Yi? I remember now, you were the one who drove to disperse the onlookers, and Lu Shao was courting the candles, right? Finally, someone in the crowd remembered. Subsequently, looking at Lu Chuanyan, their eyes were filled with mockery. Zhou Bin sneered even more. He had already known that Yi was the brave warrior who extinguished the candles and deliberately mentioned it now, just to deliver a hit to Lu Chuanyan. Look at this guy. How did he say it before? Didn't he vow to take down whoever messed with the candle? And now, the person was standing right in front of him. Can he actually do anything to him? Alright, now that you all know I'm Yi, let me make it clear. Yi finally released Gong Wana, who was clinging to him, and loudly clarify, I'm not Miss Gong's boyfriend, but if she doesn't like you, don't bother her. I'm done with this boring game. Speaking as a big shot, the atmosphere had shifted completely now, and Lu Chuanyan's little buddies were truly dumbfounded, including Zhou Bin. He had just learned that Yi Zi was the #1 big shot in Huamei City. Who would have thought he had such a prestigious reputation? Even the Lu family was considered a small family in front of him. How immense is his power exactly? Thinking about this, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, Lu Qianyan. Can you still be so arrogant? It's one thing to bully others, but even colliding with my father's BMW, you finally meet misfortune today, right? Even Liu Quiqui tightly bit her lower lip. She had also heard of the legend of the Southern Venerable One, the top player in the Tiger League tournament. She never expected Yi Zi, that bastard, to be so powerful. Can't even get revenge on his enemies. How is she supposed to compete with him? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lu Renbing continued to kick his son fiercely, directly making Lu Qianyan dizzy. Alright, Lu Qianyan's father, a few more kicks and that's enough. At this moment, Gong Wana giggled and persuaded Lu Renbing, then wanted to walk over to Yi Zi. You are Yi Zi? I remember now, you were the one who drove to disperse the onlookers, and Lu Xiao was courting the candles, right? Finally, someone in the crowd remembered. Subsequently, looking at Lu Qianyan, their eyes were filled with mockery. Zhou Bin sneered even more. He had already known that Yi Zi was the brave warrior who extinguished the candles and deliberately mentioned it now, just to deliver a hit to Lu Qianyan. Look at this guy. How did he say it before? Didn't he vow to take down whoever messed with the candle? And now, the person was standing right in front of him. Can he actually do anything to him? Alright, now that you all know I'm Yi Zi, let me make it clear. Yi Zi finally released Gong Wana, who was clinging to him, and loudly clarify, I'm not Miss Gong's boyfriend, but if she doesn't like you, don't bother her. I'm done with this boring game. Speaking as a big shot, the atmosphere had shifted completely now, and Lu Qianyan's little buddies were truly dumbfounded, including Zhou Bin. He had just learned that Yi Zi was the #1 big shot in Huamei City. Who would have thought he had such a prestigious reputation? Even the Lu family was considered a small family in front of him. How immense is his power exactly? Thinking about this, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, Lu Qianyan. Can you still be so arrogant? It's one thing to bully others, but even colliding with my father's BMW, you finally meet misfortune today, right? Even Liu Quiqui tightly bit her lower lip. She had also heard of the legend of the Southern Venerable One, the top player in the Tiger League tournament. She never expected Yi Zi, that bastard, to be so powerful. Can't even get revenge on his enemies. How is she supposed to compete with him? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Lu Renbing continued to kick his son fiercely, directly making Lu Qianyan dizzy. Alright, Lu Qianyan's father, a few more kicks and that's enough. At this moment, Gong Wana giggled and persuaded Lu Renbing. Alright, lie down. 3 women led Yi Zi to the VIP room and made him lie on the bed. Of course, it wasn't Yin Kelan who really wanted to offer herself to him, but rather Gong Ruona keeping her promise to teach him the art of disguise. Yi Zi now had a better understanding of these 3 women. They were bold and shameless, but not the type of women who use their bodies to manipulate men. In more common terms, they seemed invincible but lacked the motivation to act. I just wanted to learn the art of disguise, not to experience it firsthand. Yi Zi didn't want to undergo plastic surgery, let alone play along with the antics of these 3 women. However, after Gong Ruona's statement, he reluctantly complied. How will you understand the mystery of disguise if you don't experience it yourself? Hehe. Fine, Yi Zi thought. For the sake of infiltrating Begida to awaken Fang Shishi, he had to make an effort. However, after lying down, he regretted it. The 3 fairies were touching and smearing his face erratically, especially Yin Kelan, who was giggling as she said, Yi Xiao's features are quite good. I wonder if making his chin a bit sharper will make him look like those popular young idols. Let's give it a try. Gong Ruona was also ready, and her hand suddenly touched Yi Xiao's cheeks. Unless experiencing it firsthand, Yi Zi wouldn't have believed that there existed such a marvelous art of disguise in the world. It was fundamentally different from mere cosmetic camouflage. He could clearly feel his cheeks contracting due to some warming substance, and his chin was actually becoming sharper. This was magic. When Yi Zi realized what was happening, he immediately wanted to resist. He had only met Gong Ruona less than a day ago and wasn't prepared to completely entrust his appearance to her. But it seemed like Gong Ruona could read minds because before he could sit up, she giggled and said, It's too late to resist now, your face has already changed. Yi pushed her hand away, looked into the mirror, and exclaimed, "My goodness, what have you turned me into?" It was no wonder Yi was so agitated. Originally a masculine man full of male charm, he was transformed by the three women into something reminiscent of a charming young idol. Heh. Perfection. Indeed, this is the type of man we women adore. Despite White Swan and Yin Kaolan's praises, Yi still felt uncomfortable and quickly asked, "How long until my face returns to normal?" Heh. "At least 3 days. 3 days. Upon hearing Gong Ruona's words, Yi was dumbfounded. How would he go home? Would his wife believe he was Yi if he looked like this? In order not to alarm his wife, he couldn't see her for the next 3 days. "Yi, where are you?" Even though Chu Qingwu was busy with the formal opening of the branch company, she called Yi at night. It wasn't to check up on him but because she genuinely trusted him. Time had proven that his feelings towards her were unwavering. "I'm learning the art of disguise. So you won't be coming home tonight? I feel a bit lonely by myself." Chu Qingwu gazed at the new villa in Yi and felt a sense of solitude. Her parents and Peach were in Huacheng, and now Yi was away. "Well, I might not be able to come home for 3 days. All right then." Chu Qingwu understood why Yi was studying the art of disguise and how urgent the situation was. She didn't want to bother him further and hung up. However, she received a message from an unknown number right after. "Your husband is cheating on you. You foolish woman, still tirelessly managing the company for him." Seeing this message, Chu Qingwu furrowed her brow slightly, but didn't pay much attention, thinking it was a scam. However, another message arrived with a photo. "Your husband must be having a great time tonight with the socialite from EC, right?" Heh. Chu Qingwu's heart felt like it had been pricked with a needle. If it were just text, she wouldn't believe it, but the photo clearly showed Yi hand in hand with a woman who had a figure better than hers, looking like a couple. Shaking all over, the phone slipped from her hands. She always believed that Yi would never cheat on her and thought she wasn't the type to get jealous over physical intimacy with other women, but she discovered she was wrong. She not only loved Yi, but also felt an intense fear of losing him. If Yi was getting involved with White-Robed Angel or Fan Shishi, she might accept it. However, if he was unfaithful due to his desires, she realized she couldn't tolerate that. On the other side, receiving Chu Qingwu's response, Liu Quiqui showed a cold smile and pushed open the door of a study. Inside, Liu Yejian was handling the affairs of the Liu family company. The acknowledged commercial genius of Huacheng, during a busy period, still had time to help his cousin deal with Yi. "Brother, Chu Qingwu is asking who I am. How should I respond?" She replied so quickly. Seems like the woman from the Chu family, despite her fierce facade, still has a vulnerable side. Liu Yejian continued working without lifting his head and calmly said, "You don't need to tell her who you are. Just leave her a username so she can find out about Yi Zhao's activities and why he hasn't returned home on her own." After nodding and leaving, Liu Quiqi's eyes gradually turned triumphant and sinister. "HMPH, Yi, you scoundrel, you claim to love your wife the most, right? I will break up your marriage, and you will suffer. You despicable man." Liu Yejian wouldn't stop his plans against Yi just because his sister was trying to break up Yi Zhao's marriage. The next day, he took Yao, played by Chu Qinghu, to the Shu family villa in East Sea. Seeing Chu Qinghu trembling in the Rolls-Royce, Chu Qing sneered, "What's with the shaking? We're just visiting the top family in East Sea. This guy looks like he's going to cave right away." "How? I don't want to tremble either, but I'm going to the Shu family villa in East Sea. When have I ever dealt with a prominent family from a first-class city?" Chu Qinghu responded in utter disarray, not only earning Chu Qing's contempt but also disappointing Chu Jiangkuo, who sat quietly with a limp leg, showing no signs of nervousness. After Liu Yejian reassured him, Chu Qinghu confidently patted his chest. Chu Jiangkuo couldn't help but admire Liu Yejian. The man's intelligence and courage were remarkable. With Yi Zhao's skills and the status of a young master from the Yi family, he might have a chance to inherit the top family of the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, inside the Shu family, a family meeting was underway, discussing the application of the Wei Dance Group to join the EC Chamber of Commerce. "Dad, are you losing your mind?" When Shu Fuluj heard that the family patriarch wanted to welcome the Wei Dance Group into the EC Chamber of Commerce, he erupted with anger. Yi injured Smiling Heaven and killed Fang Shishi. If we don't seek revenge, they're even making deals with him. I can't accept this. Yes, Sir, if news like this gets out, we will become a joke in Nishi and even the Dragon Kingdom. Bah, we already are a joke. In these past few days, wherever I go, people secretly say that we're all cowards. A grand family like ours is afraid of a mere southern venerable. Yes, Yi Zi may be powerful, but he is still just one person. East Sea is our territory. We won't just let him off the hook, we'll let this snake eat our Shu family. The younger generation of Shu family, who used to respect the family patriarch, now stood against him due to this incident. Desperate, the family patriarch tried to explain numerous times that Yi Zi was the son of the Yi family, the legitimate grandson of the league master, and they couldn't afford to offend him. However, no one listened. At that moment, the butler hurriedly arrived and reported, "Lord Patriarch, the young master of the Yi family is here." What? Yi Zi dared to come over. All the experts of the enemy are ready. Today, we will make sure he is nowhere to escape. As soon as the words Yi Xiao were heard, all the enemies were filled with bloodthirstiness, wishing to chop him up. Even the steward Wang was frightened and quickly clarified, "It's not Yi Zi, it's Yao who has arrived." What? Yao? As soon as this name was mentioned, oh my, except for the enemy's patriarch, the expressions of the others changed instantly. Young Master Yao has arrived. Quickly, welcome him. You all, prepare some tea. Shall we all go together to welcome him? This is an honor guest. Qiu Fulu took the lead, and more than 10 people from the enemy family stood up together, impersonating Yao. Chu Qinghu, who had just entered with the willow leaf sword, and Chu Qinghu was trembling all over again at the sight of this scene. Considering his previous status, being received by a top family of the Eastern Sea was already a big deal, but who would have expected that today, even the people from the East Sea's top family would welcome him with such grandeur? Ha ha. Really want the Chu family to see how impressive he is now compared to before. Young Master Yao has arrived. Please forgive our far from adequate welcome. Qiu Fulu hurriedly showed courtesy. After all, Yao was the young master of the Hu Alliance. In his eyes, he was leagues apart from the abandoned Yi Zi. Most importantly, the enemy family had no grudge against him. Ahem. Willow Leaf Sword, who was keen on observing and analyzing, coughed dryly twice to remind, "Oh, you're welcome, it's not a big deal for me." Chu Qinghu waved his hand. Then, supported by Chu King, he limped his way into the enemy family's grand living room. The others from the enemy family were quite surprised. How come young Master Yao looked like a disabled person? Yao had an accident while racing in the cold country some time ago. So, Willow Leaf Sword, who was good at reading people's expressions and remarks, quickly explained to dispel the enemy family's doubts. "Ah, that's careless of him. We know several renowned doctors. Should we invite them to take a look at young Master Yi?" "Yes. Young Master Yi's well-being is crucial. Take care of his health." The people from the enemy family quickly extended their pleasantries. However, Chu Qinghu paid no attention to what they said and proceeded to enter directly. Seeing the spacious living room of the enemy family, filled with priceless antiques and famous paintings, his eyes lit up. How great it was to be Yao. Not only did the top families of the Eastern Sea try to curry favor, but if he could casually take a few antiques from here, what more could he desire? Chu Qinghu was so unambitious. Imagining having to follow Chu Wuhu to the Hua mountain sect to learn martial arts made him feel frustrated. Sporting the skin of Yao, why would he bother learning some nonsense martial arts? So ... What brings young Master Yao to the enemy family today? Qiu Fulu and the others from the enemy family, especially the patriarch, had a peculiar attitude towards Yao. They noticed him still engrossed in admiring the antiques of the enemy. Not a word was spoken, just furrowed brows and question marks in their hearts. "Everyone, please don't be alarmed. Young Master Yao may have a lofty disposition, but that's just his nature." Willow Leaf Sword quickly answered for Chu Qinghu. "Young Master Yao is here today to discuss a collaboration with our family." The Willow family had already aligned with the enemy family, so Willow Leaf Sword had to be humble in addressing the enemy family, but as he was speaking on behalf of Yao, his eyes had to display a hint of pride. Only he could manage to balance this contradictory demeanor and tone without being discordant. It was only his kind who could handle this civil situation with a subtle and condescending approach. "Oh, what does young Master Yao want us, the enemy family, to do? Yi's patriarch interjected. Young Master Yao wishes for the enemy family's help in suppressing Yi Zhao's development and aiding him in inheriting the position of the young family head, Willow Leaf Sword bluntly stated, leading to contrasting reactions among the enemy family members. Of course, Qiu Fulu and the others were overjoyed. They had been pondering how to deal with Yi Zi before, and now that Yao had arrived, it felt like a stroke of luck. However, the patriarch of the enemy family frowned. Being cautious, he directly addressed, "Young Master Yao, forgive me for my frankness. Currently, Yi Zi, Yi Zhao, and Yi Hu seem to be the most hopeful candidates to inherit the family. As for you, you seem to be rather inconspicuous recently." Ha ha, Shu Qinghu burst into laughter. The current situation was just as Willow Leaf Sword had anticipated, and he immediately followed the script provided by Willow Leaf Sword. "I am Yi Zhao's younger brother, of course. I will assist him in taking over. Currently, my older brother is in a fierce competition with Yi Hu in Yanjing, so I came to the Eastern Sea to deal with Yi Zi." The people from the enemy family exchanged bewildered glances. Since the Yi family was a prominent and massive entity, even though the enemy family had a strong presence in the Eastern Sea, when it came to overall strength, they were no match for the Yi family. Therefore, they were actually quite hesitant to involve themselves in the Yi family's affairs. With Yao's straightforward declaration, they found themselves at a loss on how to respond. Willow Leaf Sword quickly added, "Young Master Yao just needs the enemy family to do him a small favor. Please tell us." Qiu Fu eagerly inquired. Having a deep-seated enmity with Yi Zi, as long as it was against Yi Zi, he would certainly oblige. Moreover, with Yao on their side, it would alleviate much of the pressure. The Yi family's selection of a successor boils down to two aspects: martial prowess and business acumen. Although Yi Zi recently attained the title of Southern Venerable, Yi Hu is the Tiger Venerable of the Northern League, as well as Yi Zhao being the young king of the Western Dragon Country. They all hold prestigious titles in their respective fields. Willow Leaf Sword continued, but in terms of business acumen and the management of assets, Yi Zi is at a significant disadvantage. Hence, if the enemy family can leverage the position of the president of the Eastern Sea Business Council to suppress Yi Zhao's expansion and development of the Wei Wu Group, his business acumen will lag behind. And if Yi Zi fails to become the heir, well, with his current marginalized status within the Yi family, he will be a piece of cake for us to deal with later. Right? Listening to Willow Leaf Sword's analysis, Qiu Fulu suddenly felt enlightened. Previously, he had been pondering how to confront Yi Zi. Now, everything seemed crystal clear. So, what does young Master Yao specifically require from our enemy family? Qiu Fulu eagerly asked. However, the enemy patriarch quickly interrupted. Absolutely not. If the enemy family were to act in this manner, it would mean taking sides in the power struggle within the Yi family. If we choose the wrong side, the enemy family would surely face a disaster in the future. Although the enemy patriarch was not like other families who preferred to retain control of all power within the family, he held the most authority in the enemy family's decision-making process. While the others in the enemy family were keen on dealing with Yi Zi and seeking revenge for their ancestors, the patriarch was always cautious and tended to go against the flow, making the situation quite challenging for the rest. Ha ha. The enemy patriarch is right. Indeed, such decisions are not easy to make. Young Master Yao, shall we take our leave? Willow Leaf Sword subtly proposed to leave, although his gaze fell on Qiu Fulu, implying that he wished to have a private conversation with him. Allow me to escort young Master Yao. Qiu Fulu also understood the hint and accompanied Shu Qinghu and his companions out. As they left the enemy family's premises, Willow Leaf Sword leaned in and whispered to Qiu Fulu, young Master Yao prefers to collaborate with those with courage. Without poison, a man is not a hero. If you don't want to watch Yi Zi grow stronger and be unable to deal with him, you must act decisively now. Some stubborn old folks need a good rest if necessary. Willow Leaf Sword's words triggered a sense of realization in Qiu Fulu, and the patriarch, who was previously cautious and unconvinced, clenched his fist, looking towards Shu Qinghu as he said, young Master Yao, I know what must be done. Once your brothers control the Yi family, we hope that in the future, the Yi family will provide support to our enemy family. After several nights alone in an empty room, Shu Qingyu became increasingly agitated. Yi Zi, are you not coming back tonight? Qingyu, I am learning disguise techniques. Give me 2 more days. okay? Yi on the other side still spoke casually, even somewhat happily. After all, who wouldn't be pleased when their spouse awaited them at home? However, as Chu Qingyu held the phone, her hand trembled. Her husband had been absent for nights in succession, and she continued to receive intimate pictures of him with other women. The rampant gossip forced her to doubt if her husband was having an affair. Hanging up the phone, Chu Qingyu kept muttering to herself on her bed. Yi is not that kind of person, but why am I so uneasy? Chu Qingyu, you are his virtuous wife, aren't you quite confident? A woman's charm comes from within. Suspicion and jealousy are not qualities of an enchanting woman. She thought she had undergone a transformation, no longer the forsaken daughter of a second-rate family or a struggling woman from the lower ranks. Yet, she realized that deep down, she was still an ordinary woman, despite having vast wealth, a luxurious mansion, and the title of chairwoman of a listed group. Her inner self remained unchanged, ridden with anxiety. Doubting whether to trust or suspect, she once again found herself unable to sleep. Hey, Qingyu, what's the matter with you? The next day, when Chu Qingyu was picked up by Shen Yu to go to work together, she was shocked to see her friend sporting panda eyes. I'm feeling a bit stressed, Chu Qingyu explained with a forced smile. Oh, why are you putting pressure on yourself? Shen Yu, her best friend, embraced her tightly for comfort. You are Yi Zhao's wife. Even if the Weiwu Group fails to join the business council in the Eastern Sea, or if the expansion plans fail, it wouldn't matter. Once Yi inherits the Yi family, not to mention the Eastern Sea Business Council, even the entire Dragon Country Business Council, will obey your command as Mrs. Yi. Yi Xiaoyou also knew that the Wei Dance Group wanted to join the EC Chamber of Commerce. In fact, he really wanted to go back quickly to see his wife and help her with some things. But looking like this now, even if he went back, he would scare his wife. Whether she would recognize him or not was another story. Ha, Yi Jij, you've become so handsome. When he arrived at the orphanage to see the director, Zhao saw his appearance and was stunned for a moment before smiling. Yi Xiaoyou chuckled helplessly. He also knew that his current appearance would definitely appeal more to the aesthetic sense of some young girls, but he couldn't help feeling awkward and disliking it. Yi Xiaoyou, I don't know any shape-shifting techniques either. When the old director heard Yi Xiaoyou asking for help to restore his original appearance, she also smiled bitterly. But according to my assessment, your face should return to normal in a day or two. After examining his face, the old director made a conclusion. Yi Xiaoyou breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the fairy queen had not deceived him, otherwise, he could have shut down her beauty salon. Master, these past days, Gongorona has also taught me some shape-shifting techniques. Although it mainly relies on drugs, it still involves some delicate beauty work. I'm afraid I won't be able to master it in a short time. Yi Xiaoyou expressed his concerns to the old director, fearing that if the infatuation persisted, there could be a risk to his life. Well, why don't you just ask her to accompany you to the Polar Contrast Tower? After seeing the residence there, she can help you change your appearance to look like that. The old director's suggestion coincided with Yi Xiaoyou's thoughts. So, after his face returned to normal, he planned to talk to Chu Qingyu and then ask the fairy queen for help. Director, the angel sister is here again. Just then, the children rushed excitedly into the meeting hall of the orphanage. Hearing the term angel sister, Yi Xiaoyou was not unfamiliar. In fact, the last time Zhao Yunshan temporarily took the orphans back to Huachen, because the facilities were not complete, the orphans were not well settled. Later, the director mentioned that two beautiful women wanted to sponsor their orphanage and had the military bring them back. Yi Xiaoyou also wanted to know who these two women were, but unfortunately, they did not leave any contact information, and he had been busy lately, so he put it aside for now. Yi Xiaoyou, I'm not feeling well, can you and Xiaoxin go see them? Okay, master. Upon receiving the director's order, Yi Xiaoyou willingly complied to see who this kind-hearted and influential woman was. Wow, the angel sister is here. As Yi Xiaoyou and Xiaoxin just walked to the front yard of the orphanage, the children ran into the group, excitedly jumping in front of the woman. It was clear how much they loved this angel sister. Kur, are you feeling a bit better today? With her back to Yi Xiaoyou, the angel sister spoke to Kur in a tone that indicated she understood his condition. Yes, seeing the angel sister makes me feel much better. Hehe. Kur wiped his nose, proudly smiling at the woman, and immediately joined a few playmates, hand in hand, shouting cheerfully, "The angel sister is here, come out everyone. Let's play a game together." The slender angel sister did not mind the tattered clothes of the orphans and linked hands with them to play. It was not long until she turned in front of Yi Xiaoyou, who was stunned. "How come it's you?" It turned out to be the beautiful woman who bet 1 billion on him during the boxing match. Yi Xiaoyou had found her back view very familiar, but it still seemed unlikely. Although he did not know her name, her background, he knew that her aunt was a famous entertainment figure, with significant status in the industry. She could easily place a bet of 1 billion, suggesting that she was a wealthy heiress. How could she be getting along so well with these ragged orphans? Yi Xiaoyou's face stayed locked on her, seemingly glowing with a faint light that made it hard to look away. "Is there something on my face?" Ning Yuxi didn't recognize Yi Xiaoyou, as his appearance had been altered by Gong Ruona. Seeing Yi Xiaoyou staring at her in surprise, she innocently asked, No. You look beautiful." Yi Xiaoyou sighed. "Thank you." Politely smiling, Ning Yuxi did not pay much attention to the genuine compliment, for her heart was set on just Yi Xiaoyou. Shortly after, a large group of pearly dressed children rushed out, seemingly not starstruck, but with more intense gazes than any star chaser. Yi Xiaoyou didn't rush to understand who this angel sister was, or for what reason she was helping the orphans. As long as it was clear that she was sincere and genuine, it was enough. Watching the angel sister happily playing with the orphans in the courtyard, Yi Xiaoyou naturally followed. The main courtyard's backyard, about the size of a small football field, housed simple entertainment facilities and sports equipment, all now in a state of disrepair. Despite their poverty, the children were easily contented, enjoying a game of catch with the angel sister and Yi Xiaoyou, full of laughter and joy. As the game wore on, everyone began to tire out, especially Kuer, who eventually plopped down exhausted. "Kuer, what's the matter? You're already tired. A bow with such weak stamina can't be." Ning Yuxi, concerned, walked over, jokingly reaching out with her hand to help him up. Little did she expect. "Humph, who said I have no stamina? I just didn't adjust my breath for a moment." Kuer pushed away the hand of one of the four beauties of the Dragon Kingdom, petulantly stood up and turned away. It seemed like the 10-year-old boy was about to cry but didn't want anyone to see, so he hurriedly darted to a corner. Ow! Ning Yuxi felt at a loss. Was this child really that sensitive? Had she accidentally hurt his feelings with her joke? Kuer suffers from muscular atrophy, so he's always had poor stamina. Yi Xiaoyou, seeing this, quickly approached to reveal the truth to her. "Oh, I see." Self-reproach filled Ning Yuxi. She realized how little she knew about Kuer's circumstances. Accidentally making a joke can inadvertently hurting the heart of a child. Such a mistake. With some medical knowledge in mind, she knew that muscular atrophy was a fatal disease. Perhaps Kuer, unable to bear the pain of dying, had no other way but to cry. "Don't worry, I'll talk to him." Yi Xiaoyou, flashing a charming smile, walked over to Kuer. Watching the man's back, Ning Yuxi felt a slight shiver. Though his appearance was different, his smile was so comforting, reminiscent of Yi Xiaoyou. Standing beside Kuer, Yi Xiaoyou gave him a light pat on the shoulder. "Kuer, how about I sing you a song? It's not a crime for a man to cry." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavier as everyone's attention shifted. Observing Yi Xiaoyou and Kuer interacting, the atmosphere became somber. Ning Yuxi watched the two's interaction, feeling guilty and sorrowful. I won't cry. I'm strong." Kuer retorted aggressively. "Okay, you should laugh when you're happy and cry when you're in pain. Isn't that normal?" Yi Xiaoyou countered loudly. "Who says we should cry when we're in pain? Useless." Sob. Emotions were indeed contagious. Seeing Yi Xiaoyou weep, Kuer, overwhelmed by his own circumstance, couldn't hold back his tears any longer. This emotional display was what Yi Xiaoyou aimed for. Suppressing emotions was never beneficial, and seeing Kuer break down, Yi Xiaoyou stood up and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Once you've cried, it's time to stand up like me. It's just an illness, right? I'm currently learning medicine, so I'll find a way to cure you in the future." With confident words, Yi Xiaoyou made Kuer feel hopeful. Tearfully, Kuer apologized loudly. "Yi Xiaoyou, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm so immature." "Silly boy, but you're just a child." Yi Xiaoyou ruffled his hair, pinched his face gently, and smiled. Around the orphans, Yi Xiaoyou's smile returned, and the previously tense atmosphere eased. Meanwhile, Ning Yuxi remained frozen. Yi Xiaoyou's brother? Could it really be him? No wonder she always felt Yi Xiaoyou's presence around him. He was the person she had been dreaming of. But why did his face change into that of a young man? Had he used makeup art, one of the four dark arts, to intentionally create this effect? Ning Yuxi finally smiled brightly like a flower at this moment, and Yexiao was really good at playing with children. At this moment, it was her turn to be near Yexiao. She saw a faint light on his body and became even more convinced that her judgment was correct. I knew the man Ning Yuxi, like must be a warm, courageous, all-round hero. After Ning Yuxi found out that the man was Yexiao, she became even more enthusiastic and actively continued playing with the children. Originally, she came to the orphanage because of encouragement from Ihangmo. After the boxing match, that woman designed a charm handsome guy plan for her. At first, Ning Yuxi was resistant to this plan, but Ihangmo said that Yexiao had a close relationship with this orphanage, so she often came here for charity. Plus, her good friend Guo Bairu knew her and wanted to help her chase after Yexiao, so she willingly took over her work. Well, Ning Yuxi, was a kind-hearted person anyway. It wasn't a bad thing to come here to play games with the children while balancing her studies, so she complied with Ihangmo, visited the orphanage several times. Even if she didn't run into Yexiao, she felt good after doing charity work, so she persevered. Little did she know, Ihangmo's plan was indeed effective. In just a few days, she actually met Yexiao today and was able to play happily with him. At this moment, Ning Yuxi felt a sense of love, feeling sweet as long as she could be with Yexiao, regardless of his appearance or activities. Her heart felt good. Especially when Yexiao accidentally touched her skin, she felt an electric shock, which was really strange. Sometimes it made her blush, sometimes it made her heart beat faster, and sometimes she even longed for him to hug her. Unfortunately, Yexiao was a man of strong will. Although Ning Yuxi was not proud, she also knew she carried the title of one of the Dragon Kingdoms for beauties. Her charm was undoubtedly great, but this man didn't even have the thought of hugging her once. So disappointing. Soon, everyone got tired from playing. Yexiao sat alone on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Ning Yuxi sneakily watched his figure, feeling her heart beating uncontrollably. Go over there. This is a rare opportunity for privacy. She mentally encouraged herself, feeling her cheeks inexplicably heating up. What was this sensation? She wasn't usually so timid. After hesitating for a while, Ning Yuxi finally stomped her foot, hypnotizing herself, thinking that he looked different from usual, so she wouldn't be nervous. She didn't see him as Yexiao. After self-deception, she gathered her courage, walked to Yexiao's side, pretended to casually sit next to him, and playfully patted his slim thigh. What's your name? Why are you so kind to sponsor the orphanage? Yexiao had long been interested in Ning Yuxi, and now that she had walked over herself, it was perfect. Unfortunately, Ning Yuxi already knew he was Yexiao, so she wouldn't tell him who she was, casually making up a name. My name is Yexiao. Humph. Do you need a reason to be kind? Don't tell me you think I'm here to play pretend. Ha. No. Yexiao quickly explained. I just thought you looked like an angel. Among the women I've seen, you're one of the most beautiful. Really? Ning Yuxi, who had just been deliberately aloof, suddenly became excited. Realizing her behavior, she quickly composed herself again, saying, just one of many. Don't tell me you often use this trick to charm girls. Of course not. Besides my wife, you're my favorite girl. Really? This time, the whole world of Ning Yuxi bloomed with fresh flowers. She never thought of pushing Chu Qingwu away to have Yexiao all to herself. As long as Yexiao truly liked her, that was enough. Money was no issue for her. With a non-traditional father and aunt, she would never be forced to marry even if she remained single her whole life. So being able to be with Yexiao in this way was happiness to her. Brother Yexiao. At this moment, Zia led a group of children over, looking a little awkward and nervous. What's wrong? Yexiao asked with a smile. Seeing the children's eager faces, he knew they wanted something. You see, we heard you sing Men Cry. It's not a crime just now, and we also want to sing karaoke outside. Can we? Zia's voice grew softer as she spoke, a mix of shyness and the lack of confidence common in orphans. Of course, sister. Please go right ahead. Before Yexiao could respond, Ning Yuxi clapped her hands and stood up. She was in a great mood today and felt like singing some songs. The Tianlai Club was a high-end leisure club themed around singing in the Eastern Sea, and it used to be Xu Wukong's entertainment base. The place was full of beautiful women, so Chu King, who came here for fun tonight, when he was enjoying the attention from two second-tier family daughters under the alias Yeo, Liu Jian and Chu King, two guys he despised, barged in. "Sorry. Master Yeo has important business to discuss. Please leave, ladies," Liu Jian ordered, and his men forcibly ejected the two disheveled beauties. "What's this? I'm so busy during the day, can't even touch women at night," Chu King, who exploded, yelling and banging on the table. Having impersonated Yeo so many times, he gradually saw himself as that character. Liu Jian used to be his boss, but now he was just working for Yeo. Chu King had low opinions of him before, and now seeing him dressed like this, he was even more annoyed, even had the urge to slap this useless person. Liu Jian was direct, ordering his men, "Now take Master Yeo to the car and send him to Shiguan to meet 5 young Master Shu." "Yes." The two men quickly lifted Chu King up. Wait. Chu King, who immediately exclaimed, "Liu Jian, are you out of your mind? You know I have trouble moving around. What's the point of me training martial arts? Are you deliberately messing with me? What's the use of me becoming like a ghostly Master Yeo?" Liu Jian gestured for a pause and said to Chu King, who with a smile, "Although you have a recommendation letter from 3rd Master Ye, that secluded sect only recognizes Ye's people, and if you don't go, 5 young Master Shu can't be qualified to go up the mountain. That's why we need your help." Chu King, who frowned. He understood the task Liu Jian insisted on was a must, but he set a condition in advance. "All right, I'll accompany Wu Hubei up to that weird sect, but you also understand, my body can't practice martial arts anymore. When Wu Hubei goes in, I'll come back and continue my elegant life in the city. Okay by me." Liu Jian didn't force him, waving his hand to let his men take him away. I think Chu King, who is very unreliable. I wonder when he'll slip up and get found out." After the two were left alone, Chu King expressed his concern. Liu Jian smiled coldly. "He has reached the point where we can leverage him. 3rd Master Ye has sent experts to kill Yexiao for us, so even if he dies in that sect, it won't concern us. We'll figure out a way to shift the blame to Yexiao." On hearing this, Chu King started sweating. It was a good thing his dad didn't come with them today after Yexiao broke his leg. Otherwise, knowing Liu Jian intended to send Chu King to the western lands, he probably wouldn't have agreed. "Liu, are you confident using the experts 3rd Master Ye sent to kill Yexiao?" Chu King asked after processing the information. "No." Liu Jian was straightforward, "But I'm confident that with the help of the Eastern Sea Chamber of Commerce chairman, we can suppress Ye's vile dance group from developing. As for having Yexiao killed, which carries major risks, let's leave it to someone else. We have so many resources at hand right now. There's no need to take that risk openly anymore." Chu King, who always thought he was deep, realized he was still far behind when compared to Liu Jian. This guy always analyzed and chose the most advantageous moves quickly. Knock, knock. At that moment, the club manager entered, reporting to Liu Jian, who had taken over the management of this club from Xu Wohu. "Liu, there's a man and a woman outside with a group of pearly dressed children who came to sing. I have the authority to refuse entry, but that woman holds our club's platinum card. I don't know how to handle this." "Oh, a platinum member?" Liu Jian was meticulous. As far as he knew, any woman holding the club's platinum card must be a first-class family's daughter or a high-class lady. Such women were pampered, so why would they bring pearly dressed children here? "Open up the surveillance, let me see." "Yes, Master Liu." Following the instructions, the manager opened the lobby's surveillance on his phone. Liu Jian, upon seeing the man and woman, first frowned then revealed a sinister smile. "It's actually them." Although encountering some obstacles along the way with a group of orphans, Ning Yuxi and Yi Zhao successfully led 2 or 3 dozen orphan children who loved singing into a large private room in the end. "All right, there are 6 microphones here. Feel free to sing your hearts out." Ning Yuxi was in a great mood now, enjoying playing together with her sweetheart, so she was particularly enthusiastic. "Great. Thank you, Angel's sister," the children exclaimed in unison. It was their first time coming to a KTV room. They usually stayed in the orphanage, so they were naturally very happy to have a rare chance to come out and play. "Hey, aren't you going to sing?" Taking advantage of the children being distracted, Ning Yuxi quietly sat next to Yi Zhao's and struck up a conversation with him. "I'll sing after they finish." Seeing how excited the children were, Yi Zhao was also happy, bantering with Ning Yuxi. "Well, you look happy?" Ning Yuxi moved a little closer to Yi Zhao. The closer she got, the faster her heart raced. How strange, it felt like she had a fever. "Yes, of course, I am happy." Yi Zhao didn't notice anything unusual with Ning Yuxi and thought she didn't recognize who he was. Sporting an unfamiliar face, he opened up about his past. "I used to be an orphan too. I was kicked out of the house with a broken leg when I was 12, so I understand their loneliness. I also yearned for so many people to accompany me to play." Listening to his words, Ning Yuxi seemed to see the innermost feelings of Yi Zhao. Her heart rate gradually slowed down, and naturally, she leaned closer to him, gently holding his hand. Yi Zhao was surprised and immediately looked at her. Just as he thought he couldn't continue like this, Ning Yuxi's beautiful eyes blinked twice, seemingly casting a healing spell that made him pause. "Today, am I not here with you? Forget about the unhappy past. Shall we sing a song together?" Looking at Ning Yuxi's angelic face and hearing her energetic words, Yi Zhao didn't know what he was feeling. Oh no, it's that feeling in his heart. He's actually having a heart flutter for a woman other than his wife. Yi Zhao quickly tried to push Ning Yuxi away, but at this moment the voices of Zhao Xiao and the orphan children filled the room. "Great, great, Angel sister and brother Yi will sing a song together. Come on, everyone, clap your hands." A group of orphans started cheering. They didn't have parents, so brother Yi and Angel sister were like family to them. Ning Yuxi felt wonderful and boldly took Yi Zhao's hand and stood up. "Well, if we're going to sing." Yi Zhao didn't refuse. After all, he wasn't the same person as before. Amidst the laughter and joy of the children, Yi Zhao and Ning Yuxi began singing love songs one after another. In the entire private room, besides the music flowing, there was also love in the air. After a while, there was a sudden loud bang as the door was kicked open. A man with tattoos on his arms and neck entered with a group of tough-looking men, holding beer bottles and bats, eyeing the people in the room with malicious intent. The singing abruptly stopped. The orphan children were just kids who had never seen such a scene, so they were scared and didn't know what to do, with some of the more timid ones even starting to cry. "Shut up! Shut up! If you keep making noise, what if I go mad and end up killing you all?" The man with tattoos shouted, hitting the wall with an iron rod, producing a deafening sound. The wall even had two large dents after the hits, with bits of dust falling down. The crying children were too scared to make a sound. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Ning Yuxi and Zhao Xiao quickly hugged the crying children, all looking towards Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao frowned. These troublemakers who barged into the upscale banquet hall room were definitely supported by someone powerful. Seeing the strength of the tattooed man, he knew that this guy was no ordinary ruffian. He was probably a skilled fighter disguised as a thug. Now, not only did he have Ning Yuxi and Zhao Xiao, two beautiful women behind him, but also over 20 children. With the door blocked, if things escalated, he couldn't protect all these children from harm simultaneously. Yi Zhao was worried about the safety of the orphan children. Suddenly, one of the orphans, Kuer, stood up. These children didn't know what loyalty was, but they knew that Yi Zhao had been good to them, even saving their orphanage and the headmaster. They wanted to stand by him in times of trouble. As more and more orphans followed suit and stood behind Yi Zhao, Kuer was the first to take a stand. "We won't leave either. We want to stand with brother Yi Zhao to fight these bad guys." Dang directly targeting the group of children was thrown a beer bottle, but Yi Zhao swatted it away, hitting against the wall and shattering, causing some of the scared children to start shaking. "Ha ha. You little punks already want to be heroes. Heroes bleed and die. Don't you know?" The tattooed man roared, scaring many of the children into tears. "HMPH, even though I don't know who you are, don't scare these children, or you'll bear the consequences yourself." Ning Yuxi finally couldn't help but step forward and scold those hooligans harshly to protect the children. Ning Yuxi was wise and realized that these thugs had ulterior motives, likely intending to use the children's safety as leverage against Yi Zhao. So, she knew that even though Yi Zhao was a respected figure, it was impossible for him to protect so many children alone in this situation. She discreetly sent a message to Yi Hanmo, asking her to come quickly with reinforcements. Damn, this woman is stunningly beautiful. I've never seen anyone like her my whole life. I wonder how it would feel to have her in bed. It must be amazing. Haha. The tattooed man's eyes gleamed green as he looked at Ning Yuxi. Compared to her, the women he had seen before seemed dull and tasteless. His henchmen also laughed lewdly, saying things that were inappropriate and shameful. In the midst of the chaos, the men incited each other, and their smiles became increasingly sinister. Yi Zhaos was still calmly analyzing the situation, trying to figure out who these people were and how he could safely take the children and Ning Yuxi out of the situation. Unfortunately, they were on the 5th floor, so even if he broke down the walls, the children wouldn't be able to escape. And in a fight, he couldn't take down so many people at once. What if these guys went crazy and harmed the children? The situation was grim. Moreover, he didn't know the true strength of the tattooed man leading the group. He only knew that the man must have someone powerful supporting him. Seeing their beloved person being insulted, Kur couldn't tolerate it and rushed forward, attempting to bite the tattooed man. Haha, do you want to die, you little brat? The tattooed man was very strong and, before Kur could reach him, he grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it down towards the child's head. Just in the nick of time, Yi Zhaos used his arm to block the shattered beer bottle. Although he was a warrior, he was not invincible, and blood was slowly dripping down his arm. Don't steal Yi Zhaos's spotlight. You're not old enough to play the hero yet. Yi Zhaos pushed Kur back towards Ning Yuxi. In order to protect the two women and the children, he suppressed his anger, his eyes fixated on the tattooed man. Stop pretending. Your target is me. What do you want from me for you to release them? In the general manager's office of Tianlai Club, Liu Yejian looked at the surveillance of the box, the curve of his mouth getting higher and higher. Well, I never thought Yexiao, this guy, would actually be hesitant and fearful for some orphans. Chu King stood behind him, unable to help but sneer, although I don't know why his appearance changed. But now that he's been killed looking like this, I'm afraid Yes and Yi's people will also have excuses to escape. Do you really think Yexiao is afraid to act because of these orphans? And also, do you think the expert sent by Yes and Yi can easily kill him? Liu Yejian suddenly looked at Chu King and asked back, out, isn't it for the children, but for that woman? Chu King frowned tightly, obviously unwilling to believe how much Yexiao loved Chu King Wu. No one knew better than him. He couldn't believe that he was hesitating to protect a woman's safety. Yexiao is not as simple as you think. Just wait and see. Liu Yejian, although looking pleased, was worried all along. Inside the box, the tattooed man was convinced that Yexiao was hesitating to act against himself for these children and the woman, so he laughed even more unabashedly. Ha ha, you just don't want this beauty and children to get hurt, right? Well, we'll each smash a beer bottle on you. If you can withstand it without falling, for every bottle we break, I'll let one child go. No. Ning Yuxi immediately exclaimed, there were so many children here. Yexiao could be killed by the bottles. If you think it's not good, then fight back, ha ha. The tattooed man sneered, patting Yexiao's face. I know you're tough, but if you dare to fight, we'll hurt these children. Look at their clothes. They must be from an orphanage, a few injured or killed. No one would stand up for them, right? Ha ha. You bastard. Zai saw the tattooed men using their safety to threaten Yexiao, her face turning red with anger. She shook her head vigorously, signaling him not to agree. Ha ha. I am a bastard, and a reckless one at that. Are you going to try calling the police? As soon as we hear sirens, I'll start killing. I don't think Yexiao can save many. The tattooed man was even more pleased, smashing another beer bottle, making the children retreat in fear. What do you think, Yexiao? I'll count to 3. If you don't agree, I'll act immediately. By that time, if something happens to these women and children, don't blame me. Hecky. Listening to the tattooed man's almost maniacal laughter, Yexiao gently pulled Zai behind him. Looking at the tattooed man with a fierce gaze, he could tell that this tattooed man was indeed a desperate character. Even if he caught him off guard and tried to rescue the hostages, it might not work. And his strength was not low. Yexiao didn't have a 100% certainty that he could stop him with one move. Once a fight broke out, his subordinates hurt these unarmed children. The consequences would be severe. There's no choice. If you want to, hit harder. Stop scratching around. Yexiao stared at the tattooed man with a chilling look in his eyes, making the man stop his laughter instantly, trembling in fear. Yexiao spoke coldly, If you dare break your promise and hurt a child or a woman, I will kill all of you. Yexiao brother, Zai, and the children screamed, tears streaming down their faces. Ning Yuxi watched Yexiao's back with a mix of sorrow, adoration, anger, helplessness, and worrying. Damn it! Hack him! Hack him hard! Although the tattooed man was angry and fierce, he still took a step back, then waved his hand vigorously. Let one go. Fighting has always been about who's more fierce. Whoever is more ruthless is the winner. Now that Yexiao had the moral high ground and the advantage, the tattooed man was feeling weak and vulnerable. He could only comply. Kur, you go first. Yexiao turned and said, No. I'm not leaving. I want to stand by Yexiao's side. Kur wouldn't leave, showing loyalty to Yexiao. Ning Yuxi couldn't let the child be reckless, making Yexiao feel burdened. He urgently advised Kur, you should leave quickly. If we stay here, we'll just be a burden to Yexiao. Kur clenched his fists, then glanced at the gang of thugs, memorizing their faces before decisively rushing out. Yexiao brother, when I grow up, I'll be a hero just like you. When I grow up, I will definitely take down these bastards. Keep hacking, hack until he's dead. The tattooed man didn't stop, as he was following Yesun young master's orders, with the goal of killing Yexiao. Since this kid liked to play the hero, let him continue to act in death. Bang, bang, bang inside the box. A series of beer bottles kept shattering. Yexiao had more and more wounds, but he stood tall, not once showing pain. In fact, haha, is that all you got? Yexiao smirked, his eyes full of disdain. During his time with the Dragon Breath Army, he had endured much worse injuries than this. Could a few broken beer bottles make General Longxi fall? Yexiao, the children had all left one by one, leaving only Zai and Ning Yuxi in the box. Seeing Yexiao starting to stagger, they both rushed to his side, crying as they looked at the blooded man, tears falling like rain. Especially Ning Yuxi, who had witnessed Yexiao exerting his power and becoming admired by all in the southern respect. Now if it weren't for the children and them, how could these ruffians harm him? Zai, you go out. Even though Yexiao was unsteady on his feet, he still wanted Zai to be safe. Zai's eyes were filled with tears, but she ran out. She knew that the fewer people in the room, the less pressure on Yexiao's shoulders. As the big sister of the orphanage, she needed to ensure the safety of the children outside. Haha, is he finally going to fall? Although the tattooed man had also been intimidated by Yexiao's presence earlier, seeing him now almost on the edge of collapse, he started laughing again. Let's all attack. Take him down. No. Just as the men were about to pounce, Ning Yuxi tightly embraced Yexiao, burying his head full of wounds in her chest, determined to protect him with her fragile body. This scene made the men around envy and drool. Even Chu King, who was watching, couldn't help but feel envious. Yexiao is really lucky. He can experience the tenderness of a beautiful angel in the arms before he dies. Liu Yejian smiled, then did not speak, surprised that Yexiao would go to such lengths for the children. But he didn't think Yexiao was a fool, willing to lay down his life here. What was he thinking? If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first. Ning Yuxi clung tightly to Yexiao, raising her perfect cheeks, looking ready to die for him. Ha ha. Beauty. Do you think we won't touch you just because you're pretty? Just so you know, we have done all kinds of things. If you want to protect him with your body, don't blame us for not being merciful. The tattooed man licked his lips, approaching step by step. Do you dare touch me? Do you know who I am? Ning Yuxi was nervous and sweating profusely, only clinging to Yexiao, trying her last resort. Heh. Then tell me, who are you? The tattooed man was sent on a mission and couldn't not know who Ning Yuxi was. Moreover, she was one of the four beauties of the Long Kingdom. Even if the men hadn't seen her before, they could guess her identity. Ning Yuxi was unaware that Yi Henmo hadn't sent help yet, so she had to reveal her identity in front of Yexiao. I am. Ning Yuxi was about to shout when a deafening sound echoed from below. Downstairs, the employees of Tianlai Club were scared to death, and passers-by quickly hid in a corner. The sound of the wheels scraping the ground, like a devil's scream, sending chills down people's spines. A military green truck, with both doors open simultaneously, spewed out to columns of soldiers, making everyone in and out of the Tianlai Club tremble in fear. Attack! Make sure to ensure Princess Zixi's safety. The leading general gave the command, and the soldiers moved forward with tense and orderly steps, guns in hand rushing towards the entrance. Oh my god. The trembling employees and passers-by were petrified, wondering if Tian Lai Club had big drug lords or international crimes happening. Quickly close the main gate of the club. Tell the tattooed man to kill Yak Xiao immediately. Liu Yejian finally understood what Yak Xiao had been waiting for. Quickly stood up from his seat, shouting loudly, "Dang!" The moment the freshly closed door of the clubhouse was violently kicked open, even the glass doors of the windows fell to the ground and shattered. A group of heavily armed troops holding machine guns stormed in, causing the manager of the clubhouse and the security guards at the entrance to turn pale with fear, not daring to make a sound. "Quickly take us to room 513 on the 5th floor, or I'll shoot you." Leading the way was a giant captain, holding a machine gun in one hand, threatening the manager from behind, his eyes as if looking at a dead man. The manager had just followed Liu Yi's orders, with Liu Yi saying that the couple who brought in the orphans had no background, so he could relax as long as he didn't ask about the situation inside. But what the hell was this situation now? Liu Yi, you bastard, still dare to say that those people inside have no background? This is too terrifying. Who the hell are that man and woman? Can they even mobilize the army? After the soldiers took control, a woman in a fur coat stepped in. It was Yi Hanmo. "Auntie, you're here, you're here." Yi Hanmo had just entered when, from a corner, Xiao Love and a group of orphans ran out. They knew Yi Hanmo because she and Ning Yuxi had brought them back from Huacheng. Now seeing her bring this troop over, it was really great. "Don't call me auntie. Call me sister." Yi Hanmo didn't spare even the children, insisting on changing how they addressed her. But when she heard the chattering of the children, she nervously cried out, "What? Someone dares to have ill intentions towards my sister and brother-in-law. This is outrageous. They must all be wiped out." After Yi Hanmo spoke, the giant captain immediately led the troops upstairs. Upstairs, seeing the situation turn against him, Li Yi quickly left through the emergency exit. He had known Ning Yuxi's identity earlier, the daughter of the Telecom King, and the second wife of the Telecom King, Yi Hanmo, was the second daughter of the general of the northeast military region of the Dragon Empire. Although the forces stationed in the EC were not as numerous as the Bai families, their status and rank were even higher than the Bai families. Now that they had brought the army, regardless of whether the tattooed man could take down Yizi, he had to leave. Otherwise, if Ning Yuxi caught him later and she liked Yizi so much, he would have no chance of survival. On the other hand, Chu King, who had been tricked again, was heading to Yi Xiao's box, wanting to take down Yizi before the reinforcements arrived and let the tattooed man kill Yizi. "Damn, I didn't expect that you could call in the troops." The tattooed man also realized the situation was not good and was at a loss for a moment. He was a member of the Yi family, tasked to kill Yizi, but he was not a superhuman. In this situation, if he didn't escape through the window, the armed soldiers with guns would surely catch him. "HMPH. You hurt the man I like and traumatize those children. I won't let you bad people go." Ning Yuxi knew that Yi Hanmo had finally arrived, clenching her fists tightly and gritting her teeth, pronouncing each word clearly and distinctly. "Hey, is that so? Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The tattooed man didn't hesitate, launching an attack directly, aiming to kill the interfering woman and then deal with Yizi, and finally escape by jumping out the window. As with his capabilities, jumping from the 5th floor wouldn't kill him. As for the others, they were just cannon fodder. Oh. Ning Yuxi slipped up, not expecting the other party to act so desperately to kill her. In her panic, she let out a piercing scream. Even though she knew she was going to die, she still held the man in her arms tightly, with a flurry of thoughts running through her mind. "Yizi, it's a pity I can't marry you in this lifetime, but to die with you, I have no regrets. I hope in the next life, I meet you before we get married. Then, I can boldly pursue you." "Oh no, it should be you pursuing me, as I'm a recognized goddess." Asterisk pa, asterisk. A clear sound interrupted Ning Yuxi's thoughts. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the tattooed man's wrist was being firmly held by a powerful hand. Yizi, sensing that the man in her arms was moving, Ning Yuxi's expression was one of pleasant surprise. He still had such strength at this moment. Even the tattooed man and the others were momentarily shocked and did not move. This guy was covered in blood. How could he still have such fighting power? "Hey, woman." Yizi lifted his head from Ning Yuxi's chest, his blooded face revealing a bright smile. Protecting a woman is a man's duty. Don't get it wrong. With a loud shout, Yi threw a punch at the tattooed man. At this moment, not only did he think of Ning Yuxi, but also the image of a foolish woman. The last time, that woman had sacrificed her life to protect him. This time, he wouldn't let history repeat itself. Even though he was seriously injured, dealing with an insignificant guy like this on the 5th floor was not a problem at all. One punch knocked the tattooed man through the booth wall and sent him crashing down from the 5th floor. The whole scene was shocked. With no leader, the other thugs didn't know what to do, torn between surrendering and fighting to the death. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Just then, the giant captain kicked open the door, and numerous armed soldiers poured in. Saved. Seeing the soldiers take charge, Yi breathed a sigh of relief and once again slumped into Ning Yuxi's arms. Yi. Ning Yuxi was anxious and quickly ordered the giant leader, Captain Ho, please bring the medical kit quickly. Yes. Princess Zixi. The giant captain promptly carried out her orders. Ning Yuxi was the granddaughter of a general, having grown up in the military camp since she was young, so these soldiers had long considered her their princess. A while later, Yi Hanmo stepped in wearing high heels, and when she saw Ning Yuxi holding a strange man, she was startled. Oh my! Little sister, have you fallen in love with someone else? Why are you hugging this man? He is Yi. Ning Yuxi had just doubted it, but now she was 100% sure. Despite his changed appearance, she was familiar with his warmth and scent, so she couldn't be wrong. Upon hearing that the man was Yi, and seeing that he was alive, Ning Yuxi continued to hug him tightly. Yi Hanmo smiled at the sight, then turned around and said, "Quick, take the others away and regroup. Don't disturb Princess Zixi's love affair." Yi Hanmo, you old woman, try leaving if you dare. Just as Yi Hanmo hadn't left the booth, a raging scream like a dying pig rang out from Ning Yuxi's direction. Heh. Just kidding. Little sister, why are you so fierce today? You're usually not like that. You need to maintain your image. Maintain your image. If it weren't for Yi still bleeding, Ning Yuxi would definitely have rushed over to brawl with this woman. What kind of goddess image? Just forget it. Besides, didn't Yi Hanmo say that as long as your features are good, it's fine, morals and principles don't matter? After half an hour, Yi Xiao's wounds had been bandaged. He had lost a lot of blood, but those were all external wounds. With his extraordinary physical fitness, some added nutrition could allow him to recover. Master, are you all right? Unexpectedly, hearing that Yi was injured here and that Captain Ho had brought troops here, Baitu also arrived. I was set up by someone. Help me investigate who did it. Yi was not too familiar with the East Sea, so he asked Baitu to handle these matters. Before Baitu could act, the people under Captain Ho had brought Chu King over, pressing him in front of Yi and Ning Yuxi. Princess Zixi, Mr. Yi, we've investigated. It was this man and someone named Liu Yi who sent people to deal with you. Chu King, it's you again. Yi saw the face and spoke with impatience. It seems that sparing you multiple times was indeed a mistake. Captain Ho, if you don't mind, go ahead and deal with him for me. When Chu King heard Yi say he wanted to get rid of him this time, he was terrified and immediately shouted, Yi, do you dare kill me? I'm your wife's brother. If you kill me, how will you explain to your wife? How will you explain to the Chu family? Yi made no response, his eyes showing firm determination. Captain Ho looked at Yi Hanmo and Ning Yuxi. Without their command, he wouldn't act. Heh. What are you waiting for us to do? This Yi is not just the young master of the Yi family, but also the man of our Princess Zixi. Would you dare not listen to him? Auntie, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll stab you to death. Ning Yuxi and Yi Hanmo were playfully messing around on the side. Yi felt strange. Wasn't the angel lady called Daijiao Xiao? Why was everyone calling her Princess Zixi? Yes, Madam Yi. Captain Ho responded and immediately ordered to soldiers to drag Chu King away, instructing, take him back and execute him by firing squad. Hearing that they were really going to execute him, Chu King's previous bravado disappeared. The usually calm and composed man was now so scared he almost wet himself. Struggling and begging for mercy, he cried out, Yi, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll be loyal to you from now on. I'll do whatever you want, even if you want me to be your dog. Yes, I'm not stupid anymore. You're the true king, the real emperor. I won't follow that damn willow sword or that idiot Yi to go against you anymore. Drag him out and kill him. It is a soldier's duty to obey orders, especially when this guy dared to send people to attack Princess Zixi. Captain Hu's killing intent surged as he waved his hand forcefully. Easy. Easy. I beg you. I can be your dog. Please don't kill me. Chu Qing's eyes were filled with tears and snot, far from his previous deep demeanor at the Chu family. Wait. Just as Chu Qing thought his fate was sealed, Yi Xiao's voice finally came through. You're willing to do anything. 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 Just please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Chu Qing took advantage of the two soldiers pausing, quickly pushed them away, fell to the ground, and desperately cowed out to Yi Zi. Xiao Xiao, are you willing to spare him? Yi Zi suddenly inquired, causing Ning Yuxi to tremble slightly. Feeling sweet inside knowing how much the other cared for her, she pretended to be aloof and reply, I'll follow you. I don't mind. Heh. But Yi Henmo bluntly exposed Ning Yuxi's background, causing her to pounce on her and start a playful scuffle. Yi Zi wasn't surprised by this mother-daughter duo's antics, having seen this before, but he was still taken aback. These two beautiful and elegant women displaying such behavior, how would their admirers feel if they saw them like this? Captain Ho, by two. Do you had any truth serums to force confession? Make him take it. Yi Zi looked at the two and said, having served in the military, he was well aware of the drugs used to control enemy spies. Yes. My Yuma tendon pulling pill, if taken without the antidote, on the dark days of the month, the body's meridians will contract, the body will slowly tighten like a pressured cake, flesh will split inch by inch. Blood will spurt out of the blood vessels like a well. TSK. The feeling is absolutely refreshing. At that time he won't be able to move, seeking life yet, unable to die. Tisk. That's nothing compared to my 10,000 ants deteriorating bone powder. The person who consumes this powder must take the antidote every 7 days, otherwise it will feel as if tens of thousands of ants are known on your bone marrow. Painfully itchy and unbearable, the feeling is like wishing for a spontaneous combustion to relieve the pain. Bah, that's nothing. I have the immortal jumping off the building pill. My kneeling Vira pill is not just a name. Enough. Yi Zi hadn't expected these two to be so competitive, so he quickly interrupted their back and forth boasting. Each of you pick a drug and make him take it. All right. Both of them were determined to prove the potency of their respective drugs. Bai Tu even pointed at Chu Qing and said, if you can resist not committing suicide afterwards, we'll discuss whose tonic is more potent, mine or Captain Hu's. Chu Qing's face turned purple, a myriad of thoughts running through his mind. He wanted to curse out loud. You bastards. Where's your humanity? Okay. Take him away and handle him slowly. Yi Zi didn't want to see Chu Qing anymore. After Bai Tu fed him the drug, he would let him continue to lurk by Liu Yejian's side, then find an opportunity to eliminate this surname Liu. That guy had lived long enough. Leaving him alive only made Yi Zi feel frustrated. All right, Yi Xiao's business is settled. Zixi. No, I mean Miss Xiao Xiao, continue your love affair with him. Hehe. Yi Henmo saw that Yi Zi was free now and quickly teased Ning Yuxi. Ning Yuxi couldn't match up to her aunt's wit, unable to fight back physically or verbally. Blushing, she turned her head away. Yi Zi was also feeling embarrassed. He indeed had a good impression of this angelic young lady, but he was a married man and couldn't engage in a romantic relationship with her. Luckily, Bai Tu saw the situation and quickly changed the topic. Master, don't be so preoccupied with romance. Your wife and the Wei dance group may have trouble. Oh, what's going on? Yi Zi quickly asked. Hearing his concerned tone, Ning Yuxi also felt uncomfortable. It was clear that despite experiencing life and death together that night, Yi Zi was most worried about his wife. 2 days later, at the Eastern Sea Wei Dance Group building, Chu Qingwu was just about to leave the building, heading to the Eastern Sea Central Business Building to attend today's Eastern Sea Chamber of Commerce meeting. However, just as she and Chen Yu walked side by side to the entrance, they heard the voice of Chu Jianjun. Chu Wyman, let's talk later. Don't cause a scene here. Second brother, why can't I cause a scene here? This is my son-in-law's company. My daughter is the chairman here, and you can act as the general manager. Why can't I say a word? You're embarrassing your daughter. Second brother, what's going on? Chu Qingwu quickly walked over, interrupting the argument between Chu Jianjun and another person. But when she saw who he was arguing with, she frowned. Dad, why are you here at the Eastern Sea? Upon hearing this, The employees who were watching the commotion whisper among themselves. Oh my, this unkempt man turned out to be the chairman's father. King Wu, you arrived just in time. Hehe. At this moment, Wang Gobin, who had been watching the two brothers argue, came out with a smile. I overheard it just now. Your father just wanted to come to the company to help you, see if there's a suitable position for him, but your second brother stopped him, and even scolded him on the spot. Is he afraid your dad will surpass him? Yeah. King Wu, look how mighty your second brother is now. Following you, he became the general manager. Is he looking down on me now? Did I offend him? Upon hearing Wang Gobin's words, Chu Weiman suddenly grew bolder. Chu Qingwu may not be a genius, but she was no fool either. She was well aware that although her second brother had always looked down on her father, he wouldn't unreasonably speak of her father embarrassing her. Looking at the employees whispering around her, she felt something must have happened just now. Sure enough, the receptionist girl, who dared not speak out, spoke up, and Chu Jianjun, because Chu Weiman made counter-accusations, loudly stated the whole incident. King Wu, your father came to the company early in the morning causing a commotion. He even hit the receptionist girl. Luckily I passed by, otherwise he would have continued assaulting her. Dad, why did you hit her? Seeing the receptionist girl looking aggrieved yet unable to speak up, sensing the situation without further investigation, she directly questions strongly. I'm your father. Couldn't I give her a slap when she didn't show respect? Chu Weiman argued back. It was Shen Yu who understood the reasoning. She saw the receptionist girl's frustration and hesitance to speak up, immediately pulling her over and provocatively asking, "Speak up, why did he hit you?" Sure enough, hearing Shen Yu's questioning, the receptionist became indignant. I was just following company rules. He wanted to see Chairman Chu. I told him to make an appointment first. Little did I know, he said he was Chairman Chu's dad, and demanded to see his daughter without an appointment. I tried to stop him from entering the company, and he ended up hitting me. King Wu, I didn't do anything wrong. You tell me, why should I make an appointment to see my daughter? And why should others stop and hinder me? Chu Weiman stood his ground. Chu Qingwu waved it off, feeling that if she continued discussing this in public, not only would she embarrass herself, she would also tarnish Yi Zhao's reputation. She understood what kind of person her father was, why he had come, and what his motives were. Therefore, after cutting in, she instructed Chu Jianjun, second brother, our company still has a vacancy for the manager of social and environmental affairs. Please take dad to complete the hiring procedures. King Wu, you need to think carefully. Chu Jianjun couldn't help but advise. Although everyone in the company knew that this so-called social and environmental manager position was just a decorative role, who knew what tricks Chu Weiman, a man like him, would pull off using this position? Hey, second brother, I'm not happy with what you just said. This is my daughter, not yours. Why should my daughter be given a job by you, and yet you're there gossiping on the side? Chu Weiman used to not dare to argue with Chu Jianjun, but times have changed. Who would have thought that her son-in-law and daughter would become so powerful? Wang Gobin was naturally by the side, as well, joining forces with Chu Weiman in rebuking Chu Jianjun. All right, stop arguing. If you keep arguing, I'll have the security kick you out. Chu Qingwu also didn't want them to continue arguing, so she coldly reprimanded her father and cousin. It was evident that she knew among the three of them who could actually get things done for her, and who was just trying to freeload. Okay. No more arguing. No more fuss. Okay. Chu Weiman quickly put on a fake smile and urged Chu Jianjun, second brother, quickly help me with the job registration procedures. Haha. With that, he even purposely glared at the receptionist who had been impudent earlier, a satisfied look in his eyes. Having lived most of his life without achieving much, he finally became a manager of a listed company today. Thinking about being able to ignore Wang Yanqing, that crazy wife, train white-collar executives outside during the day, and sneak into the urban nightlife with beautiful women at night, he felt secretly delighted. In a rush and feeling embarrassed to stay in the scene, Chu Qingwu quickly strode out. She knew how the employees would gossip about her in private, and she also knew having a father like him was embarrassing. But she had no choice. No matter how lecherous and incompetent that man was, he was still her father. And even if others said she favored family, didn't distinguish right from wrong, she accepted it. Shen Yu quickly followed Chu Qingwu, heading towards the EC Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Chu Qingwu's figure, She understood how helpless her best friend was feeling at the moment. Today could be described as airing out the family's dirty laundry. Now, the entire group company knew what kind of father she had. Perhaps soon, the matter of having a crazy mother would also become widely known. Little did they expect that as soon as Chu Qingwu walked out of the building, she came face to face with a woman walking over with a scornful look. It was Liu Quiqui. Seeing this woman, who was already in a bad mood, Chu Qingwu's face darkened even more. She wanted to pretend not to know her and just leave. However, Liu Quiqui deliberately blocked her path. Hehe, Chu Qingwu, you're quite considerate. Your husband is having a great time outside, and you're still working so hard for him. With you, Yi Xiaoyu has hit the jackpot. Liu Quiqui, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Yu, as Chu Qingwu's best friend, knew that her mental state today was already very poor. Just now, Chu Weiman had caused a scene, so her mood was probably even worse now. So when she saw Liu Quiqui deliberately taunting her, she stepped up without hesitation, blocking Liu Quiqui's path while also signaling the security guards to drive this uninvited guest away. Hehe. What nonsense. Now, everyone at EC University knows that the boss of Wei Dance Group is having an affair. His mistress is the dream of EC men, the enchanting and unparalleled Gong Nas. Even though she was being held and dragged by two security guards, Liu Quiqui continued to shout. Her mission today was to humiliate Chu Qingwu. If she couldn't handle it and gave up attending the EC Chamber of Commerce, then the Wei Dance Group would effectively be giving up joining the EC Chamber of Commerce. At that time, even if the Wei Dance Group was wealthy and powerful, their development in EC would become extremely difficult. Her tactics seemed to be working. Employees and passers-by, mostly locals, were whispering about Yi Xiaoyu because they were not very familiar with him. Oh, poor Chu Dan. What a shame. Her father is like a rascal and embarrassing her. I never thought that her husband would embarrass her even more. It seems that the saying is true. Women from wealthy families have to endure their husbands' affairs. It's just common practice, right? Chu Qingwu couldn't escape from the worldliness of these discussions. They flooded her ears like a tide, causing her slight body to tremble. Seeing her best friend in this state, Shen Yu felt her heart ache. In reality, given her knowledge of Yi Xiaoyu, that man would never betray her. But what could she say now? Wait. Chu Qingwu finally called out. Pushing the security guards away, Liu Quiqui looked at Chu Qingwu in triumph. Thinking that Chu Qingwu would ask for more details, she never expected the former Cinderella from Huacheng to walk up to her with an icy demeanor and sternly say, Miss Liu, what are your intentions in coming to me deliberately spreading rumors? Indeed, I watched the live video. Please don't distort the facts. My husband was simply helping Miss Gong out, and in the end, he made it clear that he is not her boyfriend. He even warned others not to bother Miss Gong. So what? The straightforward words caught Liu Quiqui off guard and left her speechless. How could this once fragile woman from Huacheng suddenly exude such confidence? This wasn't the scene she had anticipated at all. Wasn't this woman supposed to be sad and in tears, or even out of control? Seeing Liu Quiqui's expression at that moment, Shen Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, knowing that her best friend was not an ordinary woman. Liu Quiqui had gotten it all wrong. Completely. She didn't realize that people grow and change. I watched the live video too. Please don't twist the truth. My husband was only helping Miss Gong, and in the end, he made it clear that he is not her boyfriend. He even warned others not to bother Miss Gong. Goodbye. I don't want to see you again. And don't send me anonymous messages anymore. After speaking, Chu Qingwu left coldly. This not only stunned Liu Quiqui, but also caused the onlookers to applaud. Wow. I almost got fooled by Chu Dan's gentle appearance before. It turns out she is so powerful. Ha ha. How could she not be strong to be the chairman of Wei Dance Group? This woman is really asking for it. Let's capture her on camera and share it online to let people see how funny she looks now. After listening to the comments of the crowd, Liu Quiqui was trembling with anger and finally stomped away. Shen Yu caught up with Chu Qingwu only to arrive at the EC commercial building. Although Chu Qingwu's eyes were still slightly red, she forcibly resumed her demeanor as the cool and composed female chairman. Walking into today's meeting, even Chu Qingwu and Shen Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. The venue was large, like a grand hall, with influential businessmen and tycoons gathered inside. Even more so, There were companies from the top 500 global corporations. It was evident how powerful the EC Chamber of Commerce was. If a company couldn't join the chamber or was sanctioned by it, it would indeed struggle to survive in the EC. Chu Dong, you finally made it. As Chu Qingwu dared to enter the venue, she heard a familiar voice. Upon turning around, she saw Chu Jianwu's face. "Uncle, are you here too?" Seeing his face, Chu Qingwu didn't know what to feel. Although he was a relative, he was the one who had orchestrated her kidnapping in the past. HMPH, why can't I come? Do you look down on me now? There's me too outside of following Yi Xiaoyu. Chu Jianwu. I am now the chairman of a company with a net worth exceeding tens of millions. Much better than that Chu Jianjun behind you, right? With a frown at his words, Chu Qingwu thought it would be impossible to have a conversation today, so she decided to leave. However, as she turned around, she saw two tall men approaching her. "Hey, isn't that Miss Chu, who is both beautiful and intelligent?" "Miss Chu, hello. I am the chairman of the Jingyuan Fashion Company. Here is my name card." Two tall men, who came because of her reputation. Although the news of Yi Xiaocheng becoming a respected figure in the southern region did not receive widespread coverage, many entrepreneurs in the East China Sea were aware of this matter. Knowing that Chu Qingyu was his wife, these people naturally wanted to flatter her. "Hello." Chu Qingyu saw people actively approaching to show goodwill. Her mood improved, and even began discussing cooperation. Chu Jianwu watched from the side, and couldn't help but sneer. "You two, are you too foolish to be discussing cooperation with this woman so quickly? The Wei Dance Group may not be able to join the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce and establish itself in the East China Sea." "Huh, what do you mean?" The two men looked surprised. The strength of the Wei Dance Group was well known, being the leading enterprise in the Southern Dragon Country industry. If even they couldn't join the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce, what other company would be qualified? Chu Jianwu smirked and was about to respond when a voice of authority rang out from the front. "It means that the boss of the Wei Dance Group is a despicable person and an enemy of my family." Chu Qingyu immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. When she saw the imposing figure approaching, she even felt sweaty palms. Naturally, it was Xu Fulu. At this moment, he was like a fragrant flower, with the surrounding merchants and magnates following him like bees and butterflies, forming a long line behind him. If a typhoon had suddenly hit the scene, then Xu Fulu, who had replaced the old master as the new chairman, was the eye of the storm. Chairman Xu. The two men who had just planned to flatter Chu Qingyu felt uneasy upon hearing Xu Fulu's words, and their speech became somewhat stuttered. Xu Fulu did not even glance at them, just cast a contemptuous look at Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu nervously swallowed a gulp. Although she was now the chairman of the Wei Dance Group, her life experience and accumulated grace were far from matching the man in front of her. Knowing that the other person held animosity towards her, pretending not to be nervous was simply impossible. Shen Yu was trembling slightly. Even her uncle Lian Qingshan would kneel before the man in front of her. As a mere working girl, she would not even have the qualifications to enter such places if it weren't for her relationship with Chu Qingyu. So at this moment, seeing Xu Fulu, she felt like a small figure meeting a great figure, feeling uneasy and nervous. Xu Fulu sneered and said, "As chairman of the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce, last week I received applications from several companies wishing to join the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce, including the Wei Dance Group from Huachen. I must say, the Wei Dance Group is a powerful and influential company. Unfortunately, their boss killed my son. Although I still lack sufficient evidence to send him to prison, it's only a matter of time. So for those who wish to cooperate with the Wei Dance Group, consider the consequences carefully." It was a blatant threat. Chu Qingyu never expected that her enemies would go to such lengths. This made her heart rate rise. Xu Fulu had no intention of continuing the conversation with her. After tossing out these words, he turned and made his way back to his seat. In an instant, the hundreds of businesses and hundreds of people at the venue dodged away from Chu Qingyu like avoiding a plague. Even the two men who had planned to flatter her just moments ago shook their heads and left, because they knew very well that Xu Fulu was the chairman of the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce, and the East China Sea was ultimately controlled by him. Although the title of Southern Respectable sounded great, trying to challenge Xu Fulu's authority was no easy task. And now that Xu Fulu had spoken so openly, they were clear on where they stood. "Ha ha, you two." Chu Jianwu, on the other hand, openly caught up with Chu Qingyu. hobbling along and patting the shoulders of the two men. If you're not interested in the Wei Dance Group, how about considering a collaboration with my Jianwo Fashion? Our company is a new venture funded by young Master Yao, and our strength is beyond doubt. Damn it! Watching Chu Jianwo walk away with the two men, Shen Yu gritted her teeth in anger. I never expected the enemy to be so ruthless. This is clearly an abuse of power against us. Let's take our seats, Chu Qingyu said calmly, loosening her tightly clenched fists that had formed out of frustration. Sighing, Shen Yu understood the level of pressure Chu Qingyu was under at that moment. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaocheng was nowhere to be found when he was needed the most. It's despicable. If he doesn't show up today, I'll make sure he regrets it later. Shen Yu muttered to herself before following Chu Qingyu to her seat. And now, the next topic is the Wei Dance Group joining our East China Sea Chamber of Commerce. Everyone knew that the highlight of this East China Sea Chamber of Commerce meeting was the battle between the Wei Dance Group and the enemy. Therefore, other topics were quickly skimmed over, and the main issue was soon ushered in. Those in favor, please raise your green cards. Those against, please raise your red cards, and those abstaining, please raise your white cards. The rules were simple and direct. Following the assistant chairman's call, over 100 members at the venue started raising their cards. Chu Qingyu and Shen Yu, who were initially nervous, now felt a sense of relief upon seeing the card results. Shortly after, they collapsed into their seats, hopeless. With 90 votes against and 33 abstentions, there wasn't a single green card in sight. This meant that the plan for the Wei Dance Group to join the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce had failed. If they were to continue operating in the East China Sea, they would face hostility and ostracism from the entire business community in the region. Chu Qingyu was at a loss for words, wondering what she had done wrong to accumulate so many enemies in the East China Sea. She had followed the usual business procedures, so why did she suddenly have so many adversaries in this region? Why should she bear all the consequences just because of one person's disapproval? Well, since that's the case, I announce that the Wei Dance Group cannot join. Wait a minute. Just as Xu Fulu was about to announce the results, a voice interrupted him. Those who had been making fun of the Wei Dance Group fell silent, wondering why the White Lord was intervening at such a critical moment. What do you have to say, Lord White? Xu Fulu's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with annoyance. Many knew why he had this expression. The White family and the Xu family had been in charge of the East China Sea for many years. The two families' alliance had helped them maintain control over the region. But now, the White Lord was openly contradicting Xu Fulu, shocking everyone. Had the most terrifying alliance in the East China Sea finally shown cracks? Ignoring the speculations, the White Lord went on. According to the Chamber of Commerce rules, if a company wishes to join the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce, it only requires the approval of the chairman and the vice chairman to proceed, disregarding other votes. Now, I propose to initiate this procedure. Upon hearing the White Lord's words, many present were dumbfounded. While such a rule did indeed exist, what was the significance at this point? The unanimous opposition to the Wei Dance Group joining was a direct result of Xu Fulu's public disagreement. Even by initiating this procedure, the outcome was already predetermined. Chu Qingyu's initial hope turned into anxiety as she considered the implications of the White Lord's actions. The White Lord wasted no time, raising his green card. Finally, a vote in favor of the Wei Dance Group joining the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce. Chu Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful towards the White Lord. Breaking this deadlock would at least diminish the humiliation she faced. HMPH, White Lord, you're just wasting everyone's time. Xu Fulu was displeased, his eyes growing angrier. The White Lord's open disagreement with him in front of so many people was a clear indication that the Xu and White families were now at odds. The other vice chairman isn't here today, so as long as she abstains, my Xu family doesn't need to vote, which means we're essentially rejecting the Wei Dance Group's entry. Xu Fulu stated. Who said I'm not here? Xu Fulu's words had barely faded when a mature and charming voice spoke up. It was as if she had been waiting for him to speak so she could publicly slap him in the face. Wow, it's rare. Vice President Yi actually showed up today. Yeah, I haven't seen her in 6 months. Not appearing for 6 months and still able to serve as the Vice President of the East Sea Chamber of Commerce, it proves how influential this woman's background is. Of course, not only is she the beloved daughter of the Northern Military Commander, but also the wife of the richest man in the dragon country. Even enemies have to give her face. As everyone whispered and discussed, Yi Hanmo made a grand entrance, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman that made all the men present envious. "Ah, an angel has arrived." Chu Qingwu saw Ning Yuxi and sighed inwardly. Whenever she faced a crisis, Ning Yuxi would appear as if she were a guardian angel sent by heaven. But this time, even if she came, could it make a difference? Chefulu has the final vote, and he could easily crush her. Vice President Yi, what a rare sight. Are you here just to vote at this moment? Although Chefulu knew that Yi Hanmo was going against him, he still had to show her respect. Even though the Yi family had withdrawn from the Tiger League, the collaboration between the Yi family and the Ning family still held significant power in the Dragon Country. Even enemies had to show caution. You guessed right, Che family leader. But too bad there's no prize. Yi Hanmo spoke charmingly to whoever she addressed, flashing a charismatic smile before raising the green voting card on her table. I really hope Miss Chu can join the East Sea Chamber of Commerce. That way, we'll have more opportunities to interact. Hehe. There was an underlying meaning in her words. Only Ning Yuxi understood her aunt's intention, to have more interaction and then defeat her, seizing the opportunity from Yi. Unfortunately, Chu Qingwu was oblivious and gratefully thanked her after seeing the green card raised. At this point, she actually saw a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. However, the next moment, she sighed regretfully. The final decision still lay in Chefulu's hands. How could he possibly vote in favor after Yi had killed his son? Sure enough, Chefulu, facing opposition from the two vice presidents, felt his reputation on the line and grew visibly uncomfortable. HMPH. So be it. You're forcing me to vote. Chefulu slammed the table and then placed his hand on the red card. It's over. It's over. Shen Yu also sighed repeatedly. With two vice presidents voting against him, Ji, like Chu Qingwu, had thought a miracle might happen. But in the end, nothing changed. And unexpectedly, before Chefulu could raise his card, a furious voice rang out. Even if the Che family wants to vote, who said you are qualified to represent the Che family? Oh no. This was a shock. Hearing the voice, everyone sat up straight, with Sun even standing up. Old Master Chet, how did he come? Didn't the Che family patriarch say he was seriously ill and couldn't attend the meeting, hence letting his son represent the family? Well, it seems there's more to the story than meets the eye. Various whispered conversations arose at this point. Seeing the three individuals entering, Chefulu felt as if he had seen a ghost. Yi, how could he be here with his father? Wasn't his father supposed to be bedridden from the poison he administered? And by two, why was he with them? Countless questions flooded his mind, rendering Chefulu momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Chu Qingwu couldn't contain her excitement, and she never imagined that the fate of the Weiwu subsidiary would witness such a dramatic turn. And it was Yi who brought the surprise, as usual. He was truly an omnipotent man, always successfully protecting his wife at crucial moments. In contrast, Chu Jianwo, upon Chefulu's dejected departure, sneered viciously at Yi and Chu Qingwu before leaving the scene. He still couldn't understand why every time he thought he could eliminate them, the situation would inexplicably reverse. It was one thing when he was associated with the Liu family. Now, following the Che family and even utilizing Yao's resources, he could still not overcome this young man. Thank you, everyone. Yi, disregarding Chu Jianwo's exit, raised his hand to signal for quiet. Then, he firmly held Chu Qingwu's hand as they left the venue. Subsequently, Yi abruptly changed the tone when the applause commenced. However, let me say this upfront, fair competition in business is understandable, but anyone who dares to use underhanded methods to oppress or bully my wife will have to face my wrath. With a glance, he exuded the aura befitting a southern patriarch, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Dominant, Yi Hanmo commented in Ning Yuxi's ear on his words. Unexpectedly, when the audience applauded Yi Zhao's statement, he veered the conversation. Nevertheless, I must say, commercial competition should be fair. However, should anyone resort to dirty tricks to hinder or mistreat my wife, don't blame me if I'm not so kind. With that statement and a chilling look, the aura of the Southern Patriarch was unleashed, giving others the chills. Majestic, Yi Hanmo commented again. She thought Ning Yuxi would give her the cold shoulder, but to her surprise, she noticed that Ning Yuxi's gaze had been fixed on Yi and Chu Qingwu. their hands tightly intertwined. Some are pleased, while others are troubled. Yi Hanmo sighed once more. She regretted helping Chu Qingwu. As the Chamber of Commerce meeting concluded, Chu Qingwu socialized with the elite of the East Sea, only to realize that Yi Hanmo and Ning Yuxi had quietly departed. Chu Qingwu quickly turned around and saw Ning Yuxi's desolate figure, feeling a sense of guilt. Despite Ning Yuxi repeatedly coming to her aid in times of peril, she had always clung to the man she liked, Yi Zi. Only as Yi Zi tightly held her hand throughout and started to leave the venue did Chu Qingwu's earlier concerns, worries, and disappointments dissipate. She now suggested, "Since President Xi has helped us so much, why don't you personally visit her to express our gratitude?" Her intention was clear. She wanted to escort her husband to their home. Sure. Yi Zi pretended not to understand his wife's feelings at the moment, still holding her hand tightly. "Let's go together, and then I'll introduce my wife to them formally." Chu Qingwu. In the western part of Dragon Country, surrounded by mountains, there are countless ancient forests in the deep mountains where even modern technology struggles to explore. As the saying goes, where people rarely tread, there must be immortals. The West Mountain sect recommended by Yi Sanye requires passing through the final western checkpoint under the jurisdiction of Dragon Country City. One must also trek thousands of miles on mountain paths, a feat not achievable by ordinary people. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Chu Qingwu mid-journey started complaining again, even though two people from the Willow Leaf sect were carrying him up the mountain. He couldn't bear the high temperatures and loneliness. "It's been 3 days since we entered the mountain. No signal. My phone and power bank are all dead now. I'm so thirsty and bored to death." "Shut up. Say it one more time and see what happens. I'll slap you to death." Qingwu, who had had enough of Chu Qingwu's constant whining. If this guy were really Yi's young master, he could tolerate it. But he was just a useless person from the Flower City who acted like a big shot in front of him. Who would have thought that Chu Qingwu, usually a coward, would suddenly become brave this time? Faced with Qingwu's threats, he even stood tall, taunting loudly. "Come on, hit my father with one slap. My limbs are already useless. Even having fun with women is a hassle. Living is meaningless. Come on, if you don't kill me with one slap, you're just a turtle bastard." Despite his gritted teeth, Qingwu was actually intimidated by Chu Qingwu. If he killed this useless guy now, not only would he not be able to ascend the Western Mountain, but there were also people sent by Yi Sanye to deliver gifts to the West Mountain sect. Unless he killed them all, they would report back to Yi Sanye, and he would be in trouble. "Ha ha. Yeah, young master, I was just joking. Now we are all on the same boat. How could I possibly harm you?" Unable to resist, Qingwu backed down. Seeing him like that, the once bored Chu Qingwu suddenly felt triumphant. What a pleasure to transform into Yi and even make the enemy back down. "Hey, Qingwu, in my opinion, who would live in such a strange place? There can't possibly be any sects here. Why not just turn back?" Chu Qingwu didn't want to endure the hardship anymore. Plus, he was the type to forget past pain once the wound had healed. In the past, he had wanted to kill Yi Zi to avenge the breaking of his limbs, but now he felt that Yi Zi was too difficult to deal with. Wasn't it better to be alive? He could still swagger around with Yao's identity, scamming, eating, drinking, and fooling girls. But Qingwu didn't think so. He was a martial arts fanatic who dreamed of enhancing his skills to confront Yi Zi head-on. Being recommended by the Yi family and coming to such a secluded sect for cultivation was his dream come true. However, Chu Qingwu was really considering quitting, and since scolding or hitting him didn't help, he could only try to coax him. "Yeah, young master, I heard that the West Mountain sect has a secret technique. Once you learn it, you can withstand bullets, command thousands of women. Aren't you interested?" "Damn, I haven't read many books, are you not fooling me?" Hearing this, Chu Qingwu suddenly became ecstatic. Seeing his reaction, Qingwu chuckled. Fortunately, this guy wasn't very smart. "Of course it's true. Aren't you Yi Sanye's son? Once we reach the Western Mountain, you can ask the sect master if they can teach you such skills." "Ha ha, then let's hurry up and go." Excited, Chu Qingwu urged the people carrying him up the mountain. His body was weak from past indulgence, and now, with his limbs useless, limited physical activity was pushing him to the brink. If there was indeed such a secret technique in the West Mountain, he would do anything to learn it. After 5 days of arduous climbing, with several deaths on the way, Qiu Wuhu and Chu Qinghu finally saw some buildings. West Mountain Sect. Ha. We finally found this hidden sect. Qiu Wuhu's laughter attracted to strangely dressed men who spoke in the cryptic Dragon Country language. Who goes there? This path is not open. We advise you to turn back quickly, lest you lose your lives. Qiu Wuhu quickly shouted. We've been recommended by Yi Sanye. We have a letter of recommendation and gifts. After checking and confirming, the two men led them into the concealed buildings. Wow, I never expected people to cultivate in such a ghostly place. Once inside, Chu Qinghu realized he had been deceived. The harsh environment and lack of even a single woman made him wonder how this place could house a technique like not falling to a golden spear. Damn it, I knew you were fooling me. I'm out of here. Chu Qinghu left without objection from Qiu Wuhu, who had already entered and didn't mind leaving this guy behind. Unexpectedly, before Chu Qinghu could leave, he was stopped by someone. Then, a large group of people seemed to descend from the sky and quickly lined up on both sides in formation. Oh my gosh, there are so many peerless masters. Scared, Chu Qinghu realized these people looked like disciples of the West Mountain Sect. Though they weren't visually appealing, their skills were undoubtedly top-notch. Humph, West Mountain is not a place you can come and go as you please. Another voice echoed from the mountaintop. Qiu Wuhu was surprised that West Mountain was indeed formidable. When the figure stepped out, the mocking disciples quickly knelt down. Greetings, Sect Master. Their voices rang out in unison. Both Chu Qinghu and Qiu Wuhu were stunned. These people weren't an army, but their power exceeded one. This was proof of the extraordinary nature of the West Mountain Sect. Following the Sect Master's compliments, Qiu Wuhu was amazed. He hadn't even used his full power and yet the Sect Master discerned the depth of his cultivation. He was both surprised and elated at the potential recognition and advancement. Are you Yi? No. I am Qiu Wuhu, a member of the Urban Tiger Alliance at the Qiu family. Qiu Wuhu hoped for recognition and perhaps acceptance as a disciple of the Sect Master. He knew the West Mountain Sect housed many martial artists with skills surpassing Yi. Realizing he wasn't a member of the Yi family, the Sect Master showed no interest and sternly warned against trespassers. This tradition meant that individuals related to the Yi family would be treated as intruders, facing capital punishment. As Chu Qinghu pretended to be Yi, he nervously tried to play along. However, before he could finish speaking, the Sect Master grabbed his hand aggressively. Frightened, Chu Qinghu and Qiu Wuhu were left in awe of the Sect Master's exceptional power and ability. Are you kidding me? Qiu Wuhu really wanted to scream out now, but he just couldn't dare to. What kind of person is Chu Qinghu? How could he not know who he is, having passed by all the way? Calling this guy worthless, he even feared other trash would have opinions. This guy not only has a weak body, but he is also physically disabled. Can someone like that be called a genius? Really, even if your West Mountain Sect has ties with the Yi family, there's no need to be so hypocritical with the flattery, right? However, just when Chu Qinghu was still dumbfounded himself, the leader in black robes sneered contemptuously. Our West Mountain Sect originally had a feud with the Yi family, and if it weren't for the regular tributes from Yi Zhuo to us, we in the West Mountain Sect were planning to sever ties with the Yi family. Since we have encountered this once-in-a-lifetime waste vein today, I will have to recommend you to my senior brother and have you cultivate the unique skills of our West Mountain Sect. What? Just when Qiu Wuhu thought he had seen through the truth, he was now completely dumbfounded. A once-in-a-lifetime waste vein. This kind of trash is considered once-in-a-lifetime. Moreover, all his limbs are broken, and he wants to learn martial arts. Chu Qinghu also blurted out what Qiu Wuhu was thinking in his heart, but he never expected. HMPH, my senior brother secluded himself for 20 years and only recently created a unique and unparalleled reverse heart technique. Only those born with a waist pulse can practice it, so it's even more suitable for someone with broken limbs like you. Because my senior brother also had disabled limbs when he created this technique. After the old man in black robes revealed this, Chu Qinghu finally couldn't help but exclaim, "No way. What? You don't want to learn the techniques of our West Mountain Sect, or do you look down on our West Mountain Sect?" Seeing the expression on Chu Qinghu's face, the old man in black robes frowned, and with a wave of his hand, a burst of black wind swept through the scene and flew towards the distance. The disciples of the West Mountain Sect who had just appeared with great arrogance, each showed a look of horror, covering their ears and bowing their heads. Seeing this posture, Chu Qinghu was also frightened, But after a moment, when he didn't see that black wine, he burst into laughter. You, old man, talk as if it's real. Luckily, I have attended primary school. You can't fool me. Where in the world is there such a martial arts technique? Do you think we are in the era of martial arts or fantasy? Seeing Chu Qinghu like this, Qiu Wuhu couldn't help but curse him for being naive. Just then, doom. The rocks at the original location shattered with a rumble, and the dense trees were blown wildly into the air, creating a swirl of dust. What the heck? Explosives are buried in a place like this. Quickly, lift me and let's go. There are attackers here. Chu Qinghu still didn't know that the explosion was artificially created by the old man in black robes, and he shouted at the people carrying him up the mountain. You fool! Qiu Wuhu couldn't bear to watch anymore, so he knelt down in front of the old man in black robes, bowing his head devoutly. Master, let me follow and study with you. Please pass on the martial arts of the West Mountain sect to me. Yes. Yes. It's him who wants to learn martial arts, not me. Chu Qinghu also quickly shouted beside him, I'm just here to watch the show with him. I haven't even taken a step forward. You can't force me to learn your trash martial arts. The old man in black robes heard this and his mouth lifted in a sneer, his expression showing he was furious. Not to mention Qiu Wuhu, the other disciples also wanted to strangle Chu Qinghu. Didn't he know the skills of his senior brothers were even more powerful than the leader? He was once one of the 3 demons in the martial arts world. If he hadn't been disabled in all 4 limbs when he fought the strongest under the starry sky, he would now have been able to lead West Mountain to dominate the martial arts world, or even control the world. Follow me. The old man in black robes didn't bother talking to the worthless Chu Qinghu anymore. Fearing he would be driven to madness, he simply grabbed his shoulder and leapt up. What the hell? Chu Qinghu was dumbfounded, his face changing with shock. This is flying without any special effects or magic props. Until Chu Qinghu was brought into the inner gate by the master, Qiu Wuhu shouted, What about me? Who should I learn martial arts from? If you want to learn martial arts, start from the outer gate. However, disciples at the outer gate must complete the assigned tasks every day before learning martial arts. The senior brother among the disciples coldly ordered, and someone took Qiu Wuhu to do the tasks. Returning to Yizi, he didn't know where Chu Qinghu and Qiu Wuhu had gone. There were too many enemies, and he couldn't keep track of everyone's movements. Moreover, he had returned from the East Sea to Huacheng, preparing to set off with the comatose Wo Chi Chi to the Forbidden's Tower. Yi, I trust you, of course. But this time going so far, you must bring along a group of reliable people. Hearing Yi Xiao's intentions, Hua Changshu naturally did not refuse to let him take Wo Chi Chi away. Although he had never been to the Forbidden's Tower, it was obvious that such a place, not even marked on the world map, surely hides some amazing secrets, and this trip might be dangerous. Well, I have my plan. Yizi accepted Hua Changshu's reminder, but now Chu Qinghu was developing in the East Sea. With too many hidden enemies, he needed to leave Beituo in the East Sea to help protect his wife and the Weiwu company, so he had to check with Tang Qingsh whether he was willing to accompany him. Unexpectedly, before saying goodbye to Hua Changshu, he saw Xian Fei bound in bandages, sitting in a wheelchair and insisting on seeing him. What's going on? Is pretending to be a zombie the current trend in Huacheng? Yizi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at seeing Xian Fei's tragic state. Oh, Yi. You don't know. Hua Changshu remembered this incident and warned. Recently, someone came to my Flower Family boxing arena, specifically challenging you by name. And that person is very strong. You have to be careful. Challenging me, since the target is me. What does beating Xian Fei up have to do with it? While Yizi was surprised, he didn't have a strong reaction. With countless enemies now and even holding the title of Southern Respect, it was natural for someone to want to challenge him. Only now did Xian Fei get excited. That person is too arrogant. He doesn't pay any attention to you at all. And he said that you once defeated me in one move. So, to prove he's better than you, he ... Ha ha. Yizi couldn't help but laugh at Xian Fei's words, thinking he was just asking for a beating. Thank goodness the opponent didn't hit you hard. Otherwise, who knows, you might be in funeral attire, not zombie makeup. After examining Xian Fei's injuries, Yizi knew that the opponent had wounded him like this using his claw technique. Although it looked scary, they were all external injuries, proving the opponent either hesitated to go all out or didn't intend to disable Xiang Fei. So even though Hua Chanshu warned him to be careful, Yi didn't take it to heart. With so many enemies coming at him, how could he care about this kind of non-life-threatening enemy? Temporarily leaving the Flower family, he went to the business city of the North District, the headquarters of the Wuqilan martial arts. Seeing a picture of the head instructor Flower Shishi outside, Yi couldn't help but feel sentimental, really wanting to hear her say, "Hey, Yi." Unexpectedly, he heard it for real. "Yi, you're back." Unfortunately, it wasn't Flower Shishi talking, but Tang Qingshi. Hearing this, Yi turned around and saw Liurgu walking towards him. Seeing Liurgu at this moment, Yi felt a change in his whole demeanor. Brother, you're back. Great. I have also mastered internal energy now, and I am also a great general of the Wuqilan. I can now help you." Liurgu was a simple person. Without Yi asking, he blurted out all his secrets. Yi patted his shoulder with a smile and praised him. "Brother, you are amazing. You have helped him master internal energies so quickly." "That's not my credit, it's your little aunt's credit." "Oh, my little aunt." After listening to Tang Qingshi's words, Yi was surprised and flashed a shadow of Chu Diao in his mind. That cunning girl, wasn't she supposed to stay in Yanjing to learn magic? When did she return to Huacheng? Coincidentally, Liurgu's phone rang at this moment, and it happened to be Chu Biao calling. After hanging up the phone, Liurgu scratched his head and said, Brother, Yao Yao's sister asked me to help her fight. I can't chat with you now." "Wait, Yao Yao's sister?" Hearing Liurgu calling Chu Biao this way, Yi was also speechless, feeling that not long after he left Huacheng, there were many things happening that he didn't know about. Let's go together. I can't let my little aunt learn bad things all around." Yi quickly took Liurgu away, scolding him while twisting his ear. "At such a young age, if you don't study, you can't follow those bad girls around causing trouble." "No, I didn't cause any trouble. Someone wants to attack Zizu. I fought someone, and now things seem to have gotten complicated." Tang Qingshi watched Yi handle matters with Liurgu, simply stood there and laughed. With him taking care of it, it seemed he didn't have to worry about the matter anymore. "Bai Yao, what should we do now? I didn't expect Du Haben to be so crazy, actually daring to have the clock tower surrounded by people. Today is New Year's Day, and many students have come to the clock tower in the Northern District for the countdown. Mei Yingshu and Chu Baiyao are actually classmates, but their relationship used to be very average. Because of Yi, they found a common topic and their relationship improved. A couple of days ago, after Tang Qingyan left the campus, that lecturer Du Haben, without a target anymore, actually set his sights on Mei Yingshu. Chu Baiyao, being Tang Qingyan's best friend, knew that her brother Liurgu liked Mei Yingshu, so she took the opportunity to matchmake them by intentionally letting Liurgu come help Mei Yingshu. During that confrontation 2 days ago, Liurgu really showed his strength, not only defending like a military commander, but also completely changing Mei Yingshu's view of him. After Liurgu single-handedly drove away Du Haben's lackeys, Mei Yingshu even apologized to him in person, retracting her previous statement of feeling insulted by being liked by him. Anyway, that day, Liurgu reached the peak of his life. Chu Baiyao also thought that Du Haben, knowing that Mei Yingshu had a knight like Liurgu to protect her, would surely back off and never dare to pursue Mei Yingshu again. Who would have thought that today, he would come back with a vengeance and even escalate the situation? "Don't worry, I already called Liurgu to come over. I'll go down and stall for time." Chu Baiyao comforted Mei Yingshu before publicly walking down from the clock tower. The onlookers, intimidated by Du Haben, the school's big shot, were even more shocked to see this scene. "Look, Chu Baiyao is actually going down to negotiate with Du Haben, so bold. She must be bold. In case you didn't know, her brother-in-law Yi is the leader of the dance killing gang. Even the Du family was scared of him back then." "Wow, Chu Baiyao turned out to be so tough. I never knew that before." To Loki, since Du Haben knew that her brother-in-law is the leader of dance killing, why does he dare to confront her like this today? Is he not afraid of death? Chu Baiyao ignored the people's discussions and quickly arrived at the base of the clock tower. Through the locked iron gate, she shouted loudly at Du Haben's lackeys outside. "Hey, Du Haben, is that all you got? Aren't you guys learning your lesson? Didn't you suffer enough last time?" With just a few words, the former gangsters of the White Wolf sect quieted down, dispersed, and turned to look at Du Haben. Ha ha, Chu Baiyao, you're being arrogant. I didn't expect it last time, but this time I brought so many people, I don't believe we can't take Mei Yingshu away today. Du Haben glanced at his Armani watch on his wrist and continued, if you're smart, you'll open the door quickly. Otherwise, I have limited patience. I'll break the door down and take her away in no time. Mei Yingshu's father clashed with our Du family last time. You can't protect her. Do you dare? Chu Baiyao's hand rested on the lock of the iron gate, furrowing her brows. Du Haben dared to escalate the situation to this extent today. Who gave him the courage? Even if she wasn't afraid of Li Ergu and the Danskillen behind him, shouldn't he be afraid of the Jiangnan gang sending people to arrest them and take them to the police station? However, it had been over 20 minutes since the clock tower was surrounded, and the Jiangnan gang's people still hadn't shown up, which was quite revealing. Ha ha, do I dare? You guys, break the door into pieces for me. Du Haben's expression was arrogant, grinning without any concern. With a wave of his hand, his lackeys grabbed large stones and prepared to attack. Wait, I'll come out and talk to you guys. Chu Baiyao quickly waved her hand. First, she didn't want to cause a scene in public. Second, if the door was broken, she wouldn't even have a last line of defense against Du Haben. So, she had to find a way to stall for time until Li Ergu arrived with people. Oh no. Chu Baiyao suddenly remembered that she forgot to let Li Ergu bring people here since Du Haben had brought so many people. The poor guy probably came alone. This is bad. What to do now? Well, let's continue stalling for time. Hopefully, someone will call the police and the Jiangnan gang will come. Hehe, alright, let's chat. Although Du Haben didn't like Chu Baiyao's unassertive personality, after facing off against her many times in the past, he kind of enjoyed provoking this woman, who once obstructed him from pursuing Tang Qingyan, now disrupting the matters between the Du family and Mei Yingshu. So, when Chu Baiyao opened the door and walked out, he swaggered towards her, even reaching out to pinch her face. Chu Baiyao didn't resist. If he wanted to pinch, then pinch. As long as he didn't pinch to heart, she had never been the aloof type of woman, and she knew that men had their pride. If she didn't let Du Haben pinch, he would fly off the handle. Going along with him for a moment might make him feel less satisfied. Sure enough, after pinching a couple of times, Du Haben let go. Hey, Chu Baiyao, what do you want to talk to me about, you troublemaker? Of course, I want to talk about your audacity. Who gave you the courage to bully me? Don't you know who my brother-in-law is? Bringing up this point, Du Haben lost face instantly. Not only was he humiliated by Yizi twice, but also his older sister, older brother, and second uncle had all been humiliated by Yizi. That man was simply the nemesis of the Du family. Humph, the White Wolf sect has been revived. Today I'll start with you, troublemaker. Let's see what that Yi surnamed guy can do. What? Seeing Du Haben's fierce expression, it was apparent he wasn't joking. Did the White Wolf sect really intend to make a comeback? Ergu, you came at the right time. Observing Du Haben about to make a move, Chu Baiyao reacted swiftly, suddenly pointing behind Du Haben. Seizing the opportunity, when Du Haben turned around abruptly, she covered herself with a red cloth. Oh my! What is this woman up to? Du Haben and his lackeys were astonished. Even more surprisingly, after a while, the red cloth fell to the ground, and Chu Baiyao had vanished. Du Haben forcefully kicked the red cloth aside, only to discover Chu Baiyao had already returned behind the iron gate. Wow, this magic trick is good. Not just Du Haben, but even his lackeys were impressed. While they knew the magic was just an illusion, they couldn't see through it for the moment and became curious. Ha ha, do you want to learn? I can teach you. Although Chu Baiyao maintained a calm demeanor outwardly, inside, she began to worry. Would Li Ergu really not find his way here? The iron gate is locked again. Du Haben's lackeys couldn't open the door and shouted aloud. Ha ha, didn't expect a woman like you to be good at magic. Du Haben complimented, then roared arrogantly. But it's no use. I'm going to have people break the door now. Ah, Ergu, you finally arrived. At this moment, Chu Baiyao shouted once again. Ha ha, don't try to trick me anymore. No longer believing her, Du Haben laughed arrogantly. Even if Li Ergu comes, so what? I brought experts with me today. Even if he comes, he's a dead man walking. Oh, is that so? Just then, an abrupt voice came from behind Du Haben, startling him. When he turned around, he found Liurgu had indeed pushed through the crowd and entered. Behind him, there was even a man with a devilish smile. Yeezy, you. How did you come here? Below the clock tower, people watched as Duhaben's expression changed instantaneously. Everyone couldn't help but mock. Ha ha. 1 second he acts like a king, the next second he becomes a grandson. Yet, the white Volfsack from the Du family can only bully small-timers. When faced with a big shot like Yeezy, they don't stand a chance. Wow, do you notice? I think I see the mighty Duhaben trembling. Ha ha. A real spectacle. The school's big shot seems like a mouse meeting a cat when facing a real big shot. Duhaben's face darkened in embarrassment. Afraid that Yeezy and Liurgu would teach him a lesson, he quickly hid behind his lackeys. Then, he shouted in frustration, Yeezy, today's feud is between us and Liurgu. Why are you butting in? Hey, you're quite crafty, aren't you? Yeezy couldn't help but chuckle. This guy definitely didn't expect to see him today. He also knew that the people he brought were not enough to handle him, so Duhaben tried to distance himself. Unexpectedly, before Yeezy could respond, Liurgu pointed at Duhaben and roared, Du, I've warned you before. Don't you dare bully Zhao again. If you come looking for trouble today, don't blame me for not going easy on you. Hearing this, Yeezy couldn't help but show a delighted expression. It seemed that Liurgu had gained confidence through his martial training and was now more assertive in his words than before. Chubaya felt even more satisfied. It appeared that she would receive a red envelope as a matchmaker. Seeing Liurgu now stepping forward chivalrously, Mei Yingshu must be touched as well. Wow, so touching. That big silly guy came for Zhao after all. Ha ha. Although there is a suspicion but Toad wishing to eat swan meat, he's indeed quite impressive. At this moment, the people on the clock tower began discussing the matter of Mei Yingshu and Liurgu. Mei Yingshu, on the other hand, completely ignored the discussions of others and kept her gaze on Yi Xiaoshen, never even glancing at Liurgu. She was grateful that Liurgu had stood up for her twice, but some women are just like that. If they don't like someone, they just don't like them. There's no question of being moved or not. Even if Liurgu saved her 100 or 1,000 times, Mei Yingshu believed that she would never fall for this kind of naive and dense guy. Ha ha. At this moment, Duhaben laughed again. You big silly guy, do you really think Duhaben is not capable? Last time it was just that the expert by my side wasn't there. But now that you are here, it's perfect. Let me show you how I'll deal with you. To avenge the arrow. As he finished speaking, a tall and muscular man walked out. With a wave of his hands, his coat fell to the ground, revealing his solid muscles. Wow, he definitely looks like a Thai boxing expert who has been training for over 20 years. Yes, those muscles are really terrifying, probably bulletproof. Although that big silly guy is quite large, but he probably hasn't been practicing martial arts as long as his opponent, right? How could he be a match for the opponent? Although these people's words lack scientific basis and responsibility, Liurgu saw the Thai boxing expert and couldn't help but feel a cold sweat involuntarily. The feeling of being beaten by the opponent before came back. Yi Xiaoshen also recognized this Thai boxing expert. Wasn't he the boss Wei who he had taken care of in New Tuxian village? Didn't expect him to recover so quickly and come out jumping around again. Although he was their defeated underling, he did abuse Liurgu back then, so it was natural for Liurgu to show a look of fear when he saw him. Ha ha, underling. What martial arts do you know? Besides being a big guy, you are just stupid. Do you, this kind of person, still want to be a hero? Maybe you didn't sleep well. If you don't want to die, hurry up and crawl from Boss Wei's trousers, then get lost. Boss Wei has been practicing Thai boxing for 18 years, won numerous honors and championships. What are you? You're not even worth a hair on Boss Wei's leg. Liurgu, who was not naturally confident, had just shouted at Duhaben because of Mei Yingshu, but now seeing everyone saying that, he also realized that he was not a match for Boss Wei. At this moment, he was already sweating on his forehead and looked embarrassed as he turned to Yi Xiaoshen. Yi big brother, what should I do? I'm not his opponent. Ha ha. Look, that big guy is afraid. He's scared. Go back to your mother's embrace. Clearly he's a bear, still wanting to be a hero. Why don't you quickly kneel before Boss Wei while you still can? Then scram. Seeing the opponent's panic, Boss Wei was filled with arrogance. Spreading his legs, pointing at the ground, he acted as if he ruled everything. And in front of him, Liurgu was just a grass dog that could be easily taken care of. Even Mei Yinshu and the others on the clock tower, separated by the height of a building, could feel his arrogance. Idiot, what martial arts do you really know? Besides being a big guy, you are just stupid. Do you, this kind of person, still want to be a hero? Maybe you didn't sleep well. Boss Wei has been practicing Thai boxing for 18 years, won numerous honors and championships. What are you? You're not even worth a hair on Boss Wei's leg. Everyone knew that Liurgu was actually very capable, but he had a simple mind. Presently, they wanted to make him surrender only through words to prevent him from gaining confidence in the fight. Liurgu was already thinking about giving up, but then he heard a voice from Yi Xiaoshen that suppressed all other voices. Hey, Ergu, you are no longer the same as before. Now you can defeat him without effort. Also, your Zhao is standing on the clock tower watching. Do you want to disappoint her? Do you want her to feel that being liked by you is an insult? Liurgu heard Yi Xiaoshen's words and went crazy on the spot, roaring angrily towards Boss Wei. I'm going to fight you. Oh my. Get out of the way. Seeing the situation turn dangerous, the people around quickly dispersed. This big guy running would even crack the floor. Who knows if being hit by his fist would turn you into minced meat. Boss Wei also felt immense pressure. This guy's speed was much faster now than before. He didn't dare to underestimate him for a moment and quickly dodged around. Yi Xiaoshen saw this scene, took a deep breath and lit a cigarette, calmly watching. He knew that Liurgu's mind was like that of a child, easily influenced by others. Fortunately, others could use words to strike his confidence, and he could also use words to ignite his fighting spirit. The people on the clock tower, seeing Liurgu go on a rampage, were also astonished. Look at his fists. They're like sledgehammers. He's too ferocious. No wonder he dared to come alone to save Mei Yinshu. It seems that even though he is powerful, compared to Yi Xiaoshen, he is still far behind. Wow, impressive. Yes. You can see that the big guy couldn't even raise his hand in time. Yi Xiaoshen was already 10 meters away. Yes, it seems that this big guy is impressive, but compared to Yi Xiaoshen and his skills, he's still lacking by a long shot. Mei Yinshu, who had been indifferent, finally agreed with everyone's discussion at this moment. She smiled proudly and inexplicably and even joined in the conversation. Of course, Ergu is no match for Yi Xiaoshen. The difference is too great. He's far from it. At that moment, other classmates of Mei Yinshu joined in teasing and mocking. One is in your heart, the other is not. How can they be compared? The people around immediately shifted their gaze to Mei Yinshu, realizing that she didn't like Liurgu, but was interested in the gang leader instead. Quite discerning, the shadowy figure was thrown to the ground, looking surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Yizha's strength to be so high. When Yizi saw his expression, he wanted to laugh. It seemed like he was being underestimated by someone, but where did such a strong expert come from? How did he end up with Du Haibin's group? Hey, Yizi, didn't we agree that today was a matter between me and Liurgu? Why are you interfering? Du Haibin's shouting voice also rang out at this moment, evidently very dissatisfied with Yizi for helping Liurgu. Oh, he's your guy too. Does he also have a grudge with Second Dog? Yizi smiled ambiguously, probing for more information. It was obvious that Du Haibin had a small detail, in that when he saw the shadowy figure didn't object, he then shouted towards Yizi. Of course, he's also our guy. Yizi, you're breaking your promise. You're not trustworthy. Yizi suddenly laughed. I only said you were cunning, but I never said I wouldn't intervene. It's just your own interpretation. Second Dog is my brother. How can I watch him being sneak attacked shamelessly? Yet, Du Haibin, you guys are too shameless, right? Suddenly sneak attacking and going for the eyes. Even in any event at the Olympics, it would be considered a foul and result in disqualification, right? Chu Biao chimed in too. People on the clock tower were no longer afraid of Du Haibin, one by one speaking out against him. This shameless guy tries to bully others by outnumbering them, and still expects others to stand by while he sneak attacks. Such audacity. Exactly. Even in some adolescent drama, there isn't someone as dumb as the noble character, right? Clearly he's the dumb one, thinking others would be as dumb as him. Most of the students at Huachengno, one middle school who had been bullied by Du Haibin, of course, wanted to deal with him now. And Du Haibin, listening to the words of these guys who had previously feared him greatly, had such an ugly expression on his face. He knew clearly, the one who had given these guys courage was Yi Zi. If they hadn't thought someone could take him down, given them the courage to mock him to his face, these students wouldn't have dared to ridicule him. Seeing Du Haibin's embarrassed state, Yi Zi followed up with a smile. How about this? Du Haibin, you and second dog have a fight. I guarantee I won't intervene. When Du Haibin heard this, his face turned pale. This big guy was like a tank in a game, thick-skinned and resilient. Even if he stood there to be hit, he would fear hurting his own hand. Seeing his expression, the students who had been bullied by him in the past were suddenly inspired. Yet, Du Haibin, have the guts to fight second dog. Exactly. Since you want to take away Mei Yinshu, and second dog is her admirer, have a fair one-on-one PK, right? In my opinion, this playboy who enjoys wine and women wouldn't even be a match for second dog. Ooh, Du Haibin was boiling with anger at these remarks. Yi Zi seized the opportunity to address him. Hey, your able assistant just ran away. What will you do now? Why not just lay down and let Liergu beat you up obediently? It would avoid others getting hurt. Tsk. Look at that. See that? How reasonable he is. He's seen that he couldn't handle them, so he's speaking from a perspective of for your own good, suggesting that you just lay down and let second dog beat you up, to avoid hurting anyone. His tone was calm, and he was quite persuasive, leaving Du Haibin feeling that if he didn't lay down and get beaten by second dog, it would be irresponsible, not being a leader the guys could count on. Hit him. Hit him. At that moment, the students on the clock tower raised their hands in anger, signaling for second dog to smash Du Haibin's head with a punch. Seeing how despicable he was, bringing so many experts and thugs to surround the clock tower. Just now they were so afraid, some of them almost cry. Second dog, what are you waiting for? Little Snow is still watching from the clock tower. To be urged again. Hurry up and knock down the villain. Save your leading lady. Alright, I'll punch this bastard to death. Second dog clenched his fist when he heard this and roared in anger. Du Haibin's remaining lackeys were just there for a meal. They wouldn't bother protecting Du Haibin. They were even more afraid of getting into trouble and scrambled to leave first. Clap. Just as second dog raised his fist, Du Haibin's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, clasping his hands together, embarrassed and frightened as he begged for mercy. Second dog, spare my life. I was just following orders. Big brother, what should I do now? Second dog scratched his head and looked back. The simple-minded guy couldn't bring himself to harm someone who was begging for mercy, even if that person was trying to get the girl he liked. Who told you to stir up trouble? What's the purpose? If you dare to lie to me. Yi Zhao's gaze was like a sword, coldly threatening Du Haibin to reveal the truth. He didn't need to finish his words. Just by raising second dog's enormous fist, the message was clear. Seeing second dog's raised fist, Du Haibin trembled in fear, quickly closed his eyes, and shouted, "It was my uncle who asked me to do this." He knew that Liergu liked Mei Yinshu, so he deliberately had me target her, instigate a fight between the White Vol faction and the Dance Killing group, and then, he paused mid-sentence, too scared to say more. And then what? Yi Zi shot him a stern look, as if exuding a strong pressure that compelled Du Haibin to quickly close his eyes and blurt out, "And then someone will help us wipe out the Dance Killing, allowing us, the White Vol faction, to once again become the leaders of the Huacheng Gray area." "Oh, thank you," Yi Zi said before giving him a kick that knocked him out cold on the spot. Du Haibin's lackeys quickly came out to carry him away. The students on the clock tower, as if part of a movie shoot, cheered one by one at this moment. Mei Yinshu quickly ran down from the clock tower, walked up to Yi Zi with gratitude in her eyes, and said, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" It was second dog who took care of Du Haibin's lackeys and forced Du Haibin to kneel. Yi Zi replied with a slight smile, shrugging and taking Chubiyao's hand. "I was just passing by to take my little sister home." With that said, he quickly led Chubiyao away from the scene, leaving the scene to second dog. Unfortunately, second dog looked clueless and, before Mei Yinshu could thank him, scratched his head and said, "Ha ha. Little Snow, you don't need to thank me. It's something I should do." "What do you mean, it's something you should do?" Mei Yinshu's eyes changed noticeably, becoming somewhat sharp. "Well, Poor second dog didn't expect her to ask like that and was at a loss for words, then watched helplessly as the goddess dryly thanked him, and left. "Hey, brother-in-law, Looks like you need some reflection. After watching the scenes with second dog, Chu Biao scolded Yi Zi. How should I reflect on it? Your protagonist halo is too strong. Today wasn't meant for you to be the protagonist, but you forcefully took all of second dog scenes. Seems like I made a mistake. I reflect on it and promise to be more restrained next time. Hua Heibaowen Villa, a Land Rover Range Rover, is already prepared. The day for Yi Xiaobao to set off to Beiji Tower has arrived. Not only did the big shots from Hua Cheng come to see him off, even Chu Qingwu returned from the East China Sea. Seeing the infatuated Shishi placed in a special icebox, Chu Qingwu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Yi Zi, you must awaken Shishi. Do you understand? It's necessary. Yi Xiaobao, ignoring people like Hua Chanshu, Jin Leifu, and Li Bilai around, lightly kissed Chu Qingwu's forehead while she was tidying up his clothes, saying, "Wife, be careful too. Don't get too carried away in business matters. When things are going well, it's best to stop. A small loss is a blessing. Money is an external thing. You are the most important to me." As his words fell, the people around felt a bit sappy. Ha ha. Brother-in-law, that's enough. There are so many people around. Don't be so lovey-dovey. Chu Biao couldn't stand it anymore, teasing a few words after putting a bunch of magic props in the car. Yi Xiaobao smiled slightly and didn't continue. Anyway, besides Bai Tu, there's also Lord Shu and Yi Hanmo in the East China Sea, so no one should dare to touch his wife. Yi Yang, is it enough for the three of you to go to Beiji Tower? Hua Chanshu couldn't help but worrying. Initially, he thought Yi Xiaobao would bring the powerful Tang Qingsh with him, but in the end, he only brought Li Ergu and Chu Biao to high school students. Seeing this lineup, his lack of worrying was fake. Hua Lao, rest assured, unless I'm dead, Chi-Chi will definitely not be in danger. After comforting Hua Chanshu, Yi Xiaobao explained to him, a strange force has come to Hua Cheng to support the White Vol faction. If Uncle Snake follows me, and Killen Dance is not around to hold the fort, I fear there may be trouble. Hua Chanshu sighed, patting Yi Xiaobao's shoulder and nodding. Chi-Chi is in your hands. With Uncle Snake and me in Hua Cheng, even if there are external forces trying to invade and shake our foundation, it will be difficult. Well, I entrust you with the matters of Hua Cheng. Also, please look after Guan Yingying and the orphanage. Yi Xiaobao tittied up some details and didn't drag on. Waving his hand, he signaled Chu Biao and Li Ergu to get in the car and set off. On the same day in Yanjing City, the Yi family manor, the old master has finally come out, but he didn't inform anyone in the Yi family, not even the family head Yi Fan. Only Yan Lao was helping prepare some things for him. Master, the helicopter is ready. Are you really not going to tell Yi Fan about this? After taking care of everything for the trip, Yan Lao came to the inner hall to report to the old master. The old master slightly opened his eyes, looking at who knows where through the manor's buildings, as if he could see the snowflakes and dust rolling in the distance. Yi Fan's level is not enough to handle the matters of the Dragon Alliance, so let him continue to stay in Yanjing and handle the matters of the Tiger Alliance, Yan Lao said with a worried expression. The Yi family, a 1000-year-old family, is lacking in talent. Although Yi Fan is the strongest of his generation and the peak expert admired by the Tiger Alliance and even the Jianhu world, as the old master said, his level is not enough to intimidate the Dragon Alliance. If he were to enter the world of the Dragon Alliance and let those old monsters hidden for 1000 years know that the Yi family has declined, they might become even more restless. However, the Yin family has served the Yi family for generations, and Yan Lao has served the Yi family loyally for many years, treating Yi Fan as his own family. He couldn't help but speak up for Yi Fan. Master, don't underestimate Yi Fan too much. Perhaps his abilities are not as bad as you imagine. He is actually a rare genius of the century. But such a genius, placed in the world of the Dragon Alliance, is really insignificant. After responding solely to Yan Lao's words, the old master suddenly opened his eyes. I heard that there is a young genius born at Beiji Tower now, a talent seen once every few hundred years, much more dazzling than Yi Fan. Yan Lao lowered his head in response. Let's go see the young man with the potential to lead the Dragon Alliance. The old master finally stood up, a short old man, small in stature, with wrinkled skin, but with sharp, deep eyes. It was precisely this old man who controlled the fate of the Dragon Kingdom and even ruled nearly 1/3 of the world's wealth. Returning to Yi Xiaobao's group of three, based on the map provided by the old dean, They arrived on a deserted island in the Antarctic by helicopter. Of course, this was considered a deserted island by outsiders, but it was actually inhabited. After landing, Yi Xiaobao handed a thick cotton jacket to his shivering sister-in-law, earning a grateful smile from her. On the contrary, the specially made icebox for Shishi could adjust the temperature, fearing no cold. As for Li Ergu, this guy not only had a sturdy body, seemingly immune to cold, didn't even need to wear a thick coat. The Land Rover Range Rover set off, crossing through the snowy terrain towards the white snowy mountains. Wow, brother-in-law, there are actually people living here. Look at those strange buildings. After driving for quite some time, Chubiao pointed excitedly at the gray buildings on the distant snowy ground. She may have only visited countries near the Dragon Kingdom despite being born into a second-rate family in Huachang, but now she was in the Antarctic, a place unbelievably far from the Dragon Kingdom. Squeak! Suddenly, the Land Rover braked. Yi Xiaobao, smiling at Li Ergu, said, "We can't drive any further ahead. Can you please carry Chi-Chi's icebox and move forward?" If it were anyone else, hearing Yi Xiaobao's words would probably have them going insane. What the heck? The buildings were still thousands of meters away from them, and he was asked to carry such a heavy icebox forward. However, Li Ergu just said, "I'll go carry it," and happily got out of the car. On the other hand, Chubiao couldn't help but frown. "Brother-in-law, do we really have to get off here? Even if we cure Shishi, it might be difficult to come back. I'm not like you guys, I'm just an ordinary person. There's no other way." The old dean said the people here are very xenophobic. If they find outsiders, they might kill them at any time. So we must get off now, discover the features of the people here first, then disguise ourselves as them to sneak in and find the old dean's master, Yi Xiaobao explained to his sister-in-law. Realizing her predicament, as an ordinary person it's hard to withstand the harsh cold here. "Hey, I don't care. If I can't walk later, brother-in-law, you'll have to carry me." Chubiao pouted and coldly threw down those words, then got out of the car. Yi Xiaobao thought that carrying a girl who danced all year round and kept her figure slim wouldn't be too difficult. But after getting out of the car, he discovered that Chubiao also wanted to bring a bunch of magic props along with her, which made him can't help but twitch his lips. Do we really need to bring these things? If I don't, won't I just be an ordinary person without any skills? Then, brother-in-law, why did you bring me along? Okay. Yi Xiaobao felt like crying. He actually brought Chubiao along because he thought she had many eccentric ideas, and he never thought of using her magic abilities. But she insisted, so he had to take them along. Anyway, he can just discard them if necessary. Hey, brother-in-law, the old dean didn't have pictures, I understand. But didn't she ever come to this haunted place? If she knew what the people here look like, she could have just helped us disguise as them. After walking just a few steps, Chubiao climbed onto her brother-in-law's back to speak, taking advantage of the opportunity to finally get a ride on his back. The old dean came here over 20 years ago, but she can't do disguises, and her drawing skills aren't good. Ah, come on. That woman with the last name Gong doesn't want to come with us either. Brother-in-law, can we rely on your mediocre disguising skills? The old dean said it shouldn't be a problem. The appearance of the people here is not much different from ours. Mainly the language and lifestyle habits are different from those of the Dragon Kingdom people. That's where we are most likely to slip up. Hehe, that's my strong suit. Besides dancing, my performances are also top-notch. Chubiao was fearless. Seeing her still dancing and energetic, Yi Xiaobao knew he didn't misjudge her. This little sister could be extremely useful at times. Be careful, there are people. Unexpectedly, not long after they walked, Yi Xiaobao, with sharp senses, suddenly heard a sound of footsteps. It didn't seem like just a few people. The three of them quickly hid behind a snowdrift, quietly observing a buried road through gaps in the ice and snow trees. Soon, a large group of people and horses came over, some even riding strange snow beasts. Oh no, who are those people? Could they be the people from Beiji Tower? Even though Chubiao had seen many unusual documentaries, at this moment, seeing such a strange group of people and horses from a distance, she couldn't help but cry out softly. It doesn't seem certain. Yi Xiaobao, with a slightly furrowed brow, calmly speculated. They also seem to be from the outside. And it seems like they've brought a lot of things. Could it be that something's happening here? Brother-in-law, they look similar to our Dragon Kingdom people. Do we still need to disguise ourselves? Chu Biao, who had somehow conjured up a pair of binoculars, had already seen the faces of the group clearly. Yi Zi actually saw it too, that those people do indeed look very similar to the people from Dragon Country, and it can even be confirmed that they are people from Dragon Country. Since people from Dragon Country can enter here at will, why would the old dean still need to learn disguise techniques himself? Or is it because the old dean hasn't been here for so long that he doesn't know that the rules here have already changed? Suddenly, in front of the other team, a cold man riding a snow beast stopped. Then the whole team stopped. As the man looked towards Yi Zi and the others, a woman in a purple robe with a long whip jumped down. Oh no! We might have been found out. Yi Xiao's eyes widened suddenly, never expecting the other party's strength to be so high, able to sense the movements of himself and the others from so far away. Could it be that he and Chu Biao spoke too loudly and it was easy to be heard in this open space? Who's there? Hiding sneakily over there. The next moment, the woman started to run faster, leaping towards the three of them. Oh my god! Chu Biao had never seen such a high-level expert. The fact that the other person could leap several meters high seemed like a monster to her. Be careful! Yi Zi also reacted in shock. The other party was not the traditional inner energy martial artists from the city, but actually a cultivator like himself. He had to forcefully activate his unreliable 9 Palace Flame technique to intercept the woman's whip. Impressive kid. This time, it was the purple-robed woman, who was astonished, never expecting to encounter one of the most difficult opponents he had encountered. Her strength might not be higher than that of a 7-tier inner energy master, but her whip was like a poisonous snake, and he was defenseless. How could he defend himself? With a series of whip strikes, Yi Zi dodged, causing snowflakes to scatter around as if experiencing a small snow avalanche. Oh no! His technique seemed to be ineffective again. As Yi Zi landed, just as he was about to counterattack, he realized that he couldn't properly execute his 9 Palace Flame technique. Ziyu, stop! Fortunately, at this moment, the leading man of the other group shouted, speaking in Dragon Country language. Who are you people? The cold man spoke slower than usual, as if he had no warmth whatsoever. Hey, who are you people? Humph. You are not the natives here. Why do you have the right to meddle? And attacking without a word. Chu Biao, who was always outspoken, was not holding back. Additionally, she knew the three of them were in a vulnerable position. If they seemed hesitant even in speech, the other party would think they were easy targets. Unexpectedly, her words had an effect. The cold man didn't continue talking and instead carefully examined Yi Zi and the others. Finally he said, Ziyu, come back, let's go. So it's not the enemy ambushing us. If you are here for a sightseeing, I advise you to leave quickly. This place is very dangerous. Ziyu, also not a despicable person, said one last thing and then followed the team. Brother-in-law, listen to what they say. It seems they might have enemies here. Chu Biao quickly analyzed for Yi Zi. I think, besides them, there should be other forces coming to this place recently. Otherwise, if they were adversaries of the Antithesis Tower, they wouldn't be this reckless with a small group. I think so too. Yi Zi nodded. The old dean mentioned that the Antithesis Tower is a hidden stronghold, and recently, they might have faced some incidents, which is why the forces scattered elsewhere have returned. Brother-in-law, let's not focus on analyzing, since they have no intention of dealing with us. Why don't we follow them and instead of disguising ourselves? Chu Biao quickly reminded. That's a good idea. Plans can change, and Chu Biao's idea was in line with his own thoughts. Yi Zi waved his hand and followed the other group. As expected, even though the other group knew that Yi Zi and his group were planning to sneak in, they appeared to be in a hurry and paid no attention. Unexpectedly, this vast snowfield architecture was not only grand, but also had an ancient feel, as if it had been passed down for thousands of years. Although the population was not large, along the way, Yi Zi could see some visibly different exotic people compared to the Dragon Country people. Living in the snow for years, these people had very fair skin, tall and prominent noses, large mouths, giving off an incomplete evolution of a snow mountain wild person vibe. Their language was also chattering gibberish, something he couldn't comprehend. Wow, big brother Yi. So many meats to eat here. 2 dogs, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke, mouth-watering. Little did he know that at this moment, the Dragon Country team ahead had just reached a gathering place, and 2 dogs, with his booming voice, inadvertently angered the native people in front of the team, causing them to scold him in their chattering language. The cold man took the blame for two dogs, allowing the other side's reprimands to go unchallenged. "Shut up, glutton. It was you who scolded two dogs, this time, because everyone here is from Dragon Country. We won't push you out to your death, but if you make noise again, we'll kick you out to your doom." "Sorry, won't do it again." Yi quickly pulled two dogs behind him and apologized to Ziyu. It seems that these native indigenous people, though they didn't speak Dragon Country language, were able to understand it, indicating that they must have had long-term contact with foreign Dragon Country people. At this moment, as the native people and the cold man conversed, many more natives appeared around them, each wielding spears, looking quite menacing. Even Chu Biao, a mischievous girl, was starting to panic a bit. It seemed that what the old dean said was correct. They needed to disguise themselves for safety. In the current situation, not to mention freedom, there seemed to be imminent danger at every turn. Yi also felt the situation was quite dire, especially with the language barrier. He had no idea what the other party was up to and could only rely on their actions to guess. Before long, the cold man's team continued forward. Yi dared not speak out of turn and could only gesture for two dogs and Chu Biao to hurry and catch up. The group passed through an ancient stone path and arrived at an open square. Surprisingly, numerous bonfires were burning in the middle, and the people inside were cheering, apparently holding a bonfire event. "Ha ha, Shao, you finally made it. I thought your Snowvolve tribe wouldn't dare to come this time." The cold man had just arrived when a dark-skinned muscular man walked up to him, arrogantly and tauntingly. He was also speaking in Dragon Country language. "Brother-in-law, I've figured it out. The natives here seem to have been conquered by the Dragon Country people. That cold man didn't hold a high position before, that's why they used our group to vent their anger." Chu Biao finally dared to speak. Yi agreed with her analysis. It seemed that their advisory team had not been brought along for no reason. "Hot, Shando, what nonsense are you talking? The warriors of our Snowvolve tribe are all valiant. This event is so important, how could we not come?" Shao did not respond to the big black bear, but Ziyu retorted for him. Hey, you came? So what? The Dragon League's chosen one is destined to have no connection with you. Shando continued to taunt. Hehe, it's as if the Grey Bear tribe could actually elect someone. I don't know what's up with these tribes who came to support. They think they can show off. Ziyu was clearly adept at confrontation, throwing banter right back at Shando, causing his normally black face to instantly turn red. Damn it, if it weren't for tonight being the wrong place to fight, I'd kick your asses. Still, this evening's bonfire event will feature a showcase of skills. Although we can't fight directly, we can compare skills against each other. Humph, hehe. Bring in the bear then. Faced with Shandu's provocation, Ziyu was not backing down. After all, in the Grey Bear tribe, this Shando was also the second in command. What was there to fear? Yi didn't pay attention to the grudges of other forces. He was only thinking about how to find the master of the old dean and seek her help in awakening Chu Biao from her infatuation. Unfortunately, he was frustrated that the old dean had not provided a physical description of her master, only saying that she was an unparalleled beauty. Even if her master had been enchanting in her youth, she might be an old lady by now, right? Didn't the lack of distinct features match what the old dean described? Just then, the people around suddenly exclaimed, and even some Dragon Country folks began to talk. It turned out, the main seat of the square was being approached by another group. Wow, who would have thought? Even the third-level host of the Antithesis Tower is participating in tonight's bonfire event. Yes, such a big shot I've never seen in my life. Even in the Dragon League, they must be a prominent figure, right? The Antithesis Tower is one of the 8 major forces in the Dragon League. I heard that the third-level host was once a candidate for the Dragon League's 8 Directions of Turmoil. Although he didn't win, his strength is unquestionable. Initially, Yi couldn't grasp just how impressive the third-level host was despite hearing those words. However, when he suddenly waved his robe to sit down and the bonfires in the entire square magically flared up, Yi, like everyone else, was stunned. What kind of superpower was this? Wow, this little trick is quite innovative. Chu Biao didn't know what everyone was surprised about, but instead casually said, among the magic tricks I've learned, there is also one where flames can be ignited remotely, but I can't do this one. Hey. Hearing Chu Biao's words, Yi couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, because he knew very well that the 3-layer master achieved this using true chat. not some magic trick. But Chu Baiyao was an ordinary person who couldn't sense the existence of true Che, so it was reasonable for her to think it was a magical illusion. Unexpectedly, with just a sentence from Chu Baiyao, the three-layer master sitting 100 meters away actually heard it, immediately waved his sleeve, and all the bonfires in the venue burst into burning flames. Instantly, all the indigenous people fell to their knees trembling. Even the people who came from other places and were not part of the tribes also bowed their heads, not daring to make a sound. Oh no! Yi Xiao's forehead started to sweat slightly as he quickly pondered the situation and how to help his sister-in-law with an excuse. Sure enough, the master angrily shouted, "Who said my abilities are just tricks?" Ha! This shout was quite something. The kneeling indigenous people immediately started cheering loudly as if praising and celebrating, even including the members of the Snowwolf tribe and the Grey Bear tribe. They all began to praise. Master Helian's cultivation is unfathomable. We can only look up to him. Master Helian ranks among the top figures in all directions. He is about to make a mark in history. A congratulations and celebration. TSK. Seeing this scene, Chu Baiyao couldn't help but be stunned. It was like something she saw in a television drama. And this so-called master, just like a demonic overlord emerging from the mountains, was basking in the adoration of a group of followers. Yi Xiao's eyes also trembled. What does reaching the late stage of the warrior realm mean? He knew very well. To Book 9 Palace's Flame Yellow Needle contained relevant information that divided the cultivation of ancient martial artists into 4 major levels: Warrior Che, Warrior Heart, Warrior Realm, and Innate Realm. And each major level was further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Yi Zi coincidentally practiced the 9 Palaces Flame Yellow technique and, combined with his physical training in the Dragon Breath Legion and his original internal energy cultivation, had only reached the Warrior Heart stage. But with just that, he could use his occasionally effective technique to defeat grandmother-level experts outside the city with one move. Now this Helian master was actually a master at the late stage of the warrior realm. Wouldn't that make him an invincible existence? Everyone, be silent. The Helian master didn't calm down due to the praises, instead becoming impatient and waved his hand vigorously, silencing the entire venue instantly. Who said that just now? Stand out and speak. Seeing the Helian master's gaze directed towards the Snowwolf tribe, even the always calm Zizu couldn't remain composed. Although his strength was high, he didn't usually listen to the surrounding conversations. He indeed didn't hear who from his tribe said that just now. Master Helian, could it be that you misheard? At this moment Purple Moon quickly stood up, kneeling on one knee, a frightened smile on her face. All of us in the Snowwolf battalion have great respect for you. It's impossible for us to say such things. But before her words could land, the Helian master impatiently waved his hand. Nonsense. Along with his thunderous words, a huge fireball even emerged. Seeing this strange phenomenon, not only Chu Baiyao and Aguzi, even Yi Zi widened his eyes, realizing that the records in the 9 Palaces Flame Yellow Needle were actually true. When a cultivated warrior's strength reached the warrior realm, they could materialize true Che attributes, creating phenomena that ordinary people saw as superhuman abilities. Purple Moon was also scared witless, sweating all over, but luckily, Zizu used all his strength to break apart the fireball. Wow, so cool. Chu Baiyao couldn't help but marvel. As a member of a younger generation, she was most attracted to this kind of man. However, even if it was Zizu, he didn't dare confront the Helian master head-on. After rescuing Purple Moon, he immediately knelt down as well. Master Helian, I can guarantee that no one in our Snowwolf faction disrespects you. So, please forgive us. Seeing even the leader of the Snowwolf tribe saying this, the Helian master sat back down. He wasn't planning to further pursue that comment, but Shando laughed loudly at this moment. Ha ha, the Snowwolf tribe sure has a big mouth, claiming that they would outshine everyone with their performances tonight and beat all the other tribes. But I never expected that they would even dare to look down upon Master Helian. It seems like they are quite confident. This sentence from Shangdo was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, as soon as his words landed, the Helian master's gaze turned cold and intimidating once again. Other tribes gathered for the bonfire meeting started insulting the Snowwolf tribe, putting pressure on Zizu, who was suddenly silent. Purple Moon was panic-stricken and hated Shando for causing all this trouble. Yi Zi also hadn't figured out how to handle the situation yet. Even though they had no connection to the Snowwolf battalion, If someone got in trouble because of Chubayao's words, they wouldn't feel right. But most importantly, even if they were not allies, others already labeled them as part of the Snowvolf tribe. If the Snowvolf tribe was in trouble, they would be dragged into it as well. Humph. It was me who said it. What are you going to do about it? Unexpectedly, Chubaya stood up at this moment and admitted to the words she had said. Yizi was a bit caught off guard, a wry smile appearing on his lips. Now with so many enemies, and the Helian Master's strength far surpassing his own, they had no choice but to be strategic if they wanted to survive. Hearing Chubayao confess, the people of the Snowvolf tribe became agitated, their eyes filled with resentment. Even Purple Moon gave Zizu a look, hoping he would stand up and distance himself from the three of them to avoid trouble. Unfortunately, Zizu didn't do this but remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. All right, ha ha ha, Master Helian, the people of the Snowvolf tribe dared to belittle you. They must be severely taught a lesson to maintain your authority. Shando had grudges with the Snowvolf tribe and was inciting trouble with all his might, hoping to use the Helian Master to deal with the Snowvolf tribe. Dark spots appeared on the Helian Master's forehead, making the Snowvolf battalion members break into a cold sweat one by one. Just as Purple Moon wanted to ignore everything and distance herself from Chubayao, Yizi suddenly spoke aloud. You guys said you wanted to compare, right? Let's do it, and after the comparison, you'll know our abilities. With no choice left, they had to push back against the wall and fight, even though they didn't know what they were up against. Although Yizhao's tone was arrogant, the other tribe's members began speaking contemptuously, but the Helian Master didn't intend to continue punishing the Snowvolf tribe. Great. The Helian Master also spoke. The Snowvolf tribe talks big. In that case, I announce that the performance competition of the bonfire meeting is officially starting. Snowvolf team, if you cannot take first place, don't blame me for punishing you severely. As soon as the words were spoken, many in the Snowvolf tribe cast resentful glances at Yizhao's trio. If not for these fools, how could the Snowvolf tribe be implicated? While Zizu had an annoyed expression, he still didn't distance himself from them and maintained his arrogant demeanor. Even Chubayao started to panic now, holding onto Yizhao's arm, shaking. Brother-in-law, what do we do now? If the Snowvolf tribe loses, we're in trouble. Clearly, she hadn't expected that her casual remark would bring such big trouble to herself and the Snowvolf tribe. Yizi didn't blame her, comforting her. Don't worry, let's take it step by step. If there's no other way, we'll deal with it head-on. Up to this point, they still didn't know what this performance competition at the bonfire meeting was about. But since they each had their own unique skills, they might have a chance to turn this situation around. The performance competition started quickly, and Yizi began to feel more and more uneasy. The tribes that took the stage were all high-level ancient martial artists, and their performances or martial arts demonstrations with water, fire, and wind, which Yizi didn't know how to do at all. Yizi and the others were nervous, but Aguzi was carefree, especially with so much barbecue around. He was only focused on eating and paid no attention to the demonstrations. Wow, look at that. The bear armor from the bear tribe is impressive. Yes, his body is truly invincible. Even a steel spear can't penetrate it. When it was the bear tribe's turn to showcase their skills, while others displayed martial techniques, the bear armor showed off his thick skin, which surprisingly garnered loud cheers from many people, especially the indigenous people. Even though Yizhao Xia and Chubiao didn't understand what they were shouting, it was clear that they admired innate physical talents more. The superhuman martial techniques that might be surprising to city dwellers didn't impress them much. Seeing this scene, Yizhao Xia and Chubiao were relieved. They exchanged a glance, and then both looked at Aguzi, who was still eating and drinking heartily, smiling knowingly. Ha ha, what's wrong? Snowvolf tribe, you were so arrogant just now. Do you have even more impressive martial techniques than other tribes? The bear tribe received the highest praise from the indigenous people. After the bear armor was done, he even taunted the Snowvolf tribe provocatively. On the other hand, the people of the Snowvolf tribe became silent, as they knew that the martial techniques they weren't good at, as well as lacking the thick skin and robust physique of the bear tribe, weren't suitable for showmanship. Ha ha, Snowvolf tribe. No one dares to come out. Did you admit defeat? Just now speaking so arrogantly, I thought they had some skills. Bah. It turns out they're all big talkers. Lord Helian, since no one from the Snowvolf tribe dares to show off, it proves they have no skills. Just now, It seemed like they were giving you a hard time. Please, wait. While other tribes were talking bad about the Snowvolve tribe and asking Lord Helion to punish them, Chu Biao finally stood up. What? We don't dare to show off. I originally thought that your showmanship was too trivial, not even worth comparing with, but since you insist on forcing me to show off, then I will just casually display a couple of moves for you all to see. Oh my god, so audacious. Even more arrogant than that young man just now. Even the people from the Snowvolve tribe were taken aback, but others didn't know the depths of these three individuals, yet they were quite clear. Especially Ziyu. She had just known that Chu Biao was just an ordinary person. Where did this confidence come from now? Saying such shameless words in front of so many experts. Chu Biao didn't care about the gaze of others or what they were saying. She directly pinched a Gazi's ear who was eating meat, and walked towards the center of the bonfire gathering. Then, like a professional magician, she elegantly and interestingly performed some opening moves, attracting everyone's attention. Swish! Since the surroundings were warm from the fire, she no longer felt cold. She directly took off her furry coat, revealing her hot figure and sexy clothes. Wow! Suddenly, the atmosphere changed drastically, exciting the Dragon Clan people around. Even the indigenous people, who usually dress strictly, were chattering and excited. Even Yi Xiao applauded, saying his little sister was indeed a competent magician. She had always been clever and now she could totally hold the stage. Heh, what you Snowvolve tribe call showmanship? Is this the kind of performance of flaunting your charm? It's a disgrace to your ancestors. Haha. The people of the Bear tribe, after a brief moment of novelty, started mocking again. Just when people from other tribes wanted to join in the mocking, Chu Biao flicked her finger, and a rose appeared out of thin air in her hand. Oh my! What is this? These remote indigenous people had never seen such magic. They were all shocked by Chu Biao's performance, excitedly making noise. But it didn't end there. Chu Biao flipped her hand, and her palm actually ignited flames. Ah, so she's a fire element martial artist at the warrior realm. Now it was the turn of Ziyu and the people from the Snowvolve tribe to be surprised. They had always thought Chu Biao was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought she could perform fire element martial techniques? Only Yi Xiao chuckled. This sister-in-law's so-called martial technique was nothing but an optical illusion magic trick. Unfortunately, no one present understood it, so the effect was quite good. And it didn't stop there. Following that, Chu Biao flicked her finger, and the flames turned into a white dove, flying away. Good. The indigenous people at the scene had never seen such a magical show, and they were excitedly exclaiming. Some clapped heavily, some danced, some were even so impressed by Chu Biao's performance that they knelt down on the spot. Lord Helion apparently hadn't seen magic before. He was very curious about Chu Biao's techniques. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see all of Chu Biao's subtle movements, but since he didn't know the principle behind it, he remained speechless for a while. Everyone, if you find it exciting, give a round of applause. The next performance will be even better. Chu Biao was a bit nervous before her performance, but seeing the atmosphere on the scene, she relaxed, confidently soliciting applause. Not only did the indigenous people applaud, but also the Dragon Clan people who had come from afar to participate in the event. And these applause undoubtedly hit the face of the Bear tribe. However, Bear Armor couldn't figure out what kind of technique Chu Biao was using, and still unwillingly snorted. I haven't seen any martial technique that creates living creatures, and it doesn't seem that impressive. What use is it to release a dove during a battle? Yi Xiao first smiled at his words, but then started to think. It seemed that these people here were out of touch with the urban world. They had never seen magic, and their minds were only focused on combat. There seemed to be a group of people hiding in the world, completely different from the outside world, an unknown small world. Is that so? Not impressive? Then let me show you what's more impressive than your thick skin, a truly indestructible body. It seemed like Chu Biao was just waiting for the people from the Bear tribe to provoke. At this point, waving her magic wand, she mysteriously ignited her magic assistant Aguzi. His entire body was on fire. The warriors at the scene were all shocked and stood up in surprise. Chu Biao didn't emit the slightest true energy fluctuation, yet she unleashed a fiery martial technique. How could they not be amazed? The what shocked them even more was Agazi's huge frame. As he was engulfed in flames, not a single hair was harmed. Even his clothes weren't burned. How did he do it? A series of different questions left these warriors from different places speechless for a moment. Yi Xiao, looking at the scene, wanted to laugh because for him, it was the incredible strength of these cultivators that was truly impressive, while Chu Biao's tricks were just a layer of chemicals pre-applied to a Gaozi's body. However, it turned out that the people who saw the true martial techniques didn't have much of a reaction, but were terrified by Chu Biao's deceptive tricks. What a confusing situation. Extinct. Chu Biao continued her magic. With a flick of her hand, she magically pulled down the flames. In reality, she had just pulled down the transparent garment a Gauzi was wearing. This time, the people present finally erupted continuously. The indigenous people were chattering in awe. People from other places were exclaiming in dragon language. Even the people from the Snowvolf tribe cheered loudly. Some of the Snowvolf tribe members, who had initially planned to disavow Chu Biao after she lost her showmanship, were now eager to claim association with her tribe, wanting to bask in her glory. How is it? Is my assistant's indestructible body more impressive than your bear tribes? Chu Biao then taunted Bear Armor and the others. At this point, the people of the bear tribe fell silent. Although their thick skin could endure strikes, they couldn't let the flames burn them without harm. Swish! Chu Biao then put on a strange long robe. Just when everyone thought her show was over, she wiped her nose and proudly said, "Lastly, I will perform a stunt of hanging upside down." After saying that, she ignored gravity and began walking in midair. Originally just a common magic trick of using clothing to hide props and deceive everyone's sight, who would have thought that her suspended hanging stunt would shock the entire audience. Subsequently, one by one knelt on the ground. Even the bear tribe members, who were just mocking her earlier, also turned tail and prostrated themselves on the ground, chanting along with everyone else, "Witness the paradoxical god." Damn. This scene left not only Yi Zhaoxiao stunned, but even Chu Biao herself didn't know what was happening. Luckily, she was now hanging upside down in the air, so no one could see her panicking expression. Otherwise, her flaws would definitely be exposed. What's more surprising was that even Lord Helion, who was previously seen as the leader, knelt down, tossed his long cloak, fell to his knees, and exclaimed, "Witness the paradoxical god." After that, his face turned pale, but there was a hint of curious light in his eyes. Dazed, utterly dazed. Even Yizi couldn't have anticipated this turn of events. A mighty warrior in the later stage of the realm, powerful enough to kill him in seconds, actually kneeling in front of his little sister-in-law. This indicates that the godlike figure is definitely extremely powerful and mysterious. Even the third-level main guardian of the perverse extreme tower has never seen her true face. Thankfully, Chu Biao's reaction didn't disappoint Yizi. Seeing everyone going to her, she boldly started performing, hanging upside down in the air saying, "Ahem, my dear courtiers, please rise." Everyone stood up according to their status. As they saw Chu Biao still hanging in midair, their expressions became increasingly astonished and admiring, as if witnessing divine power. Yizi panicked and quickly signaled to his sister-in-law that it was enough, as further deception could be fatal if a flaw was exposed. Chu Biao quickly descended, but now her demeanor was different from before. After all, she was a godlike figure, so she had to adopt a proud queenly attitude. Tsk. Just look at her, head slightly raised, eyes half closed, only looking at the sky and not at people, acting not just snobbishly but excessively so, not just 200 or 3,000 but 300,000. The more she acted like this, the more shocked everyone was. Main Guardian Helion hurry over to pay his respects. "May the perverse extreme god grace us with her presence in the perverse extreme land. My apologies, please have a seat quickly." With that, he gestured towards his master's seat. Chu Biao was a decisive person as well. Knowing that the play had to continue seamlessly, she refused to take a seat and proudly said, "I'm tired tonight. Arrange the best room for me. I need to rest." "As you command, my god." Main Guardian Helion quickly complied. Yizi had been kneeling on the ground observing their conversation, and he could tell that even though Main Guardian Helion might have suspicions, he didn't dare disobey his sister-in-law's words. From this, it appeared that this perverse extreme god was the supreme ruler of this place. After Chu Biao and second dog left the scene, they quickly came to apologize to the Grey Bear tribe from the Snowvolf tribe. Their postures were extremely deferential, to the extent that not only did the Grey Bear tribe's head bow and apologize to Purple Moon, even their tribal leader apologized to Z Blood, saying, "Z brother, no, it's Z brother, just now it was a joke, don't take it to heart." This bonfire competition is for entertainment, not to provoke you. We were just having fun, no hard feelings, right? Not to mention Z-Blood. Even Yi couldn't help but smile when he watched. If it weren't for Chu Biao suddenly transforming into the perverse extreme god, they wouldn't have just been teasing the Snowvolve tribe, they might have been thinking of wiping out the entire tribe through main guardian Helian's hands. However, Z-Blood didn't take offense at the Grey Bear tribe's actions. He also ignored the other tribes trying to flatter him, and continued speaking coldly. Our Snowvolve tribe has been on the road for days to participate in the selection of the Dragon Alliance's son, and now we're tired. We need to rest before heading to the perverse extreme tower. Please excuse us. With that, under the guidance of a native steward, he led his people away from the scene. Yi quickly followed suit, but he didn't know where Chu Biao's second dog had been taken, so he carried his specially made icebox with him and joined the Snowvolve tribe as they arrived at a humble residential area. Sir, Brother Z-Blood requests your presence. After Yi settled the icebox and prepared to go out to search for his sister-in-law's whereabouts, Purple Moon came with some people to invite him. Helpless, Yi could only nod and follow. He was still unaware of the situation at the perverse extreme tower. By making connections with the Snowvolve tribe, if he could gather more information, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. When he arrived at Z-Blood's room, it was the first time Yi had such close contact with this man, and he felt that the man was even colder than he had imagined. This man seemed like someone with bloody hands, yet he didn't exude a terrifying air that made people shiver from the depths of their hearts. Yes, his eyes seemed weary, but not clouded. He appeared to be a man with stories. I am Z-Blood, the leader of the Snowvolve tribe. What's your name? And what's your relationship with that fake perverse extreme god? Z-Blood was straightforward and didn't boast. Moreover, he immediately pointed out Chu Biao's false identity. My name is Yi, and that fake perverse extreme god is my sister-in-law. Yi liked communicating with such people, straightforward and without beating around the bush. He smiled wryly and said, originally, we didn't intend to impersonate the perverse extreme god. We didn't even know who she was. But my sister-in-law was just fooling around in a moment, and as you witnessed earlier, her performance on stage was out of necessity. The perverse extreme god is the god of the perverse extreme tower and also a god in the martial world, Z-Blood revealed. Perhaps for a particular purpose, sharing information with Yi. The people in this region all worship the perverse extreme god. I see. Yi finally understood why the earlier scene had been so inspiring. Only faith could make so many people kneel to the ground simultaneously. According to the information from the old chief combined with Z-Blood's words, this perverse extreme god was most likely the master of the old chief. It was just strange that others didn't know her appearance. Why would his sister-in-law be mistaken for her just because of hanging upside down in the air? Your sister-in-law is bound to run into trouble, Z-Blood continued. The most distinct feature of the perverse extreme god is her ability to float in midair. However, even I could see through your sister-in-law's flaw while she was suspended. How could main guardian Helian not know? He must have ulterior motives for not exposing her identity. So you called me here to help rescue my sister-in-law? Yi furrowed his brow, questioning. The fact that they could use the fake perverse extreme god to threaten him, but didn't choose to do so indicated that this man had an open-hearted nature and was a trustworthy person. Yes, but once the matter is resolved, you'd have to help me kill someone. And that person is currently inside the perverse extreme tower. Z-Blood's character indeed matched Yi Zhao's expectations. He didn't wait for Yi to inquire, stating his purpose straightforwardly. Moreover, he even saw through Yi Zhao's background. I took a liking to you because, when you faced Purple Moon, you used the 9 Palaces Divine Flame scripture. Your talent is quite extraordinary, and you are bound to achieve great things in the future. Yi was taken aback. This guy had really keen eyes. Despite being so far away at the time, he could still see what technique Yi used. Was the 9 Palaces Divine Flame scripture really that special? Alright, I will do my best when the time comes. Since the man was so straightforward, Yi also refrained from beating around the bush. After all, he came here with the purpose of waking up his mesmerized sister-in-law and finding the master of the old chief. Entering the perverse extreme tower was imperative. Z-Blood nodded and instructed Purple Moon to help Yi find Chu Biao. This woman was quite talkative, and Yi learned a lot from her. The perverse extreme tower was continuing south from here, and there were still many natives in that area. However, if they didn't pass through this checkpoint, they wouldn't be able to enter. I have never seen the perverse extreme god. When Yizi asked about this, Purple Moon also shook her head. I have only heard that she is an ageless woman with wings that can fly, a figure steeped in legend. But these are all rumors. Who knows if such a god really exists? Yizi believed she did. The old chief had said that she was the master of one of the 4 gods of the Dragon Kingdom, the medical god, with exceptionally high cultivation capable of flying with Chet. Initially, Yizi had thought this was a myth or an exaggeration. However, after seeing so many people kneeling and worshipping her on the spot, he was convinced that the perverse extreme god certainly existed, and might have even lived in this region. Otherwise, how could she become a belief of the local residents? Whether she could fly, that would require seeing it with one's own eyes. Unexpectedly, although Purple Moon was from the Dragon Kingdom, she could speak the local dialect. After a brief exchange with the natives, they led her and Yizi to a large room. Be careful, your sister-in-law's identity may have already been exposed by main guardian Helion, Purple Moon whispered into Yi Zhao's ear, reminding him gently. Yizi was prepared for all possibilities, but didn't anticipate that the natives outside the room would suddenly turn to him and then kneel. This unexpected scene was truly unimaginable. What are they saying? Yizi couldn't help but ask, curious, as he watched these people kneel to him, as if in devout prayer. Suppressing a smile, Purple Moon replied to Yizi, they are saying that since you are the brother-in-law of the perverse extreme god, you must also be a capable god. They hope that you can heal the sick people here. Hearing this, Yi Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Taking this information into account, with earlier conversations, the perverse extreme god was resembling more the medical god the old chief spoke of, who was also her master. Never mind, Yizi, let's go inside to see your sister-in-law first. After all, you don't have any medical skills. Purple Moon knew they were imposters and didn't believe Yizi possessed any healing abilities. She said disdainfully and prepared to lead Yizi into the room. However, the natives surrounded Yizi, preventing him from entering, and started speaking among themselves. What are they talking about? Yizi glanced at them and thought they didn't seem to be causing trouble, but rather pleading. Some even had tears in their eyes, unable to resist, and asked Ziyue, there is an epidemic spreading here, and we need the intervention of a god. However, the god of conflict has returned to the Tower of Conflict, so we can only ask for your help. Ziyue translated. What? My niece returned to the Tower of Conflict. Yizi was shocked. Could Lair Master Helion not see through the fact that Chu Biao was an impostor? At that moment, several natives rushed over, grabbing Yi Zhao's feet and pleading with tears and snot. Seeing this, Ziyue, with a disdainful look, said, let's go. Anyway, you don't know medicine, and if we stay any longer, it'll be embarrassing. Full of pride, she had already defeated Yizi in 3 moves before and concluded that this young man was nothing special. She couldn't understand why Zizou, the leader, held him in such high regard. Now he was claiming to be able to cure the incurable epidemic plaguing the locals, which seemed like a pipe dream. However, to her surprise, as she took a couple of steps, Yizi resolutely said to her, hey, translate for me and have them take me to treat to people. What? Ziyue was taken aback. When she turned around, her eyes widened in surprise. Was this guy serious or joking? Did he really intend to treat the incurable epidemic affecting the people of Conflict Land, who were at a loss? However, Yi Zhao's determined gaze and firm tone left no room for doubt. If the situation is so serious that they are kneeling and imploring like this, saving a life is more important than anything. Since they are asking me, I have to do my best. Yizi was not a saintly person, but he couldn't stand by when asked for help. Well, since you want to put on a show, I'll accompany you, Ziyue said, thinking that Yi Zhao's medical skills were lacking. However, as the brother-in-law of the conflict god, if he wanted to play god, she would go along with the act. Upon hearing that Yizi was going to help the sick, the local natives in attendance knelt down and worshipped him as if he were a deity. Yizi could see the sincerity and hope in their eyes, feeling the immense pressure. He couldn't help but think that these people were the top priority, wondering why the old chief had insisted he learn the art of disguise before coming. Perhaps her information was outdated, and the power dynamics in the region had changed drastically over the past few decades. The next morning, amidst the wind and snow, a snowmobile headed straight for the outpost building of the Tower of Conflict. Unlike the secretive behavior of Yizi and the others, this snowmobile arrived openly, with only 2 old men besides the driver. They were Yi's father and Yan. Master, I heard that there is a strange epidemic in Conflict Land, and we should be cautious when entering. Even before entering the building, Yan dutifully reminded Father Yi. Father Yi, with his eyes still closed, expressed some regret. Is that so? It seems that she has left this place for a long time. Yes, Yan replied. According to our Yi family intelligence network, the god of conflict has not visited the land of conflict for over 20 years. Alas, upon hearing this, Father Yi let out a sigh. It seems she is truly angry about my decision 20 years ago. Your decision was correct, Yan said slowly. Thanks to your decision, the members of the Dragon Alliance have not appeared in the city for 20 years, and the Yi family's control over the Dragon Kingdom and even the world has significantly increased. That's only on the surface. Father Yi opened his eyes, showing a look of concern. As soon as the Dragon Alliance reemerges, the world will inevitably fall into chaos. The Dragon Kingdom will be the first to face it, and the order established by the Tiger Alliance over the past 20 years may be ruined in an instant. Yan, hearing this, sighed helplessly. There is no one to succeed the Yi family. Although you are the leader of the Four Gods, your descendants lack the talent to inherit your legacy. The prosperous Yi family may be on the decline. Father Yi remained silent, images of his grandchildren playing in his mind. By the time the car had entered the Conflict Land building, the guards, who were extremely xenophobic natives, saw the arrival of the old men and acted surprisingly reverently. Instead of causing trouble or questioning, they fell to their knees, showing deep respect as if an ancient king had arrived. Master, although I am just a servant of the Yi family, I shouldn't comment on the family matters, but you have isolated yourself for many years, with little contact with your children and grandchildren. I need to give my opinion on the Yi family's descendants. Going his head, Yan requested permissions from Father Yi. Go ahead. Father Yi said, Yan, your family has always been devoted to the Yi family despite having natural martial prowess. I already consider you one of the Yi family, so as a senior member, you are free to comment on the Yi family's descendants. Yes, Master. Yan nodded and went on to comment. You named your 4 sons outstandingly, hoping they would excel and bear the heavy responsibility of the Yi family. Sadly, they all fell short of your expectations, except for Yi Fan, who is the least remarkable. Although he lacks the ability to suppress the Dragon Alliance, he manages the Tiger Alliance perfectly. Father Yi nodded at this and closed his eyes again. Yan continued. You have 5 grandsons. When they were young, aside from the eldest grandson Yi, each of the other 4 had their own strengths. It was hoped that they would grow up to support each other and build a solid foundation for the Yi family's rule. However, they were led astray by your sons and are now embroiled in a power struggle, each fighting for themselves. Father Yi sighed. I didn't have time to raise them well, especially Yi Long, who was spoiled by his grandmother. Yan's eyes showed a hint of regret when mentioning the Yi family's old matriarch. If Father Yi had married someone else, what kind of situation would the Yi family be in now? In your opinion, who do you think among the 5 should inherit the Yi family? Father Yi asked, opening his eyes. Yan's gaze became deep and resolute. Yi Long doesn't need to be mentioned. Yi Ao is also lacking, and at a time of sensitive competition for the inheritance, he has done nothing and has completely disappeared from my sight. Okay. Father Yi nodded, showing no change in expression. It seemed that he had not considered these 2 as potential successors. So among the remaining 3, who do you recommend as the successor? This time, Father Yi asked Yan to provide his recommended successor. I will give my objective opinion. Yi Zi. Yan paused before continuing. Compared to Yi Zhao and Yi Hu, is clearly less outstanding. Why do you think so? Father Yi displayed a slight change in expression due to Yan's evaluation. Yan then listed his reasons. Although Yi Zi may not know as much, all members of the Yi family should know that this world ultimately respects strength. Yi Zi left the Yi family alone to cultivate outside due to his grudge with Yi Fan. He lacks a systematic training in martial arts and necessary knowledge. I don't think he can catch up with Yi Hu and Yi Zhao. Furthermore, although Yi Zi was in the Dragon Breath course, his insights have strayed. In the past 3.5 years, he has stayed in Flower City for the sake of a woman, giving up the vast sky and lacking in any great deeds that impress. As soon as Yan finished speaking, the snowmobile stopped. Underneath the snow-capped mountains, the open space next to the building erupted into deafening cheers that echo endlessly, as if something monumental had occurred. What is happening? Yan stopped his conversation with Father Yi and asked the driver. After the driver got out and quickly returned to report, Master Yan, a young man has cured the local epidemic, and the natives of Conflict Land are praising him. Oh, Father Yi and Yan's faces lit up. Yan couldn't help but exclaim, I have researched this epidemic, and it is extremely difficult to cure. Even if it occurred in Yanjing, we might have been helpless. I didn't expect that it has been healed. Could she have returned? Let's get off and have a look, Father Yi decided. Curing this epidemic meant saving the lives of hundreds or even thousands of people in Conflict Land, which warranted their attention. Oh, isn't that young Master Yi? The driver only recognized the young man being celebrated by the locals once Father Yi and Yan stepped off the vehicle. Yan was even more shocked. His eyes, which had been half closed, suddenly widened in disbelief. On the other hand, Father Yi's face lit up with a smile. Ha ha. Yan, you were just saying that my eldest grandson lacks that impressive quality. But what do you say now? Despite feeling a bit humiliated, Yan was inexplicably happy. He knew this epidemic well, and only a cultivator with a profound knowledge of Dragon Kingdom's ancient medicine could cure it. Yi had evidently grown beyond their expectations. Yan then bowed to Father Yi, saying, I was mistaken. Young Master Yi never fails to surprise us when we least expect it. Father Yi, still smiling, didn't say anything, looking over at Yi in the crowd with the pride of a grandfather. In the empty space under the mountain's buildings, Yi Xiao couldn't understand the chattering of the indigenous people around him, but he could feel the joy and excitement in their eyes. He never thought he would one day save so many people. This feeling of accomplishment and happiness was greater than completing 100 kills on the battlefield. Well, I misjudged you. I never thought you would be able to use the 9 Palace Flame Needle and even heal infectious diseases. Ziyue accompanied Yi Xiao, enjoying the enthusiastic cheers of the indigenous people, and couldn't help but joke, in their hearts, you've become a life-saving deity comparable to the god of Beiji. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, not responding to Ziyu's words, and silently returned to his room. Being able to save lives and bring vitality to the region was a satisfying thing for him, and he didn't care about fame. After finding the master of the old Dean and curing the infatuated, he might never have any further interaction with these indigenous people in his life. Haha, I didn't expect that. Now it's our Snowvolve tribe that has benefited from the 3 of you. People from all the tribes rested in front of the Beiji Tower, and other tribes ate porridge and drank hot water. Only the Snowvolve tribe received roasted meat and hot soup from the indigenous people, so the people of the Snowvolve tribe naturally had a favorable opinion of Yi Xiao. Only Zizu couldn't help but remind. Not only did the 3 of you falsely claim the name of the god of Beiji, but you have also healed the infectious diseases of the indigenous people, causing a great reaction. I think this incident will eventually bring you trouble, especially since you still have to enter the interior of the Beiji Tower. Yi Xiao shrugged at these words, looking somewhat helpless. It had come to this point. Even if he wanted to clarify the facts, it would probably be difficult. After resting for a day, the next day, Yi Xiao set out with the people of the Snowvolve tribe. After a day of being together, Yi Xiao had a considerable understanding of the Beiji area and knew that by passing through the front building, they would enter a secluded area in the snow-capped mountains where there would be more indigenous people. And it was the people of the Dragon Kingdom inside the Beiji Tower who ruled these indigenous people. The Beiji Tower is one of the 8 major powers of the Dragon Alliance. Our small tribes, although scattered throughout the Antarctic, must all be under its jurisdiction. We have come this time to participate in the selection of the Dragon Alliance's chosen one. Ziyue gradually began to consider Yi Xiao as one of their own. Crossing the front building and explaining many things about the Dragon Alliance on the way to the interior of the snow-capped mountain buildings, Yi Xiao was now even more curious and couldn't help but wonder about the relationship between this Dragon Alliance and the Tiger Alliance in the city. However, hearing that the people of the Snowvolve tribe never ventured into the urban world due to restrictions, he didn't ask whether they knew of the Tiger Alliance's existence, thinking it was just a coincidence. Well, tonight we will camp here on this high ground and rest for the night, and then we will enter the interior of the Beiji Tower tomorrow. As evening approached and the sky darkened, Zizu, as the leader of the group, ordered everyone to set up camp on the spot. Despite the harsh environment, the people of the Snowvolve tribe showed no complaints and skillfully set up tents and lit fires, indicating that they were accustomed to this way of life. Despite Yi Xiao being quite capable and having been through the Dragon Breath Battalion training, Spending the night in a place where the temperature was below -20 degrees without wind-shielding buildings made him somewhat uncomfortable, and he worried about his sister-in-law's current situation. Hey, there's a woman sleeping in this box. Ziyue, a woman of an outwardly cold but inwardly warm nature, brought a vol fur to cover Yi Xiao, worried that he would be uncomfortable in such a night, and accidentally discovered the infatuated woman inside the freezer. Is she your lover? Faced with Ziyu's probing question, Yi Xiao gave a faint bitter smile, unsure how to answer. Heh, I understand. Without waiting for his response, Ziyue chuckled then said, you love her, but it's not romantic love, it's sibling love, right? You can see that too. Yi Xiao was surprised. This woman from the Snow Wolf tribe seemed quite perceptive. Heh, because I've seen your expression before. Zilao treats me the same way, said Ziyue, a talkative person who had become familiar with Yi Xiao after spending a day and night together. I came to this place from afar just to wake her up, Yi Xiao truthfully added. You couldn't cure her with your medical skills. Then it seems she's no different from a dead person. Ziyue now highly praised Yi Xiao's medical skills, but her words made Yi Xiao sigh even more. If the infatuated woman woke up, how would he, a married man, face her love? Would she be willing to be siblings with him, just like the relationship between Ziyue and Zizu? Just then, a burst of music drifted in the vast snowy mountains. Yi Xiao was surprised. What's happening? Who would play the zither in such a desolate place? Ziyu's expression also changed, about to get up and leave, but suddenly fell to the ground. Hey, Ziyue, what's wrong with you? Yi Xiao quickly helped her up, finding that she had passed out, with a smile on her lips as if she were having a pleasant dream. Shaking her a few times didn't wake her up, so Yi Xiao hurried out of his tent, only to find everyone around lying on the ground, including the powerful Zizu. What on earth was going on? Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel anxious. Ziyue and Zizu were not weaker than himself. If the other party could easily knock them down, how did he alone remain awake? How did the other party do it? Could it be related to this music? At that moment, a graceful woman draped in a green snow cloak, holding a Dragon Kingdom lantern, landed on the small table in front of him. Her fair face carried a hint of displeasure. Humph, how dare you impersonate the Beiji god? Follow me to receive your punishment. After speaking, the woman turned and walked away, seemingly not thinking Yi Xiao would resist. Or perhaps, even if he did resist, it would be useless. Yi Xiao knew he had no choice. If he wasn't dreaming right now, then he had definitely encountered a very terrifying person. Could it be that the legendary Beiji god possessed divine power, and now she was using that power to punish those who impersonated her? That was too far-fetched, right? Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of conflict between this transcendent thinking and his usual material understanding, suddenly feeling a bit confused and dizzy. Miss, may I ask? Yi Xiao hurried to catch up with the woman in the green cloak, about to ask her a few questions, but found she had suddenly disappeared in the dark snowy night. My goodness, is this real or not? Yi Xiao couldn't help but rub his eyes, only to find that the graceful figure, along with the light of the lantern, had vanished in an instant. Just as he found it incredible, even more terrifying things happened. The snowy mountain scene in front of him gradually blurred, and a bamboo forest appeared in front of him, emanating a warm spring water scent. It was so comfortable. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh in appreciation and shook his head vigorously. He knew he was having a hallucination. When he was a general in the Dragon Breath Battalion, he had some understanding of hypnotism and had even experienced it personally. But even the most skilled hypnotist couldn't hypnotize so many people in an instant and make him experience such vivid illusions. At that moment, the melodious music continued in his ear, and Yi Xiao suddenly remembered the words the old dean had told him. The four gods of the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be the god of music who had appeared? Just then, the scene in front of Yi Xiao suddenly brightened, and he realized he hadn't taken a step, yet he had already entered the elegant room in the bamboo forest. Surrounding him were screens and ancient paintings of the Dragon Kingdom, and the green-cloaked beauty was standing behind a screen, while another woman was playing the zither in front of her. Yi Xiao felt like his head was about to explode in pain. Even though he and the two women in front of him were only a few meters apart, he couldn't see their faces clearly, no matter how hard he tried. Just as Yi Xiao tried to figure out if the music surrounding him was coming from the woman playing the zither, he found he couldn't even remember the scenes in front of him. These were definitely all illusions. The more Yi Xiao tried to understand what was happening, the more his head throbbed. In the end, he had to give up. How did this Yi family descendant learn my 9-palace flame needle? A voice suddenly entered his ears. Although Yi Xiao couldn't see the zither-playing woman speak, he knew it was her speaking. It was taught to me by Master Aang. Excuse me, are you Master Aang's master? Yi Xiao didn't dare to hide anything in front of a master, wanted to clarify the woman's identity. So, little Chrysanthemum actually passed it on to the descendants of the Yi family, showing such disrespect to me as his master. The voice of the zither-playing woman was filled with anger. Master? Was the Chrysanthemum she mentioned referring to Master Aang? Was she really Master Aang's master? Although Yi Xiao was hearing her speak for the first time, he could vaguely tell that this woman seemed to have some special grudge against the Yi family. Oh? Would she kill him? Well, he could accept his own death. His sister-in-law and the infatuated woman were still within this vast snowy mountain range. How would they survive and return home? Kinji. Kill him. Sure enough, the woman playing the zither coldly ordered the next moment. Yes, master. The woman in the green cloak responded, suddenly flicking something towards Yi. A hidden weapon? No. A stone? Doesn't look like it. As the object approached, Yi realized it was actually just the snowflake. Swish! Yi dodged to the side as the snowflake grazed his cheek, causing a slight stinging sensation on his skin. The snowflake hit the green bamboo behind him and melted away like a drop of water. Suddenly, his mind felt much clearer. He realized he was inside an illusion, about to battle a real woman. It was unbelievable, completely subverting his understanding once again. King Yi's figure blurred and flew like a green light. When Yi sensed the danger, his hand moved like the roots of an onion as his knife hand cut towards his own throat. Yi quickly used a martial art technique, Wind Brushing Willow. At the critical moment, he managed to redirect the trajectory of the opponent's knife hand. But still, his palm suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if it had been sliced by a sharp knife. At that moment, on the snow-capped mountains of Yingyu, Yan Lao and Yi Lao stood on the peak, watching the battle below. The enchanting music that could confuse the mind was just elegant music to them. Yi Lao squinted his eyes slightly, listening to the celestial music as if reminiscing about something. In contrast, Yan Lao's anxious expression starkly contrasted with his. Master, if we don't intervene soon, Lord Yi might be in danger. Let him hold on a little longer. The men of the Yi family are not so weak. Master Yi still did not open his eyes, as if avoiding seeing someone. Yan Lao sighed, and continued to overlook the unequal battle below. Kinji, with her monolith eyes, appeared even colder when angry. She had thought that Yi, with only the heart of a martial artist, could at most withstand one move from her. But now, 3 moves had passed, and she still hadn't managed to kill Yi, feeling embarrassed in front of her master. So with the 4th move, she exerted all her strength, fingers dancing, countless snowflakes swirling like a blizzard surrounding Yi. Trouble. Yan Lao couldn't bear it any longer and immediately jumped down from above, even though he knew the master did not want to see the zither-playing woman below. But as a guardian of the Yi family for generations, he couldn't stand by and watch his young master in life-threatening danger without intervening. Unfortunately, at that distance, it was too late for him to intervene. Master Yi also couldn't help but open his eyes, channeling a strong force in his hands. But as he was about to act, his eyes revealed surprise, and he withdrew his strike. At the brink of life and death, Yi unleashed the heart method of the 9 palaces Shenhuang technique. Even though he had not yet mastered attribute martial skills, he managed to melt the snowstorm using intense energy vortexes and body heat. Yan Lao had commented the day before that Yi lacked a certain spark, but within just a day, Yi had impressed him twice. He knew that the level of a martial artist's realm and martial artist's heart were worlds apart, truly the most significant dividing line in the world of martial arts classification. Yi, a mere martial artist in heart, had managed to survive under the attacks of a master of martial artist realm, a feat that was truly a miracle in the martial arts world. But even so, the residual force of the snowflake still struck Yi, dealing a heavy blow and causing him to fall to the ground. Clang! Just as Kinji was about to strike again, the zither strings of the woman behind her suddenly snapped, the music ceased, and the wind and snow howled like demons on the snowy mountains at night. Master! Kinji stopped too, because she knew how extraordinary her master's zither skills were. Having followed her master for 39 years, this was only the second time she had witnessed the strings breaking. Kinji knew for sure that someone capable of unsettling her master's emotions had reappeared. Forget it, Kinji. Let's go. The zither woman stood up, her red cloak fluttering in the wind and snow, her gray-white dress swaying, making her graceful figure appear more like a celestial being. Yi, lying on the ground, finally saw the master's figure clearly for the first time. But he couldn't imagine that she could be the mentor of the venerable Liang. Nonetheless, he struggled to shout, "Master, wait." Surprisingly, the zither woman did pause, her red cloak swaying like flames on the snowy mountain. "What? I spared your pathetic life for curing the infectious disease and for not exposing your pretense as the brother-in-law of the rebel, and you're still not satisfied." Her words made Yi smile bitterly. Indeed, the master was already aware of everything that had happened here. "Are you my grand mentor? I beg you, please help save my friend." Regardless of whether she was the rebel of the tribe, her incredible abilities deserved his plea for assistance. What a joke! A member of the Yi family actually asking me for help? You must be out of your mind. Then sleep soundly. The woman's tone was full of anger, as if she was deliberately speaking for the ears of the withered old man on the mountain peak. Grand mentor, Yi still had not noticed the presence of the old man and Yen Lao on the peak, unaware of why the woman harbored such animosity towards the Yi family. The zither music wasn't just words. With a pluck of its strings, a piercing sound entered Yi Zhao's ear, causing him to fall into a deep slumber on the desolate snowy mountain. At that moment, a sigh was heard from the mountain. Upon hearing the sound, the red shawl, resembling flames, on the woman inhaled angrily, as if venting decades of grievances. "Madam Ning, so many years have passed, yet your grudge against the Yi family not only hasn't lessened but has intensified. How unfortunate!" In the dark night, the slender figure of the Yi family patriarch gradually appeared before the zither woman. Though Yen Lao followed behind the patriarch, his gaze was fixed on the unconscious Yi lying on the ground. As it seemed he saw the hope of Yi family's future in this younger generation. "Humph, I don't recognize a heartless man like you. Kinji, let's go." The zither woman seemed angry as she walked away, but Kinji knew that her master was expecting the old man to stop her and chat. Otherwise, considering the master's cultivation, how could she walk slowly on the snowy mountain? She was indeed the fierce deity who could fly. Sure enough, even as she brushed past the Yi patriarch, the patriarch didn't continue speaking, and she couldn't hold back her frustration any longer. With a glance back, an avalanche of snowflakes engulfed the patriarch. Facing such a formidable martial skill, even Yen Lao trembled in fear. It seemed that the retired Ning woman, hidden in the martial world for decades, had indeed improved her cultivation. Yet, even she could not harm the patriarch in the slightest. The old man stood quietly, as if shielded by an impenetrable barrier, weathering the storm. "Yi Bugui, you unfaithful man, when you liked me, you called me little sweetie. But now that we meet, you call me Madam Ning, right? Just you wait, I will kill all the men of the Yi family." As the zither-playing woman spoke, her divine presence crumbled, appearing like an ordinary woman scorned. Even though she was 50 this year, Kinji, who had followed her master for 39 years, got goosebumps hearing her master say such things. She even doubted if this was an illusion, as how could the revered fierce deity speak such words to an old man? Finally, the seeming young women, despite being much older, disappeared gradually into the snowy mountains, leaving only the patriarch standing there with a sorrowful expression. After the two women vanished, Yen Lao comfortingly said behind the patriarch, 50 years ago, to establish the Tiger Alliance and establish the Order of Urban Martial Arts, the master had to abandon Ning Madam to marry Madam. And 20 years ago, to stabilize the situation between the martial world and the urban world, the master supported the ban on the Dragon Union entering the city. I believe Ning Madam is aware of these matters concerning justice, but she simply resents you for betraying her. The patriarch looked slightly embarrassed and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. It's better not to mention the past. I'm at an advanced age, almost in the grave. Young people's emotions have nothing to do with me." But Yen Lao, straightforwardly, smiled and said, "Master, you may look like a wine-beaten old man, but Ning Madam, an internal martial artist, still appears as the northeast debutante of the past." "Ha ha, The usually serious patriarch finally couldn't help but laugh. Yan Lao continued, even if you, master, are wealthy and influential man, life is still full of regrets, especially when you reach old age. Alright, Yan Lao, don't digress. That's not why we are here. The patriarch quickly resumed his seriousness after the laughter. Yes, master. Yan Lao nodded, immediately changing the subject. How should we handle Lord Yizi? He probably doesn't know we're here. Let him rest for a while. Young men of the Yi family still need more training. Yes, master. The Snowvolve tribe's temporary structure asterisk. Kinji carried the infatuated ice chest and arrived in front of the zither-playing woman. Master, Yizbo begged you to save should be this woman. Kinji opened the door of the ice chest and said, she is indeed quite delicate. The zither-playing woman couldn't help but touch the infatuated face and her eyes showed a hint of surprise. Kinji stood behind the master, not noticing the change in the master's expression, just saying lightly, Yizbo is really kind and righteous. To come all this way to seek the master for the sake of saving a woman, if his family's old man is also like him. Shut up. I'm sorry. Before Kinji could finish her words, she was scolded by the master, quickly closing her mouth, thinking she was foolish, almost forgetting the master for bad mentioning Yi Bugui, the heartless guy from his family. Fortunately, the master did not continue to blame her but focused on the woman in the ice chest. The zither-playing woman looked at the infatuated woman with a hint of love in her eyes. This woman, clearly still unconscious, but her body became more vibrant in the icy environment, obviously possessing the same ice and snow attribute as herself. Master, are you going to? Kinji saw that the master actually put a frozen heart jade bone pill into the infatuated woman's mouth and couldn't help but be extremely surprised. It must be noted that, whether to the master or to the martial arts world, that pill is extremely precious. The master didn't speak, but with a glance back, made Kinji close her mouth again. Having followed the master in cultivation for 39 years, she naturally knew that each person's body had different attribute talents. For some people, the coldness of ice and snow could take their lives, but for those who took the frozen heart jade bone pill, the ice and snow would give them unlimited power. The next day, when Yishaos opened his eyes, everything was pitch black. He thought he was dead, but after struggling to get up, he realized he had almost been buried alive by the wind and snow. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 9 Taluses flame yellow technique, and the fire attribute in his body was much stronger than an average person, otherwise he would have frozen to death. What's going on? Were the events of last night real, or just a dream? Up to this point, Yizhao still hadn't figured out the situation. The events of last night had completely shaken his worldview and overturned his established concepts of martial strength. He never expected that there were warriors in the world as powerful as gods, but he couldn't worry about all that now. After looking at the sky, he hurried back to the camping site of the Snowvolve tribe. As expected, without waiting for him to return and assemble, they had already set off to the Snowvolve tribe near the Perverse Pole Tower. Shishi. Did they take Shishi too? Yishao searched around anxiously. The footprints of the Snowvolve tribe's advancement had been buried by the wind and snow, but he saw a flag not far away. It was a message left for him by Xiu. Yishaos, why did you all suddenly leave? We have already gone to the Perverse Pole Tower. A simple sentence made Yizhao suddenly anxious. They didn't take Shishi with them. Where did she go? Had she been taken away by those 2 strange women from yesterday? Were the events of last night not a dream after all? Shishi. Shishi. Yizhao called out anxiously. He knew it was silly to call out like this, knowing if Shishi was really taken away by those 2 women, she wouldn't be able to hear him no matter how loud he shouted. However, he never expected that his calls would actually receive a response. Hey. Yizhao, I'm here, hey. Yizhao suddenly stopped, listened carefully amidst the wind and snow, and discovered someone calling his name from the mountaintop. When he looked up, he was almost scared to death. Oh my goodness. It was Shishi. She was awake. She was calling his name from the hilltop. Shishi. Yishaos ran up the mountain like a madman, not sure if this was a dream or reality. He quickly took off his coat and put it on Shishi, who was dressed lightly. Hey. Yishaos, where is this place? Am I dead? Hearing the familiar tone, Yishaos almost teared up. This wasn't a dream. Shishi had really woken up. Hey. Yishaos. Why are you grinning foolishly? Did I arrive in another world? And in this place, you're set as a fool. Seeing Yi Zhao's in such a state, Xixi didn't smile like a typical woman. She was a bit happy, yes, but not moved at all. She didn't know what had happened or why she woke up in this strange place after being shot down. Yi Zhao couldn't explain much at that moment, especially considering the unbelievable events he experienced last night, making it unclear whether they were in the real world now. Hey, you're not mute, are you? Xixi pinched Yi Zhao's face forcefully. To her surprise, the next moment, Yi Zhao tightly embraced her in his arms. This sudden moment truly made Xixi slightly open her mouth, enjoying the warmth of the embrace. The genuine warmth of a beloved man made her believe it wasn't a dream. She wrapped her jade hands tightly around his waist. It felt so good, with just the two of them in the world. No father who looked down on Yi Zhao, no detested foe Xixi, and no rival Chu Qingwu. She could embrace the man she liked without restraint. However, Yi Zhao's next words shattered the pleasant atmosphere. Xixi, this is indeed another world. Here, you're my dear sister for life, and I will protect you and take you home. Upon hearing this, the sweet feeling of embrace instantly dissipated, and Xixi forcefully pushed the man before her away. No, this is not the world I want. I want to go back. Xixi was truly mad now. Regardless of whether this was the real world or a false one, she was clear about her own feelings. She wanted to be in a romantic relationship with Yi Zhao, not be sibling-like. If Yi Zhao insisted on being her brother, the kind of man who couldn't accept being more than that, Xixi didn't need him. Xixi. Yi Zhao quickly grabbed her jade hand, seeing Qiqi's cold profile, feeling a thunderstruck moment. He had been too naive. This woman had an extremely independent mindset that couldn't be easily persuaded. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Yi Zhao forced a bitter smile, absolutely sure this was the genuine Xixi. This kind of strong-willed character couldn't be conjured even in a dream. Then let's hug again. Xixi suddenly smiled and reached out her arms to embrace him. She didn't care what had brought them to this place. As long as she felt happy now, that was enough. Yi Zhao was caught off guard by this sudden embrace from the girl. Alright, if you don't want to turn into an ice stick here, we better hit the road. After the embrace, Yi Zhao soberly analyzed the situation with Xixi. Knowing why he was here, but not why Xixi suddenly woke up, he realized he had brought Shubi and Li Ergu to save her. So, in saving me, now it's your wife who's in danger. Yes, the mission to wake you up was oddly completed, but now I have to go to the perverse pole tower and bring Biao back. Yi Zhao took Xixi and moved forward. The weather was getting worse now, lacking transportation and even basic supplies. The environment was truly harsh. If it were just him, it would be bearable, but he feared Qiqi's delicate health might not hold up. Unexpectedly, Xixi not only showed no fear of the harsh weather and cold, but had extraordinary stamina, holding his hand tightly as they walked until the darkness fell again. It seems we'll have to find a cave to stay in tonight. Yi Zhao sighed after looking at the sky, realizing that Xixi, born with a silver spoon, would find it challenging to sleep in such extreme conditions and weather. Why don't I fetch that ice chest back and let you sleep inside? No need. Xixi stopped Yi Zhao from going back to retrieve the ice chest, taking his arm as she said, I don't care if this is a dream or not, but now, it's just you and me in this snowy world. I want you to hold me at night and help me sleep. Ow. Yi Zhao was stunned. He had never hugged a woman to sleep before, not even his wife, and now he was expected to hug another woman to sleep. Is that not okay? Otherwise, if I catch a cold at night, it will be even more difficult for you to bring me back alive. Hearing Qiqi's words, Yi Zhao didn't know how to react. Not only was she being cute but also threatening him. Was she not afraid he lacked the composure and would eat her? Surrounded by snow-capped mountains, the inland region presented a unique scenery. With no snow-covered mountains blocking the sunlight, there was surprisingly a scene of spring snow here. Wow, it's so beautiful. Chu Bia sat in a luxurious carriage, pulled back the curtains, and saw the white snow reflecting the sunlight, as if gold had been sprinkled across the earth from the sky. Seeing two people riding horses on either side of the carriage, Chu Biao chose the woman in red on the left to ask, Miss, excuse me, have I been kidnapped? Huh. The woman couldn't help but turn around and, seeing Chu Biao's somewhat innocent face, couldn't help but smile. You should call me Aunt instead. No one from where I come from would call such a beautiful woman like you Aunt. Chu Biao, with high emotional intelligence, struck up a conversation and made the female guard very happy with just a few sentences. Hehe, your place is really interesting, so you can call me Red Sister, the red-clad woman said with a smile, squinting her eyes. Yes, you have been kidnapped. Oh, where are you taking this pretend god of rebellion? Chu Biao was also aware that her ruse as the god of rebellion must have been discovered by the Lord Heliant, which is why he planned to bring her back by the same means. Of course, the god of rebellion must return to the Tower of Rebellion, the red-clad woman said, finding this rebel god sister so cute that her tone was also very gentle. Suddenly pointing to the northeast direction, she said, "Look, there is that towering tower reaching into the clouds." Wow! Chu Biao opened her pink lips and exclaimed. At this moment, the procession had already passed through the snowy area and entered the snowy plain, and the magical Tower of Rebellion now appeared before Chu Biao's eyes. It's truly a masterpiece, the eighth wonder of the world. Chu Biao sincerely marveled. She couldn't fathom how this tower was built. Even with the most advanced technology, it would be impossible to build such a tower. Unable to resist, she took out her phone to capture it. Click. Hey! What are you doing? Little god of rebellion. The red-clad woman hadn't seen a phone before, so she didn't know what Chu Biao was doing. Chu Biao reacted quickly, afraid the woman would confiscate her phone, quickly put it away, laughing. I was thinking, what would you do with me, the god of rebellion? Huh. The red-clad woman was surprised by Chu Biao's intelligence. She had planned to explain the situation to Chu Biao and have her cooperate, but unexpectedly, Chu Biao figured it all out with just a few words. The red-clad woman couldn't help but wonder if this rebellious little sister truly had the ability to read minds. In any case, put on this veil. Don't let anyone see your face clearly, understand? The red-clad woman handed Chu Biao a white veil. Originally worried that Chu Biao wouldn't cooperate, the red-clad woman was surprised when she willingly accepted it. After putting on the veil, Chu Biao jokingly said, I never thought a girl like me could play such a cold role. Little sister, you seem very happy. The red-clad woman couldn't quite figure out Chu Biao's thoughts and reminded her, you know that your role is very important, involving the lives of thousands of people in the land of rebellion. If you reveal yourself, it will not only trigger a war but also lead to your execution. Oh. Chu Biao nodded without expressing her opinion. Aren't you afraid? The red-clad woman looked at her, realizing she was just a young girl. It's a bit scary, but I believe my brother-in-law will come to rescue me. Chu Biao nodded honestly. Your brother-in-law, is he capable of that? The red-clad woman frowned. In the land of rebellion, trying to save someone was as difficult as reaching the sky. And this young girl actually believed in her brother-in-law. Little sister, don't underestimate my brother-in-law. I used to think he was useless, but he excels in intelligence, tactics, and strength. I haven't seen him fail in anything. Chu Biao said with confidence. Really, I envy you for having someone you can trust so much. The red-clad woman responded with emotion. Unexpectedly, the procession came to a halt. Several soldiers clad in leather armor were pushing Li Ergu out, beating and kicking him as if they were going to kill him. Stop! Chu Biao quickly shouted angrily. What are you doing? Why are you abusing my assistant? HMPH, if this guy's skin weren't so tough, we would have killed him. A soldier-like man coldly said. Lord Helian has ordered the closure of the mountain from this moment on, and no one is allowed to enter the depths of the Tower of Rebellion. What? Chu Biao's eyes widened in shock. Lord Helian's action was a clear indication that he didn't want to give her husband a chance to rescue her. By throwing Li Ergu out as well, she was left without anyone to rely on. Even with just one weak woman, there was no way for her to escape. Red sister, kill that big guy. At this moment, Lord Helian's voice came from the front of the procession. The red-clad woman hesitated for a moment, her eyes showing reluctance, but she had to obey, saying, Yes. No. Chu Biao quickly jumped out of the carriage and stood in front of Li Ergu. I won't allow you to kill him. If he dies, I won't cooperate with your play, even if it means I have to die. The red-clad woman was puzzled for a moment and even stopped the other soldiers, looking towards the front of the procession. Li Ergu, however, was clueless, scratching his head and not knowing why others wanted to kill him. He even suggested, Yao Yao, where are we going? Why not go back and meet Big Brother Yi? Chu Biao didn't respond to him because, of course, she wanted to reunite with her brother-in-law, but the situation didn't allow for it. Let's go. Close the mountain. perhaps seeing Chu Biao's determination, or perhaps looking down on Li Ergu. Lord Helion ultimately didn't act alone. The procession led Chu Biao into the depths of the Tower of Rebellion, leaving Li Ergu alone. "Brother-in-law, you must come to rescue me. I'm so afraid." Chu Biao returned to the carriage, trembling alone with clenched fists. Even though she was considered brave among her peers, in such a strange and terrifying environment, she found it unbearable. Meanwhile, Yizi was resting in a cave where the sunlight couldn't reach.